In the realm of Pokémon, Qinglu found himself immersed in contemplation as he gazed upon his initial companion. Species: Tyrannosaurus Rex type, Dragon Steel. Ability: Dragon Slayer specifically targets Dragon-type deities' innate moves. Gaia Energy Cannon, Battle Tornado, Shield of Courage level 70. Wait a moment. Is there something amiss with these stats? Rayquaza? Groudon? Kyogre? Before the true Dragon Slayer, you all better lie low. While other trainers toiled to capture semi-divine beings, Qinglu had already embarked on a grand deity conquest journey with his digital companion. In a world teeming with dragon-type deities, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was nothing short of an official cheat. Chapter 1. Agumon. In the Sinnoh region, within a quaint town, a young boy dashed through the expansive ruins of an ancient structure, long abandoned for millennia. His strides were monumental, and he moved with remarkable speed, traversing every corridor of the ruins in mere moments. As he dashed through layer after layer, he showed no signs of slowing down, frequently glancing back and shouting toward the shadows behind him. Have you all been sleeping for thousands of years, or has the lack of food dulled your wits? You can't even catch up after all this time? With such efficiency, are you really safeguarding these ruins? Even a slowpoke would give you a thumbs up. His resonant voice echoed down the corridor, swiftly reaching the darkness behind him. Yet, as time ticked by, the shadows remained eerily silent. It seems my taunts have lost their effect, the boy muttered before deciding to change tactics, raising his voice to a thunderous shout. If you don't catch up soon, I might just start demolishing the ruins. After all, this dilapidated relic has long outlived its usefulness. As he spoke, the boy picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it against the wall. Thud! The stone struck the wall with a sharp crack that reverberated through the corridor, yet still, there was no response. However, at some point, a colossal black eye appeared where the stone had struck. Subsequently, more eyes began to emerge from the ground, walls, and ceiling, forming a dense cluster. Their previously closed lids slowly opened, and after a moment of confusion, when their gazes fixed upon the boy, they reacted with fury, emitting a series of sharp, frantic cries. Jima. Following this, the massive eyes surged forth from the walls, transforming into shadows that charged toward the boy. In the dim light of the ruins, it became discernible that these were Pokémon known as unknown totems, each exuding an aura steeped in ancient history, resembling the 26 letters of the alphabet. Now, this is more like it. One should be proactive in their duties. The boy nodded in satisfaction, then took off running. Seeing the smile on his face, the unknown totems were instantly incensed and hastened to catch up. Yet, each time they seemed close to catching him, the boy would deftly veer into another passage, skillfully avoiding their pursuit, as if he were the true guardian of the ruins. This infuriated the unknown totems, but they were left with no choice but to pursue him with all their might. Fortunately, after several twists and turns, the boy, who had been sprinting at high speed, began to slow down and eventually came to a halt. Ahead of him, a massive boulder lay obstructing the path due to a partial collapse of the ruins, blocking his way forward. It was a dead end. The unknown totems quickly recognized this, and their cries of glee echoed in the air. With no way forward and surrounded by the creatures, it appeared he had reached an impasse. Then the unknown totems swiftly activated their soul-mastered move, Awakening Power. Red, blue, green, and purple. A myriad of colorful energy spheres rapidly coalesced before them, emanating a powerful aura. In the next moment, the energy spheres surged forth, flooding the corridor toward the boy's position. Faced with this seemingly unavoidable onslaught, the boy stared in disbelief, yet curiously remained unperturbed. As the attacks approached, he swiftly crouched and rolled to the side, expertly slipping into a narrow opening in the wall that barely accommodated his frame. Boom! An explosion echoed through the corridor. The unknown totem's combined attacks grazed past him, the majority detonating at the spot where he had just stood, creating a large crater in the ground. A smaller portion struck the obstructing boulder, cracking it with a sizable fissure. Seizing the moment, the boy wasted no time, using the smoke from the explosion to mask his movements, and quickly emerged from the wall opening, slipping into the shadows beyond. On the other side of the boulder, the light shifted from dim to bright. After squinting to adjust, the boy began to survey his surroundings. The area appeared similar to the other sections of the ruins, still steeped in the echoes of history accumulated over countless years. Yet, a smile spread across his face. After all this effort and dodging the unknown totems, I finally made it inside. I wonder who will be the first Pokémon I summon after exploring this ancient relic. The boy, known as Qinglu, was a time traveler. He had arrived in the Pokemon world a week prior, having materialized directly in a treacherous wilderness where fearsome Pokemon lurked. Thankfully, before his arrival, Qinglu had frequently watched survival videos, becoming a void wilderness survival expert. After several days of exploration, he had managed to sustain himself in the jungle. However, new challenges arose. During that week, he had narrowly escaped encounters with aggressive Pokemon like Ursaring and Butterfree, which made him realize that in the world of Pokemon, ensuring his safety and future survival required not only survival knowledge, but also the companionship of Pokemon. Yet, a harsh reality loomed before him. He lacked the funds to purchase Pokemon, was not a capable trainer able to capture them by force, nor did he possess the luck to encounter a wounded Pokemon in need of assistance. Most importantly, he didn't even have a Pokeball. Without a Pokeball, all was in vain. Just as despair began to set in, a blue virtual panel materialized before him. With his ample experience in web literature, Qinglu quickly grasped the panel's fundamental information. In essence, it was a summoning panel capable of randomly calling forth various entities. The first summonable entity was precisely the Pokemon he needed most. However, the panel required energy to activate, and the means to collect energy involved exploring ancient structures and relics rich in history. The very ruins beneath his feet were the only target he had found nearby after extensive exploration. Utilizing his robust physicality and reflexes, he had already covered nearly all areas, achieving a 96 exploration completion rate, with only the section blocked by the boulder remaining inaccessible. He had examined the boulder, and its weight and hardness were beyond what he could move or destroy without Pokemon assistance. Thus, he resorted to inciting the wrath of the unknown totems, hoping to leverage their power to break the boulder. Although the process was perilous, with the constant threat of being vanquished by the enraged, unknown totems, Qinglu understood the age-old adage, one cannot catch wolves without first risking the lamb. Thankfully, everything proceeded smoothly, and he successfully entered the final uncharted area. Simultaneously, on the panel visible only to Qinglu, lines of blue text began to flicker. Exploring the ruins of randomness. Exploration progress, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 Chapter 2, Digital Monster or Pokemon. The exploration was complete, and the summoning could commence. The prompt appeared. Would you like to summon a randomly selected Pokemon? Without hesitation, Qinglu chose yes. As the notification indicated summoning in progress, the panel before him began to spin, transforming into a swirling vortex of tiny light particles that formed a circular passageway about the height of a person. A blue glow illuminated the scene as a figure, approximately 1 meter tall, emerged from the passage. This creature resembled a small dinosaur, predominantly covered in yellow, with only the tips of its claws on its hands and feet appearing white. It stood there, surveying its surroundings with its large, teal eyes, while scratching its head with its robust arms, displaying a look of utter bewilderment. The reason it was referred to as a creature rather than a specific Pokemon was that Qinglu was uncertain if this being was indeed a Pokemon or perhaps should be classified as a Digimon. Indeed, it was none other than Agumon, the partner of Taichi Yagami, the protagonist of the first season of the anime, whimsically dubbed by fans as the evolution of the Origin Ball. At that moment, Qinglu found himself engulfed in confusion. Theoretically, in the world of Pokemon, there existed various species capable of altering their forms. Thus, it was not entirely implausible for a creature to transform into another Pokemon when faced with the unknown. Yet one could not simply cross the boundaries of worlds, transitioning from Pokemon to Digimon. Could it be that I inadvertently fell under a hypnosis spell, leading to this hallucination? If that were the case, it would explain Agumon's presence. Taking a deep breath to maintain his composure, Qinglu quietly accessed the panel. In addition to summoning and charging functions, the panel possessed a basic capability to probe Pokemon data, allowing him to ascertain the nature of the creature before him. He focused on Agumon, and instantly, the panel aligned with the creature. In an instant, a line of blue text appeared before him. Species: Agumon. Classification: Reptile Pokemon. Type: Dragon. Ability: Sharp Claws enhances attack power due to the sharpness of its claws. Level: 12. Exclusive moves: Small Flame Fire Type, Power 60, Sharp Claw Fire Type, Power 40. Moves learned: None. Base stats: 360 HP, 50 Attack, 72 Defense, 55 Special Attack, 72 Special Defense, 50 Speed, 61. Friendship level: 10 acquaintance. Status, hungry. Summary, a reptilian Pokemon resembling a small dinosaur, capable of walking on two legs. Though still in its developmental stage, its character was remarkably bold, unafraid even in the face of formidable foes. With sturdy and sharp claws on its hands and feet, it exhibited considerable might in battle, indicating a promising evolution trajectory. Qinglu could only murmur. Upon witnessing the information displayed on the panel, Qinglu was momentarily stunned. He was not under hypnosis. The creature before him was a genuine Agumon. But what was this classification of reptile Pokemon? Was it not a Digimon? Did its identity simply shift upon entering a different realm? Is the concept of adaptive nationality spreading so rapidly? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Qinglu's mind as his gaze drifted from the panel to Agumon. Every movement and expression of the creature appeared entirely natural, and coupled with the information from the panel, Qinglu gradually began to accept this seemingly absurd reality. After all, the phenomena of traversing worlds and panels had transpired, so the appearance of a Digimon in the Pokemon universe seemed not entirely unreasonable. Moreover, Pokemon and Digimon, in essence, shared numerous similarities. An untrained observer might struggle to differentiate between the two. However, these considerations were secondary. Qinglu's gaze scanned the panel until it settled on Agumon's base stats. After a brief silence, he mused aloud. Its high-speed dual resistance is commendable. Both the total base stats and their distribution are quite impressive. Whether it be the initial starter Pokemon from various regions or those with immense potential rivaling legendary Pokemon, their base stats typically hovered around 300 at the onset. Yet, Agumon exceeded that threshold by nearly a dozen points, and this surplus was intelligently allocated. What did this imply? It was well known that a higher base stat directly correlated with the upper limits of a Pokemon's 6 fundamental attributes: HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Under equivalent conditions, a Pokemon with a higher base stat held a distinct advantage over one with a lower base stat, both in potential and combat prowess. Currently, Agumon stood at this advantageous position. The creatures it overshadowed were those initial forms of starter Pokemon and semi-legendary beings, renowned for their high breeding value. No, it was likely that Agumon would dominate not only in the initial stages but across all phases of evolution. It was common knowledge that to elevate base stats and achieve a turnaround, evolution was the sole pathway. Most Pokemon experience a dramatic transformation in base stats upon reaching a certain level or being subjected to potent external stimuli, directly reflected in their 6 attributes. Excluding a few exceptions that remain unchanged or diminish, the majority of Pokemon undergo significant leaps in their capabilities post-evolution. Some even experience shifts in temperament. However, being a living creature, there were natural limits to evolution. Every Pokemon's regular evolution is restricted in frequency. Some are unable to evolve, while others may do so once or twice. Only a select few special Pokemon can undergo an additional evolution after their standard transformations via the resonance between a Megastone and a Keystone, known as Mega Evolution. As Dr. Yamanashi stated, each evolution of a Pokemon represents a metamorphosis, propelling it closer to perfection. These Mega Pokemon, having transcended their limitations, acquire extraordinary power. This power allows them to adjust their previously fixed base stats post-normal evolution, resulting in a tremendous surge in combat ability, easily overpowering opponents who were once evenly matched before Mega Evolution. Among them, the most exceptional can even possess the capability to contend with the true top-tier divine beasts of their respective regions. The maximum number of evolution phases that a Pokemon can undergo in this gradual approach to perfection is 3. Agumon, too, is capable of evolving 3 times, and that is in addition to its existing evolutions. Presently, in its juvenile phase, it still has the mature phase, perfect form, and ultimate form ahead of it. With each evolution into a different stage, the strength of Digimon exhibits exponential growth. Particularly in its ultimate form, Qinglu speculated that Agumon would likely surpass even those powerful Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution. After all, if it could dominate in its initial form, would it not be inconceivable for it to maintain that superiority through 3 subsequent evolutions of equal strength? Qinglu deemed it impossible. Moreover, beyond the ultimate form of Omnimon, a more formidable state exists which represents Agumon's true potential. Should he successfully guide Agumon to that pinnacle, Only a handful of extraordinarily gifted Pokémon and those legendary beings would stand a chance against it. Even further into the realm of possibilities. Calculating this way, it seems that the Agumon from the Pokémon franchise is not entirely unacceptable. One could even say it is akin to striking gold. Qingliu's gaze toward Agumon grew increasingly fervent. Agumon, standing opposite him, felt the intensity of Qingliu's stare and, puzzled and somewhat bashful, scratched its head. Unable to contain itself any longer, it spoke first. "Excuse me, why do you keep staring at me? Have we met before? No then, have you heard of me? Indeed, your very appearance is replete with tales." Upon hearing this, Agumon furrowed its brow, its large green eyes darting back and forth as if straining to recall something. But ultimately, it surrendered the effort and pointed a claw towards the spot where the passage had previously appeared. "Although you say that, I still have no recollection. However, since you seem to know me, could you please enlighten me on where we are in the digital world? I have a pressing matter to attend to and wish to return to File Island swiftly. This is not the digital world." Qingliu's words clearly exceeded Agumon's comprehension, prompting it to stare at him for a prolonged moment before it slowly replied. "Now that you mention it, I realize that you look quite different from all the Digimon I have encountered. Could it be you are human? Are you human?" The uncertainty laced with inquiry led Qinglu to speculate that this Agumon had likely never encountered a human before. After all, the characteristics of humans are unmistakable had it seen one. Even with Agumon's level of intelligence, it would have been able to discern the difference with ease. Yet here it was questioning its own perception. This suggested that it had probably never met Taichi Yagami either. In other words, this Agumon before him was not the same as the one from the anime. A peculiar sensation stirred within Qinglu. What kind of evolution might this pristine, untapped Pokémon-branded Digimon undergo under his guidance? After a few more inquiries, Qinglu began to engage in a deeper understanding of Agumon. Chapter 3. Food, Friends, and the Fatal Strike. The process was brief, and the questions were straightforward. Soon, Aoki had extracted all the details from Agumon. It indeed did not recognize anyone named Tai Kamaya or any so-called chosen children. It was merely another Agumon residing on File Island. Before Aoki summoned it, Agumon had been fishing by a creek. Faced with the sudden appearance of a circular portal, Agumon, with a curious and fearless demeanor, simply walked in. Once its eyes adjusted to the bright light and it could see clearly, it found itself under the sky of the Pokémon world. The urgent matter it referred to was its discovery of several stranded fish in a small puddle by the creek. It feared that if it returned late, the fish would perish and lose their freshness. Such behavior and thought processes were indeed typical of an Agumon. Simultaneously, Agumon understood from Aoki's simple description how it had arrived and what the situation in this new world was like. As for other matters, it attempted to listen, but the discussions about Pokémon and unique creatures left it bewildered. Agumon awkwardly scratched its head and said, "I apologize. While I can comprehend each word you say, I cannot grasp their meaning when combined." This was anticipated by Aoki, who waved his hand dismissively and said, "I should be the one apologizing. It is my first time using that thing, and I did not expect to bring you to this entirely unfamiliar world." Initially, he merely wished to see what kind of Pokémon the panel could summon as a starter, but he never expected it to cross dimensions and summon Agumon directly. The resultant predicament was a consequence of his own oversight. Agumon, however, seemed unconcerned, waving its claw and stating, "It's fine. I have no friends on File Island anyway. It matters little to me where I am, as long as there is food to satisfy my hunger." Just as it spoke, its stomach grumbled unexpectedly, causing its previously resolute tone to shift to one of regret. "It's a pity about those fish in the puddle. Had I known, I would have caught a few before coming here." Aoki could not help but chuckle at this unexpectedly relatable yet logical remark. Although this Agumon was not the one from his memories, its carefree, gluttonous nature was strikingly similar. Perhaps it was an innate trait of its kind. Noticing Agumon's hunger status on the panel, Aoki pulled out a few wild fruits the size of ping-pong balls that he had gathered along the way, intending to share them for lunch. "Finding fish around here isn't easy, but I will think of a way to make it up to you later. For now, please make do with these fruits." As Agumon looked at the fruits before it, and Aoki's words resonated in its ears, it fell silent for a considerable time, its eyes gradually moistening. After several attempts to suppress the urge to cry, it managed to control its emotions. Having lived alone on File Island, it had never known friendship or companionship. To satiate its hunger, it had to rely solely on its own efforts to forage for food and hunt. Even at the risk of encountering life-threatening dangers, it had once attempted to share its food with other Digimon to gain their trust and become friends. but the results were either silence or betrayal upon receiving the food. Having thought its heart had turned as cold as a dead fish after years of solitude, it was unexpectedly touched to find a creature in this Pokémon world willing to share food with it, especially one so fundamentally different. Agumon felt a sense of unreality wash over it, yet the truth stood before it, evoking profound emotion. Given the generosity shown, it felt compelled to reciprocate. Once it had filled its belly and left this place, it resolved to demonstrate the fishing techniques it had honed over the years and catch a bounty of fish for this human in return. Without hesitation, Agumon took half of the fruits and pushed the other half back, insisting, "I need only half. You should have the rest." Its tone was resolute, as if to say that it would not accept more than what it deemed necessary. Aoki nodded in agreement, choosing not to argue. At that moment, his attention was drawn to the panel where several entries regarding Agumon had changed. Affection level, 10. Acquainted, 60. Heartfelt recognition and treating you as a friend. Status, hunger, diminishing. How could the affection level have surged so dramatically? Was it merely because he shared a bit of food? Observing Agumon's earlier tearful expression, Aoki quietly watched as Agumon devoured the fruits, his mind forming speculations. It appeared that beneath its carefree exterior lay a sensitive soul. However, this meant that for now, Aoki need not worry about how to keep Agumon by his side. The next step was to leave this place. Suddenly, a faint humming sound emanated from the crack in the boulder, causing Aoki to glance up in surprise. These creatures had not left immediately. According to the pattern established over the past few days, they would generally disperse after witnessing him disappear from sight, returning to rest. It was only through understanding this behavior that he had managed to navigate the ruins successfully. Yet today, they were behaving unusually, lingering outside for so long. Aoki dispersed the panel and looked toward the source of the sound. Agumon, still munching on the fruits, glanced in the same direction. Before long, an unknown creature flew through the fissure in the rocks, entering from the far end of the ruins. Upon spotting Aoki, it emitted a sharp cry Jima. At its call, one after another, unknown creatures rapidly flocked in, their numbers significantly surpassing before, appearing to be no less than 30. They glared at Aoki with intense hostility. Clearly, the awakening power that had just been unleashed had not only failed to eliminate him, the intruder, but had inadvertently allowed him to slip into this corner of the ruins. Nearly escaping their notice, this series of events had ignited a fierce anger within them, as if to declare that today would either be his demise or theirs. Standing beside Aoki, sensed the impending threat and the unabashed animosity directed at them. While still chewing, it remarked, "Aoki, are these the Pokémon you mentioned that resemble me in this world? They don't seem friendly. Not just unfriendly, to be more precise. They seem intent on eliminating me here. That won't do. You are my friend, and I cannot allow friends to be bullied." Agumon swallowed the remaining fruits in one gulp and, after a hearty burp, declared, "Leave it to me. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there are too many of them. A wise man does not seek trouble unnecessarily. We should retreat." Before Aoki could finish his sentence, Agumon suddenly threw its head back, a torrent of orange flames rapidly gathering in its mouth. In the next instant, a blazing fireball, engulfed in flames, erupted from the mouth of the ancient beast, swiftly traversing several meters at an astonishing speed towards over 30 unknown totems. With a resounding explosion, one of the unsuspecting totems, overwhelmed by the heat, plummeted from the sky, rendered incapable of further combat. In a single strike, it had annihilated an unknown totem. Chapter 4. The Ancient Beast and the Unknown Totems. Was this a minor flame? Witnessing the familiar attack pattern employed by the Ancient Beast, alongside the two exclusive moves recorded in the panel, Qingliu's expression contorted with disbelief. Just moments before, he had harbored concerns about potential mishaps as the Ancient Beast charged forward, yet it effortlessly dispatched an unknown totem with a single move. Was the power of this exclusive move truly so formidable? Seeing the effectiveness of its attack, the Ancient Beast showed no intention of halting. With its sharp, hardened claws raised, it boldly charged at the densely clustered unknown totems, undeterred by their overwhelming numbers. Minor flame, minor flame, minor flame. It unleashed a barrage of fireballs, the ferocity and rapidity of its assaults leaving the unknown totems momentarily dazed. Despite being outnumbered 32-1, the tables had turned, instead of cowering. This audacious creature initiated an assault, displaying an arrogance that was intolerable. The unknown totems, now incensed, were once again filled with fury, their minds ablaze with rage. They were met with flames that burned even more fiercely than their anger. Fireballs rained down relentlessly, forcing the advancing unknown totems back. A few unfortunate ones, unable to react in time, could only resort to futilely shielding themselves with their faces, ultimately falling to the ground, charred and defeated. Their wrath was extinguished by the flames. At that moment, the unknown totems found themselves in a state of confusion. Was there no skill involved in this relentless barrage? Consequently, over 20 unknown totems were now being dominated by the ancient beast. Even Qinglu, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback by the ancient beast's brazen demeanor. His original plan had been to utilize the might of the unknown totems to break through the colossal boulders and explore the ruins, summoning spirits to aid him while avoiding conflict with the totems altogether. If that proved impossible, he intended to rely on the summoned spirits to evade the totem's pursuit and escape the ruins. However, the situation seemed to be unfolding in a manner entirely unforeseen. Not only was the summoned Pokémon an ancient beast, but it also exhibited no regard for the number of adversaries, actively seizing the upper hand. While he had anticipated that the ancient beast, having undergone 2 evolutions, would far surpass contemporaneous Pokémon in strength, a notion validated by its capability to obliterate a totem with a single minor flame, Qinglu had not expected it to maintain such dominance while facing over 30 foes. Thus, it appeared there was no longer any necessity to depart. This opportunity could be seized to better comprehend the combat prowess of the ancient beast and to experience firsthand the essence of battles within the Pokémon world. Qinglu accessed the panel, gathering information about the unknown totems while observing the unfolding skirmish. Species: unknown totem, classification, symbol Pokémon, type, psychic, ability, levitate, floats above ground. Thus immune to ground type attacks. Level 675, exclusive move, none. Moves learned: awakening power, base stats, 336, HP 48, attack 72, defense 48, special attack 72, special defense 48, speed 48, affinity 50, extremely disliked, 43, utterly detested, 32, hated and disgusted, status, injured, angry, afraid. Information summary: the body is thin and can adhere to walls, leading some to believe they are ancient script. After scanning 3 unknown totems and observing their affinity ratings, Qinglu couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed he had truly earned their animosity. As he continued to examine the remaining unknown totems amidst the heat radiating from the ancient beast, he noted that their levels were mostly around 7, and with only 1 move, awakening power, alongside the ancient beast's dragon-type attributes, their means of inflicting damage were severely limited. Musing aloud, he gradually shifted his gaze upward through the rows of blue text on the panel. There, he spotted a larger unknown totem lurking in a corner, its immense eyes fixed intently on the ancient beast. Locking his gaze onto it, the information promptly materialized. Species: unknown totem, classification, symbol Pokémon, type, psychic, ability, levitate, floats above ground. Thus immune to ground type attacks. Level 9, moves learned: awakening power, affinity 50, extremely disliked, status, fully focused upon noticing its size and level, which far surpassed that of the other unknown totems. Qinglu surmised that this must be the leader of the group. Yet, as the leader, it refrained from leading the charge, instead opting to hide in the corner, intensely fixated on the ancient beast. What could be the purpose of such focus? The answer was evident. Having sensed the ancient beast's formidable nature, it had begun to alter its strategy, seeking to identify a weakness while biding its time for an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately for it, its concealment had been discovered. The ancient beast directed a minor flame towards the leader's position. At Qinglu's urging, the ancient beast, having just swatted away 1 unknown totem, glanced towards the indicated location. Upon spotting the distinctly different unknown totem, it immediately expelled a minor flame from its mouth. However, as Qinglu's warning echoed, the unknown totem leader, now alert, swiftly repositioned itself to evade the attack. Narrowly escaping the minor flame, the leader squinted, disregarding the ancient beast and casting an irate glare towards Qinglu, evidently displeased by his intervention. A sphere of blue energy rapidly coalesced before it, launching directly towards Qinglu's position. Witnessing this, Qinglu exclaimed, "What the heck? Unable to win in a fair fight, now you resort to targeting the spectators?" Fortunately, he had honed his agility in recent days. He swiftly bent low and rolled to the left, dodging the attack while simultaneously calling out to the ancient beast, urging it not to intervene. "Leave me be. That unknown totem is their leader. Focus on eliminating it first." The ancient beast understood the command, swiping its claws to fend off the surrounding unknown totems while unleashing a torrent of fireballs towards the leader's position, though the leader possessed greater strength than the others. In terms of both level and combat prowess, it was evidently no match for the ancient beast, which relentlessly pursued and scorched it, leaving it in a state of disarray as it attempted to evade. Were it not for its ability to fly, it would likely have succumbed to the ancient beast's barrage of minor flames long ago. Nevertheless, the unknown totem leader found itself in dire straits. Having been scorched by flames that grazed its body, emitting a faint scent of singed flesh, which consequently forced its speed to diminish. Its position was perilously close to where it had just been. A splendid opportunity. Agumon. The ever-watchful Akiyuki shouted towards Agumon, simultaneously spreading his legs and assuming a slight stance. His fingers interlaced upon his knees. Agumon quickly grasped the intent and dashed towards Akiyuki. Upon reaching a mere 2 or 3 meters from Akiyuki, it leapt gracefully, landing precisely upon the clasped hands. Now, Akiyuki bellowed, exerting all his might to lift his hands overhead, utilizing Akiyuki's palms and knees as a springboard. Coupled with the force imparted by Akiyuki's hands, Agumon soared upward, heading directly towards the unknown totem leader flying above. Concurrently, an orange glow coalesced upon Agumon's claws. The second exclusive move, Sharp Claws. Chapter 5. Overwhelming throughout the entire battlefield, Agumon's miniature flame struck with precision, as not a single unknown totem could withstand even one direct hit. Even the level 9 unknown totem leader, having merely been grazed, appeared to suffer in memory and performance alike. The miniature flame was undoubtedly Agumon's most adept and powerful move. In this regard, while Sharp Claws, another exclusive move of Agumon, might statistically pale in comparison to the miniature flame, circumstances had shifted since entering this world. Theoretically, Agumon was no longer simply a Digimon. It had transformed into a bona fide Pokémon. What distinct characteristic does a Pokémon possess compared to a Digimon? Abilities. Each Pokémon is endowed with unique traits that confer specific advantages in both combat and non-combat scenarios. Agumon's current ability, Sharp Claws, is akin to traits such as Iron Fist or Strong Jaw in the Pokémon realm, enhancing the power of claw-based attacks significantly. This enhancement is quantified precisely at 50. Thus, it can be deduced that when Agumon employs claw attacks, their power escalates by 50%. With this enhancement, the power of Agumon's Sharp Claws could potentially rival or even surpass that of the miniature flames. However, the actual outcome remained uncertain. Standing at an angle behind Agumon, Akiyuki silently anticipated the ensuing clash. In that moment, as Agumon leapt into the air, it sensed an exhilarating surge of heat and restless energy emanating from its claws, a sensation it had never experienced before. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Its focus was solely on the peculiar, dark Pokémon hovering near. This creature, lurking in the shadows and attempting a sneak attack, had not only avoided direct confrontation but had audaciously targeted its newfound companion. Such a foe deserved to be swatted away without hesitation. Estimating the distance, Agumon suddenly raised its arm, the orange radiance swirling upon its white claws, transforming into a colossal claw that enveloped half its arm, lunging fiercely towards the unknown totem leader. At that moment, the unknown totem leader, noticing Agumon propelled into the air by Akiyuki, recognized the intense energy pulsating from the claws, which appeared to be potent enough to strain its eyes merely by sight. It swiftly assessed the situation. The yellow-skinned dinosaur exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Even a mere graze from the flame nearly incapacitated it. The unknown totem leader felt no confidence in its chances of victory. Moreover, the trajectory of Agumon's leap aligned dangerously with its own path, and given its current state of injury, it lacked the agility required for a swift evasion. All it could do was muster its awakening power to counter the impending strike. If it could merely withstand this attack, no. Even a slight delay would suffice. Agumon would eventually descend to the ground, allowing it ample time to retreat into the depths of the ruins and summon the ancient, formidable unknown totems to deal with the dinosaur and its human companion. Resolute in its decision, the unknown totem leader harnessed all its awakening power. A shimmering blue light flickered within, splitting into numerous small energy orbs that danced forward like a curtain of water, targeting the advancing Agumon. Without concern for the outcome, the unknown totem leader turned and fled in the opposite direction, its body feeling drained and weak from expending such effort. Yet it believed this sacrifice was warranted. Perhaps it would be challenging to withstand the yellow-skinned dinosaur's attack, but buying a moment's time was undoubtedly feasible. It was firmly convinced that its strength was not so vastly inferior. However, in the very next instant, crack! A sharp sound echoed through the ruins. The unknown totem leader jolted. Taken aback, the sound of the awakening power exploding should have resonated like thunder, yet it was startlingly crisp. Could it be? A surge of unease washed over the unknown totem leader. No, this was utterly impossible. Suppressing that thought, it chose not to glance back, but instead accelerated its escape, moving even faster than before. Yet, almost instantly, crack, crack, crack. The sharp explosions rang out in rapid succession, reminiscent of firecrackers. Simultaneously, a howling gale swept past, racing ahead of the unknown totem leader, causing it to stumble and crash against the ruins wall, dissipating into nothingness. In that moment, the unknown totem leader felt a chilling dread envelop it, paralyzing its movements. The anxiety it had sought to suppress surged uncontrollably as it trembled and turned to look back. There stood Agumon, its expression calm, claws positioned before it, the orange glow extinguished as its body descended steadily to the ground. Clearly, it had launched an attack against the awakening power. But where was the awakening power? The unknown totem leader scanned the surroundings, finding nothing, as if the awakening power had never existed. Trembling, it gazed upon Agumon's claws, which had landed smoothly, gleaming white and devoid of any signs of injury. The only certainty was the faint remnants of familiar energy lingering upon them, the essence of its own awakening power. Piecing together this, the unknown totem leader struggled to accept the reality. It understood that its opponent was superior, yet the fact that its full-force attack had been effortlessly dismantled in an instant, failing even to delay for a mere few seconds, felt unbearable. Akin to a brief firework that flickered to life only to extinguish before truly beginning. It could not accept such a fate. Yet, the evidence was undeniable, leaving it no room for disbelief, driving it further into despair. Upon this realization, the leader of the unknown totems felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, almost moved to tears. That wretched human! Would it not have been better to disclose the existence of such formidable allies earlier? Instead, they insisted on persistently harassing us, ultimately deceiving us into this corner for a brutal beating. We merely sought to protect the ruins. What wrongs have we committed? The more the leader pondered, the angrier and more aggrieved he felt, eventually surrendering to his emotions and weeping profusely. The remaining unknown totems, witnessing their leader's tears, found their own grievances pouring forth as well, especially those few who had been struck down by the claws of the ancient beast, lying on the ground in agony, crying even louder. Before long, the entire area was engulfed in sorrowful sounds and tears. This poignant scene left the ancient beast, who had been preparing to unleash a small flame upon the unknown totem leader, utterly bewildered. It scratched its head in confusion, looking quizzically at Qinglu. Qinglu was equally astonished. What did it mean to cry when one could not win? However, reflecting on the situation from the perspective of the unknown totems, he realized that he had indeed been a nuisance, and the ancient beast's assault on them was undeniably a form of bullying. Chapter 6. The history of the ruins and statues. Let's give them a reprieve. We should take our leave now. Huh, is that it? Inquired the ancient beast. Well, since we intruded upon their territory and our objectives have been achieved, there is no point in wasting further time here. With Qinglu's rationale, the ancient beast had no objections. Thus, Qinglu made his way toward the crevice in the massive stones. As he walked, he glanced back at the unknown totems above him, still engulfed in tears, showing no signs of cessation. It was evident that this was not mere theatrics. They were genuinely aggrieved. After observing for a moment, Qinglu sighed helplessly and retrieved some fruit left for him by the ancient beast from his pocket. Placing it at their feet, he then led the ancient beast out of the ruins. As they stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the refreshing breeze on their bodies, Qinglu could not help but take a deep breath. This place is truly magnificent, the ancient beast remarked, gazing at the surroundings. In the distance lay an endless expanse of lush, towering green forests, while nearby was a perfectly square clearing elevated above the ground. The colossal ancient ruins stood at the center of this clearing, dividing it into 4 equal sections, resembling an ancient fortress surrounded by a garden, quite awe-inspiring. What astonished the ancient beast the most were the 2 towering statues that loomed at the entrance of the ruins beneath their feet. To the left stood a creature on all 4s, possessing an elongated neck and tail, adorned with spiny structures resembling fish scales along its back, and a massive chest plate embedded with a diamond at its center. To the right was a creature standing upright on 2 legs, also with a long tail, featuring round, disc-like shoulder armor on each side, and a grand, pointed crown that extended to its wings. Qinglu, are these statues also representations of Pokémon? They exude an intimidating presence, the ancient beast observed. Qinglu nodded. Indeed, they are Pokémon from an era long past, or rather, they should be referred to as legendary Pokémon. Their existence predates this continent itself, and many humans have once revered their legacy. Hearing the term legendary, the ancient beast's eyes widened, clearly grasping the significance. But if they are so powerful, why are their statues placed here? To guard these ruins, of course. The ancient beast was evidently astounded. Qinglu slowly surveyed the statues and began to elucidate. Do not underestimate these ruins. They possess a history of at least 2,000 years. The fact that they have endured without any signs of collapse attests to their esteemed status in antiquity, making it entirely reasonable to have powerful legendary Pokémon as guardians. How unfortunate that such a well-constructed site now stands empty, inhabited only by those unappealing, shadowy Pokémon. The ancient beast lamented after hearing Qinglu's words. Qinglu shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps a site that has withstood the test of 2 millennia is now devoid of inhabitants. It sounds rather desolate. Yet Qing Lu understood that this place was likely not a human settlement in ancient times, but rather a site for worship and storage. Worshipping whom? Qing Lu glanced towards the 2 colossal statues. They represented the ancient Sinnoh deities, revered in the Sinnoh region, Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space, as well as Arceus, the creator deity. The ancient Sinnoh people prayed and offered blessings here, hoping to receive divine protection. As for what treasures lay within, Qing Lu cast a deep gaze into the depths of the ruins behind him. Over the course of his explorations throughout the week, he had essentially confirmed the locations of hidden chambers, secret compartments, and what treasures they contained, yet he refrained from taking any action, for these were items of immense value, capable of altering the entire region and even impacting the world at large. Firstly, there was the fragment of the plate lost by Arceus. Secondly, there existed the key that could summon Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina into being. This was the very reason he had decided to withdraw and leave with the ancient beast. The presence of these 2 items led Qing Lu to conclude that the ruins harbored far more than just the 32 low-level unknown totems. After thousands of years, even the most feeble guardians would not remain at such low levels due to the accumulation of time and experience. Deep within those ruins, on walls adorned with ancient murals and inscriptions, lay unknown totems of profound strength that had survived the passage of millennia. They were the true guardians of this site. Though minor skirmishes might not pose a significant threat, awakening them for any reason could spell disaster. Currently, neither he nor the ancient beast possessed the strength to contend with them, nor was it necessary. When they became sufficiently powerful, or when the narrative truly began, he would return to claim those 2 items, for the transformation brought by the plates was undoubtedly alluring. Yet, what was the current timeline? Contemplating this, Qing Lu fell into a brief reverie. Having lived as a wild man in the wilderness for a week, he had neither the time nor the means to ascertain the present moment. The only certainty was that the galactic team had yet to dispatch anyone to retrieve the treasures within the ruins, indicating that the events of the Sinnoh chapter had not yet commenced. He needed to check a nearby town for confirmation, but first, he must satiate his hunger. After several days of consuming only wild fruits, while not overly famished, his belly yearned for something more substantial to balance his diet. The exploration of the ruins has now concluded, successfully summoning the Pokémon Agumon. With its demonstrated combat prowess, it possesses the confidence to forage for sustenance in the wild. Agumon, let us first seek some food, and then ascertain if there are any towns nearby to gather information. Upon hearing the mention of food, Agumon instantly, energetically following as they descended the stone steps nestled in the corner, venturing deeper into the dense forest. Chapter 7. Lost. Leveling up, navigating through towering trees, and weaving past clusters of shrubs, Qing Lu and Agumon traversed the verdant expanse. Occasionally, they encountered trembling caterpies huddled at their feet, or startled Pidgeys that took flight as they passed. Agumon curiously observed them, noting the Pidgey, the Spearow, and the hidden Mankey in the corner. These bird Pokémon were slightly smaller than the Bidoof, leaving Agumon pondering whether they might grow larger upon evolution. Throughout their journey, Agumon remained inquisitive, constantly examining and questioning its surroundings. This eagerness to learn made Qing Lu feel as if he were in the presence of a scholarly Agumon, one who had misplaced its doctoral cap and wand. However, if Agumon truly were a professor, they likely would not have found themselves lost. Indeed, Qing Lu and Agumon were lost. In their endeavor to exit the ruins and reach the nearest town, Random Town, Qing Lu had ventured beyond the familiar territory for the first time, embarking on a long trek. Without a compass or a map, they found themselves hopelessly disoriented within the intricate forest after only half a day of wandering. Even with a Poc Dex, they would not have suffered such misdirection. With a resigned sigh, Qing Lu lifted his gaze to the canopy above, where sunlight struggled to penetrate due to the towering trees and dense foliage. Fortunately, after some time advancing at their current pace, they stumbled upon a clearing where the branches were sparse enough for sunlight to filter through. At this juncture, they had no choice but to resort to rudimentary methods. Picking up a slender, straight twig from the ground, Qing Lu approached the open area and slowly crouched down. He inserted the twig into the sunlit center of the clearing, placing a stone at the tip of its shadow before sitting down to wait patiently. Meanwhile, Agumon, having concluded its exploration, approached Qing Lu, glancing at the twig on the ground and then back at him, puzzled. "What are you doing?" it inquired. Determining direction, Qing Lu replied. "Is that all there is to it?" Agumon pressed, skeptical. "It will take about 10 minutes for the shadow to shift a certain distance. Afterward, we will place another stone at the new tip of the shadow and connect the two stones to ascertain the approximate direction. Following that, We can navigate back to the correct path. After hearing Qingliu's explanation, Agumon awkwardly scratched it, realizing it did not comprehend the underlying principles, and opted to sit beside him in silence. Noticing Agumon's slightly embarrassed demeanor, Qinglu chuckled softly, observing its struggles with longer explanations. It was evident that this was not the scholarly Agumon he had envisioned. By the way, Agumon, Qinglu suddenly recalled something and asked, since we emerged from the ruins. Have you felt any increase in your strength, speed, or the power of your moves? Upon hearing this, Agumon furrowed its brow and raised its hands, waving them in the air. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, producing a faint whistling sound. Then, as if discovering something amusing, Agumon began to swing its, even attempting to unleash a small flame. Qinglu quickly intervened. Don't set the forest ablaze. That fire burns hot. If an accidental fire were to break out, while someone might eventually help us escape the forest, we would likely spend the rest of our lives in servitude. You don't need to test each move. I believe you can sense it, Qinglu added. Yes, I do feel stronger. It's as if my entire body is brimming with power. No wonder I'm not tired after walking such a distance, Agumon exclaimed joyfully. Receiving a positive affirmation, Qinglu nodded silently, a smile gracing his face. He had posed this question because, during their journey, he had inadvertently glanced at Agumon while utilizing a panel feature to probe Pokémon information. Instantly, lines of blue text detailing Agumon's attributes materialized. Species, Agumon classification, reptile Pokémon type, dragon, ability, sharp claw, enhances attack power due to the sharpness of its claws, level 12-13, exclusive move Ember. Sharp claw, moves learned none, base stats, 360, HP 50, attack 72, defense 55, special attack 72, special defense 50. Speed 61, friendship 60, considers you a friend, status, normal, summary, Agumon has leveled up. Qinglu surmised that the principal reason for Agumon's elevation in level was its victory over numerous unknown entities, including their leader, within the ruins, granting it sufficient experience to ascend to level 13. This was indeed promising news. Beyond the delight of Agumon's newfound strength, Qinglu harbored deeper considerations. In the realm of Digimon, the hierarchy of combat power is intricately linked with type advantages and mental fortitude. The protagonists typically engage opponents of equal level and quantity, resorting to type advantages only when necessary. Conversely, non-protagonist Digimon often enhance their combat prowess by battling foes until they are nearly defeated, at which point they dissolve into data, which can then be absorbed for incremental evolution. Such a perspective on levels and combat capabilities remains ambiguous, making it challenging to discern who possesses greater power under similar conditions or who has benefited more from training and combat. However, in the Pokémon world, a clear concept of levels exists, whether through the potential to learn new moves at specific levels or the ability to evolve upon reaching certain thresholds. The significance of levels is unmistakably established. Now that Agumon had transitioned from Digimon to Pokémon, it was logical to presume that its combat abilities would scale with level increases. Agumon had just confirmed this notion. After all, Pokémon do not dissolve into data when they are near defeat, preventing Agumon from absorbing them. If it could not enhance its level and strength through training and combat, would Agumon be destined to remain in its developmental stage indefinitely? However, Qinglu soon pondered another question. Since Agumon has completely conformed to the Pokémon's design, does that mean its evolution merely requires reaching a certain level to trigger an automatic transformation? Or is it necessary to have support from sacred plans, badges, or similar items? If such assistance is indeed required, where could one possibly find such rare items from the digital world? Agumon had successfully transitioned into a Pokémon. He certainly did not want to lag behind and fail to evolve into a chosen champion himself. Ultimately, Qinglu's gaze fell upon the panel before him. Chapter 8. The target route of precaution. The function of the panel is to summon various entities, and it has already brought forth a digital beast within the Pokémon realm. Does this imply it could also summon other items from the digital world? For instance, sacred plan badges, or the like. At that moment, Qinglu found himself nostalgically recalling the artificial dialogue systems from novels of his previous life, which he had once dismissed, where one could directly consult for any issues without the need for painstaking exploration. Indeed, one does not recognize the value of something until it is compared to something else. Yet, he currently had no alternative means at his disposal and could only proceed step by step. Ideally, if Agumon could naturally evolve upon reaching the required level, that would be splendid. However, if that were not feasible, he would have to prepare for dual contingencies, akin to exploring the random ruins of the past, and attempt to activate the panel as summoning capabilities on ancient structures. As he contemplated, Qinglu organized the direction in which he would proceed. First, He needed to ascertain the route to the town, while simultaneously foraging for food to replenish his strength. Upon reaching the town, he aimed to gather useful information to establish his temporal context. A map would be most beneficial, assisting him in identifying the locations of ancient buildings and ruins in the Sinnoh region before embarking on his journey. After all, if one does not venture far in the world of Pokémon, it may not be worth the trip. Moreover, only through genuine travel experiences can one grow rapidly and acquire the strength to protect oneself. Even in a semi-utopian world like that of Pokémon, nefarious entities do exist. Illegal Pokémon poachers and armed groups that seize others' Pokémon. These malevolent forces lurking in the shadows cannot be entirely eradicated. Given Agumon's rarity, being potentially the only one in the world, it could easily attract the attention of such unscrupulous individuals, leading to inevitable conflict. Thus, lacking the means to ensure their safety would be untenable. Nonetheless, these concerns were ultimately trivial compared to the larger picture. The true threats to the world are those malevolent organizations. Team Rocket, fixated on Mutwo and spanning the Kanto region, the Magma and Aqua teams, obsessed with Groudon and Kyogre, respectively, in Hoenn, the Galactic team in Sinnoh, attempting to control Dialga and Palkia, the Plasma team in Unova, targeting the Tau trio, and the Flare team in Kalos, among others. No one knows when they might commence their operations, and if one were to inadvertently become embroiled without the means to respond, the outcome could be rather grim. Qinglu was particularly attentive to preventative measures, preparing in advance for potential occurrences, especially those with significant probabilities, even to the extent of being nearly certain. The key to facing these challenges with confidence lay in Agumon's successful evolution. What he currently lacked was the timely progression of that evolution. Therefore, he resolved to seize the moment and take action. Qinglu glanced at the shadow of a withered branch that had shifted some distance away, picked up a stone from nearby, and placed it at the tip of the shadow. Thus, the positions before and after the shadow's movement formed a straight line, after which he drew a vertical line in the middle, creating a cross. If memory served, the random ruins lay to the west of Random Town, following the directional logic of north to south and west to east. The west was in that direction. Raising his gaze towards the west indicated by the cross on the ground, Qinglu noted his ongoing path. Fortunately, although there was indeed a slight deviation, it was not significant. He should be able to see the town's location shortly. Just as he was about to summon Agumon to set off, a series of muffled sounds suddenly reached his ears. Goo goo. Agumon scratched its head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I think I'm a bit hungry." The mention of hunger struck a chord with Qinglu, who also felt a twinge in his stomach. If he was hungry, how much more so would Agumon be after exerting itself in battle, recklessly unleashing its abilities? Qinglu lifted his head and scanned the surroundings. In such a lush and vibrant forest, the presence of a clearing beneath his feet, where sunlight could filter through, seemed rather incongruous, yet it undeniably existed. This suggested either a flaw in the land itself, or that something had absorbed the nutrients from the vicinity. The former was unlikely. When Qinglu had inserted the withered branch, the soil turned up did not appear different from that of other areas. Thus, only the latter possibility remained. He had found it. At the edge of the clearing, he spotted a distinctly different tree. Compared to the other towering trees, this one appeared somewhat petite. Yet it showed no signs of malnourishment from lack of sunlight. Instead, it was laden with fruit. These were blue fruits, with only the stems exhibiting a hint of green. Upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny, granular depressions on the skin of the fruit. It was one of the quintessential berries, orange berry. This type of berry was highly sought after among trainers. Agumon, why don't you go and pick a few? Upon hearing Qinglu's suggestion, Agumon dashed over. It then crouched down, tucking its arms close to its body, and executed a powerful ram into the berry tree. Boom. The immense force caused the orange berry tree to sway, dislodging several ripe berries that fell to the ground. Agumon gathered a handful and hurried back, presenting one that appeared plump and round. Here, even when you're hungry, you still think of me first. Feeling Agumon's concern, Qinglu smiled and gently declined. These berries are meant for Pokémon. Humans cannot bite through their skins. You should eat first. Once you're full, we can look for something I can eat. Upon hearing Qinglu's words, Agumon frowned and brought one to its mouth, taking a hearty bite. The fruit was immediately punctured by its sharp teeth, and within less than a second, it was entirely consumed. Ha, that is a bit awkward. Qinglu chuckled as he took an orange berry and began to eat. Don't mind me, one is enough for me. You eat and see if it has any effect. Normally speaking, consuming an orange berry should restore a good amount of stamina. Agumon, no longer hesitating, opened its mouth wide and quickly chewed the berry it had just bitten into. Soon, a unique fragrance of ripe fruit flooded its mouth. Before it could savor the flavor, the sweetness swiftly transformed into a subtle astringency. This astringency clashed, culminating in a burst of sweet juice that erupted in its mouth, throat, and stomach. Most importantly, it could feel the nourishing essence of the sweet juice rejuvenating its body, swiftly alleviating its hunger. Delicious. And indeed, its hunger was beginning to fade. As the ancient beast munched on its food, it remarked with a hint of impatience, eventually tossing all the ripe orange berries into its mouth in quick succession, devouring them with remarkable speed. However, its expression conveyed an insatiable hunger. If it desired more, it could simply pluck them from the trees, as there were plenty to spare. This time, it aimed to gather a substantial amount to take along, not only for immediate consumption but also for potential sale. The orange berries, being both affordable and sought after, would undoubtedly fetch a good price at the market, especially from such a bountiful tree. Upon reaching the town of Random, it would be prudent to exchange them for some currency, which was essential for traveling. Chapter 9. Kingler. Moreover, acquiring a Pokeball was imperative. Given the unique nature of the ancient beast, it was wise to keep it contained until it could amass sufficient strength, avoiding unnecessary attention in the complexities of human settlements. The safest place for it was within a Pokeball, which, of course, required expenditure. As the ancient beast busied itself with gathering fruit, Qilu began to scout the area for suitable trees. With an abundance of orange berries and no backpack at hand, he resolved to craft a rudimentary satchel from the pliable bark of a nearby tree. With a series of dull thuds echoing through the forest, the ancient beast knocked down all the ripe berries that showed signs of loosening. Qinglu identified a tree with relatively soft bark and instructed the ancient beast to strip away a sizable piece. After a brief process, he adjusted the temperature of a small flame to soften the edges of the bark for adhesion. Finally, he had the ancient beast puncture 4 holes near the corners, attaching woven grass ropes as straps. Once cooled naturally, a simple bark backpack was complete. In addition to the 2 in the ancient beast's possession, there were a total of 50 orange berries, sufficient to purchase a Pokeball and some essentials if sold in full. After securing the berries, Qilu slung the makeshift backpack onto his back and set off westward, with the ancient beast following closely, eager to take charge of the task. Ultimately, Qinglu decided they would take turns carrying the load, to which the ancient beast acquiesced. As they traversed the forest, rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves above, illuminating the soft earth beneath their feet as they continued onward. Unlike the initial cautiousness that accompanied their arrival, Qinglu felt a sense of security with the ancient beast by his side. The weaker wild Pokémon residing in the forest sensed the formidable aura emanating from the ancient beast and instinctively chose to avoid confrontation. This mutual avoidance saved them considerable time. As for the more powerful, high-level Pokémon, Qinglu, vigilant as ever, would detect them in advance and tactfully steer clear. Maintaining an efficient pace, they journeyed for much of the afternoon until they finally caught sight of distant, indistinct human structures by the riverbank. Qinglu exhaled a sigh of relief, taking a moment to assess his surroundings before settling onto a nearby stone. Ancient beast, let us set down the backpack. We shall rest here for the night. The ancient beast paused, surprised. They could see the town now. Why not hasten their journey before darkness descended? Qinglu shook his head. Even if we quicken our pace, we would likely arrive at nightfall, making it difficult to find lodging. Moreover, many nocturnal Pokémon emerge at night. Encountering troublesome creatures while fatigued could pose a danger. Reluctantly, the ancient beast nodded and gently placed the backpack aside. Since Qilu had a plan, it was best to follow his lead. Throughout their travels, Qilu had demonstrated remarkable ingenuity, and his decisions had proven effective time and again. The ancient beast resolved to leave the strategizing to Qinglu, focusing solely on combat and battles, embracing a harmonious division of labor. Just as the ancient beast was contemplating its own cleverness, a dull sound resonated from the riverbank nearby, instantly shifting its demeanor to one of seriousness. The sound was all too familiar, undoubtedly the entry of a significant creature into the water. Years of fishing had honed its instincts, and it recognized that the noise was unmistakably that of a fish. Furthermore, it was likely a robust and agile fish, endowed with ample strength and agility. Otherwise, the sound would have been lighter and more delicate. This realization sparked memories of its time in the random ruins when Qilu had shared food with it, igniting its determination to catch a fish in return. Throughout their journey, Qinglu had ensured it was well fed, while he had only consumed a few berries himself. This imbalance could not continue, but the ancient beast felt powerless in the forest, lacking the skills to contribute meaningfully. Simply not losing its way was a small blessing. Yet now, an opportunity to repay Qilu had presented itself. The ancient beast carefully set down the backpack filled with orange berries and raced toward the riverbank. Ancient beast, what are you doing? Qinglu inquired, noticing the creature's sudden change in behavior. I'm going to catch a fish, Wait for me. The ancient beast called back without looking. Catching a fish? Qilu frowned, glancing at the river that lay ahead of the ancient beast, which bordered the forest. Did this world still harbor ordinary fish? Or were they Pokémon of the aquatic variety? Qinglu activated his panel, scanning the waters. Soon, a fish leapt high from the river's surface, entering his view. It was a vibrant red fish, resembling a carp, yet adorned with long yellow whiskers that exceeded even those of a catfish, topped with a shimmering crown-like fin. Information about it appeared on his panel. Species, Kingler, classification, fish Pokémon, type, water, ability, swift swim, speed increases in rain, level 5, exclusive move, none, learned moves, water splash, base stats 200, HP 20, attack 10, defense 55, special attack 15, special defense 20, speed 80, friendship 0, unfamiliar with you, status, healthy, summary, lacking in both strength and speed. It is utterly ineffectual aside from its reproductive capabilities, making it the weakest Pokémon in the world. It is said that in ancient times, Kingler was once formidable, yet it has since become exceptionally frail. Nevertheless, their exuberance and penchant for jumping have inadvertently served as shields, allowing more Pokémon to thrive. So, it was Kingler. Qinglu was not surprised. As a symbol of fecundity, traces of Kingler could be found in all known regions, thriving wherever there was water. However, this creature was hardly regarded as a delicacy. In terms of whether to consume a Magikarp, there is a consensus among several individuals regarding its unpalatable nature. They assert that its flesh is exceedingly difficult to savor, as its body is predominantly composed of bones with minimal meat, leaving little to enjoy. Consequently, one might conclude that capturing such a creature would be futile. Upon reflecting on this, Qinglu decided to summon Agumon back. However, before he could utter a word, Agumon directed its gaze towards the river and unleashed a barrage of small flames. The first shot was quickly followed by a second, then a third, and a fourth, creating a relentless stream of fire. Chapter 10. Grilled fish and roasted fish. The small flames surged towards the river with remarkable speed. The scorching projectiles met the frigid waters, and upon contact, a hissing sound erupted, followed by plumes of steam rising dramatically into the air, produced by the intense heat. Nevertheless, the river was sufficiently voluminous. As some water evaporated, fresh currents rushed in to replenish it, leaving the overall flow seemingly unaffected. Yet, Agumon's assault was far from over. After the fourth consecutive fireball, Agumon inhaled deeply, its chest visibly swelling as it gathered energy, and resumed its fiery bombardment. 1, 2, 4, 8. 10 shots. Only when Agumon's stamina was fully depleted did it finally cease its fiery onslaught, panting heavily. In the air, 13 small flames surged in a straight line towards the river's surface. The piercing sound, sharp enough to induce discomfort, erupted upon impact, causing even Qinglu, who stood at a distance, to furrow his brow and cover his ears. Fortunately, the cacophony was brief. When he next gazed at the river, the flames had vanished, leaving behind thick clouds of white mist and a section of water that had been thoroughly scalded. Although this area would eventually cool as the relentless flow of water continued to wash over it, the fish within were clearly left without reprieve. A dozen or so Magikarp, their eyes swirling, floated belly up on the surface. Observing this, Agumon leaped into the river to begin its retrieval. This scene left Qinglu both amused and exasperated. He recalled how Agumon had previously boasted of its prowess in fishing, claiming to have developed its own unique techniques after years of practice, and although it tired easily, it rarely failed to catch anything. At that moment, Qinglu was intrigued to learn what those techniques entailed. It turned out that Agumon's method of fishing was nothing short of explosive. More accurately, it could be described as cooking the fish alive, heating the water to scald them to death. Simultaneously, Qinglu finally understood why Agumon had been able to fire off multiple small flames without showing signs of fatigue during their previous excursions in ruins. It was all about preparing fish. By this time, Agumon had successfully fished out all the Magikarp from the river and returned, proudly presenting its haul. Qinglu, you should eat these fish. No need to save any for me, it declared generously. This gesture left Qinglu both touched and somewhat resigned. He shook his head, looking at the pile of Magikarp, and remarked, I cannot eat them. A Magikarp is largely bone with little flesh. Magikarp? All bones? Agumon quickly squatted down, gently tapping the side of one Magikarp with its claws, and indeed, a faint, dull sound characteristic of bones resonated from it. Agumon was taken aback. After exerting so much effort to catch fish for Qinglu, it turned out they were inedible. The previous hard orange berries were one thing, but now even a fish was so tough. Was all food in this world similarly unpalatable? For a glutton with a hearty appetite, this was dreadful news. At that moment, Agumon felt a flicker of disappointment towards the Pokémon world. Qing Lu noticed Agumon's dismay and reassured, "Do not worry, it is merely a stroke of bad luck. We just happened upon some tough specimens. Even if the Magikarp had less bone and more meat, I would still find it hard to eat a creature with such intelligence and spirit." As he spoke, Qing Lu began to sift through the unconscious Magikarp, finally lifting one that had been trapped beneath the others. To his surprise, this particular Magikarp was clenching another fish in its mouth. The fish was small, entirely red, resembling the color of the Magikarp, yet it was distinctly different, not a Pokémon, but an ordinary fish. Agumon also recognized this fish as strikingly similar to those it had caught in the digital world, instantly lifting its spirits. "Then you eat first. I'll go catch a few more like it," it stated, turning to return to the riverbank. "Take these Magikarp and toss them back into the river," Qing Lu instructed. Agumon, glancing at the dazed Magikarp on the ground, inquired, "Should I give them some orange berries to regain their strength?" "No need. Their vitality is more resilient than you think. They only require water," Qing Lu replied. "All right," Agumon conceded, then hoisted all the Magikarp and walked back to the river. Meanwhile, Qing Lu, having cleaned out the fish's insides, gathered some dry leaves nearby, skewered the fish, and borrowed a flame from Agumon to begin roasting. During this time, Agumon made several trips back and forth, bringing 3 more fish, which Qing Lu meticulously prepared and placed beside the fire to roast in succession. "This is enough. No need to catch more. I'll just grab a few before nightfall, and if we can't finish them, we can take them with us tomorrow," Agumon remarked, its gaze fixated on the roasting fish. Qing Lu surmised that had these fish not been intended for him, Agumon would likely be drooling at this moment. As for the earlier suggestion of catching more, it was probably a result of its cravings, for the texture difference between fruit and meat was quite significant. Qing Lu chose not to expose Agumon's intentions, nodding to indicate that it should be cautious while he focused on cooking the fish. The sky above had gradually darkened, and a full moon quietly ascended, with stars faintly visible. The fire crackled cheerfully, radiating warmth, accompanied by the occasional crisp sound of breaking twigs. The roasting Magikarp began to emit a savory aroma, filling the air with the enticing scent of meat. Agumon tirelessly pursued a group of Magikarp, which, in a panic, splashed and leapt onto the shore, only to be tossed back into the river one by one. This tranquil and harmonious atmosphere allowed Qing Lu to feel an immense sense of relaxation. Having been caught up in the hustle and bustle of city life for too long, he had almost forgotten the last time he had experienced such a scene. As he stared into the fire, memories of his childhood began to resurface. Meanwhile, not far from Qing Lu's location, at the edge of the forest near a large tree, a figure with a slightly labored breath, appearing as if it bore a small mountain on its head, cautiously peeked out from behind the tree. It observed Qing Lu for a considerable time before slowly inching closer. Chapter 11. Agumon's regret. With a crackling sound, a small piece of glowing charcoal leapt from the fire, landing on the ground, and the faint scent of charred wood pulled Qing Lu from his reverie. He raised his foot, extinguishing the ember to avert any potential calamity from a moment of carelessness. Turning his gaze to the nearly roasted carp, he felt his mouth watering uncontrollably, and even his stomach began to audibly protest. After a week of subsisting on fruits, he was finally about to indulge in meat. Qing Lu picked up a grilled fish and called out towards the river, "Agumon, it's about time. You can eat now." Agumon's head bobbed above and below the water's surface as it relentlessly pursued a fish mingling among the king of fish. It was determined not to return without a catch. After patiently waiting, Qing Lu watched as Agumon resurfaced right in front of the fish, successfully snapping it up. With a sigh of relief, he took a bite of the grilled fish. A savory aroma filled his mouth, the crispy exterior and tender interior tantalizing his taste buds, and he devoured a third of the fish in just a few bites. The only drawback was the abundance of bones, forcing him to meticulously pick them out with each mouthful. Nevertheless, this was a significant improvement compared to the earlier feast of wild fruits. He recalled that Agumon appeared to swallow fish whole without concern for bones, and he couldn't help but envy its digestive system. With that thought, Qing Lu returned to the fire, reaching for another grilled carp to prevent it from drying out. However, as he reached out, he sensed something was amiss. Agumon had caught 4 fish, and he had 1, which meant 3 were still roasting. Yet now, only 2 remained. Had someone taken one? No. If there were others nearby, he would have surely noticed. This meant, most likely, it was a Pokémon. Qing Lu's expression turned grave. The fact that a fish could be stolen in the brief moments he called Agumon indicated that the thief had likely been watching him, seizing the opportunity. Was it drawn by the smoke from the burning branches or the aroma of the grilled fish? Or had it targeted him or Agumon? Uncertain, Qing Lu realized that in such a short span, The intruder couldn't have gotten far. He needed to locate it swiftly to ascertain its intentions, for he could not guarantee that it would not commit further misdeeds after stealing the fish. If it dared to steal today, it might be emboldened to harm tomorrow. He had to nip any potential threats in the bud. Quickly, Qinglu opened his panel, searching for information on nearby Pokémon within the blue screen visible only. To his surprise, after scanning the area, the panel yielded no response. Not even a single Pokémon was detected. Could the escapee be that swift? Qinglu fell silent for a moment, then waved to Agumon before picking up the remaining 2 grilled fish and moving toward the forest's edge. He circled the area, attempting to close the distance and discover something, but the panel continued to display a series of ellipses, revealing nothing else. This rendered Qingliu's previously light-hearted mood heavy with concern. Agumon approached, clutching a fish in its mouth, and mumbled, "Qi-Lu, what's wrong? Why are you over here? Just now, a Pokémon stole a grilled fish." What? Agumon instantly became animated at the mention of food. It had worked tirelessly to catch that fish to repay Qinglu, and it wished to savor the remainder. Only to find it had been stolen? Swallowing the fish whole, it dropped the one in its hand onto the ground and quickly exclaimed, "Hurry, tell me where it is, and I'll get the grilled fish back. It must have run far. I haven't found any trace of its escape." Agumon gazed longingly into the forest, clearly dissatisfied with the theft of its food. Yet, given Qingliu's assessment, it was evident that no leads existed. Moreover, having survived alone in the digital world for so long, Agumon understood the heightened dangers of the forest at night and deemed it unnecessary to take risks, especially without any clues. "It's fine. It was just one fish stolen. And we still have enough to eat." Qi-Lu attempted to soothe Agumon's distress while offering it a grilled fish. "You haven't had grilled fish before, have you? Give it a try." Agumon accepted the fish but did not immediately devour it as before. Instead, it stared blankly at the grilled fish. A grave realization struck it. If it had immediately returned to eat the grilled fish when Qi-Lu called, rather than lingering in the water, perhaps the fish would not have been stolen. Most importantly, it was fortunate that the thief only took the fish and did not launch an ambush or attack Qinglu. The thought of its newly found friend being harmed was unbearable. Agumon indeed cared for food, but it cared far more for friendship. Even though they had known each other for less than a day, that bond was significant. Fish could be caught again, but a friend lost was truly gone forever. This sense of guilt weighed heavily on Agumon, rendering the grilled fish unappetizing. Qi-Lu observed silently as Agumon stood motionless, its expression clearly troubled. Typically, Agumon displayed a carefree demeanor except in battle, but it exhibited unexpected sensitivity in this matter. This reminded him of Taichi Yagami's Agumon from the Digimon series, who, after mistakenly evolving into an uncontrollable form and harming its comrades, struggled with its inner turmoil. This was not a good sign. While the two situations might differ vastly in severity, the accumulation of psychological issues often leads to significant consequences. This phenomenon had become increasingly pronounced in the modern world before his crossing. He needed to be vigilant. Qi-Lu knelt slowly before Agumon, placing a reassuring hand on its shoulder. "Do not blame yourself. You did nothing wrong. I let my guard down, relying on your strength, and that was my mistake. I owe you an apology. Not the other way around." Before he could finish, Agumon interrupted. "No, you are my most important friend. I should apologize for placing you in danger, regardless of the reason." Qi-Lu regarded Agumon, surprised by its unwavering gaze and stubbornness. After a brief silence, he bowed his head, gently resting it against Agumon's forehead. "It is precisely because you are my friend that I do not wish to exploit your strength." Upon hearing this, Agumon attempted to interject again, but Qi-Lu preemptively cupped its chin, halting its protest. Thus, in this matter, both parties bear some responsibility, and it is unnecessary to dwell on who is right or wrong. "I shall count to 3, and if you do not speak, I shall assume your agreement." As Qi-Lu began to count down, he quietly pressed his shoulder against the creature's chin, using his right hand to firmly hold its upper jaw, effectively silencing Agumon's ability to speak. 3, 2. Feeling the increasing force of Agumon's open mouth, Qi-Lu relinquished his grip altogether. In that instant, a vivid image flashed through Qingliu's mind, advice on how to prevent a cat from harshly meowing, which suggested blocking its throat with a finger while it is vocalizing. Subsequently, the moment Agumon attempted to speak, Qi-Lu swiftly thrust his hand into its mouth. Agumon was taken aback, caught in a dilemma of whether to bite or not. In frozen place, Qi-Lu concluded his countdown and slowly withdrew his hand, casually wiping the drool on Agumon while saying, "The countdown has finished, since you did not object. I shall take that as your tacit consent." "You are being unreasonable," Agumon coughed, clutching its throat. "Whether it is unreasonable or not is a minor issue. What truly matters is that if you consider me an important friend, you cannot shoulder all the blame alone, but rather, you should confront challenges together. Qinglu patted Agumon on the shoulder and remarked, "This is the fundamental trust between friends." Upon hearing this, Agumon seemed eager to respond further, but Qinglu raised a hand, indicating for it to hold its tongue, and Agumon promptly covered its mouth. Enough with the forlorn expression. It is time for fish roasting. After a good meal, we will have the strength to continue our journey tomorrow. Friendship level 60-70, important friend, casting a glance at the change in the interface. Qinglu did not allow Agumon time to react. He picked up a fish from the ground and tossed it to Agumon, guiding it toward the fire. Observing Agumon's conflicted demeanor, Qinglu chuckled softly and shook his head. At that moment, the interface flickered again with a notification. Qinglu halted, his gaze scanning the surroundings for the source of the earlier notification. "Qinglu, what is it?" Agumon inquired. "A Pokémon has appeared nearby," Qinglu replied. "What?" Agumon perked up, lowering its voice. "Is it the one that stole our roasted fish?" "Uncertain, but it is prudent to remain cautious," Qinglu advised, slightly turning to face the direction indicated. Agumon widened its green eyes, vigilantly observing the area Qinglu pointed to. Not far off, a shadow emerged from the depths of the now pitch-black forest, gradually becoming discernible as it traversed the underbrush toward their location. Even if it were not the culprit that pilfered their fish, it likely did not come with good intentions. Agumon's senses heightened. Flames began to gather in its mouth, ready to incinerate the intruder at Qinglu's command. Qinglu placed a hand on Agumon's shoulder, signaling for it to remain calm. Both human and creature stood silently in watchful anticipation. As the shadow stepped into the moon, its form became clearer. It was a Pokémon covered in vast expanses of purple fur on its head, back, and tail, with certain areas resembling a beige monkey. However, more captivating than its appearance was the tail, which extended far beyond its body, ending in a large hand with 3 fingers, giving the impression of an additional hand. Yet, what truly caught Agumon's attention was that this hand-like tail was gripping something, a roasted fish. The identity of the thief was evident. With that realization, there was nothing left to discuss. Agumon stepped forward, flames roaring in its mouth, ready to launch an attack. Qinglu interjected, "Wait." Agumon looked back at him, puzzled. "Be patient. Let us observe first," Qinglu said, gazing at the information only he could see on the interface. Species: long-tailed hand. Classification: long-tailed Pokémon. Type: normal. Ability: multi-strike. If using consecutive moves, always executes the maximum number of times. Level: 8. Exclusive move: none. Learn moves: grab, tail wag, sand attack, frighten, hand clapping surprise. Base stats: 360, HP 55, attack 70, defense 55, special attack 40, special defense 55. Speed 85, friendship level 10. Thank you for the roasted fish. A gift from nature. Status: healthy bound. Summary: described in ancient texts as a marvelous Pokémon with only one hand. It maintains balance in the forest using the strength of its hand on its tail. Over the long course of evolution, their tails have become increasingly agile, while their hands have grown more sluggish. Mischievous by nature, they delight in pranks and have a recorded history of stealing from travelers, leading to considerable animosity from many adventurers. It was no wonder that the long-tailed hand could snatch the roasted fish in such a short time and evade detection. Qinglu had also noted that the fish being held by the creature was indeed his stolen meal. Logically, the long-tailed hand had no need to return after stealing the fish. It could simply consume it and flee. Yet, it had chosen to come back, which puzzled Qinglu. Only upon noticing a conspicuous green seed atop the long-tailed hand's head, along with its status of being bound, and the subsequent appearance of its data, did Qinglu realize that another figure lurked in the shadows of the forest behind the long-tailed hand. This figure wore a snow-dusted stump-like hat atop its head, had a snow-white upper body, and a deep brown lower body. Its robust arms and legs, coupled with a barrel-like waist, gave it an overall sturdy appearance. Simultaneously, lines of blue text appeared before Qinglu's eyes. Species: snowcap monster. Classification: tree ice Pokémon. Type: grass. Ice. Ability: snowfall. Initiates snow upon entering battle. Level 13. Exclusive move: none. Learned moves: glare, powder snow, leaf, ice shard, leech seed, icy wind. Base stats: 334, HP 60. Attack 62, defense 50, special attack 62, special defense 60. Speed 40, friendship level 20, naturally friendly towards humans. Status: healthy. Summary: a Pokémon that resides in deep snow-covered mountains. It absorbs nutrients by treading through the snow. And when spring arrives, excess nutrients transform into ice pops resembling tree fruits around its waist. Innately gentle and sociable, the creature known as the Snowy Cap Monster exhibits an endearing propensity to follow human footprints discovered in the snow, eagerly seeking out their makers. Even when faced with disobedient children, it maintains its composure and does not lose its temper. At this moment, the snowy cap monster, deemed mild by its observers, stands solemnly behind the long-tailed hand, urging it with a serious demeanor. The long-tailed hand, glancing nervously at the snowy cap monster's robust arms swaying before it, awkwardly approaches Qing Lu and the Agumon, extending its tail from a distance of 2 meters to offer the pilfered grilled fish. Qing Lu observes this scene with keen interest, which strikingly resembles a child being brought forth by a parent to apologize for a misdeed. Yet, upon closer examination, it seems more akin to the snowy cap monster's intervention to rectify the situation, as the two Pokémon appear unfamiliar with one another, suggesting a forced reconciliation. After all, who would drag their child to apologize while binding them up like a dumpling, occasionally shaking fists atop their heads? Is this snowy cap monster truly acting heroically? Chapter 13. The mysterious snowy cap monster. As Qing Lu ponders this, the long-tailed hand, noticing the lack of eagerness from Qing Lu to accept the grilled fish, becomes visibly anxious, especially after casting a glance at the expressionless snowy cap monster beside it. Its hands flail about, while its tail, gripping the branch skewering the fish, presents it to Qing Lu at an easily reachable position, all the while mumbling incessantly. Though the words remain unintelligible, the expression conveys a rough understanding of its intent. At this juncture, Agumon interjects, admitting its wrongdoing, vowing never to steal again, and pleading for mercy. Qing Lu's brow furrows in confusion. Can you understand the speech of other Pokémon? Agumon nods vacantly. Why did you not mention this earlier? You didn't ask me. Were it not for the knowledge of Agumon's typically carefree nature, Qing Lu might suspect it was intentionally targeting him. However, upon reflection, it is quite natural for a Pokémon to understand the language of its kind. Yet, during their encounter with the unknown totems in the ruins, why did Agumon not attempt to communicate? And what of the wild Pokémon encountered along the way, where the Magikarp nearly perished by Agumon's hands? The totems spoke in a manner unintelligible to Qing Lu, while the Magikarp seemed devoid of any vocal expression. Listening to Agumon's confession, Qing Lu falls into a momentary silence. Whether due to an inability to comprehend or a lack of necessity, the Magikarp's eyes, brimming with wisdom, certainly do not suggest a Pokémon capable of voicing its thoughts. Nonetheless, Agumon's ability to understand Pokémon language proves to be a valuable asset. The Meowth from Team Rocket has offered substantial assistance to Jesse and James precisely because it can converse in human language. Given your understanding, ascertain the current situation. But remember to ask separately. Agumon appears slightly perplexed, but obediently follows Qing Lu's instructions. Subsequently, they glean the overall narrative from the two Pokémon. The long-tailed hand has long resided nearby, often emerging stealthily from the trees to snatch travelers' food and hats. Today, it fortuitously encountered Agumon and Qing Lu while fishing and was enticed by the aroma of grilled fish. Having never tasted grilled fish before, the long-tailed hand's curiosity led it to sneak closer, ultimately seizing a fish just as Qing Lu called Agumon to dine. However, before it could indulge, it was intercepted by the snowy cap monster, who fortuitously happened upon the scene during its stroll. After a brief but friendly exchange, the long-tailed hand willingly offered to return the fish to Qing Lu, resulting in the current predicament. Upon uncovering the truth behind the missing fish, Qing Lu sighs with relief. Thankfully, it was not the dire outcome he had feared. Other matters seem trivial in comparison. It is best there be known next time, lest one encounter a formidable adversary, at which point merely returning the food would be the least of their concerns. The long-tailed hand, without uttering a word, nods rapidly and scampers into the forest. Eager to leave the scene, left in place remains the snowy cap monster, motionless. To be candid, Qing Lu finds the snowy cap monster quite intriguing. It intervened solely to prevent the theft witnessed, despite their unfamiliarity, an act of commendable valor. Thank you for your assistance. Qing Lu bows slightly in gratitude. The snowy cap monster, taken aback by this somewhat serious acknowledgement, waves its stout arms as if to convey that it was nothing. If you do not mind, this grilled fish shall be your reward. Qing Lu offers the fish that the long-tailed hand had returned. The snowy cap monster, intrigued by the delightful aroma, inspects the fish carefully but does not reach for it immediately. Instead, it retrieves 2 small, round, ice-like spheres from its nearly indiscernible body. Qing Lu turns to the translator. It indicates that it wishes to share its offerings with the two of them. Agumon quickly relays this through the translator. All right, let us exchange. Handing over the grilled fish to the snowy cap monster, Qing Lu finds himself now in possession of 2 cool, faintly glimmering ice balls. Can we eat this? Agumon inquires, examining the small spheres nestled between its claws. They're delightful. Give them a try. Qing Lu promptly tosses one of the ice spheres into his mouth. In an instant, a refreshing sensation bursts forth, reminiscent of savoring an exquisitely crafted ice pop rather than mere ice balls. Agumon decides to swallow it whole, and its eyes light up with delight. Delicious, it exclaims, unable to contain its praise. Observing Qing Lu and Agumon's reactions, the snowy cap monster smiles shyly, and then takes a gentle bite of the grilled fish. The sensation of a new addition to its palate fills it with joy, visibly uplifting its spirits. The snowy cap monster squints its eyes in pleasure, occasionally raising its hand in a clumsy attempt to give a thumbs up in praise of the grilled fish, though the lack of distinct fingers renders the gesture somewhat awkward, leading to an embarrassed scratch of its head. Witnessing this, Qing Lu grows increasingly convinced of the snowy cap monster's intelligence and natural demeanor, devoid of any wild Pokemon's instinct. After consuming half of the grilled fish and alleviating some hunger, Qing Lu, now more familiar with the snowy cap monster, gently inquired, "Snowy cap monster, I believe your kind typically inhabits the snowy mountains in the northern region of Sinnoh, where the climate is quite frigid, correct? The temperature there should be just right for you, while here in the central region, it is rather warm, which must be quite uncomfortable for you. Can you tell me how you ended up here?" As Qing Lu spoke, he lowered his gaze, observing the expression of the snow monster. Indeed, upon hearing Qing Lu's question, the smile on the snow monster's face froze in an instant. Chapter 14. The Sharp-Edged Gem. Seeing the snow monster's expression, Qing Lu felt even more convinced. It was evidently a creature that ought to inhabit the northern snowy mountains, yet here it was in the warmer central region, without any signs of being a wild Pokémon. One must understand that even the gentlest of creatures tend to develop a hint of wildness due to the harshness of the wild environment. Having encountered numerous creatures while wandering near the ruins for a week, he was well aware of this. In contrast, this snow monster appeared to be in excellent condition, brimming with vitality and lacking any scars, clearly not a Pokémon accustomed to the wilderness. Thus, only two possibilities remained. Either it had lost its trainer or it had been abandoned. If it were the former, that would be acceptable. However, if it were the latter, would it be inappropriate to pry further? But if it were the former, both it and its trainer should be eager to reunite. Yet, it seemed the snow monster was not particularly anxious. "Well, if you don't wish to speak, that's fine. Here, enjoy some grilled fish." Qing Lu pulled a stick with grilled fish from the ground and offered it to the snow monster. Could it be? This time, without the aid of the Agumon translator, Qing Lu could roughly understand the snow monster's meaning. After all, you had assisted both me and Agumon, so it would be inappropriate for me to pry into your personal matters. The reason I inquired was that I feared you might have lost your trainer. And if that were the case, I would be more than willing to help you. The snow monster lowered its head and remained silent. Just as Qing Lu pondered what to do next while observing the intimacy level rise from 20 to 40, indistinct shouts reached his ears. However, due to the distance, the words were too muffled to decipher. Agumon, with superior auditory perception, gulped down a large bite of grilled fish and slowly remarked, "Qing Lu, someone is searching for the snow monster." Upon hearing Agumon's words, the snow monster abruptly lifted its head, perked up its ears, stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and ultimately hid behind Qing Lu's rock. This peculiar behavior puzzled Qing Lu, who asked, "Is the one calling for you your trainer?" The snow monster nodded, then shook its head. What could that mean? Yes, but not entirely so. Nevertheless, since it was evident that the approaching person had a connection to the snow monster, Qing Lu felt it appropriate to inquire about the situation. As the shouts drew closer, Qing Lu could finally discern the figure of the approaching individual. It was a girl with twin ponytails, a strand of hair falling over her forehead, and dressed in a uniform. She wore a white shirt with a bow tie at the chest, a light yellow skirt, and her long, slender legs were adorned with blue and white striped socks, radiating youthful exuberance. Yet, oddly enough, despite having never met her, the girl looked somewhat familiar. An anime character, perhaps? She jogged to the fire without asking a word, instead sniffing the air and murmuring to herself, "I knew I wasn't mistaken. There's the scent of the snow monster." Following that, she began to survey the area, her gaze passing over Qing Lu and landing on the rock beside him, her face suddenly lighting up with a smile. "Snow monster, I found you." With that, she stepped forward, intending to approach the rock, but the snow monster leaped out first. However, instead of rushing into the girl's arms, it dashed straight towards Qing Lu and hid behind him. This surprised the girl. "Snow monster, it's me, your trainer." The snow monster showed no reaction, instead appearing utterly disinterested in the girl, remaining tucked behind Qing Lu. The girl's slender brows furrowed, and then as if struck by a thought, she smiled and clasped her hands together, softly saying, "Snow monster, I promise not to disturb others this time, and I won't forget about you again. Please forgive me, okay?" Yet, no matter how she pleaded, The snow monster showed no inclination to emerge, resolutely standing behind Qi Lu, silent and unresponsive. This left the girl rather exasperated. Casting a glance at the standoff between the girl and the creature, Qi Lu finally spoke up. Are you the snow monster's trainer? Only then did the girl seem to notice Qingliu's presence, realizing her previous oversight was quite rude, especially considering he appeared to be caring for the snow monster. She slightly bowed in apology, then straightened, her voice brimming with conviction. Yes, I'm Xiaosong, the trainer of the snow monster. We are traveling with the aim of becoming the gym leader of the Sharp Edge Gym in Chefeng City. Upon hearing her introduction, Qi Lu finally recalled who the girl was. Xiaosong, the future gym leader of the Sharp Edge Gym in Chefeng City, located in the northernmost part of the Sinnoh region, and a senior to Xiao Guang, who was a formidable rival in the Sinnoh region's grand festival. Yet, from his recollection, she had an assertive, leader-like demeanor. Now, however, she appeared to be just a young girl, probably around 10 years old. This meant that the timeline was set a few years before Ash's journey in the Sinnoh region, which was a relief, as there was still ample time. Turning to glance at the snow monster behind him, Qi Lu pondered whether this creature would eventually become her ace Pokémon, a formidable blizzard king that had once triumphed over 3 of Ash's Pokémon. To his surprise, the young version of this fierce-looking creature did not seem to have a harmonious relationship with its trainer. Rising to his feet, Qing Lu extended his right hand, saying, "Hello. My name is Qing Lu, a wandering drifter." Xiaosong's head was instantly filled with question marks, but she quickly composed herself and shook Qingliu's hand warmly. "Hello. Thank you very much for temporarily taking care of the snow monster. We've been having some discord lately, but rest assured, I won't disturb you. If it has taken anything from you, I will compensate you at full price." As she spoke, Xiaosong pulled an empty Pokeball from her pocket. Qing Lu shook his head, declining her offer. Even if you were to return it to the Pokeball, the underlying issue would remain unresolved. It would only fester in silence. Xiaosong hesitated but eventually set the Pokeball down. "If you don't mind, could you share the gist of the conflict so that I might offer my perspective?" Qing Lu suggested. "I have no objections, but the snow monster." Xiaosong pointed to the snow monster hiding behind Qing Lu, still refusing to engage in any communication. Evidently, even if she could, the snow-capped monster was uncooperative, leaving no recourse. "Allow me to give it a try." Aoyan turned, crouched beside the snow-capped monster, and whispered a few words. The creature lifted its head and scrutinized Xiaosong for a moment. Then, to her astonishment, it slowly emerged from behind Aoyan and settled onto the grass nearby. Xiaosong? Chapter 15. A subtle strategy if life possessed a color. At that moment, Xiaosong believed it would undoubtedly be green. The snow-capped monster often disregarded her, and it was commonplace for it to ignore her entirely, even wandering off, necessitating a search through much of the forest. Yet, despite this, the creature remained indifferent to her. Xiaosong even felt that it would not be unusual for the snow-capped monster to dismiss her as its trainer entirely. However, to her disbelief, this creature, which had previously refused to engage with her, now displayed an unexpected amiability before Aoyan, who appeared to be of a similar age. Despite still exuding an air of reluctance to communicate with Xiaosong, it at least took action. This stark and evident disparity in treatment struck Xiaosong deeply. Even her typically vibrant spirit was momentarily dampened. She had arrived first. She was the trainer of the snow-capped monster, so why? Was her dream of becoming a gym trainer destined to falter before it had even begun? No, she must rally herself. She clenched her fists and softly encouraged herself. Aoyan, observing Xiaosong oscillate between despondency and fervor, couldn't help but furrow his brow. The snow-capped monster glanced over, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "See?" before releasing a resigned sigh. It was no wonder. To have even the gentle snow-capped monster driven away indicated a level of eccentricity that was hard to overlook. As Xiaosong's bewilderment unfolded, Aoyan found his mind drifting to past memories of her. During their first meeting, she had allowed the Blizzard King to occasionally uttered some rather melodramatic proclamations and even made a scene during a gym battle. These behaviors certainly seemed beyond the realm of ordinary conduct. Those unable to keep pace with her erratic thought processes would inevitably struggle to adapt to her rhythm, likely resulting in a taxing relationship, just as the snow-capped monster appeared to be experiencing. Indeed, as Aoyan had surmised, Xiaosong's demeanor left the snow-capped monster feeling quite troubled. Given the predominantly hereditary nature of gyms, one could assume control merely by passing an assessment from the league's appointed inspectors, thus inheriting the gym from family or relatives. Consequently, in preparation for this assessment, Xiaosong had been encouraged by her father, the current gym leader of Chefeng City, to gain experience, perhaps due to her upbringing. Xiaosong held a keen interest in becoming a gym trainer, prompting her to embark on a journey after graduating from Pokémon school. Her initial Pokémon was the snow-capped monster. Initially, Xiaosong's spirited nature paired with the snow-capped monster's gentle temperament caused no conflict between them. However, as they traversed various cities and encountered more people, Xiaosong, a typical follower of the fervor characteristic of the Sinnoh region, began to appreciate certain trendy artifacts. While personal interests are certainly one's prerogative, Xiaosong had taken this to an excessive level. She would stop dead in her tracks upon spotting fashionable attire. And during more extreme episodes, she would brazenly accost passers-by in the street, bombarding them with rapid-fire questions for half an hour, leaving those detained feeling quite embarrassed. Of course, being her trainer, the snow-capped monster tolerated these antics. The final straw came yesterday in a place known for its heartfelt connections, Haiyuan City, as she prepared to challenge the gym there. Due to the interconnectedness among gym leaders, Xiaosong's father had made an advance appointment with Melissa, the leader of Haiyuan Gym, who often preferred to abandon her gym for travel. However, Xiaosong became so distracted by a newly released collaborative long dress that she halted in her tracks. Ultimately, the snow-capped monster was left to confront the gym alone. Unsurprisingly, it was soundly defeated. Thus, in a fit of frustration, the snow-capped monster ran away from home, only to be encountered by Aoyan today. Upon hearing Xiaosong's account, supplemented by the occasional interjection from the snow-capped monster, Aoyan found himself regarding Xiaosong with an odd expression. There was nothing wrong with pursuing fashion, but the severity of the situation, having the snow-capped monster face the gym alone, was indeed unprecedented, explaining the creature's reluctance to engage with Xiaosong. Feeling Aoyan's gaze, Xiaosong's face flushed crimson. This was hardly a proud moment. In fact, it was rather humiliating. After recounting the events, she bowed her head in apology to the snow-capped monster. I understand my mistake, snow-capped monster. I am truly sorry, please forgive me. However, the snow-capped monster resolutely shook its head, appearing unwilling to grant her any reprieve. Observing the dynamics between the trainer and her Pokémon, Aoyan scrutinized Xiaosong, particularly pausing at the tattered shirt, the knee-high socks, and the barely visible scratches on her arms. Then he glanced at the snow-capped monster, which stood with its arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness, occasionally casting sidelong glances. Aoyan began to form a clearer picture. He then inquired slowly, rather than merely apologizing. I believe rectification might yield greater results. Yet, given that this has occurred repeatedly, it seems rectification has failed? Xiaosong nodded sadly. I've always been fond of these things. Although my father doesn't impose much, things are different at home. Now that I'm out on my own, unrestrained, I find it difficult to control my enthusiasm for what I love. You must be over 10 years old now, correct? Aoyan's abrupt change of topic caught Xiaosong off guard. But she nodded. Yes, I am almost 12, which meets the League's criteria for embarking on a journey with Pokémon. While having personal interests is perfectly normal, as a young adult, one must first learn self-control. Aoyan paused before continuing. Self-control? Do you understand? Sensing that Aoyan was implying her lack of self-discipline, Xiaosong awkwardly nodded. Before she could respond, Aoyan's voice resounded once more. This is fundamentally essential, and even more so for a gym trainer. If you cannot master this, I fear your father would rather disband the gym than hand it over to you. Do you understand why? A barrage of statements left Xiaosong feeling somewhat dazed, and she numbly shook her head at his question. Aoyan regarded her earnestly, enunciating clearly, because you lack the qualifications. To put it simply, you do not deserve. At this declaration, the snow-capped monster, which had previously stood with its arms crossed, now cast a concerned glance toward Xiaosong. In that moment, her expression momentarily froze. Instinctively angry at having her aspirations dismissed so bluntly, she felt a surge of indignation and was prepared to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Despite the minor discrepancies, the ultimate truth aligns closely with what Aoyanaji stated. She simply wishes to avoid contemplating the issue, attempting to evade it instead. However, evasion does not resolve any problem, it merely conceals the issue, only to strike with lethal force at an unexpected moment. Lies cause no harm. It is the truth that wields the sharpest blade. Consequently, Aoyanaji unflinchingly exposed this wound. Just as she prepared to escalate her attack, Xiaosong interjected. No, that's not how it is, she said, her hands tightly clasped and her body slightly trembling. I will definitely succeed, even though I may not seem capable right now. As she spoke, her voice began to quaver. Yet, Aoyanaji showed no compassion, slowly opening her mouth to ruthlessly dismantle her hopes. No, you cannot do it. Nor do you possess the ability. At last, the snow-covered creature, unable to bear the scene any longer, stood up and positioned itself protectively in front of Xiaosong. Its large green eyes fixed intently on Aoyanaji. Aoyanaji understood the message conveyed by its gaze. Do not inflict further harm upon its trainer. Chapter 16. Agumon and the snow-covered creature. Observing the snow-covered creature's display, Aoyanaji showed no signs of relenting. Am I mistaken? Or do you believe she can inherit her father's dojo? Look, hey, The snow-covered creature nodded without hesitation. This unwavering trust moved Xiaosong deeply. She had not anticipated that the creature would step forward to defend her at such a critical moment during their quarrel, especially with such steadfast determination regarding the goals they set for their journey. Xiaosong realized she could not let the snow-covered creature down and took a deep breath. Even if I am not performing well now, I believe that as long as I work hard alongside the snow-covered creature, I will surely overcome my shortcomings and become a competent dojo trainer. Her voice, tinged with a slight nasal quality, now carried a more resolute tone. Aoyanaji silently observed Xiaosong and the snow-covered creature. Their gazes, united and brimming with confidence, contrasted starkly with their previous demeanor. Aoyanaji smiled faintly. Since you are so confident, let us engage in a battle. A battle? Xiaosong echoed. Yes, prove your capability through your performance. Of course, if you fear facing me, a novice trainer, then consider my words unspoken, Aoyanaji replied, spreading her hands. Xiaosong did not respond immediately, but turned to look at the snow-covered creature. At that moment, it also gazed back at her. Their eyes met, and they both nodded in agreement. No problem, let us go. Okay. The clearing at the forest's edge was spacious. After ensuring they were at a sufficient distance, Xiaosong secured her blue cloak around her waist and took a deep breath. I will be using the snow-covered creature. What about you? Noticing Aoyanaji making no move to retrieve a Pokeball, Xiaosong inquired. This fellow, Aoyanaji called to the rock behind her. Agumon, are you done? It's time to get to work. Agumon. Xiaosong furrowed her brow upon hearing the name. Is that the name of the Pokémon, or something else? Just as her curiosity piqued, a small, yellow, dinosaur-like Pokémon leapt from behind the rock, landing gracefully before Aoyanaji. What kind of Pokémon is this? Xiaosong wondered, realizing she did not recognize it. In her years at the Pokémon training school in Chiefing City, she had consistently ranked first, mastering an extensive array of knowledge regarding Pokémon, including the fundamental ability to identify each species. Yet, at this moment, her mind drew a blank regarding Agumon. An unknown Pokémon? With this thought, Xiaosong retrieved her Pokédex and aimed it at Agumon. However, even the typically swift device fell silent for what felt like an eternity. Just as she began to doubt its functionality, a cold mechanical voice finally broke the silence. No data available. It is a mysterious Pokémon. No data? Xiaosong's eyes widened in disbelief. The fact that there was no record or information about this Pokémon was perplexing. What could this mean? She fixed her gaze on Agumon, then glanced at Aoyanaji. Unemployed. An unknown Pokémon. A peculiar combination, but she would not concede defeat. Intuitively, she sensed that this mysterious Pokémon was likely of a level comparable to the snow-covered creature, not so far removed as to be incapable of battle. Xiaosong's attention shifted back to the snow-covered creature, which presented a steady and reassuring presence. Snow-covered creature. We will take the initiative. Use Ice Shard. The snow-covered creature sprang into action, conjuring shards of ice that swiftly shot towards Agumon. Though unaware of Agumon's type, she surmised from its appearance that it likely possessed dragon attributes. Such a method of deduction could lead to significant errors, but at this moment, she had no other options and could only proceed with this approach. An astute choice, Aoyanaji remarked appreciatively. Once the battle commenced, it was evident that Xiaosong's demeanor had transformed. Clearly, she possessed the capability to become the future dojo trainer of Chiefing and a teacher at the Pokémon school. However, she still had a considerable distance to cover. Agumon, dodge to the side and charge forward. Aoyanaji commanded. Agumon's powerful legs propelled it forward, swiftly evading the incoming ice shard while charging. Its quick reflexes and speed were impressive. Given the nature of its claws, it likely favored close-quarters combat, which explained its aggressive approach. Xiaosong, in a flurry of thought, issued her next command. Snow-covered creature, do not allow it to approach so easily. Use Ice Wind. A soft white mist enveloped the area, and sparkling snowflakes began to materialize, rapidly lowering the temperature as the icy gust surged toward Agumon. Aoyanaji, anticipating the trajectory and range of the ice wind, instructed, dodge to the left. Thanks to its experience in the wilderness and the often harsh environments of the digital world, Agumon reacted with exceptional speed. Almost instantaneously after Aoyanaji's command, Agumon rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the first wave of attack. With a powerful push from its legs, it leapt high into the air, creating deep imprints in the ground as it bolted forward. At that moment, a surge of vibrant green energy emanated from the snow-covered creature, sweeping up the leaves and grass beneath it, showering Agumon as it soared through the air. Using Ice Wind as cover, the leaves lay in ambush behind. Agumon, use Sharp Claw, Aoyanaji directed, unfazed by Agumon's airborne state. Ignoring the potential for a rough landing, Agumon's claws began to shimmer with orange light. In the next moment, Two enormous orange energy claws enveloped its arms. With a swift flurry, the claws sliced through the air, producing a series of sharp sounds. All the leaves and grass ensconced in energy were torn apart in an instant, transforming into greenish fragments that gently cast. Xiaosong was evidently taken aback that such a stealthy ambush tactic could be so violently dismantled. However, there was no time for astonishment or for Agumon had already charged in front of Shikijika. Chapter 17. A brutal assault. Quick, duck and evade. Xiaosong urged urgently, her voice becoming slightly shrill due to her rapid speech. Shikijika instinctively perceived Agumon's swinging claws and attempted to move. Yet it was all too late. Just as Xiaosong's warning reached its ears and Shikijika made its move, Agumon's claws struck down first. With a resounding crack, a sharp sound echoed across the clearing. The sheer force sent Shikijika flying backward, gliding through the air for nearly 20 meters before carving a deep trench into the ground upon landing, finally coming to a halt. Seeing this, Xiaosong hurriedly inquired, "Shikijika, are you all right?" Shikijika, clutching its chest with a pained expression, managed to respond weakly, using its arms to support itself as it stood slowly. Despite Shikijika's less-than-ideal condition, Xiaosong felt a sense of relief upon realizing it still possessed the ability. Her expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on Qinglu and Agumon. How formidable! The mysterious Pokémon's reaction time and speed far exceeded her expectations. With remarkable ease, it dodged Shikijika's ice-type moves and effortlessly countered with its own strikes. Most alarmingly, Xiaosong noted the distance Shikijika was propelled by Agumon's direct hit, pondering the sheer strength required to achieve such a terrifying effect. Even though their levels were comparable, they appeared to exist on entirely different planes of power. Hadn't this individual mentioned being a novice trainer? With such terrifying strength, how could they still be deemed a novice? What did that make her? Fortunately, it seemed that this enigmatic Pokémon's combat style was somewhat straightforward. Both attacks relied on its swift speed and reflexes to close the distance, followed by assaults with its razor-sharp claws empowered by tremendous force. Shikijika possessed commendable defensive capabilities, primarily equipped with ranged attacks. As long as it maintained sufficient distance and used these moves, victory was still within reach. Xiaosong thought to herself, "Shikijika, use Leaf Tornado." Shikijika raised its left hand, and under the influence of green grass-type energy, leaves and grasses swirled around, soaring toward Agumon. Simultaneously, Shikijika lifted its other hand, conjuring a frigid wind mixed with ice crystals that followed closely behind. Once again, they executed a combined assault. However, this time, Xiaosong did not instruct Shikijika to remain stationary. Instead, she urged it to keep moving, blending its form among the leaves and icy gusts, obscuring Qinglu and Agumon's line of sight. This way, even if Agumon could break through their combined attack, she would have ample time to allow Shikijika to evade the incoming assault. Where would the attack come from? Above? Below? Or perhaps from the middle? Xiaosong quickly surveyed her surroundings, preparing for her next move. Yet, to her utter astonishment, Agumon chose neither to evade nor to break through. It remained completely still. Agumon, Ember. Enveloped by the barrage of attacks, Agumon suddenly opened its mouth wide. In the next instant, a blazing flame erupted from the center of the swirling leaves and icy wind. Wherever the ember traveled, the leaves were incinerated, and the icy gusts evaporated in an instant. Cloaked in ashes and mist, the fire surged toward Shikijika at a speed surpassing Agumon's own mobility. Xiaosong was momentarily taken aback. In her assessment, Agumon had not utilized what she presumed to be its weaker long-range attacks. Perhaps it possessed some means of distant combat. But she had never anticipated the sheer potency of Agumon's ranged move. In an instant, the leaves and icy wind disintegrated before her eyes. The speed was simply too rapid. Just as she opened her mouth to shout a warning, it was already too late. The ember struck Shikijika directly. As a dual grass and ice-type Pokémon, Shikijika was severely affected by the fire-type attack, the elemental disadvantage amplifying the ember's devastating impact. "Shikijika!" Xiaosong cried out in despair. This time, however, Shikijika did not respond. Instead, it slowly collapsed onto the grass, enveloped in flames. Clearly, the damage from ember was significant enough to leave it nearly incapacitated, robbing it of its combat capabilities. Xiaosong rushed forward to check on Shikijika's condition, but Agumon blocked her path. "What are you trying to do?" Xiaosong glared at the diminutive creature, which stood only at her waist height, before preparing to confront Qinglu for obstructing her from assessing Shikijika's state. To her astonishment, the small dinosaur spoke. "Qinglu has his reasons. Don't worry, it will be fine." This yellow-skinned mysterious Pokémon could talk. Hearing this voice, so different from Qinglu's, startled Xiaosong momentarily. However, she quickly realized that this was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to ascertain Shikijika's condition, if necessary. She would end this battle and take it to a Pokémon center for treatment. Yet, Agumon showed no inclination to yield, and Qinglu remained silent. Do you intend to kill Shikijika? Xiaosong roared, reaching behind her waist to grasp 2 Pokeballs, enlarging them with the press of a button, ready to unleash the contained Pokémon in an attempt to force her way through. But she was halted, not by Qinglu or Agumon, but by Shikijika itself, which, despite having been struck down, trembled as it raised its hand toward Xiaosong, signaling its intent to continue fighting. With great effort, it struggled to kneel before finally managing to stand upright, panting heavily. Though its body was charred and its breath weak, it undeniably stood tall, looking directly at Xiaosong. Its eyes, yellowed from the flames, bore a weary yet resolute gaze. As the trainer of the snowy cap monster, the first Pokémon she ever possessed, Xiaosong understood the intentions reflected in the creature's gaze. To prove that they could indeed achieve their goals, it was willing, even capable, of continuing to fight. Even if it meant risking its life to demonstrate this, it was unhesitatingly prepared to do so. At that moment, Xiaosong could no longer hold back her tears. Chapter 18. This is not a dark duel. She longed to express that, even in pursuit of goals and ideals, there was no need to go to such extremes. After all, life is lived only once, while goals and ideals may change many times throughout one's lifetime. The two are somewhat equivalent, yet not entirely so. She desperately wished for the snowy cap monster to abandon this battle, and she was making an effort to do just that. She took out its Pokeball, preparing to forcibly recall it. However, the snowy cap monster, seemingly foreseeing her intentions, shook its head and turned its gaze back to the Agumon, fully prepared for battle. At that moment, the mysterious Pokémon stood before her, and based on its previous actions that had prevented her from assessing the snowy cap monster's condition. Even if she disregarded its will and attempted to throw the ball, she might not succeed in recalling it. Xiaosong felt an overwhelming sense of regret and frustration. If only she had invested even a fraction of the time spent on fleeting trends into training or traveling, perhaps the snowy cap monster would have been stronger now. Perhaps it would not have sustained such severe injuries. Perhaps it might have had at least some capacity to resist. Or perhaps it would still have been overwhelmed by this mysterious Pokémon. Xiaosong was uncertain, with no means to know. The only thing she could do now was to strive to attempt something, not to make the snowy cap monster win, but to create an opportunity to force a withdrawal and end this battle. As for whether the snowy cap monster would blame her, that was a matter for later. She would show it her transformation and convey her intentions. Yet, this posed a challenge. How could she create an opening to recall the snowy cap monster? There was but one method. Similar to before, she would utilize 2 area effect moves to completely confuse the battlefield. She would obscure Qinglu's vision, the mysterious Pokémon's vision, and the snowy cap monster's vision all at once. Even if it could only create a fleeting effect, that would be sufficient. However, judging by earlier attempts, the range of the 2 moves might not suffice. Thus, she needed to attempt to incorporate a 3rd move. Snowy cap monster, hold on. Xiaosong wiped away her tears, tightened her grip on the Pokeball, and took a deep breath. Use Leaf Storm around yourself, then follow up with Seed Bomb. Green grass-type energy enveloped the snowy cap monster, covering the area within several meters and obscuring part of the view. In a discreet corner, the swirling leaves suddenly opened several gaps, and seeds the size of a thumb flew out, landing upon the Agumon. These seeds rapidly grew, transforming into vines that bound the Agumon in place. What is this? As Xiaosong retreated, she observed the mysterious Pokémon express confusion at the sight of the seeds. Indeed, this creature could speak. However, that was of little consequence, whether out of indifference or inability to evade. As long as the seed bomb absorbed energy to replenish the snowy cap monster, it would have the stamina to utilize 3 moves. Soon, the green vines from the seed bomb tightened around the Agumon, pulsating with dark red energy. Meanwhile, a faint green energy began to gather around the snowy cap monster. Though the recovery was minimal, it was better than nothing and could potentially sustain it until after executing its moves. Snowy cap monster, maintain Leaf Storm. Then expand the area with Icy Wind, creating chaos all around. The snowy cap monster raised its stump-like arms, and a flurry of star-like snowflakes began to fall around them. Taking a deep breath, it exhaled a chilling gale. The powdery snow fell upon the swirling leaves, while the icy wind disrupted the first 2 moves, enveloping the area entirely. Just as Xiaosong prepared to command the snowy cap monster to maximize its range, a flurry of snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky. Unlike the powdery snow created by the snowy cap monster's ice energy, these newly arrived snowflakes were sharply defined and descended from above, indicating the activation of the snow cloak ability. According to the game's mechanics, this should have influenced the weather to initiate snowfall the moment the snowy cap monster entered battle. Yet, reality dictated otherwise. It required active initiation. This seemed to resonate with the real world. Qinglu extended his hand, catching a snowflake, which felt pleasantly cool. However, aside from lowering the temperature and slightly reducing damage, the snow's effects offered no fundamental advantages. Do not hold back, Agumon. Use your full power with Ember. Upon receiving permission, Agumon effortlessly tore through the vines of the seed bomb and leaped into action, flames roaring in its mouth, flickering in the wind. The next instant, a small fireball, twice the size of the previous one, shot forth from Agumon's mouth. Predictably, the ember engulfed everything in its path. Leaves, powdery snow, and icy winds. All were incinerated. Even the snowflakes that had been influenced by the ability evaporated rapidly in the intense heat. This scene caused Xiaosong, who had initially felt a surge of hope from the snowy cap monster triggering the snowfall ability, to feel her joy freeze in an instant. The previous assault had not even been at full strength. At this moment, confronted with the sight of the enormous fireball, Xiaosong was engulfed in despair. A mere half-strength attack had nearly brought the snowy cap monster to the brink of collapse. What would happen if a fully powered strike were to land? Xiaosong dared not contemplate further. She wished to rush forward, but her limbs felt weak and powerless, unable even to recall the Pokeball due to the distance. Snowy cap monster. Xiaosong let out a desperate scream. Hearing her voice, the weary creature turned its head towards her, not with fear of imminent death, but slowly lifted a smile. Then it turned back, resolutely facing the oncoming flames. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, flames bursting through the air, illuminating the night sky with a shower of sparks. Xiaosong stood in stunned silence, while the snowy cap monster wore a puzzled expression. Clearly, it was about to be hit. How had it exploded instead? As one trainer and one Pokémon struggled to comprehend this sudden turn of events, Qinglu's laughter rang out. Why such a somber demeanor? It's merely a regular battle, not some dark duel game. Chapter 19. Gratitude and value. The night air was cool and refreshing. Xiaosong, having changed back into her clothes, sat on the grass, hugging her knees. She gazed at Qinglu and the mysterious Pokémon resting by the campfire, then lowered her gaze to the grilled fish in her hands, her expression one of bewilderment. The snowcap monster sat beside them, having consumed 2 orange fruits. Other than its charred, blackened exterior, its vitality and spirit had noticeably revived, as it continued to gnaw on grilled fish, wearing an expression of considerable enjoyment. Feeling the gaze of Xiaosong, the snowcap monster lifted the grilled fish in its hand, urging Xiaosong to partake. Influenced by it, Xiaosong also raised the fish in her hand and took a gentle bite. Although devoid of any seasonings, the inherent flavor of the wild fish was delightfully pleasant, complemented by the slight char from grilling, making it even more delectable. The taste was quite good, indeed. Upon hearing this response, the snowcap monster nodded in agreement and resumed its hearty eating. After a few bites of fish, feeling a faint warmth in her stomach, Xiaosong raised her gaze to the other side. During their previous battle, her thoughts had been consumed by strategies for victory, later shifting to concerns for the snowcap monster's safety, and culminating in despair. Despite being of the same level, the disparity in strength was stark, exacerbated by the terrifying type advantage, and Qingliu's relentless demeanor, as if he would not cease until the snowcap monster was defeated. At that moment, she felt certain that the snowcap monster was doomed, her heart almost stopping in fear. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, just as defeat seemed inevitable, Qinglu and that mysterious Pokémon abruptly halted, reverting to their initial demeanor as if the preceding violence had been a mere illusion. Reflecting on the differences in size and power displayed during the 2 fiery attacks, it was evident that the opponent had held back. Was it a tactic to feign weakness and lure them in? Such prowess hardly necessitated subterfuge. What, then, was their true objective? Having received the most traditional training as the daughter of a gym leader, Xiaosong's intellect quickly pieced together certain revelations. Observing the jet-black snowcap monster lying beside her, she recalled how they had been embroiled in conflict not long ago, yet now sat in such harmonious companionship. From this vantage point, it seemed that everything began to make sense. Meanwhile, by the fire, the ancient beast devoured the last grilled fish in one bite, chewing briefly before swallowing it whole. Burp, it let out a long belch, patting its belly in satisfaction. Qinglu, I have a question. Go ahead. Why didn't you let me use my full strength from the start? Qinglu, reclining on the ground and gazing at the moon above, couldn't help but chuckle reproachfully. The snowcap monster retrieved the grilled fish, and its size has been quite helpful. Do you wish to repay such kindness with harm? The ancient beast shook its head emphatically. That's not what I meant. I was saying, since we would ultimately cancel before striking it, why not do so from the outset instead of letting me truly scorch it? If we hadn't proceeded in that manner, how would the snowcap monster and its trainer believe we were genuinely out to harm them? Qinglu countered, faced with the question suddenly directed back at him. The ancient beast was momentarily flustered. Noticing this, Qilu gently patted its head and patiently explained, both the snow-capped monster and Xiaosong are deeply concerned for one another. Xiaosong traversed the night forest alone, her clothes and socks torn, her body bearing wounds, yet she still sought out the snow-capped monster. And though the snow-capped monster appeared fearful of being discovered by Xiaosong, when confronted, it instinctively chose to hide rather than flee. Even when witnessing Xiaosong's injuries sustained while searching for it, it feigned indifference but couldn't resist sneaking glances at her. It is only in the throes of battle, where our threat loomed large, that they would recognize their true feelings for one another. After absorbing Qingliu's words, the ancient beast fell into a prolonged silence, its green eyes gazing skyward, as if contemplating something profound. Qinglu sighed, brushing his forehead in resignation. Only when they are on the brink of loss do they realize each other's significance. Ah, so that is how it is. Qilu, you are truly remarkable. The ancient beast suddenly had a moment of clarity and gave Qinglu a thumbs up. Qinglu chose to ignore it, reclining back on the ground and staring up at the sky. Unlike the simple-minded ancient beast, Qingliu's mind was abuzz with thoughts. The snow-capped monster had aided him in retrieving the grilled fish, mitigating potential safety risks. This favor, while not insignificant, was also not trivial. Thus, he was willing to mend the relationship between the snow-capped monster and Xiaosong through combat. After all, their discord had not escalated to an irreconcilable point. By creating an external factor, namely himself posing a serious threat, they would inevitably set aside their grievances and unite against him. Moreover, he could evaluate the effectiveness of his battle strategies, rehearsed countless times in his mind, while also gauging the battle prowess of the ancient beast against Pokémon of the same level. Though the minor fire attacks were overly effective against the grass-iced dual-type snow-capped monster, resulting in less than ideal outcomes, one could glean the essence of its battle capability from various subtleties. What emerged was clear. The ancient beast's combat strength surpassed that of Pokémon raised in professional gyms and entrusted to successors, even if attribute advantages were neutralized. Its dominance would likely persist, though outcomes and unfavorable matchups remained uncertain. Beyond fulfilling this favor and testing its own capabilities, Qilu harbored other thoughts regarding Xiaosong. Not out of romantic interest, but rather due to her identity. As the sole daughter of the current gym leader of Chiefing City, she represented the future of the city's gym. These identities, while perhaps not the pinnacle in the realm of Pokémon, took on a different significance when associated with Chiefing City. For to the north of Chiefing City, at the very northern edge of the Sinnoh region, lies the ancient and storied Chiefing Shrine. This temple, much like the ruins of Ulf, has existed since the era of the Shimmering Green, boasting a history. If the ruins of Ulf summon the ancient beast, what might the Chiefing Shrine invoke? Qinglu could not fathom. Moreover, if memory served him right, a great entity lay dormant deep beneath the Chiefing Shrine. Chapter 20. Misunderstanding Regigigas, a legendary Pokémon of ordinary type. According to lore and tradition, it is said to have dragged entire continents with ropes and utilized the energies of ice, rock, lava, electricity, and dragon essence to forge 5 pillars of legendary Pokémon caliber. Such a formidable creature resided within the Chiefing Shrine, thus doing a favor for Xiaosong. The future gym leader of Chiefing City was not only reasonable but could be deemed a significant gain. Furthermore, aside from the shrine's implications, Qilu considered another perspective. If the method of charging panels was through the exploration of historically significant entities, could the pursuit of a long-enduring Pokémon like Regigigas trigger the conditions for charging? Though uncertain, this undoubtedly presented a direction worth exploring. The only thing to bear in mind is that once the panel stirs, it may well disturb this rather grumpy giant. However, that is a matter for later. For now, without a certain level of strength, and until Xiaosong becomes a gym trainer, it is not something to consider. I wonder if she can comprehend the goodwill I am expressing. If it turns out to be like Agumon, my efforts would be in vain. Gazing at the luminous night sky, with silver moonlight cascading upon him, Qinglu involuntarily closed his eyes, sat up, and stretched languidly before reclining on the ground. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him had suddenly dimmed. A wrinkled piece of yellow fabric had appeared in his view, blocking half of the moonlight overhead. With a hint of confusion, Qinglu furrowed his brow, noticing 2 smooth, snow-white columns beside the obstructing fabric. Stunned for a moment, he shifted as the objects he beheld aligned increasingly with a conjecture in his mind. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. The next moment, a piercing scream, sharp enough to rupture an eardrum, echoed through the night. Cough, cough. I'm truly sorry. It was not my intention. Qinglu looked at Xiaosong, who was seated like a duck with flushed cheeks, and awkwardly spoke. Who would have thought that simply stretching would lead to Xiaosong approaching from behind just as he lay down? The angle and position were undeniably embarrassing, even with safety shorts. After a few minutes of silence in this bizarre atmosphere, Xiaosong's mournful gaze gradually faded. Sitting upright, though the blush on her face lingered. Her expression began to return to normal. After a deep breath, she solemnly stated, "Thank you very much for the tree fruit and grilled fish. They resolved the dinner dilemma for me and Snowcap Monster. It was nothing, no need for formality." Seeing that she had adjusted herself, Qinglu waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "By the way, how is Snowcap Monster doing?" After consuming the orange fruit, it has recovered significantly. There should be no major issue. Qinglu nodded in agreement. "That's good." Following this exchange, the two fell into a prolonged silence, the atmosphere once again reverting to that peculiar tranquility. Qinglu refrained from speaking. He could tell that Xiaosong had something on her mind but was hesitant to voice it. There was no rush for either of them. After all, he was quite thick-skinned. As for Agumon, lying nearby and digesting his meal, he appeared utterly unperturbed. After all, someone who could remain composed when strange noises interrupted a horror story would hardly be rattled by such trivialities. Of course, rather than being fearless, Qi preferred to think of Agumon as someone who simply let things go in one ear and out the other, or perhaps he was oblivious altogether. As was likely the case now. After much internal struggle, Xiaosong finally spoke, "If it's not too much trouble, I would like to know if your proposal for a battle, which appeared so ruthless, was intended to leverage the relationship between me and Snowcap Monster to help us recognize each other's value and thus bypass this conflict? I retract my earlier words. At least this place shows you are normal, and there is still a possibility of inheriting the gem." Qinglu pointed to his head, smiling. Xiaosong, seeing this, offered an awkward smile, then bowed her head seriously, speaking earnestly. "Although Snowcap Monster has sustained considerable injuries, I am still very grateful that you helped mend our relationship. I merely initiated the process. Whether we can truly reconcile depends on your willingness to change. Otherwise, words are meaningless. I understand. After what just happened, I will certainly strive to improve. Thank you very much." I mentioned there was no need for gratitude. It was merely a small favor. Actually, I have another question. Are you suggesting that your assistance was premeditated or spontaneous? If it was premeditated, what was the purpose? Is that it? To prevent Xiaosong from meandering in her speech. Qi straightforwardly laid bare the matter. Upon having her thoughts exposed directly by Qi Xiaosong's eyes widened, and she nodded. "Yes, you can rest assured. I assisted you because Snowcap Monster helped me retrieve the grilled fish and also dispelled some latent threats, so I helped out as a means of reciprocation." "I see." Just as Xiaosong sighed in relief, Qingliu's next words caused her heart to drop once more. "Of course, it was also because of you." Xiaosong tensed up. Especially as she felt Qi gaze lingering near her waist after uttering that sentence, she sensed something ominous. Recalling the earlier incident, her fair face flushed crimson once more. "Can you show me that thing?" The chaotic thoughts swirling in Xiaosong's mind coalesced upon hearing this phrase, as well as Qinglu's gesture towards her waist. Recently attuned to trends, she instantly envisioned certain images from unique books, nearly causing her brain to short-circuit. Although Qi had indeed aided her, and Snowcap Monster held a fondness for him, as well as his commendable trainer abilities, was it truly appropriate to progress so swiftly? Shouldn't they first establish some rapport before diving into other matters? Was the plot truly commencing so directly? Observing Xiaosong, who seemed to have descended into a state of confusion upon hearing his words, Qinglu felt inexplicably bemused. He merely wished to see the belt she used to hang her Pokeballs, along with the Pokeballs themselves. Having just arrived in this world, he had yet to see a Pokeball. It would be unwise not to test its feel. After all, in these initial stages, every penny mattered greatly. Why then did Xiaosong appear so uncharacteristically? Qinglu couldn't help but reconsider his earlier compliment regarding her mental acuity. Chapter 21. Pokeballs, ha ha. Qinglu lay on the grass, laughing heartily until he became slightly fatigued, and then could not help but exclaim, "Now I understand why Snowcap Monster could not tolerate you before. What on earth do you think about daily? Your words are clearly ambiguous." Realizing that Qi harbored no ulterior motives and merely wished to inspect the belt and Pokeballs, Xiaosong blushed as if she might bleed. "Here, if you want to see, just take a quick look." To quickly silence Qingliu's laughter, Xiaosong hastily removed her belt and tossed it over. Qinglu caught it and placed it before him. The belt itself was unremarkable, a simple accessory designed to hold Pokeballs. After fiddling with it briefly, he redirected his attention to the Pokeballs. The half-red, half-white sphere featured a black stripe encircling it, with a white button at its center. Gently pressing the central button, the Pokeball instantly expanded from the size of a ping-pong ball to that of a baseball. Even Qiglu could not help but marvel at the allure of technology in this Pokémon world. Weighing it in his hand and feeling its texture, he subsequently reduced it back to its smaller form. "If you have enough of these, could you spare one for me as a token of gratitude for my assistance?" Qinglu turned to Xiaosong and asked. Initially unaware of Qingliu's intentions, Xiaosong paused, responding, "Are you referring to the Pokeball? Indeed. It is indeed possible. But this item lacks value. What purpose do you have for it? Are you encountering a Pokemon you wish to capture, but lack a Pokeball?" Yin shook his head, pondering for a moment before replying, "No, I merely require one to contain Agumon." Agumon? Xiaosong had already heard this name twice, and she naturally understood who it referred to. Her gaze shifted to the small yellow dinosaur lying nearby. With its lively eyes, sharp claws, robust physique, formidable flames, and the ability to speak human language, it effortlessly outclassed her Snover at the same level. This enigmatic Pokemon was enveloped in an air of mystery. "Have you not captured it yet?" "Indeed, due to the absence of a Pokeball, even though Agumon follows me, I am unable to capture it." Upon hearing this, Xiaosong promptly retrieved a Pokeball from her belt and handed it over. "This is a new ball I purchased recently. Please use it." "Thank you. By the way, may I inquire about the region from which Agumon hails?" "My Pokédex indicates that there is no data." Xiaosong once again took out her Pokédex and pointed it at Agumon. The device remained silent, followed by the cold, mechanical voice stating, "No data. It is a mysterious Pokemon." At this question, Yin stroked his chin, beginning to formulate his words. Observing this, Xiaosong assumed Yin was reluctant to discuss such private matters and quickly apologized, stating she was merely asking out of curiosity, although he indeed harbored thoughts of confidentiality. The trust Agumon placed in Xiaosong unequivocally indicated that she was a trustworthy individual. Thus, sharing this information was permissible, provided she would keep it confidential. Yin met Xiaosong's gaze directly, prompting her to adopt a more serious demeanor. If Xiaosong possessed a powerful Pokemon that had never been documented and was unknown to the Pokédex, she would certainly hesitate to reveal it to someone she had only just met. Nevertheless, Yin's willingness to confide in her, having already assisted her, clearly demonstrated considerable courage and self-acknowledgement. Instinctively, Xiaosong felt compelled to reciprocate Yin's trust. "I assure you, I will not mention anything about Agumon to anyone or any Pokemon. And I will also require Snover to do the same." Xiaosong earnestly pledged. "Thank you." Yin's face broke into a gentle, brotherly smile. "Its name is Agumon, a dragon-type Pokemon from the far lowest island. Not only have you never encountered it, but I was also astonished when I first discovered it." Agumon mentioned that while fishing by the water, it saw a flash of light, and upon opening its eyes, found itself in this vicinity. Far lowest island? It seems there is no such island near the Sinnoh region. Perhaps it drifted from a more remote area. That is likely, as there are indeed places in this world that the Pokémon League has yet to uncover or explore. Perhaps this is why there is no information recorded in the Pokédex. Interestingly, Agumon can understand human speech and translate the words of other Pokémon. Under Yin's unintentional guidance, Xiaosong's attention became entirely focused on Agumon. Coupled with Agumon's carefree demeanor in daily life and the impressive strength it had previously displayed, especially its ability to communicate without hindrance, Xiaosong quickly developed a fondness for it. She dismissed the earlier misunderstanding with Yin, calling Snover over to begin translating for them through Agumon, allowing for direct communication between the two. They laughed heartily about some amusing topics without a care for appearances. Yin observed this scene quietly. He had indeed introduced Agumon to Xiaosong, but had only shared relatively unimportant information. The details regarding Agumon's true origins, its status as a digital monster, and the summoning panel were all critical secrets that he would not, and could not, divulged to any third party besides himself and Agumon. Yet, from Xiaosong's perspective, even the little information he shared represented a form of trust. This was evident in the subtle shifts in her attitude after he revealed some details about Agumon. If previously he had been someone who had rendered her significant assistance, now he was a trusted friend with whom she shared a mutual secret. When a relationship reaches this level, it assumes a unique state, drawing them closer than other friendship. It was only at this juncture that Yin maximized the potential for Xiaosong to assist him in reaching the cleft shrine. As for whether this was overly calculating, Yin believed Agumon could handle the naive aspects, while he would take care of the intelligent matters. Moreover, who could guarantee whether she would provide him with more assistance in the future, or vice versa? Gazing at the night sky, Yin murmured to himself. As night deepened, weariness crept in. The voices of Snover and Agumon gradually faded, and after confirming their route for tomorrow, Xiaosong fell asleep. Yin tended to the campfire, quietly beginning his watch. The next morning, the two traversed the final stretch and arrived at the town of Sui. Yin was taken aback when, shortly after entering the town, Xiaosong gazed in astonishment toward a bustling crowd not far away. Following her line of sight, Yin was surprised to recognize a young girl with golden hair. Chapter 22. Cynthia before the Lost Tower. Sui Town, a place where life flows freely. Upon entering the town, Yin felt an atmosphere of tranquility and leisure. Nearby, Small pastures enclosed by fences were tended by a middle-aged rancher wearing a cowboy hat and overalls, along with a young woman dressed in denim, milking several milk. I need to head to the Pokémon Center, first to check on Snover and the other 2 Pokémon. What about you? Xiaosong inquired. I'll find a place to dispose of these orange berries, and then purchase some daily necessities, Yin replied, gesturing to the bark backpack on his back. That works perfectly. Does the Pokémon Center buy berries as well? Yes, and they pay slightly more than many other places, though their standards are also a bit stricter. Yin was somewhat surprised but quickly realized that such places must have a high demand for berries, and self-collecting could alleviate considerable pressure. As for the quality of the orange berries, Yin was not concerned. These plump, vibrant berries were the finest he had encountered after a week of foraging in the forest. The Pokémon Center was located in the heart of Sui Town, and under Xiaosong's guidance, Yin walked straight ahead. They halted before a certain building where Xiaosong came to a stop. As Qinglu raised his gaze, the entirety of the architectural marvel unfolded before. It was a colossal gray stone tower, segmented into 5 tiers, each of the first 4 adorned with a circular arched window, while the final tier was entirely sealed. Its original window replaced by an intricately carved cross featuring ornate patterns. What was this? The Lost Tower, a site renowned alongside the Pokémon Tower in Kanto, the Sending God Mountain in Hoenn, and the Heaven Tower in Unova. This place had once been a burial ground for numerous Pokémon, and over time, the gathering of malevolent energies had transformed it into a sanctuary for ghost-type Pokémon. Xiaosong elucidated. In simpler terms, it is a graveyard, correct? Qinglu promptly accessed his interface, initiating a scan of the Lost Tower. Lost Tower exploration in progress. Exploration progress. 000. It appeared to be a modern structure rather than an ancient edifice. Observing the unresponsive progress, Qinglu regretfully canceled the exploration. Given that it was a graveyard, why were there so many people? Were they all there to enter Pokémon? Surely. Pokémon do not have such fleeting lives, he pondered. Qinglu noticed a dozen individuals gathered beneath the Lost Tower, their voices creating a cacophony. Xiaosong shook her head and remarked, the graveyard was in the past. Subsequently, due to the increasing number of ghost-type Pokémon, the town mayor decided to repurpose the Lost Tower into a trial ground to prevent these entities from disturbing the townsfolk. Trainers of a certain age passing by are welcome to pay an entrance fee to battle ghost-type Pokémon. Rewards are granted for each tier they conquer. After hearing Xiaosong's explanation, Qinglu couldn't help but admire the mayor's entrepreneurial acumen. It is well known that most ghost-type Pokémon exert some influence on humans, particularly as their numbers swell over time, leading to inevitable disturbances. However, by transforming the graveyard into a battleground, not only does the mayor collect entrance fees, but he also utilizes the battles to expend the ghost-type Pokémon's stamina, thereby mitigating their mischief within the town. It is truly a win-win situation. Nonetheless, if there are rewards involved, perhaps it is worth a try. By the way, is the entrance fee exorbitant? Not at all. If it were too high, fewer people would attend. Xiaosong turned to Qinglu, whispering, are you interested? Given your and Agumon's abilities, you might indeed have a chance to clear the first trial and challenge the second. Surprised, Qinglu inquired, am I only capable of clearing the first trial? Xiaosong nodded. Don't underestimate it. Even the Pokémon on the first tier are around level 17. The higher the tier, the stronger the Pokémon. It is said that the 5th tier features Pokémon nearing level 30. More importantly, unlike one-on-one battles, they prefer to swarm and ambush. During my previous challenge, I could only last a little while inside. There remains a considerable distance to the 2nd tier. Qinglu remained silent, gazing at the Lost Tower before him. He did not believe that conquering all 5 tiers would be simple. After all, someone capable of devising a profitable venture from a graveyard would not be foolish enough to engage in a losing endeavor. The mere existence of rewards in the tower's longevity already hinted at the challenge's magnitude. Contemplating this, Qinglu asked, have there been any successful challengers? Certainly, there have been. Though they were merely opportunists seeking to deceive, none have strictly adhered to the age requirements for a proper challenge, at least not until now. What do you mean? Xiaosong raised her fair arm, pointing ahead. Following her gaze, Qinglu observed a cluster of relatively young trainers surrounding a scene illuminated by flashing white lights, reminiscent of a photo shoot. In the center of the crowd stood a somewhat rotund middle-aged man, presenting a gift box to a nearby girl, who reached out to accept it. The two completed the exchange under the camera's gaze. What a remarkable encounter in this location, given her prowess. Securing 8 badges to participate in the Lilac Conference and achieving victory would be quite effortless. In this moment, even the typically vibrant Xiaosong appeared somewhat deflated, her sense of defeat evident. The reason for this was clear. She recognized the girl and understood that her strength surpassed her own. Qinglu had merely intended to ascertain the girl's appearance, gauge her age, and evaluate her status as a potential champion of the Lilac Conference for his own reference. However, as his gaze fell upon her face, he was astounded to realize how familiar she appeared. Unlike the vague recognition he felt with Xiaosong, this was an unmistakable sense of familiarity, particularly upon noticing her flowing golden locks, the distinctive black droplet-shaped hairpin atop her head, and her youthful yet poised demeanor. A name instantaneously surfaced in his mind. Considering Xiaosong's age, he deduced that he was likely situated in a timeline approximately 3 to 4 years prior to the events in the Sinnoh region. The ages aligned perfectly. Qinglu could hardly believe he had encountered her here. The future champion of the Sinnoh region, one of the most formidable Elite Four members, Cynthia. Chapter 23. One must dare to brandish a sword against the strong. In the pantheon of popular characters within the Pokémon realm, Cynthia has steadfastly maintained her esteemed position, undeterred by the emergence of countless new figures. This unwavering status is attributed not only to her striking beauty and elegant demeanor, but also to her formidable prowess. During her first appearance, she withstood the full onslaught of the then-renowned Shinji's Pokémon with her Garchomp, ultimately emerging victorious. Within the Pokémon generations, she boldly faced the Galactic team, fully aware of their ability to summon Dialga and Palkia, and fearlessly brought her Garchomp to spearhead an attempt to thwart them. In the gaming world, her Pokémon lineup is exceptionally robust, marking her as a formidable opponent. Prior to the debut of Leon in the Galar region, Cynthia was widely regarded as the strongest champion in the Pokémon universe. Given her caliber, it would be entirely normal for her to conquer the Lost Tower. In fact, failing to do so would be the anomaly. Moreover, akin to Xiaosong's earlier remarks, collecting all 8 badges and triumphing at the Lilac Conference would present minimal difficulty for Cynthia, even if she had yet to reach the age depicted in Qingliu's memories, and even though her proud Garchomp had not yet fully evolved. As Qinglu's gaze shifted slightly, it landed on the fierce-eyed presence beside Cynthia, a figure radiating a menacing aura, their body predominantly blue with a striking red abdomen. Instantly, his interface activated, revealing information about the creature before him. Species: sharp-toothed landshark. Classification: cave Pokémon. Type: dragon. Ground: ability: Sandveil. Evasion increases in sandy environments. Level: 30. Exclusive move: none. Learned moves: Sand Attack, Dragon Breath, Sandstorm, Stomp, Bite, Dragon Dive. Base stats: 410, HP 68. Attack 90, Defense 65, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 55. Speed 82, Friendship 1. It perceives your constant gaze as a provocation. Condition: healthy. Summary: the sharp-toothed land shark utilizes the protrusions on either side of its head to emit ultrasonic waves, allowing it to navigate areas that are difficult to discern with the naked eye. The shed scales from its body serve as valuable medicinal materials, capable of rejuvenating a weary body. When in possession of something that glimmers, its temperament becomes remarkably gentle. However, if such an object is stolen or harmed, it reverts to its fierce nature, tearing its adversaries apart with its sharp teeth and claws. Truly formidable. Qinglu marveled at the information on the sharp-toothed landshark, reflecting on its status as the highest-level Pokémon he had encountered since arriving in the Pokémon world. Moreover, this particular species is renowned for its increasing prowess with level advancement, often regarded as a late-blooming semi-divine Pokémon. Most notably, it belongs to Sharona. It is no wonder that it can master the powerful Dragon Dive move at level 30. As Qinglu pondered, a hand waved in front of him. You've been staring at her since earlier. Are you smitten at first sight? Xiaosong teased, observing Qinglu's expression. No, I am merely surprised to encounter her here. He replied. You know her? Xiaosong asked, her surprise evident, but she quickly added, well, that's not unexpected, considering she is a leader of the younger generation, and her grandmother is a renowned mythologist in the Sinnoh region. I only know a little, but it seems you are quite familiar with her, Qinglu responded, following Xiaosong's lead. Of course, I know her. She is the quintessential neighbor's child. My father often tells me how I should aspire to be like Sharona, which has given me some insight over time, Xiaosong explained, shrugging with a hint of resignation. If she had been more dedicated to challenging gyms and participating in league competitions, I would have heard her name far more frequently. Yet, it seems she is genuinely intending to compete this time, as she would not have made such a public appearance previously. Not far away, amid the flashing of cameras, reporters began their interviews, while Sharona calmly addressed their questions with a serene smile. The media presence in the casual town hinted at a greater purpose for her appearance, likely to generate buzz for the upcoming Lily of the Valley conference later in the year. Qinglu's gaze shifted back to Xiaosong. So, given her status as the neighbor's child, what are your feelings towards her? A natural aversion, perhaps? While that was initially the case, after interacting with her a few times, That feeling dissipated. She is an exceptionally talented individual whom I admire, Xiaosong replied, her tone complex. If you admire her, it indicates a certain aspiration towards her. Why not attempt to challenge her? If you can hold your ground or even defeat her, you would have no regrets, and your father would witness your growth. Qinglu suggested gently. Forget it. My goal is to become a gym trainer and take over the family gym. Her ambition is at least to become the Sinnoh champion. We are not on the same path, Xiaosong began, but was interrupted by Qinglu. Do you truly believe that? Even if our goals differ. There is no requirement for a gym trainer to be unable to compete with a champion. Could a world-class gym trainer not exist? The notion of a world-class gym trainer left Xiaosong momentarily stunned. However, she quickly chuckled. It sounds easy, but you only truly understand her strength after battling her. You are a trainer as well? Why not challenge her? I will, but not at this moment, Qinglu replied earnestly. The seriousness in his tone caught Xiaosong off guard. She had not anticipated that his jest would hold genuine intent, despite any disparity in strength. She thought it implausible for him to be a match for Sharona. Yet, after a brief interaction, she had gleaned aspects of Qinglu's character, noting his preference for preparation. Is he truly considering challenging Sharona? Xiaosong wondered, holding her breath. Qinglu indeed harbored such intentions. Upon witnessing the formidable sharp-toothed land shark, a Pokémon that was far beyond his current capabilities, he felt no other impulse, only the anticipation of his Agumon evolving and reaching the same level as the sharp-toothed land shark, pondering whether he could match it in strength. Alternatively, could his Agumon prevail? Qinglu was uncertain, but he was filled with eagerness, looking forward to a battle between the digital creatures and the pinnacle of the Pokémon world. However, before that, he needed to expedite the enhancement of Agumon's abilities to bridge the gap. Otherwise, by the time he caught up, others would have already surpassed him once more. After selling all the orange berries, he resolved to engage in rigorous training to elevate his strength. Chapter 24, Sales, Purchases, and Training Plans. As for the earlier conversation with Xiaosong regarding the aspiration of becoming the world's top gym trainer, it was naturally intended to motivate her towards a brighter future. Furthermore, theoretically speaking, is it not reasonable for an Ice-type gym leader to compete against, or even triumph over a Dragon-type champion? If that proves unfeasible, striving for the Elite Four would be even more justified. After all, there exists a precedent in the Kanto region where an Ice-type trainer defeated a Dragon-type champion and ascended to become the champion of the neighboring Johto region. Moreover, compared to Sharona or the gym trainers of the Sinnoh region, Xiaosong is significantly younger, with ample time ahead of her, an invaluable asset for growth. Ultimately, the path one takes is forged by personal choice, and the future remains contingent upon individual decisions. After watching Sharona's interview regarding her passage through the Lost Tower for a while, Qinglu refrained from initiating conversation or orchestrating an encounter. Instead, he followed Xiaosong directly to the Pokémon Center. Despite her amiable demeanor and approachable nature, engaging in conversation was not his forte, and it was unlikely that Sharona would share any secrets of her training. Direct interaction in the future might yield more fruitful outcomes. At the Pokémon Center. At the counter. Hello, your two Pokémon have fully recovered. However, due to some injuries, your snowy monster requires minor treatment. Additionally, the process for purchasing orange berries is still under review. Please hold on for a moment. Nurse Joy, dressed in a white medical uniform, spoke kindly. Thank you for your assistance, Xiaosong replied, collecting the Pokeballs of her restored Pokémon and settling into a nearby rest area. Miss Joy mentioned that the process for the snow-covered monster would take a bit longer, coinciding with her inspection of the quality of the berries. So we might have to wait for a while. That's fine. Considering the significant price difference, a little wait is acceptable, Qinglu nodded in response. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he explained his purpose to Miss Joy and handed over the berries. After a brief inspection, he received an appraisal. Excluding the berries consumed by the snow-covered monster and the Agumon during their journey, the remaining 45 berries were estimated to be worth approximately 990 Alliance coins. This surprised Qinglu a bit, based on his recollection of the pricing within the game and the information he gathered from Xiaosong. The value of orange berries typically ranged between 10 to 15 Alliance coins. If the market demand was high, or if the berries were of particularly high quality, coupled with other factors, they could fetch up to 20 Alliance coins, which was a price he was willing to accept. However, he hadn't bargained yet. Seeing the quality of his orange berries rated higher than the market's peak price was unexpected for him. I heard that the number of trainers challenging the Lost Tower has increased these past few days, leading to a higher number of injured Pokémon requiring treatment. Hence, the Pokémon Center has had to increase its purchase of all berries, Xiaosong chimed in. I see. Qinglu surveyed his surroundings, noticing the many trainers bustling in and out, carrying Pokémon for treatment or taking them away, all in a hurry. Clearly, these individuals were likely inspired by the rewards champion Cynthia received from her challenge at the Lost Tower, suddenly feeling capable of attempting it themselves, or believing they could seize an opportunity. Yet, it seemed they had all failed. Miss Xiaosong, here is your Pokémon. Dr. Joy approached with a cart, handing one of the Pokeballs to Xiaosong. Thank you. You're welcome. After a slight nod to Xiaosong, Miss Joy turned and produced an envelope. Mr. Qinglu, based on the 45 berries you exchanged, here are your 990 alliance coins. Qinglu took the envelope and glanced over it. Observing his reaction, Miss Joy continued. To express our gratitude for your assistance during this special time, I can offer you a discount on any purchases you make at this Pokémon Center in the future. Let's do it now then. Qinglu pulled out 2 100 coin bills and handed over the remainder to Miss Joy. Now, alright, what would you like? 5 servings of energy cubes for Dragon-type Pokémon and universal energy cubes, 6 Pokeballs, and convert the rest into healing spray. Understood. After briefly reiterating his order, Miss Joy took the envelope and left. Energy cubes and Pokeballs are essentials. Having a few extra is no issue. But why prepare so many healing sprays? Xiaosong leaned in to ask. We have a few days of specialized training ahead, so it's wise to stock up to avoid running out and wasting time, Qinglu replied. Specialized training? You don't actually intend to challenge. Xiaosong's voice rose involuntarily, but she quickly caught herself in the public space and lowered her tone. You can't be serious about challenging Cynthia, can you? Qinglu shot her a disapproving glance. Rest assured, I am well aware of the disparity in our strengths. I wouldn't foolishly believe a few days of training would make me capable of defeating her. What kind of delusion would lead you to think otherwise? What do you mean by that incredulous look? I'm not looking. I just think you are, Qinglu retorted. Qinglu. Xiaosong stood up abruptly, drawing the attention of those around her. She raised her hand as if to strike but froze mid-air, quickly bowing apologetically to the onlookers. Seeing Xiaosong's embarrassed, flushed face, Qinglu couldn't help but laugh. In this light-hearted atmosphere, his thoughts began to wander as he contemplated the upcoming training regimen. Basic physical training was essential. Every attack, defense, and movement required physical stamina. And even executing moves relied heavily on it. As physical strength improved, overall capabilities would naturally follow suit. The reason why the Elite Four, the champion, and even legendary Pokémon are synonymous with formidable strength is largely due to their exceptional physical prowess, enabling them to withstand countless attacks and still rise again. Beyond physicality, another equally crucial aspect is the variety of techniques. Techniques need not be overwhelmingly powerful, nor abundant, however. They must possess a diversity of attacks to avoid being left defenseless in unfavorable situations. Chapter 25. Variations of the Small Flame move. Agumon currently mastered 2 moves typical for a rookie Digimon, Small Flame and Sharp Claw. The former covered long-range attacks while the latter was for close combat, a decent combination in the past, but the times have changed. Now, its opponents shifted from fellow rookie Digimon with limited moves to Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, barring exceptions, nearly every adult Pokémon can utilize multiple moves, with some even mastering dozens. According to game mechanics, each Pokémon can learn 4 moves. In contrast, Agumon, with only 2 signature moves, lacked striking versatility. The panel indicated that apart from Agumon, no other Pokémon possessed its exclusive moves. Conversely, Agumon's mastered moves were blank. Did this imply that Agumon could learn Pokémon moves just like others? Qinglu increasingly believed this possibility was substantial. However, his current finances did not permit him to purchase move discs for learning. Thus, he had to redirect his focus to Agumon's own exclusive moves. Since enhancing striking versatility was not feasible at the moment, the only path forward was to strengthen the variation of its moves. Variation. Qinglu fell into deep contemplation. During this time, Miss Joy returned, pushing a cart laden with items. A box of energy cubes for Dragon-type Pokémon, a box of universal energy cubes, totaling 350 alliance coins, 6 Pokeballs for 180 alliance coins, and finally, 4 bottles of healing spray for 260. These are all discounted price. Does this arrangement work for you? Qinglu did not respond immediately but glanced at Xiaosong beside him. Seeing her nodding vigorously, he surmised that the discount offered by Miss Joy was quite substantial, so he replied sincerely, "No problem. Thank you very much." Miss Joy shook her head. "I should be thanking you. Without your help, the next batch of berries might have taken an indeterminate amount of time to arrive, delaying the healing of those Pokémon, potentially putting them in life-threatening situations." After saying this, Miss Joy retrieved a backpack from beneath the cart. "I noticed you seem to be lacking a suitable backpack. So here is an extra one as a gift." "All right." Qinglu accepted it without hesitation. He is indeed in dire need of this. Although he possesses a bark backpack, its durability remains questionable, and there is no guarantee as to when it may fail. If the contents were to fall and sustain damage, it would be a regrettable loss. After organizing all his belongings and placing them into the backpack, Qilu expressed his gratitude to Miss Joy and exited the Pokémon Center alongside Xiaosong. Where shall we head next? He inquired. The items required for Agumon have been prepared, and now it is time to procure what I need. As Qinglu surveyed his surroundings, he asked, do you know the location of the market in town? In that direction, Xiaosong replied, pointing toward a street where a throng of people had gathered. He hesitated before adding, even if you wish to train intensively, there is no need to rush into it today, right? I have no pressing matters. And Agumon is likely feeling a bit bored. By the way, would you like to join me? Qilu turned to Xiaosong. I'll pass for today. I'd prefer to take a bath and rest well after sweating profusely while chasing after Snowbell yesterday. Then let us leave it at that. After parting ways with Xiaosong, Qinglu arrived at the market to purchase a sleeping bag, a flashlight, some easily portable food, and a few miscellaneous items such as oil, salt, and vinegar. Before exiting Random Town, as he distanced himself and ensured there was no one around, Qinglu retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and gently pressed the button in the center. With a click, the Pokeball opened, emitting a flash of red light as Agumon materialized before him. As the red light faded, Agumon scanned his surroundings with a somewhat confused expression. Upon noticing Qinglu standing in front of him, he snapped back to attention, fixating on the Pokeball in Qingliu's hand. Qinglu, this item is utterly fascinating. It's remarkable that something so small can contain me, and I can still see the outside world and know what you are doing. Though it seems you cannot hear me speak. Indeed, I cannot hear you. After briefly explaining the mechanics of the Pokeball to Agumon, Qinglu shared his plans for intensive training. To his surprise, before he could finish, Agumon readily nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Have you thought it through? My desire for you to grow stronger in order to confront that Sharpedo and potentially face other challenges in the future is purely my intent. Agumon shook his head and replied, you are my first and most important friend, so your thoughts become my own. Moreover, I do not wish for a repetition of last time's events. I dare not even contemplate what might have transpired had things gone differently. However, I know that with sufficient strength, no matter where you are or who you face, I can assist you. Seeing Agumon's earnest expression, Qilu couldn't help but pat his head. I've told you it's all right. There's no need to dwell on it. Though he said this, Qinglu fully understood that, at least for the time being. The psychological shadow cast by the incident with the long-tail tails would not dissipate for Agumon. Healing this wound would take time. But enhancing strength could serve as a means of alleviation. With that in mind, let us commence immediately. After setting his backpack beside a tree, Qilu led Agumon to an open area before them. This space was relatively clear, with little obstruction, save for a large stone situated directly ahead. Qilu had deliberately chosen this stone as a training partner after careful consideration of the surroundings. The primary objective of this training session was to utilize a small flame to penetrate it. Agumon stared at the training target for a considerable time before hesitantly raising his arm to scratch his head. Qinglu, I know training can be quite arduous, but I see this stone a bit too large. Before them loomed a colossal boulder, approximately 3 meters in diameter and over 2 meters tall. Its surface adorned with moss and vines. Compared to it, both Qilu and Agumon appeared diminutive. Attempting to breach it with just a small flame would indeed pose a significant challenge. Thus, I will teach you a new method to unleash a more powerful small flame. A new method? Yes, for now, do not overthink it. Attack that stone with a small flame, Qinglu instructed, pointing to the massive rock not far away. Agumon, though puzzled, quickly conjured an orange flame in his mouth, forming it into a blazing fireball that struck the stone. Boom. The flames erupted, producing a dull thud. As a fist-sized indentation appeared in the center of the boulder, Agumon gazed at the divot, pursing his lips, while Qinglu maintained a look of mild surprise. Although the attack had indeed been effective, the destructive power was minuscule in relation to the boulder's size. It was akin to a drop in the ocean. At this rate, it would take an eternity to achieve the goal of shattering the stone. What method would enable the small flame to become more potent? Agumon asked, looking to Qinglu. Each time you unleash a small flame, do you not quickly mobilize energy, striving for the utmost speed to compress it into a fireball before launching? Qilu inquired. Agumon nodded, replying, I have a rough standard in mind for the small flame. As long as the flame and energy meet that standard, the small flame will stabilize upon release. Have you ever attempted to exceed the standard for a small flame, gathering all the fire within your mouth to its utmost limit before releasing it? But if I surpass the standard for a small flame, I won't be able to form it at all, Agumon questioned, puzzled. Qinglu shook his head. Simply employ the same method to accumulate energy and flame. Whether it retains the name small flame is inconsequential. If you succeed, it signifies that it has transcended into something greater, what I term a small explosion. A small explosion, released in a single breath, possesses far greater power than a small flame. However, Agumon's moveset did not include this technique. In fact, it was not inherently his to wield, but rather a skill accessible to a different branch of his evolution. One stark contrast between Digimon and Pokémon is that Pokémon follow fixed evolutionary paths, with even branching evolutions being quite limited. Conversely, Digimon possess a net-like evolution route, allowing for complex and multifaceted transformations that can bewilder the imagination. A classic instance is Ty's Greymon mistakenly evolving into Zombie Greymon, which is, in fact, a natural evolution for Greymon. Should Zombie Greymon evolve into its ultimate form, it would culminate as one of the Dark Four Heavenly Kings, the Infinite Dragon. Indeed, this is the very creature that was effortlessly vanquished by the Battle Greymon's decisive blow. Under this net-like evolution frame, nearly every form at any given time possesses unique characteristics and abilities. For instance, the Gaia Energy Cannon of Battle Greymon and the Infinite Cannon of the Infinite Dragon. The small explosion is a technique that can be mastered by Agumon, who evolves into the Beast Tamer Agumon, as well as by the Black Agumon, who can evolve into the Dark Battle Greymon. If one were to traverse a digital realm, Agumon might not possess the confidence to teach Agumon the techniques of its brethren. However, this is not a digital world. It is the Pokémon universe, where one can evolve into a master of techniques through diligent learning. Within this worldview, it is entirely plausible for Agumon to master the art of miniature explosions, a notion Agumon finds quite reasonable. Consequently, he encourages Agumon to embark on this endeavor. Initially, progress proves to be rather sluggish. Due to muscle memory, once the energy and flames reach a critical threshold, Agumon instinctively unleashes a small fire attack, gradually overcoming this hurdle. The next challenge lies in mastering the limits of its flames. To put it simply, for a human to push their body to its true limits, one must incessantly challenge their current boundaries, engaging in frenetic movements to expand their limits until there is nothing left to push. Likewise, Agumon must persist in its trials, repeating the process until it identifies its own limits before truly mastering them. 1 attempt, 2 attempts, 10 attempts, 20 attempts, 50 attempts, 100 attempts, until exhaustion sets in. Panting heavily, Agumon kneels on the ground. Even though it is adept at wielding small flames, after 100 repetitions, it is too weary to stand. After a brief respite, Agumon presents several cube-shaped objects to Agumon, who quizzically examines them before grasping one with its claw and chewing it. These are energy cubes, crafted from the fruits akin to the orange berry Agumon had previously consumed, blended with 2 or 3 other fruits. Their effects and taste far surpass those of ordinary berries. Agumon explains. Indeed, Agumon responds, savoring the sweet and slightly tangy flavor. It's delicious, it continues, flipping over to stand upright. Even after expending so much energy, I feel as though I could perform another small flame attack. You are consuming energy cubes specifically designed for Dragon-type Pokémon. This attribute aligns perfectly with you and ensures maximum efficacy. Agumon smiles, observing Agumon's renewed vigor. Alright, let us continue with the training. With that, Agumon turns towards the boulder, flames beginning to swirl within its mouth. Despite the exceptional effects of the energy cubes, complete digestion requires time. Agumon retrieves a healing spray from his backpack, applying it around Agumon's mouth. Hiss. Agumon gasps as the spray's potent stimulus causes its body to stiffen and its facial features to contort. Agumon, seeing this, remarks with a hint of exasperation, even though you possess some resistance to flames, excessive repetitions and uncontrolled power can lead to injury. Remain still while I treat your mouth. Very well. Agumon complies, sitting back down, though the sharp sting from the healing spray occasionally elicits pained reactions. As the energy cube is digested and its effects take hold, Agumon, under Agumon's guidance, embarks on the second round of training. Soon follows the 3rd, 4th, and 10th rounds. The time slips away unnoticed, the moon overhead casting a gentle silver glow as Agumon, having just completed its 10th round, tirelessly gathers flames, launching them in an endless cycle. Before long, dozens of small flames are released, and the boulder is riddled with countless craters, loose stones cascading down with each impact. Yet, despite this relentless barrage, the boulder shows no signs of cracking. 97, 98, 99, 100. Alright, this round is concluded, Agumon announces. However, Agumon's flames show no sign of abating, continuing to Agumon furrows his brow. Agumon, 100 repetitions is your physical limit. Continuing will only lead to unnecessary injuries. Cease immediately. Uncharacteristically, Agumon, who usually heeds Agumon's commands, defiantly locks its gaze upon him, as if to convey a refusal. It seems to have grasped a glimmer of the limits of its flame's potential. Chapter 27, Miniature Explosion. Achieved. The vibrant flames burn within Agumon's mouth, slender tendrils of fire spilling uncontrollably, illuminating the surrounding area. Concurrently, a force more potent than the small flames begins to coalesce. Aoyan, interpreting Agumon's determined expression, instructs, "Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on controlling the flames." Agumon, mouth agape, offers no response, its attention fixed ahead. Do not feel overwhelmed. Try to envision it as a larger version of the small flame. When you sense it nearing completion, release it. Theoretically, a miniature explosion is merely a grander iteration of a small flame, which is the essence behind Aoyan's belief that Agumon can master this technique. If it can harness the power of the larger flame, then Agumon will have succeeded. Under Aoyan's watchful gaze and encouraging voice, a faint explosion reverberates from within Agumon's flames, followed by a sudden surge of fire. As if Agumon were harboring a fiery octopus, its tentacles thrashing wildly in the air. This is clearly a sign of nearing chaos, and Aoyan's heart races. Should it succeed, all would be well. However, if it spirals out of control, an uncontrolled explosion could inflict severe harm. Opportunities may arise anew, but injury would only result in wasted time and enduring pain, an unworthy trait. As Aoyan opens his mouth to urge Agumon to release the flames, a delicate explosion resonates once more from within. In the next moment, an even more powerful surge of flames erupts. Yet, curiously, this intensified flame seems to possess a semblance of control. Is it merely an illusion? Aoyan's gaze shifts to Agumon's eyes, which are resolute and fierce, fixated on the boulder before them. Without inquiry or reply, Aoyan understands the unspoken truth. Agumon has begun to master the energy needed to coalesce into a miniature explosion. Now, Agumon, release it, Aoyan commands. As the words leave his lips, the inferno within Agumon compresses rapidly, forming a fireball slightly larger than a small flame. The change may appear minimal, yet Aoyan envisions the energy within far surpassing that of the small flame. The burning fire, trailing a deep rumble, traverses the distance between Agumon and the boulder at a speed far exceeding that of the small flames, striking the boulder with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates in the air, scattering debris amidst the swirling dust. Aoyan instinctively covers his ears and sidesteps to evade the chaos. The Agumon displayed an utter indifference to the events unfolding around it, its verdant eyes fixated intently on the spot where the flames had erupted amidst the swirling smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, a conspicuous crater emerged atop the boulder. In comparison to the previous barrage of thousands of small flames, this new devastation was monumental. If the earlier flames had merely scratched the surface, the recent explosion had created a gaping chasm. Not only was the area of destruction vastly larger, but its depth was also significantly greater. Qinglu approached the crater, extending his palm to probe the depths, discovering that he could sink nearly half of his forearm before reaching the bottom. He meticulously examined the base of the pit, then withdrew his hand and turned to peer inside. There, he observed cracks resembling spider webs, each as thick as a finger. The sheer power of the blast was evident. And even after the explosion, a residual warmth lingered in the air. Qinglu rubbed the warm debris between his fingers, glancing at the Agumon that had cautiously approached. Well done, Agumon, he congratulated, patting the creature on the shoulder. However, before he could apply any force, the Agumon suddenly tilted and began to topple toward the ground. Had Qinglu not reacted swiftly to catch it, the creature would have surely fallen. Seeing the Agumon in such a state caused Qinglu's heart to race, prompting him to inquire about its condition. Was there discomfort or some other reaction? Without hesitation, he scooped up the Agumon, preparing to head to the Pokémon Center in the nearby town for treatment. Despite the potential exposure, Qinglu felt he had no choice but to pursue this course of action. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, the organs within the Agumon's belly began to churn, producing a long, deep sound. Qinglu paused, staring in disbelief at the Agumon, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. The Agumon sheepishly scratched its head and chuckled. Sorry about that. I'm just so hungry that I can barely stand. Surprised, Qinglu reluctantly set the Agumon down and retrieved a dozen energy cubes from his backpack, offering them to the creature. The Agumon wasted no time, devouring them in swift succession, its dinosaur-like jaws chewing eagerly, a look of satisfaction spreading across its face. I recall giving you a substantial meal just before that training session. How could you be so hungry already? Qinglu inquired. I don't know. After launching that attack, I felt completely drained and my stomach was growling. The Agumon replied between bites. Upon hearing this, Qinglu opened his panel, revealing the Agumon's information. Species, Agumon classification, reptile Pokémon type, dragon, ability, sharp claws, due to the sharpness of its claws. Its attack power is enhanced, level 13, Exclusive move, Small Flame, Fire-type power 60. Sharp Claw, Fire-type power 40. Mini Explosion, Agumon unleashes all its strength in a fiery attack, causing tremendous destruction, but at a significant cost of Fire-type power 75. Moves learned, none. Base stats, 360 HP, 50, attack, 72, defense, 55, special attack, 72, special defense, 50. Speed, 61, friendship level, 70, most important friend, status, hungry, recovering, summary. Thus, while the mini explosion is vastly more powerful than the small flame, it exacts a heavy toll on stamina, potentially leaving one utterly drained. Reflecting on the information regarding the mini explosion, Qinglu mused, even so, the efforts of today have been worthwhile. While it may not serve as a reliable technique for everyday use, it can certainly be a decisive move in a critical situation. Moreover, Agumon's ability to learn the mini explosion suggests it can also acquire moves from other Pokémon that align with its elemental affinity. Chapter 28. Training for experience. The following day was dedicated to solidifying the training of the mini explosion. Given the move as considerable energy expenditure, Qinglu had to integrate practices of Small Flame and Sharp Claw into the regimen. By day's end, the quantity of energy cubes and healing spray had dwindled significantly. Yet both the Small Flame and Sharp Claw exhibited marked improvements in proficiency and fluidity. The mini explosion was now fully mastered, eliminating the initial uncertainty of success. Simultaneously, the boulder that served as their training target had been utterly ravaged, pockmarked with craters and gouges, losing its former solidity. To prevent the Agumon from overexerting itself before training concluded, Qinglu decided to end the day's session early, taking the Agumon for a leisurely stroll through the surrounding forest. On the third day, as dawn broke, the duo of one large and one small figure jogged through the woods. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm. Whether running or battling, your breathing must remain steady and consistent, Qinglu instructed, jogging in place beside the Agumon. The Agumon offered no reply. Its energy was waning rapidly after several laps, and it struggled to maintain pace with Qinglu. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that it had yet to have breakfast. Qinglu, I think I'm feeling a bit hungry, the Agumon managed to voice after catching its breath. Qinglu shook his head in refusal. I mentioned earlier that vigorous exercise is not advisable after a meal, as it can hinder proper digestion, leading to discomfort. We need to push through just a little longer. We're almost there. All right then. Accepting Qingliu's reasoning, the Agumon nodded and drew in a deep breath, resuming its run toward the finish line of their final lap. Qinglu silently endeavored to keep pace behind it. At that moment, his breath came in quick gasps. Despite the Agumon nearing exhaustion, its speed remained a formidable challenge for Qinglu. Yet he persevered. In a previous conversation with Xiaosong, Qinglu had gleaned many insights into the Pokémon world that a newcomer like him might overlook. For instance, while gym leaders were exceptionally powerful trainers in the eyes of most, gym battles were originally designed to select and nurture new talent. As long as a challenger displayed remarkable skill, even in defeat, they could earn a badge. Moreover, gym leaders often intentionally held back or trained certain Pokémon specifically to counter challengers. Additionally, it was only in sanctioned trainer agreements or formal league battles that Pokémon were prohibited from attacking trainers in encounters with wild Pokémon. The creatures showed no qualms about targeting trainers directly. After all, compared to Pokémon, trainers were far more vulnerable, and most Pokémon possessed intelligence that surpassed mere instinct. In light of potential future scenarios, Qinglu believes it is essential to enhance his physical abilities while training Agumon. Furthermore, aside from their daily interactions, sweating together during training serves as an excellent means to strengthen their bond. With a sigh of relief after crossing the finish line, Qinglu exhaled deeply. Nearby, Agumon retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and offered it to him. Here, thank you. Qinglu accepted it, took a sip, and swished it around in his mouth before speaking. The energy cubes are in the backpack, and I've portioned them for each meal, if that isn't sufficient. There are also some generic energy cubes available, although their taste might not be as pleasant. Moments later, Qinglu realized his concerns were unfounded. Agumon exhibited no signs of fussiness or distaste. Instead, he devoured the cubes in one go, chewing vigorously before swallowing. With the food consumed, Agumon's belly slightly expanded, and he inadvertently let out a prolonged belch. Apologies, I couldn't help it. Observing Agumon's awkwardness as he scratched his head, Qinglu couldn't suppress a laugh. Perhaps, in Agumon's perspective, there was no distinction between delicious and unappetizing, only edible and inedible. Yet, this simplicity was advantageous. He was easy to feed. A glance into the backpack revealed that 2/3 of the specialized dragon-type energy cubes remained, while Agumon had consumed 1/5 of the generic ones. Originally prepared for 10 days with 5 days of each type, It seemed unlikely they would last that long. However, the results were remarkably evident. Qinglu could distinctly feel that after a day of consuming energy cubes, Agumon maintained his vigor despite the substantial training load from the previous day. His muscles were taut, and even the white claws on his forearms appeared more translucent. Indeed, there was a significant difference between expensive and free items. Regrettably, most of the funds earned from selling oranges had been spent, leaving only 200 alliance coins, which were nearly depleted after purchasing daily necessities. In the vicinity, no suitable fruit trees had been discovered, making it impossible to continue the previous practice of selling fruit for profit. Unexpectedly, even in a new world, Qinglu found himself troubled by financial concerns, reminiscent of his life in the 21st century. Nevertheless, solutions to the monetary issue existed, although neither he nor Agumon possessed the means to earn that money just yet. Unless, Qinglu recalled the earning channels mentioned by Xiaosong and murmured to himself, unless we level up twice more, Agumon's overall strength will increase, thereby enhancing the frequency of the small explosion ability. He did not seek the powerful trump card to unleash a relentless barrage akin to the small flame, but merely wished to elevate the usage to 2 times. The first would alter the battlefield dynamics, and the second would serve as a contingency, maximizing the probability of victory and ensuring both their safety. With these thoughts in mind, Qinglu began to plan their subsequent training arrangements while having breakfast. The morning would remain dedicated to physical training, aimed at enhancing his physical attributes to mitigate the strain that small explosions placed on his stamina. In the afternoon, they would engage in mixed training for 3 techniques, concluding before dusk. Subsequently, Qinglu decided to take Agumon to the location he had discovered during yesterday's reconnaissance, where wild Pokémon of a similar level resided, to commence dungeon clearing. After all, training laid the foundation for battle, and combat was the most effective avenue for rapid level and strength enhancement. With Agumon's innate superiority over Pokémon of the same level, combined with the recent training and the small explosion as a hidden asset, their battle results were promising, and experience points surged. Chapter 29, The Forbidden Forest. Agumon, Small Flame. In a certain part of the jungle, Agumon suddenly peeked out from behind a tree and unleashed a small flame attack. The opponent seemed to recognize the unusual might of the fireball, rapidly fluttering its nearly transparent wings to evade the small flame. Simultaneously, its form became increasingly discernible as it darted through the jungle. Species: Beedrill. Classification: Poison Bee. Pokémon. Type: Bug. Poison. Ability: Sniper. Level 11. Exclusive move: None. Learned moves: Bug Bite, Fury Attack, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden. Twin Needle. Base stats: 395, HP 65, Attack 90, Defense 40, Special Attack 45, Special Defense 80, Speed 75. Friendship: 50. After a failed attack, expelled from the group. Harboring intense resentment towards you and Agumon. Status: Angry. Summary: Possesses a strong territorial instinct. Will aggressively attack if intruded upon. Sometimes patrols in groups, relying on its incredible speed to poison its foes to death with its stingers. Beedrill emitted a low, furious buzz, raising its 2 front legs, each adorned with large white stingers radiating a crystalline glow, and charged at Agumon. Block it with your sharp claws, while keeping an eye on the poisonous stinger at its rear. As Qingliu's voice fell, Agumon's white claws were enveloped in orange energy, his large green eyes fixed intently on the opponent. As Beedrill approached, Agumon stepped forward, swinging his massive claws in tandem with his advance. Clang! The sharp clang of metal on metal rang out. The enormous force generated from the energy clash propelled both Agumon and Beedrill backward. However, Beedrill's wings vibrated at an uncanny speed, enabling it to regain control and prevent further retreat. Its stinger quivered menacingly, aimed directly at Agumon. Anticipating the move, Agumon sidestepped deftly, skillfully grasping Beedrill with his energy-imbued claws and spinning to execute a powerful throw, slamming Beedrill into the ground. Small Flame. As Qinglu called out, Agumon released a fireball that struck Beedrill's back just as it hit the ground, rendering its eyes into spirals, incapacitating it. After confirming there was no remaining threat, Agumon inquired, Qinglu, didn't this one attack us before? Its evasive maneuvers seem very familiar. Indeed, it's the second time. Observing the panel displaying Beedrill's friendship level of 50, Qinglu took a moment to reflect on the misfortune of this Pokémon, expelled from its group. However, since they had engaged, they had to be prepared to face the consequences. Repeatedly battling the same Pokémon yields little experience. Let us move on. We have limited time before nightfall. Tossing an energy cube to Agumon, Qinglu and Agumon quickly departed in search of their next target, although the journey proved somewhat arduous. Agumon, get ready. 3 Eakins are engaged in a skirmish to the left. Observing the information displayed on the panel, Qinglu swiftly pointed the way. Understood. Agumon nodded. His sharp claws swiftly enveloped in energy as he charged towards Qingliu's indicated direction. Rustling through the underbrush, Agumon leaped into the fray, prepared to engage. As a result, the Abersnake reacted with remarkable speed. Almost instantaneously, upon sensing the rustling in the bushes, 3 Abersnakes turned their heads. Upon recognizing Qi-Lu and Yaga Beast, they hesitated not for a moment before swiftly disentangling their tails and scattering in 3 different directions. Yaga Beast, Qing-Lu let out a resigned sigh, then opened the panel to survey the surroundings, pointing towards their left where they had come from. There, atop a large tree, were 2 monkeys. Upon hearing this, Yaga Beast promptly turned and dashed forward, with Qi-Lu quickly following suit. Soon, they spotted the 2 monkeys on the tree, furiously screeching and exchanging blows. Just as Yaga Beast was gathering flames in its mouth, preparing to launch an attack on the monkeys perched atop the tree, the very next moment, the previously aggressive monkeys, upon seeing Yaga Beast, suddenly recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a fearsome monster. After a brief exchange of glances and swallowing hard, they hastily released each other and began to leap away from the tree with an astonishing speed, leaving Qing-Lu and Yaga Beast in stunned silence. What shall we do now? Well, it's probably for the best to return to the training ground for some skill practice. I should have known better than to rush things. We should have taken our time, Qing-Lu lamented. Over the past 2 days, the duo had been tirelessly battling various creatures in the nearby jungle, engaging anyone they encountered. With Yaga Beast's prowess in battle and Qingliu's support, they had become virtually unstoppable in the vicinity. The local Pokémon soon learned of the duo's exploits. Realizing many creatures had been utterly defeated by the same human and Pokémon, with their numbers steadily increasing, surpassing half within just 1 day. This information rapidly circulated among most nearby Pokémon, culminating in a peculiar situation whenever Qi-Lu and Yaga Beast appeared, ready to engage a target. Any Pokémon that spotted them would immediately abandon their activities and flee without the slightest hesitation. Of course, there were exceptions, those Pokémon eager to prove themselves by defeating Qi-Lu and Yaga Beast. For instance, the Beedrill that had approached them previously. The outcome was predictable. All challengers were swiftly subdued, particularly when the local powerhouse, a level 19 armored bird, fell victim to Yaga Beast's precise strike, ultimately discarded by the riverbank for all passing Pokémon to witness. Thus, Qi-Lu and Yaga Beast became the taboo of this jungle. No Pokémon dared to approach them, and the rumor continued to spread. It seemed their training subjects had also been identified. However, there was a silver lining. Yaga Beast had leveled up from level 13 to 14, and a sense of imminent breakthrough to level 15 lingered in the air. As Qing-Lu contemplated the dwindling energy cubes and food supplies in his backpack, deliberating on where to find suitable Pokémon for Yaga Beast, the training subject approached them unbidden. Chapter 30. The proactive challenge of Xiaosong. Curiously, the last time she was in this vicinity, she encountered several Pokémon. And to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, she had summoned her companions. Yet this time, not a shadow was to be found. Dressed in uniform and carrying a backpack, the young girl parted the underbrush before her, expressing her perplexity aloud. The snow mask Pokémon strode confidently ahead, flanked by 2 Pokémon. 1. A dark figure mostly concealed beneath a conical cloak, displaying only a pair of blue eyes and prominent fangs, was a robust snow child. The other, a slender black Pokémon, bore a dim red ear and tail, its triangular eyes emanating a menacing aura, was a Nulla. Perhaps this is for the best. It saves time on unnecessary battles. But where has Qing-Lu run off to? We agreed to train nearby, Xiaosong mused while surveying her surroundings. The previously silent snow mask suddenly appeared to catch a scent, its eyes darting about. Nulla, noticing its behavior, twitched its nose and pointed towards the right front. Nulla, are you suggesting there's movement ahead? Xiaosong inquired, observing the interaction between Snow Mask and Nulla. Nulla nodded affirmatively. Then let's investigate, she affirmed, leading the group in the direction Nulla indicated. The closer they approached, the more excited Snow Mask became, detecting the enticing aroma of fish meat from their last meal, which seemed even more delectable this time, tantalizing its senses. Yum yum. The others, including Nulla and Snow Child, also caught a whiff of the enticing scent, though they remained uncertain of its source, glancing at Snow Mask and Xiaosong with curiosity. Xiaosong smiled. It's likely our old friend. Let us sneak up and surprise him. The 4 of them stealthily advanced until they spotted a boy sitting beside a fire with Yaga Beast, signaling silently. Snow Mask understood the cue, inhaling deeply, channeling its ice energy, preparing to unleash an icy wind. However, just as it gathered its energy, a sudden wave of heat enveloped them. What is happening? Xiaosong was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he Snow Mask supposed to use icy wind? Why is it turning fiery? Yet it seemed none of her Pokémon possessed fire-type moves. And this sensation felt strangely familiar, akin to Yaga Beast's small flames. Wait a minute. Xiaosong looked up just in time to see a fireball burst through the underbrush, hurtling towards them. This unexpected turn of events left Xiaosong momentarily stunned, her plan to have her Pokémon launch a surprise attack foiled. Instinctively, she prepared to issue, but suddenly recalled something and remained silent. Snow Mask, Snow Child, and Nulla exchanged anxious glances, and, seeing Xiaosong, they quickly mobilized their energy to erect an ice wall. Yet, surprisingly, before the wall could fully form, the fireball approached and, just before contact, dissipated into a flurry of sparks, vanishing into thin air. Xiaosong's expression turned to one of realization, while her Pokémon looked on in confusion, except for Snow Mask, which appeared contemplative. Ah, my apologies. I thought some Pokémon were about to ambush us. I didn't realize it was you. Qinglu explained with a smile as he approached alongside Yaga Beast. That maneuver was exactly like the last battle. Do you expect me to believe you weren't doing it on purpose? Xiaosong retorted. Yet you didn't dodge either, Qinglu countered. That's because I recognized you and realized it was Yaga Beast's small flames. I can't fathom why you, who are so meticulous, would engage in such mischief. Hearing a compliment from this perspective was a first for Qinglu, causing him to chuckle sheepishly. Seeing his smile, Xiaosong's irritation flared anew, and she began to unleash a torrent of complaints. The Snow Child and Nulla were taken aback as the scene before them underwent a dramatic transformation in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the already familiar Agumon and Snowleaf Monster huddled together, engaging in conversation. Observing the evident camaraderie between her elder brother and the new Snow Child hesitated for a moment before gradually approaching to join their discourse. Nulla, however, maintained a stern expression, fixated on Agumon. The flames that had just erupted were clearly emitted by him, given their intensity and speed, if he had aimed them at her. She might not have had the capacity to defend herself, relying solely on her agility to evade. Moreover, as the distance between them shrank, Nulla instinctively sensed an overwhelming premonition. This was an exceedingly perilous Pokémon, exuding an aura that made her feel uneasy, discomforting her greatly. Hello, came a rather neutral voice from in front of her. Nulla looked up to see Agumon standing before her, extending his hand. After a brief hesitation, she reciprocated the gesture, their hands clasping together. I am Agumon. I hear from Snowleaf Monster that you are Nulla. I look forward to your guidance in the future, he stated as they shook hands. Looking forward to guidance? How about right now? Nulla replied, her seemingly delicate fingers suddenly extending two white claws, aimed directly at Agumon. A hand suddenly interposed itself, blocking her advance. No. Snowleaf Monster resolutely shook his head, indicating disapproval. Seeing her brother's firm stance, Nulla withdrew her claws and released Agumon, crossing her arms as she silently retreated to the side to sit down. This left Snowleaf Monster feeling somewhat awkward, hastily explaining that it was simply her nature. Agumon, with his affable demeanor, took no offense, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. My apologies, that child has always been this way, distrustful of everyone and bristling with defenses. Even Snowleaf Monster and I took considerable time to earn her acceptance, the ever-observant Xiaosong elaborated with a smile. I can't shake the feeling that your apology lacks sincerity. Qilu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her expression. Just learning from certain individuals, Xiaosong retorted cheekily. Haven't he seen you in a few days? And your attitude has certainly become quite brazen. That's not brazen, that's confidence in one's abilities. So, how about another battle with me? Xiaosong proposed with a playful smirk, a challenge evident in her countenance. Challenge? Qinglu exclaimed, glancing at Xiaosong in surprise, and then at the trio of Pokémon beside Snowleaf Monster. His amusement barely contained as he raised an eyebrow. He had intended to discuss matters further, yet here was Xiaosong initiating a challenge herself, an unexpected turn of events. After all, Xiaosong was no fool. She had witnessed Agumon's prowess firsthand, and had no reason to allow Snowleaf Monster to suffer injuries, while knowing the significant disparity in strength. Gave her such confidence? Don't wear that insincere smile. Just say it. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Xiaosong urged, her eyes glinting with mischief as she observed Qiglu's amused expression. Of course, I would welcome it, Qilu replied with eagerness, finding no reason to refuse an opportunity presented in such a manner. Very well, but you haven't captured any other Pokémon yet, have you? Xiaosong inquired. No. Only Agumon, Qilu confirmed. After establishing that Qilu still possessed only Agumon, Xiaosong pointed towards the coolly aloof Nulla crossing her arms. The Pokémon I will use this time is Nulla. Qilu was unsurprised. The grass and ice type of Snowleaf Monster was severely disadvantaged against Agumon's fiery abilities, while its relatively slow speed made it an easy target. As for Snow Child, if memory served correctly, its pre-evolution had alarmingly high average capabilities. Qi-Lu promptly opened his panel. Species Snow Child, classification, Snowleaf Pokémon, type, Ice, ability, Frozen Body, level 11, exclusive move, none, moves learned, Headbutt, Powder Snow, Frighten, Shadow Clone, base stats, 300, HP 50. Attack 50, Defense 50, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 50, Speed 50. Friendship, 1 status, normal, summary. The Snow Child often inhabits snowy regions, thriving even in frigid climates. It appears at the onset of snowfall. If it manifests at midnight, it heralds a sudden blizzard. Legends say that places once inhabited by the Snow Child become prosperous and populous, leading to the custom of offering ice blocks at doorsteps. Outside of its superstitious associations akin to a fortune cat or a deity of progeny, it is relatively unremarkable. Qi-Lu then turned his attention to the final Pokémon, species Nulla, classification, Claw Pokémon, type Dark, Ice ability, Inner Focus, level 13. Exclusive move, none, moves learned Scratch, Glare, Taunt, Quick Attack, Ice Shard, Bite base stats 430, HP 55, Attack 95, Defense 55, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 75, Speed 115, Friendship, 0 status, normal, holds Quick Claw, summary. Residing in cold environments. Nulla is cunning and treacherous, often lurking in shadows to employ its sharp claws, hunting in packs, and stealing eggs from bird Pokémon, thus incurring the disdain of breeders. A remarkably swift Pokémon, especially with the Quick Claw, coupled with Ice-type moves that are effective against Dragon types, it was no wonder Xiaosong felt emboldened. Qi-Lu mused to himself. While Nulla might pose a threat to Agumon from a few days back, the Agumon now was a far cry from the one of that time. If a battle were to ensue, he feared the outcome would be swift, potentially dampening Xiaosong's confidence and enthusiasm. Thus, he devised an excellent plan. Xiaosong, how about this? I will only use Agumon, while you can unleash all 3 of yours. Xiaosong, what are you saying? I'm saying. Agumon 1 against 3. Upon hearing the reiterated proposition, Xiaosong stared at Qi-Lu with a look of incredulity. In her understanding, even if Agumon was stronger than Snowleaf Monster and Snow Child, and even if Nulla might not necessarily be a match for him, that was predicated on a 1-on-1 scenario. In a 3-on-1 setting, with all 3 opponents at a similar level, how could Agumon possibly triumph? Snowleaf Monster and Snow Child displayed minimal reactions, yet Nulla, who had remained silent, wore an even darker expression, her gaze sweeping over Qi-Lu before settling on Agumon, her eyes brimming with hostility. Even if you're joking, that is not appropriate. You stand no chance in a 1-on-3 situation. Even if I win, it would merely reflect poorly on me, Nulla asserted. Right? Snowleaf Monster nodded in agreement. Since I've said it, I mean it. Right, Agumon? Qi-Lu looked towards Agumon. Of course. The ancient beast, Agumon, swiftly retreated, creating ample space while brandishing the claws at the tips of its palms, presenting an unmistakable readiness for battle. Observing the resolute expressions of Qi-Lu and Agumon, Xiaosong also retracted her smile. In light of this, she resolved to show no mercy. As a villain trained by her father, a gym leader, and aspiring to become a gym trainer herself, Xiaosong possessed a sense of pride. Although she had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Qi-Lu in a 1-on-1 match, she was now determined to make him pay for proposing a 3-against-1 challenge. Of course, she welcomed the opportunity. Qi-Lu gradually retreated until he stood behind Agumon. The trio of Pokémon, Zwekasai, Zuotongzi, and Eula, were about to learn how grave a miscalculation they had made. The 3 Pokémon nodded in unison, spreading out to prepare for battle. We would take the initiative. Zwekasai unleashed a flurry of fine snow and leaves to the left, while Zuotongzi mirrored the action to the right, and Eula charged forward with a quick dash. Zwekasai and Zuotongzi raised their arms simultaneously, and delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, while leaves swirled around them amidst the flurry. Eula, glowing with dual-colored light, shot forth rapidly through the falling snow and leaves, heading straight for Agumon. As Zwekasai and Zuotongzi launched their attacks, they provided cover, while Eula took the lead. Within mere seconds, the 3 Pokémon had established an impressive synergy. Xiaosong felt a swell of satisfaction. As a future gym leader, her father had laid the groundwork for a team battle system, which would showcase its true brilliance once they began to fight as a unit. Indeed, the combined battle prowess of the 3 Pokémon was formidable, reaching a level of 11-13. Qi-Lu noted the remarkable transformation in the trio's coordination under Xiaosong's command, recognizing the significant increase in difficulty. However, he couldn't help but ponder that the experience points gained from defeating the 3 Pokémon would also be 11-13, wouldn't it? Chapter 32. Utilizing minor explosions if memory served correctly, it was indeed so. With that in mind, Agumon unleashed a small flame straight ahead. The fire-type energy coalesced and compressed, resulting in a fireball that erupted from Agumon's mouth, soaring into the midst of the fine snow and leaves. Nyola, avoid direct confrontation and be cautious. Xiaosong promptly instructed upon witnessing the small flame. Having experienced the potency of Agumon's small flame firsthand, she would not allow Nyola to take the hit. Nyola, replied the Pokémon, and with its inherent speed, combined with the explosive velocity of its quick dash, Nyola effortlessly evaded the small flame and continued its charge. Qinglu, having anticipated the failed probing attack, was not surprised. After all, a Pokémon known for its speed should easily dodge such an attack. If it couldn't, there would be no need for the battle to even commence. However, could the slower Rayquaza and Zuotongzi also evade? A small flame was launched from the left front, followed by another from the right front. For Agumon, the rapid succession of small flames was nearly instantaneous, targeting both sides. Yet, due to the obstruction of leaves and fine snow, the flames merely exploded beside Rayquaza and Zuotongzi, inflicting minimal damage and interrupting their interference moves. Nonetheless, this was sufficient for Qinglu. Oh, you see the cover of fine snow and leaves, he mused as Nyola's silhouette emerged. It had closed in to within 5 meters of Agumon. Nyola, use Metal Claw. Agumon, block with Sharp Claw. The claws of Nyola and Agumon gleamed in silver and orange, respectively, as they prepared to unleash their energy upon one another. At that moment, a faint white light flickered across Nyola's claw. In the next instant, Nyola's metal claw took shape and struck Agumon squarely on the shoulder. Well done, Xiaosong exclaimed, her voice ringing with approval. Meanwhile, Qinglu recalled the information displayed on his panel and the brief glimmer of light, inquiring, was that the priority claw? Indeed, Xiaosong replied enthusiastically. The priority claw, resembling the teeth of a dragon, is an item that, during battle, has a chance to accelerate energy and move speed, allowing for swifter attacks than the opponent. This was one of the reasons she had the confidence to let Nyola challenge Agumon. By leveraging Nyola's already impressive speed and the enhancement provided by the priority claw, she aimed to gain an upper hand over Agumon, particularly with Rayquaza and Zuotongzi providing support. Qinglu, soon you shall regret your earlier decision. Is that so? Qinglu smiled. Do not presume that just because you landed a hit, victory is assured. Agumon, counter with Sharp Claw. What happened next was unexpected. Agumon, momentarily suppressed by the metal claw, suddenly raised its sharp claw, deflecting Nyola's attack and stepping forward with a powerful stride, its sharp claw now in motion. Clang, clang. A series of rapid clashes echoed as Agumon roared, forcefully sending Nyola back. Xiaosong immediately commanded Nyola to use quick attack to gain distance. Even with an advantage, one must not be careless. Witnessing that Agumon could still find an opening to counterattack despite facing the accelerated assault of the priority claw, Xiaosong quickly tempered her earlier confidence. Winning a 3-on-1 battle would be commendable, but any misstep could lead to ridicule. It was imperative to eliminate all possible threats. Rayquaza, use Icy Wind. Zuotongzi, employ Double Team to close in. Nyola, maintain your distance and use Ice Shard. Sharp shards of ice were hurled by Nyola, while Rayquaza advanced with its Icy Wind, propelling the ice shards forward. Zuotongzi transformed into 8 indistinct, flickering shadows, rapidly approaching Agumon. Xiaosong's adept strategy of cover attacks was in full effect and under her command. The trio of Pokémon worked in perfect harmony, leaving Agumon with little room to evade, forcing their attacks into its vulnerable spots. Pay no mind to the double team. Fire the small flames straight ahead and charge. In contrast to Xiaosong's tactical approach, Qinglu chose to break through head-on. The blazing small flames melted the ice shards, their residual heat countering the icy wind. At that moment, the 8 shadow clones of Zuotongzi had encircled Agumon. Zuotongzi, use Headut. As Xiaosong's command echoed, the 8 indistinct figures of Zuotongzi lowered their heads, revealing the sharp tips of their hats as they barreled towards Agumon. Faced with this onslaught and having never encountered the double team technique before, Agumon, taken aback, leaped into the air, evading all attacks beneath it. Just then, Agumon noticed a shadow falling over it from above. Unbeknownst to it, Nyola had already leaped into the air, awaiting Agumon's descent. Nyola opened its mouth, revealing 4 sharp teeth radiating malicious energy. Did you anticipate that I would choose to leap to evade the attack? Indeed, even if you prevent Agumon from jumping, I possess alternative methods to compel you to leap. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Xiaosong remarked, since your last victory over me, I have been contemplating how to achieve victory. Initially, such a rhythm of attack was beyond the capabilities of Snow Shoveler or Snorant, but now, I have an ample number of Pokémon to execute the strategic plan. Snow Shoveler, muster all your might and unleash ice wind towards the sky. The frigid gust surged forth, encasing Agumon, who was suspended in midair without any means of evasion, in shards of ice that completely immobilized its joints. Above, Snorunt's mouth glowed with dark energy as it dove down with its gaping maw. One maneuver created an opportunity, another immobilized the target, and a final strike executed, creating an apparent scenario of inevitable defeat. Victory! Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaosong clenched his fist, filled with unwavering confidence. Even when he saw Agumon gathering flames in its mouth, the intense heat melting the ice around its head, preparing to launch an attack at Snorunt, Xiaosong remained unperturbed. For at that moment, the Snow Child, who had previously missed its hammer strike, joined the supportive ranks, summoning fine snow at Agumon's location to assist Snow Shoveler's ice wind in minimizing the impact of the small flame attack. Soon, all that would be required was for Snorunt to successfully latch onto its target, and with Snow Shoveler and Snow Child overwhelming the opponent, the battle would be decisively concluded. However, what Xiaosong did not anticipate was that Agumon was not utilizing a small flame, but rather a newly mastered move acquired during recent rigorous training. Agumon, the warm-up is over. Unleash Small Explosion. Chapter 33. The emergence of Small Explosion. The flames rapidly coalesced in Agumon's mouth, transforming into a formidable fireball that grew in size over time. Although familiar, the fireball's dimensions and the move's name diverged greatly from Xiaosong's previous experiences, momentarily leaving him stunned. This attack had not been used in their prior battles, nor had it been mentioned. Was it newly acquired? Xiaosong was uncertain, yet he recognized that the moment for action had arrived. Should he allow this opportunity to slip away? Given Qingliu's character, it was unlikely that a similar miscalculation would present itself again. At that time, resolving the battle would indeed become challenging. Moreover, with the fine snow and ice wind serving as a shield to diminish Agumon's attack power, even if it struck Snorunt, it was highly probable that Snorunt would not be rendered incapable of battle. It was a gamble. Snorunt, brace yourself and use Latch On. Nula. Snorunt shared this sentiment. Even if it sustained minor injuries, it was acceptable. As long as its Latch On succeeded, victory would be secured. Snorunt had unshakable confidence in the strength of its move. However, as the distance closed and its gaze met the fireball just released from Agumon's mouth, Snorunt's confidence faltered. The intense heat and the prickling sensation of its first standing on end warned Snorunt that this attack was far more formidable than anticipated. Xiaosong, who had been meticulously observing the battlefield, also sensed that this attack differed drastically from his initial expectations. A sudden thought crossed his mind. If this were to connect, it could lead to dire consequences. The dread of potential loss urged him to abandon the previously devised battle commands, and he shouted, "Snorunt, cancel the attack and evade." Equally attuned to the ominous turn of events, Snorunt disregarded its descending body and the backlash of its move, forcibly canceling Latch On. A white glow manifested behind it, attempting to shift its trajectory in the air using Quick Attack to evade Agumon's onslaught. Yet, it was too late, as the flash of electricity ignited. Agumon unleashed a fireball exponentially larger than the small flame. The defensive measures of Snow Child's fine snow and Snow Shoveler's ice wind, intended to weaken the fireball's power, proved ineffective. Dissolving upon contact. As the searing heat illuminated Snorunt's face, it realized the imminent danger, but by then, Small Explosion was nearly upon it. With a resounding explosion, the flames erupted violently, releasing their destructive force amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds, accompanied by billowing smoke. The residual ice wind and fine snow were swept away, melting under the onslaught of heat. Snow Shoveler and Snow Child were thrown to the ground by the heat wave, and even Xiaosong, standing at a safe distance, was compelled to shield himself from the oncoming wave of scorching air. Yet, in that moment, he had no time to consider his own state. His focus remained fixed on the heart of the battlefield. A shadow, charred and darkened, was hurled out from the center, colliding with a nearby tree and falling unconscious. Damn it! Seeing how a single small explosion had rendered Snorunt, shielded by fine snow and ice wind, and in peak condition, completely incapacitated and on the brink of collapse, Xiaosong clenched his fists in frustration. He recalled that the previous small flame attack had only produced a minimal effect against Snow Shoveler, which was 4 times weak to fire. Now, the same occurrence unfolded with Snorunt. How could this move possess such overwhelming power? Xiaosong even questioned whether a combined effort of his 3 Pokémon could withstand the devastating impact of this small explosion. However, it appeared that the attack exacted a significant toll on Agumon's stamina. Even with Snorunt incapacitated, Snow Shoveler and Snow Child remained, and hope was not entirely lost. Observing Agumon's labored breathing, Xiaosong's thoughts raced, but before he could utter a word, Qingliu's voice interrupted. Snow Shoveler, use small flame on the left. Then gather the power of sharp claws and charge at Snow Child. 2 fireballs soared through the air, cutting through the smoke and heat, aimed directly at Snow Shoveler. Unsurprisingly, Snow Shoveler, severely disadvantaged by the fire-type attack, was unable to withstand the onslaught, and despite Xiaosong's attempt to prompt a defensive move, it fell swiftly and predictably. Snow Child, witnessing Snow Shoveler's rapid defeat, quickly turned to alert its companion, only to discover that Agumon had already positioned itself before Snow Child, raising its arm high. Clang! Agumon's claw struck Snow Child atop its head, producing a sharp, resonating sound, and a bump appeared as Snow Child's eyes rolled back, and it gradually collapsed. Thus, all 3 Pokémon succumbed to defeat. How could this be? Xiaosong gazed at Agumon, alongside the fallen Pokémon lying unconscious around it, his expression growing increasingly vacant. Though all 3 were Ice-type Pokémon, vulnerable to Agumon's fire-based moves, it was equally true that they possessed a type advantage over Agumon's Dragon-type. To have 3 Pokémon fail against a single opponent was regrettable enough, but to be thoroughly defeated was bewildering. Never had he heard of Pokémon of comparable strength being overwhelmed in a 3-on-1 scenario. The despair deepened as he recalled his earlier resolve, bolstered by training, to confront Qingliu and reclaim some honor, believing that he could prevail with just Snorret. At this moment, Xiaosong felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment, casting doubt upon her own abilities. Perhaps it was indeed true, as Qingliu had provocatively suggested when he first incited the snowman to awaken its potential, that she lacked the skill and qualifications to inherit the dojo. Or perhaps he had inadvertently spoken a truth that resonated deeply. Xiaosong was unsure, but she found herself engulfed in confusion. Qingliu silently stood beside her, observing her demeanor, and felt a profound sense of relief for his earlier decision to allow Xiaosong to use her 3 Pokémon simultaneously. Had they approached one by one, she would have been subjected to this despair 3 times over, each experience more profound than the last. Now, she merely had to endure it once. Qingliu slowly crouched down, gently patting Xiaosong's shoulder, and said, "All right, stop sitting idly. If you don't assist Nyla in its treatment, it may not survive." Chapter 34, The Objective, Lost Tower. Xiaosong suddenly recalled that Nyla had taken a direct hit from a small explosion and lay incapacitated nearby. She quickly sprang to her feet and retrieved a healing spray to tend to its injuries. Qingliu watched this unfold with a resigned sigh, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "I truly am a gentle person." He had witnessed the earlier moment when Agumon had extended a hand of friendship to Nyla, only for Nyla to attempt an attack. Qingliu had been keenly aware of this tension. As always, once one engages in battle, one must be prepared to bear the consequences. Thus, he had designated Nyla as the initial target of the small explosion. However, he recognized that Nyla was Xiaosong's Pokémon. Xiaosong had gifted him her Pokéball, providing valuable information, and had repeatedly assisted him in gauging Agumon's strength, particularly during moments when he struggled to find a training target for Agumon. Her proactive challenges were immensely beneficial, prompting Qingliu to once again allow Agumon to hold back. Yet even so, he was exceedingly satisfied with the power displayed by the small explosion, deeming it a viable finishing move. The grueling training of recent days had not been in vain. Turning towards Agumon, Qingliu opened the panel and focused on the level section, where the number had risen from 14 to 15. This indicated, alongside the outcomes of their battles, Agumon had broken through the stagnation of the past few days and reached level 15. Consequently, Agumon's fundamental abilities and physical attributes would rise in tandem with this new level, ensuring that it would not exhaust much of its stamina from using the small explosion. Next, Qingliu lifted his gaze toward the horizon, as if traversing the darkening night sky and the encroaching jungle, returning to the stone tower in the southern part of Casual Town. "How is it?" he asked. "It's manageable, though Nyla's injuries are somewhat more severe than those of the snowman. I have handled the situation well enough to retrieve the Pokéball without any major issues." Qingliu nodded, offering a roasted fish before dividing 2 more for the snowman and the snow child, with the spices and salt purchased in Casual Town enhancing the already fragrant fish. The final touch transformed it into a culinary delight. The snowman and the snow child devoured the fish with such fervor that they inadvertently choked on the bones, ultimately resorting to using ice-type energy to freeze the fragments and expel them. Each time Qingliu witnessed this, he marveled at Agumon's robust throat and stomach, never once having seen it choke. Perhaps it too, like the snowman and others, quietly burned the obstruction away in its throat? In that moment, Qingliu felt compelled to pry Agumon's mouth open for a closer inspection, when suddenly he heard Xiaosong's voice, tinged with admiration. "I can hardly believe how much stronger you and Agumon have become in just a few days. My Pokémon stand no chance against the 2 of you." Qi Lu swallowed the morsel of fish and replied, "Your Pokemon's types are severely countered by Agumon, and coincidentally, Agumon has mastered a powerful new move. You needn't comfort me. I am well aware of the overwhelming gap in strength." After a brief pause, Xiaosong continued, "However, I have come to understand many things during this encounter, such as the shortcomings in my command and my life's goals. I will not give up. I shall muster all my resolve and continue forward, and then challenge you once more." "That's the spirit," Qing Lu responded with a smile and a nod. This unwavering determination and courageous attitude truly embodies the essence of a rightful successor to the dojo. Xiaosong, unperturbed by Qing Liu's rare praise, swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "What do you plan to do next? Continue training?" "The objectives of the training have been achieved, and food supplies are dwindling. I intend to return to Casual Town tomorrow." "Return to Casual Town? Not press onward?" Xiaosong pondered, then inquired, "Now that Agumon possesses commendable combat strength and a powerful new move, are you still fixated on challenging Cynthia?" At this, Qing Lu slowly turned to Xiaosong. He couldn't quite place why, but he felt she seemed to relish the prospect of watching him face Cynthia's wrath, perhaps as a means of comfort for herself. With this thought, he couldn't help but deliver a playful strike to her head. "Stop fixating on that matter daily. I have a clear understanding of the disparity in strength and will not act foolishly." Stung by the light blow, Xiaosong contemplated retaliating but was halted by Qi Lu. After a moment's silence, she chose to let it go, and Qi Lu withdrew his hand. "If you're not challenging Cynthia, then what do you intend to do?" "Nearby Pokémon flee at the sight of Agumon and me, leaving no suitable training partners to enhance Agumon's strength. Additionally, I have no money to return to Casual Town seeking something that fulfills both requirements." Upon hearing the first part, Xiaosong suddenly realized why she had encountered no wild Pokémon upon entering the forest. Agumon must have already defeated. The thought of not being the only one who had been beaten lifted her spirits considerably. However, upon hearing the latter part of Qingliu's statement, Xiaosong's slender brows furrowed. She contemplated a place that could offer both a worthy opponent for Agumon and a means to earn money. "Are you suggesting that you plan to challenge the Lost Tower?" "Precisely. The ghost-type Pokémon residing within the Lost Tower would serve as excellent training adversaries for Agumon, and each level cleared would yield corresponding cash rewards." This was the perfect objective for someone like Qi Lu, who was currently short on both funds and opponents. Of course, this did not imply that the mayor of Casual Town was foolish enough to dispense money freely. Qing Lu was well aware that the Pokémon on each successive floor grew progressively stronger. Even the weakest on the first floor would likely surpass Xiaosong's Pokémon in average strength, and many would employ tactics such as phasing through walls or ambushing from the shadows, not to mention the likelihood of facing multiple adversaries simultaneously. Previously, Qing Lu would not have possessed the confidence to face such challenges or even attempt to clear a floor. However, after the recent rigorous training, the situation had shifted dramatically. Firstly, Agumon's level had risen from 13 to 15, resulting in a significant enhancement of its overall capabilities. Secondly, it had mastered the small explosion, a powerful move that consumed a considerable amount of stamina. Finally, the combination of these factors reduced the energy expenditure of the move, ensuring that Agumon would not be left exhausted after a single use. Even the possibility of employing 2 minor explosions cannot be ruled out. Chapter 35. Attention outside the Lost Tower in Sui Town. Outside the Lost Tower, news of someone challenging the tower for substantial rewards spread rapidly, particularly when the challenger was none other than the renowned beauty trainer, Sharona, from the Sinnoh region. Consequently, all nearby media outlets and trainers flocked to Sui Town. Some were drawn by Sharona herself, while others were lured by the rewards of the Lost Tower. The former, however, failed to locate the elusive Sharona, while the latter remained steadfast in their belief. Sharona is human, her Pokémon are Pokémon, they are human, and their Pokémon are Pokémon as well. If she could succeed, surely they could too. Numerous confident novice trainers began to challenge the Lost Tower. Meanwhile, the media outlets that failed to interview Sharona redirected their focus toward these subsequent challengers, unwilling to leave empty-handed. After all, the Lost Tower was a well-known trial ground in the vicinity. If 2 individuals managed to clear it in quick succession, particularly one being Sharona, the ensuing buzz would at least satisfy the minimum requirements for their news coverage. However, to their dismay, 5 days passed. And aside from one older youth who had misrepresented his age and cleared 2 levels before being discovered, every other compliant challenger had failed, with not a single success among them. Upon witnessing yet another trainer and their Pokémon emerge dejectedly, the journalists who had intended to capture the moment lowered their cameras in disappointment. Alas, another failure. How many has it been today? No one knew, but certainly over 10. They had hoped that with so many participants, perhaps one would clear the tower, but it seemed all had met with defeat. It was likely that many harbored similar thoughts, believing they could take advantage of those who had gone before them to wear down the Pokémon within the tower, only to find themselves falling at the first level. It was bewildering how these trainers dared to embark on such journeys. Not only had they failed to clear 5 levels, they hadn't even managed to conquer a single one. Had they squandered their time training their Pokémon for naught? One disgruntled journalist who had abandoned another story to stake out at the Lost Tower could not help but curse. Well, it's all their choice. We cannot blame anyone else. An older journalist tucked away his camera and solemnly advised his fellow reporters, as someone who has been through this. I urge you to learn the art of letting go. Sometimes retreat is a form of progress. I plan to head to Huamian City. I've heard there has been unusual activity with meteorites lately. Perhaps it could compensate for this loss. Who wishes to join me? Upon hearing this, many of the journalists felt tempted. After 5 days of waiting with no results, and with Sharona likely having departed Sui Town, continuing to linger appeared futile. Thus, a significant portion of those contemplating departure began to follow the older journalist away. Only 5 or 6 younger ones remained, including the tall journalist who had vented his frustrations earlier. Seeing your indignation earlier, why are you still here? One of them asked. Time has already been wasted. I must face defeat with dignity. I shall not leave until the last challenger departs. On the other side of the Lost Tower, the somewhat portly mayor of Sui Town observed the majority of departing journalists, shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, seeing this, an assistant inquired, Mayor, it doesn't matter if the other journalists leave. Our 2 local media outlets are still here, and they are among the top in the Sinnoh region. I am not sighing over those journalists. It's those trainers, the mayor replied, nodding slowly, his double chin subtly appearing. With a tone of melancholy, he continued, I had hoped to leverage Miss Sharona's momentum to garner more publicity for the Lost Tower, thereby elevating its prestige. If successful, Sui Town might even transform into Sui City. Yet, aside from Miss Sharona, every other trainer has fallen like cannon fodder. Moreover, as the days pass, the number of challengers dwindles, and the overall skill level of trainers declines. Even with top-tier media coverage from the Sinnoh region, it is a case of a skillful woman unable to make a meal without rice. Marketing is simply impossible. Mayor, should we not have some of the more skilled trainers from the town assist with the Pokémon inside the Lost Tower? The assistant suggested discreetly. Unnecessary. That would only invite ridicule from others. The mayor sighed deeply once more. It seems I shall not be able to elevate Sui Town before my term ends. Alas. Let us depart. There is a mountain of accumulated tasks awaiting my attention. The assistant quickly retrieved a Pokeball, preparing to release their transportation, a Dojuo. When they noticed a man and a woman approaching from outside the Lost Tower, particularly the woman, who seemed quite familiar. Mayor, it appears Miss Xiaosong is about to challenge the Lost Tower. Should we observe? Upon hearing this, the mayor paused and glanced over. Although Miss Xiaosong had previously challenged the Lost Tower and, like the other challengers, had succumbed at the first level, her father was the gym leader of the Chiefeng City Gym. Out of respect, he felt he ought to give her a chance. Moreover, in terms of strength, Miss Xiaosong was undoubtedly the closest to clearing the first level. With a bit of good fortune or better performance, reaching the second level was not out of the question. Yes, let us wait and see the outcome, the mayor decided, his gaze shifting to the figure beside Miss Xiaosong, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you recognize the person standing next to her? The assistant quickly replied, I have not seen him before. Miss Xiaosong occasionally engages with various individuals, inquiring about their attire and accessories. Perhaps this is another instance? That is possible. The mayor scrutinized the newcomer for a moment before dismissing him from his thoughts. Refocusing on Miss Xiaosong. As long as she can clear the first level, with some marketing, we could at least recoup some initial investments, he mused internally. The journalists, too, had a more defined target. As Miss Xiaosong paid her fee, someone revealed her identity, prompting them to raise their cameras and equipment, rushing to her side for an interview. Forcibly separating the young man who had been standing next to her, Qinglu. Observing this scene, Miss Xiaosong felt a twinge of embarrassment and wished to retreat. She intended to circumvent the journalists but found herself cornered. Ultimately, she could only look helplessly at Qi Lu. He raised his hand, offering her an encouraging gesture before stepping into the Lost Tower. The journalists, ever vigilant, noted this moment. After a brief hesitation, they chose to ignore him. Compared to this unknown individual, interviewing someone like Miss Xiaosong, with her established capabilities, was far more prudent. Having already returned empty-handed once, they could not afford another failure. Returning without any results would likely lead to their dismissal. As for whether Qi Lu would clear the first level, they held no expectations. Even though he had come with Miss Xiaosong, in the past few days, they had witnessed too many trainers who had entered with great confidence only to falter shortly after. Lu was automatically categorized among them. Meanwhile, the mayor, watching from the side, noticed this development and furrowed his brow. What is happening? Why is it him entering instead of Miss Xiaosong? If it were to be eliminated quickly, it would be bearable. However, if the Pokémon in possession were of the type skilled at delaying time, he would have to wait an extended period for Xiaosong to challenge, which would only exacerbate his already poor mood. The assistant, aware of the mayor's dwindling patience after several days of fruitless waiting, hurriedly suggested. Perhaps Miss Xiaosong has been detained by reporters, so she had to let her friend enter first. I will chase those reporters away and allow Miss Xiaosong to go in. No need, the mayor replied expressionlessly, exhaling deeply and crossing his arms, tapping his index finger rhythmically against his arm. Having reached this point, there is no necessity for such detrimental actions. We shall wait for his return after he has failed. Consider it the final wait. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, this wait stretched into a half-hour of silence. Chapter 36, Challenge of the Lost Tower. Cackling sounds echoed eerily, while Lu surveyed the dimly lit room on this level. Just as Xiaosong had described, there were no surveillance devices, the light was faint, and an oppressive aura permeated the air. Upon entering the Lost Tower, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him, prompting even Lu to involuntarily sneeze. It truly resembled a graveyard's oppressive ambience. Especially after Lu exhibited no reaction, the bizarre noises morphed into anguished, terrifying wails, vividly enhancing the graveyard's atmosphere, drawing Liu's full attention. In stark contrast, Yagusa appeared remarkably calm. With its large green eyes, it glanced to the left and right, exhibiting no fear, but rather a curiosity towards the howling sounds. Lu, do ghosts truly exist in this world? Yagusa inquired, tilting its head after uncovering an empty space beneath a gravestone. No. Then what accounts for these strange sounds? Liu's gaze inspected the darkest corners of the room. Observing the swirling shadows above, he replied, in the Pokémon world, the concept of ghosts does not exist, but there are ghost-type Pokémon, which, compared to ordinary Pokémon, are more akin to phantoms. So, all of these must be ghost-type Pokémon? Xiaosong mentioned this, but there are exceptions. Lu raised his head to look at the figures dangling from the overhead pole, their wings enveloping their bodies. The room was poorly lit, but thanks to the Pokédex feature, Lu easily discerned their positions, and their information was promptly displayed. Species, Zubat classification, but Pokémon, type, poison. Flying, ability, inner focus, possesses a trained mind, unafraid of intimidation, and does not flinch when attacked. Level, 16. Exclusive move, none. Learn moves, absorb, supersonic, scare, mean look. Poison Fong, base stats, 245, HP 40, attack 45, defense 35, special attack 30, special defense 40, speed 55. Friendship, 0, status, normal, summary, extremely averse to sunlight, as its skin is easily sunburned. Lacking eyes, it uses ultrasonic waves to navigate and fly, with frequency varying among different species. A level 16 Zubat. It is indeed normal for Zubat to appear in such a dark place. Although the eyes are not visible, Lu knew these two Zubats were intently watching them, or rather, focusing on Yagusa. Perhaps it was due to never having encountered a Pokémon resembling Yagusa that they refrained from initiating an attack. Yagusa, prepare for battle, Lu whispered. On the way here, he had meticulously inquired about the rules of the Lost Tower from Xiaosong. In the center of each level of the Lost Tower, there exists an upward passage. Successfully traversing this passage signifies advancement to the next level. Due to a prior agreement with the Pokémon of the Lost Tower, they actively guard the passage, striving to prevent humans and Pokémon from passing through. Of course, some have attempted alternative methods, such as using Pokémon skilled in mist or dark fog techniques to obscure visibility and sneak towards the passage, but all such attempts have ended in failure, often resulting in a collective beating from the Pokémon guarding both the upper and lower passages. In simple terms, the rule states that one must defeat all Pokémon on the current floor with a single Pokémon to proceed to the next level unhindered. However, Lu did not intend to follow this approach, for allowing Yagusa to battle and gain experience was part of his plan. Nevertheless, in focusing on battle and victory, the notions of fairness and sneak attacks became irrelevant. As long as he could diminish the opponent's numbers, he would alleviate his own pressure. Yagusa, unleash a small flame in that direction. With readiness, Yagusa opened its mouth, launching two small flames that streaked through the dim room, heading straight towards the two hanging figures. The Zubats, clearly caught off guard by Liu's sudden command for Yagusa to attack, had not considered that, without an active assault, their own presence would be compromised. Before one Zubat could react, the small flame collided with it, erupting into a torrent of fire that charred the creature, causing it to plummet from the pole. While Yagusa swiftly followed up with a sharp claw, defeating it. The other Zubat, utilizing its reflexes, managed to twist its body and narrowly evade the incoming flame. However, it was not without consequence. The flames grazed its back, singeing its fur and causing a sharp sting to erupt. This intense pain was far from pleasant, prompting the Zubat to emit a shrill cry, furiously turning to glare at Qi Lu before flapping its wings to soar around the room, attempting to use the dim light to conceal its figure. This tactic had proven effective in the past, yielding significant rewards, but unfortunately, this time it faced Qi Lu, equipped with a Pokédex and Yugusa capable of launching moves without reserve. Yugusa, small flame to the left front. Thanks to the Pokédex's exploration feature, Qi Lu easily tracked the Zubat's position and flight trajectory, observing the patterns before predicting the Zubat's attack direction. Almost instantaneously as Qi Lu spoke, a fireball ignited and shot towards the indicated direction. The Zubat, as if intentionally colliding, flew directly into Yugusa's small flame. Following that, a second small flame struck it down. Thud. A faint sound resonated as the second Zubat lost its ability to fight. Well done. Qi Lu tossed out an energy cube, simultaneously praising Yugusa for its swift reaction. As battle experience increased and their time together grew, Yugusa became quicker in grasping Qingliu's commands. Despite being somewhat oblivious in daily life, it exhibited remarkable agility once engaged in battle. Such a scene, witnessed by several Pokémon lurking in the shadows, was somewhat difficult for them to accept. It is important to note that these two Zubats had previously triumphed over numerous trainers and Pokémon in the dark. Having defeated more than a handful of challengers in recent days, they had effectively maintained their own excellent condition by absorbing energy through their attacks. Yet now, in less than half a minute, almost in the blink of an eye, before they could even decide whether to assist, the two Zubats were dispatched in an instant. Who on earth were these two individuals? Chapter 37. The nemesis of Duskull. A similar occurrence had transpired 5 days prior when they encountered a golden-haired girl accompanied by a dragon-type Pokémon. To their astonishment, 5 days later, they found themselves face to face with another youth who bore a dragon-type companion. Was another defeat imminent? Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. They were filled with an unusual fury over their previous failure and resolved to abandon their concealment, emerging before these two adversaries to take revenge for the humiliation suffered 5 days ago. Whether Qi Lu was Cynthia was inconsequential. They believed it to be true. Upon witnessing the three Pokémon boldly appear before him, Qi Lu felt a twinge of surprise. He had just been contemplating what strategy would be needed to draw out the remaining few after dispatching the Zubats. After all, if they continued to hide, it would prove quite troublesome to secure a victory even with the ability to locate them. However, it was his first encounter with ghost-type Pokémon in this world. Qi Lu observed the emerald green apparitions floating around him, their forms ethereal as they glided through the air. Their long, red-green hair trailed behind them like will-o'-the-wisps. And the most striking feature was the red beads adorning their necks. Species, Duskull. Classification, the Nightcry Pokémon. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate, level 16. Exclusive move, none. Known moves: Confusion, Scare, Odd Light, Screech, Confusion, Scare, Odd Light. Dark Pulse, base stats, 435 HP 60, attack 60, defense 60, special attack 85, special defense 85. Speed 85, friendliness 20, discontent with you and Agumon. Status, normal. Information summary, always lurking in the dark. They delight in producing strange sounds to frighten others or suddenly tugging at and biting people's hair when fear is instilled in someone. The red beads around Duskull's neck emit an eerie glow, absorbing the emotion of dread. However, when confronted with bold individuals or Pokémon, they're preferred. As Qi Lu perused the information displayed, his expression gradually shifted to one of gravity. While he himself was not cowardly, he was not overly brave either. However, there was one individual whose bravery was remarkable. His gaze fell upon Agumon, who was fixated on the three Duskull fluttering above like phantoms. There was no trace of fear or trepidation on Agumon's part. Rather, it exuded curiosity. After all, being of the same species as Taichi's Digimon. Even without the proof of a courage badge, Agumon's inherent traits of being somewhat oblivious and brazen would likely compel it to confront any specter. The Duskull sensed something was amiss. Typically, their sudden frights would instill fear in both humans and Pokémon alike, but today was markedly different. While the human behind them seemed unaffected, this yellow Pokémon in front of them was peculiar. Despite their acute sensitivity to negative emotions, they felt no hint of fear emanating from it, which was entirely irrational. Realizing that mere scares would not suffice, the three Duskull decided to take direct action. With piercing cries, they charged toward Agumon from 3 angles. Qi Lu, may I incinerate these creatures? Agumon queried, turning its head in a somewhat exasperated manner, gesturing towards the Duskull clinging to its head and arm. Two of the Duskull had sunk their teeth into Agumon's head, while the third latched onto its arm, their expressions menacing enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, Agumon appeared oblivious, awkwardly scratching its face with a paw, seeking Qinglu's approval. Given Qingliu's understanding of Agumon over the past few days, the slightly fastidious creature likely would not be perturbed by their scare tactics. But it might take issue with the drool that accompanied their bites. Yes, use a small flame, Qinglu instructed. Upon receiving Qinglu's nod, Agumon wasted no time, launching a fireball at the Duskull that had bitten its arm. Oh, the Duskull immediately released its grip, emitting a shriek as it floated away from the small flame. The other two, witnessing this, swiftly distanced themselves from Agumon, aligning themselves to unleash a simultaneous, chilling scream directed at Agumon. However, Agumon showed no sign of retreating in fear. Instead, it raised a paw to counterattack. It was Qi who flinched at the sudden cacophony. Even from this distance, I can feel the shockwave, he muttered, instinctively moving away while he commanded Agumon to unleash a series of small flames. A barrage of fireballs erupted from Agumon's mouth, relentlessly targeting the three Duskull. The Duskull, with their light bodies, danced gracefully to evade the onslaught, deftly dodging each small flame. After evading, they concealed themselves in the surroundings, reappearing suddenly in attempts to frighten Agumon. It was no wonder that trainers had fallen in droves on the first level, even facing Agumon, who was immune to fear. The Duskull could still utilize their uncanny speed to evade and retaliate. Qinglu observed the Duskull's evasive maneuvers and analyzed the data. Although the Duskull possessed lower speed stats compared to the previous Nuzleaf, their almost negligible weight allowed for even greater agility and nimbleness. As one side attacked and the other dodged, the situation devolved into a cyclical stalemate. However, as the battle between Agumon and the three Duskull pushed toward a corner, the deadlock was about to be broken. Agumon, charge toward the left corner, Qi commanded. Agumon retracted its claws, leaping back to create distance, then sprinting in the direction indicated by Qi. The three Duskull exchanged glances, hastily following suit while preparing their attacks. Two beams of shimmering odd light and a blue psychic pulse shot toward Agumon's back. Yet, Agumon showed no inclination to halt. Rather, it accelerated toward the wall. Utilizing the corner as a springboard, it launched itself against the wall, drawing closer to the Duskull to unleash a small flame. As Qingliu's voice resonated, Agumon sprang into action, leaping forcefully to step on the left wall, followed swiftly by a leap to the right wall. As the Dream Demon sensed something amiss and halted its advance, Agumon had already executed a complete somersault, flames flickering from its mouth. Chapter 38. Clearing the first floor with a sharp cry, the leading Dream Demon signaled to retreat, but Agumon, having taken to the ceiling, charged toward them, leaving no time for reaction. The demon had no choice but to abandon its companions and withdraw. Qinglu, surprised by the quick response of one creature, continued his commands without pause. Agumon unleashed small flames at the Dream Demons on either side. Before his words fully escaped, two fireballs had already been launched. The two Dream Demons, caught off guard, were immediately engulfed by the flames and smoke. Their expressions contorted in pain as they were propelled backward, clearly injured. Agumon, deliver the finishing blow without hesitation. Qinglu was not satisfied with merely wounding them. He wanted them defeated. Seizing the opportunity provided by the corner, Agumon aimed a barrage of fireballs at the two Dream Demons, who had just been hit by the initial flames. With cries of anguish, the Dream Demons plummeted from the air, unable to react in time. Just as Agumon was about to hit the ground, it twisted its body to land gracefully. At that moment, the fleeing Dream Demon reappeared before Agumon, its soul-stealing gaze locking onto Agumon's recently lifted face. A typical ghost-type move, the black gaze instilled a sense of dread in its target, rendering them incapable of escape. For the Dream Demon, this was its most crucial and potent technique. If successful, it would plant the seed of fear, allowing it to dictate the pace of the encounter. However, to its astonishment, the yellow-skinned Pokémon, seemingly ensnared by the black gaze, exhibited no reaction and instead swiped a claw at the demon, causing it to hastily dodge. The usual frightening and intimidating moves proved ineffective, and now even the black gaze seemed to have no effect. The Dream Demon began to doubt its own existence. Yet, Qinglu, a kind-hearted individual, would not allow the Dream Demon time for self-doubt. He urged Agumon to strike during this moment. Another small flame shot forth, shattering the Dream Demon's hurried psychic barrier and exploding against its body. A rapid succession of fireballs followed, rendering it completely incapacitated. Convinced that the opponent was not merely feigning defeat, Agumon crouched, and prodded the dream demon's body with its claw. See, it's not a ghost. It's a corporeal Pokémon. I told you so. Despite knowing this, Qinglu was still intrigued, having never encountered a ghost-type Pokémon, especially one as endearing as the dream demon. Unable to contain his curiosity, he reached out to feel its tangible form. However, before Qinglu could fully explore, Agumon abruptly rose, standing still as an overwhelming aura began to emanate from it. Qinglu had a sudden realization and quickly opened his panel. Level 15-16. After defeating 2 level 16 Zubat, 2 level 16 Dream Demons, and a level 17 Dream Demon, Agumon successfully advanced to level 16, charging toward level 17. Indeed, the speed of leveling up is remarkable, Qinglu remarked with a hint of admiration. Having just reached level 15 less than half a day ago, Agumon had leveled up again, igniting Qinglu's interest in the second and third floors of the Lost Tower. With each ascending level, the Pokémon within grew stronger, granting greater experience upon victory, thereby accelerating Agumon's level progression. Though Agumon might struggle against the Pokémon of the 4th and 5th floors, he felt reasonably confident about the 2nd and 3rd. Nonetheless, caution was imperative. Even though the Dream Demon was countered by Agumon's audacity, it was still a higher level, and the peculiar traits of Ghost-type Pokémon made them particularly troublesome. Vigilance was essential. As Qinglu reached the central passage of the floor, he scanned the surroundings with his panel, ensuring no lingering Pokémon lurked to ambush him. He glanced up at the overhead surveillance before withdrawing Agumon into its Pokeball and stepping toward the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, outside the Lost Tower, half an hour had passed without any sign of activity within, causing the mayor's impatience to shift from initial annoyance to anticipation, only to revert back to impatience. How long has he been inside? The assistant quickly checked the time on his watch and replied, 20 minutes. What was the longest duration for previous challengers? On average, the 1st floor takes about 16 minutes. Those who can clear it have usually done so by now, while those who cannot typically fail around this time. As the strongest Pokémon on the 1st floor is adept at manipulating and absorbing negative emotions, the assistant explained promptly. So, we can conclude that his challenge has failed? Yes. Based on previous experiences, trainers who exceed 16 minutes, particularly those around 18 minutes, have never succeeded. So, I've wasted 20 minutes for nothing. The mayor stated this with a flat expression before sitting down impassively. The assistant, aware of the mayor's temperament, recognized that after days of failures, this moment was precariously close to triggering an outburst. He straightened his back instinctively, preparing to discreetly guide the reporters away to avoid disturbing Miss Xiaosong during her challenge. If, after waiting 20 minutes in vain, Miss Xiaosong also failed, the mayor would not voice his displeasure, but upon returning, he would undoubtedly making life miserable for the entire town's civil servants. Several reporters who had previously consulted Miss Xiaosong began to notice the passage of time, realizing that Qinglu had yet to emerge. Familiar with the unwritten rule that the longer one stayed, the lower their chances of success, they collectively sighed. Even without harboring any expectations for Qinglu, they still yearned for a miracle to salvage their news coverage. However, it seemed increasingly unlikely that such a miracle would occur, leaving their last hope resting on Miss Xiaosong. Having just finished addressing the reporters' questions, Miss Xiaosong cast a worried glance toward the Lost Tower. With Qinglu and Agumon's prowess, clearing the 1st floor should have been a certainty. Why had there been no movement after all this time? As someone who had previously challenged the Lost Tower, Miss Xiaosong understood the implications of time within its confines, which only heightened her concern. Had they encountered some unforeseen predicament on their 1st attempt? As the seconds ticked away and the surveillance footage showed no sign of Qinglu, she could not suppress a sigh. The reporters, having concluded their interviews, began discussing whether to leave. The mayor's demeanor also wavered, and he grew increasingly anxious about Qinglu's well-being. Preparing to organize a team to investigate when Qinglu's figure finally appeared on the staircase monitor. Chapter 39. The 2nd floor of the Lost Tower. To protect the Pokémon interred long ago within the Lost Tower, as well as to respect the privacy of trainers challenging it, no surveillance cameras are installed on each floor. Only in the ascending passages is there monitoring to ensure observation of whether challengers succeed. At this moment, in the surveillance footage from the corridor leading to the 2nd floor, the figure of Qinglu gradually came into view, striding purposefully towards the upper level. Had he successfully navigated the 1st floor? The assistant, who had initially assumed Qinglu had failed and was preparing to enter the Lost Tower, was momentarily taken aback. The mere presence of Qinglu on the screen served as undeniable proof of his progress. Yet, how could this be possible? As the mayor's assistant, he was responsible for overseeing matters related to the Lost Tower whenever the mayor was either unable or unwilling to venture out. Consequently, he was well acquainted with numerous aspects of the tower, including the Pokémon inhabiting each floor. In the years of challengers attempting to conquer the tower, none had lingered beyond 18 minutes on the first floor, let alone succeeded after surpassing 20 minutes. The first floor housed 2 Zubat, skilled in draining energy through prolonged combat, alongside a Mismagius that thrived on negative emotions to replenish its stamina. Yet now, someone had indeed triumphed over these 3 Pokémon in a war of attrition? How was this feat accomplished? What Pokémon had he employed? Could they be similar to Zubat and Mismagius, possessing low-tier perpetual motion capabilities? Or perhaps he had utilized another ghost-type Pokémon. This possibility existed, especially since no Pokémon had been visible in the footage moments ago. However, judging solely by the time elapsed, Qinglu had indeed set a record, remaining the longest yet still conquering the first floor. The assistant was astounded, grappling with the reality of an event he had steadfastly deemed impossible. Yet, the evidence lay before him, compelling him to reconcile his disbelief. Moreover, if someone had successfully cleared the challenge, surely the mayor's ire would be considerably diminished. The assistant glanced back at the mayor, who was now squinting with a warm smile, standing tall in the distance, resembling a genial neighbor. The earlier frosty demeanor that had kept others at bay had vanished, and even the once prominent belly appeared to have receded. This sudden contrast left the assistant feeling somewhat disoriented. "Why are you still standing there?" The mayor's inviting voice chimed. "Quickly notify the 2 news agencies in town to prepare for tomorrow's coverage. Oh, and don't forget to bring the first floor completion rewards to that gentleman." "Yes, of course." The assistant replied hastily, summoning his Dodrio and dashing back toward the town. After all these years, he had made little progress. Observing the assistant's retreating figure, the mayor shook his head in disappointment, lamenting the lack of discernment that would lead to his advancement. Meanwhile, keen-eyed and quick-fingered reporters had caught wind of this news. Before their minds could fully process the information, their bodies were already in motion. They swiftly grabbed microphones and cameras, abandoning their previous pursuits to rush to the public surveillance of the Lost Tower, filming and offering unsolicited commentary. One particularly tall reporter, who had found himself without a filming spot, suddenly remembered something and hurried back to the side of Xiaosong. "Miss Xiaosong, is the gentleman who just entered your friend?" Having gone from being surrounded by reporters to now having only one person beside her, and being asked a question unrelated to herself, Xiaosong could only manage a wry smile and a sigh. However, she felt no jealousy toward Qingliu's accomplishment. Rather, she was genuinely pleased for him. Despite knowing Qi and Agumon's capabilities, she had believed they would fail after spending so long inside. Now, with Qingliu's appearance in the corridor affirming his success, she felt a profound sense of relief, as her expectations for him had been met. "May I ask the gentleman's name? Is he your boyfriend, Miss Xiaosong?" Upon hearing such an obviously leading question, Xiaosong understood the need to maintain her composure, lest her reaction be misinterpreted. Thus, she calmly shook her head and replied, "His name is Qinglu, and we are merely friends. He expressed interest in the Lost Tower, so I brought him along to give it a try." The tall reporter, seeing Xiaosong's disinterest in his inquiry, pressed on with another question. "How does Qinglu's strength compare to yours, Miss Xiaosong? Is he stronger? After all, managing to clear the first floor after over 20 minutes, could you reveal if his goal is to conquer the entire Lost Tower like Miss Cynthia?" "Qinglu is significantly stronger than I am. As for his goals, he hasn't shared them with me. But I believe completing the first floor means he has already achieved his objective." Faced with Xiaosong's articulate responses, the tall reporter fell silent, unable to find any flaws in her statements. Ultimately, he shifted his focus back to her. "Miss Xiaosong, since you said Qinglu is stronger, can you give us a specific idea of how much stronger he is?" Xiaosong's smile faltered. How could she quantify his strength? Surely, she couldn't confess to being unable to overcome him even in a 3-on-1 scenario. "I'm sorry, but that is a personal matter and I cannot disclose that information." Then, regarding the absence of Qi-Lu's Pokémon in the footage, are they ghost types capable of invisibility, or perhaps some rare and unusual Pokémon? Could you share any insights, Miss Xiaosong? The reporter pressed further. Xiaosong was at a loss for words. Journalists always managed to uncover sensitive topics amidst a multitude of questions. No wonder her father had disdained their presence at the gym back in Chiefing City. "I'm sorry, but that is private information and I cannot comment on it." With that, she denied the tall reporter any opportunity for further inquiry, gesturing toward the surveillance screen. "That spot has cleared up, if you don't hurry. It will be occupied again." While the discussions continued outside the Lost Tower, Qi had traversed the corridor and arrived at the second floor. The surroundings were still imbued with the chilling atmosphere of a graveyard, accompanied by a faint yet unmistakable sweet aroma. Upon catching a whiff of this scent, Qinglu was reminded of a certain Pokémon and activated Agumon's Pokeball, initiating a search of the area. Before long, 3 shadowy figures emerged, swirling in mist. Their black spherical bodies accented by large white eyes and gaping mouths that revealed sharp fangs, rushing towards him at high speed. Agumon, ahead and to the right. Utilize Ember. Understood. As Agumon's Pokeball opened, a flash of red light illuminated the scene. The moment Agumon appeared, he unleashed 3 bursts of Ember at the incoming figures. The 3 shadowy figures halted mid-charge, deftly dodging the small flames that had been aimed at them. Was that evasive maneuver reminiscent of Mismagius? However, Agumon had anticipated such a tactic. Continue with Ember. Precision strikes in desperate times, overwhelming firepower in abundance. Agumon, having mastered the technique of firing Ember in rapid succession, was now capable of releasing 20 bursts with ease, a testament to his elevated level and enhanced physical prowess. One by one, the fist-sized fireballs erupted from Agumon, saturating the surrounding area with flames, enveloping the 3 stealthy assailants in a blazing embrace. The opponent clearly did not anticipate the sudden maneuver executed by Chi-Lu and Agumon, and quickly employed their respective techniques to resist. Bang, bang, bang. A series of small fiery explosions erupted as 3 figures obstructed the frontal assault. Yet they were still affected by the shockwaves from the adjacent fireballs, causing their stances to falter. Agumon lunged forward, his sharp claws enveloped in vibrant orange energy, leaping high to deliver a heavy strike toward one of the figures. Yikes! The adversary exclaimed, their forms seeming to dissolve into nothingness as they floated backward. Agumon's claws slicing through empty air. At that moment, information about the entities appeared before them. Species, Ghastly classification, Gas Pokémon, type, Ghost. Poison, ability, Levitate, level, 17, exclusive move, none. Learn moves, Odd Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Dark Gaze, Payback, Odd Light, Lick, Hypnosis, Dark Gaze, Odd Light, Lick, Dark Gaze, Payback, Curse. Acid Bomb base stats, 310 HP 30, Attack 35, Defense 30, Special Attack 100, Special Defense 35. Speed 80, Friendship, 0, Indifferent toward you, Status, Normal, Summary. This Pokémon is said to be a fusion of toxic gas and spirit, resulting in its gaseous form, which makes it difficult to touch. It can be blown away by strong winds. It utilizes its unique body structure to envelop opponents, injecting toxins through its skin to weaken them. Due to its gaseous nature, physical attacks may not always be effective. Moreover, it is crucial to note that aside from the level 18 Ghastly, the other 2 possessed hypnosis among their moves, while there was nothing on Agumon to awaken him. It was imperative to devise a strategy to eliminate the 2 Ghastly to nip the possibility of hypnosis in the bud. Chi-Lu, observing the scene and synthesizing the information displayed, quickly contemplated his next move. Agumon, refrain from using your claws without my command. Continue with the small fireballs. Agumon understood that the earlier miss was not solely due to the opponent's agility, but also because their form appeared somewhat spectral, prompting him to abandon the claw attack and persist with the barrage of fireballs. The 2 Ghastly emitted eerie cries, shifting between ethereal and corporeal states, exhaling beams of peculiar colors to intercept the incoming fireballs. Meanwhile, the highest-level Ghastly dodged and swiftly traversed the gap, positioning itself before Agumon. Its mouth agape as its gaze turned an ominous, profound black, directly targeting Agumon. It was the same technique employed by Mismagius during its last stand, Dark Gaze. However, this move proved ineffective against Agumon. He had no intention of fleeing, nor did he exhibit any fear. Instead, he chose to concentrate fire within his mouth. Such a reaction bewildered the Ghastly that had just unleashed Dark Gaze. Wasn't it supposed to be frightened? Why was it so different from those previously affected? My apologies. But I am indeed different. I am a digital beast clad in Pokémon skin. Tit for tat, Chi-Lu commanded, raising his voice intentionally to capture the Ghastly's attention. Coupled with the flames gathering in Agumon's mouth, evoking memories of the previous fireball assault, the Ghastly hastily retreated into the adjacent wall, attempting to obscure Agumon's target. However, it failed to realize that Xingliu's initial target was not it, but the other 2 Ghastly. As the blazing flames coiled within Agumon's mouth, the remaining 2 Ghastly, still perplexed as to why their companion had suddenly fled, found themselves in the line of fire when Xingliu's voice rang out once more. Agumon, unleash a small explosion. A colossal fireball, far exceeding Agumon's size, hurtled forth with astonishing velocity, crashing into their faces. Boom! A deafening roar resonated, followed by a scorching wave sweeping across the entire second floor, incinerating the surrounding negative energy. Yikes! The strongest Ghastly hovered near the ceiling, its expression one of utter confusion. Not only did it show no signs of being affected by Dark Gaze, but what was this sudden, terrifying attack? Soon after, it witnessed 2 Ghastly, scorched and battered, plummeting from the explosion's epicenter to the ground, their eyes shut tight, clearly having lost the will to fight. Well done, Agumon. In a scenario where their types did not counter each other, Agumon had eliminated 2 level 17 Ghastly, which were relatively troublesome, with a single small explosion. Qilu was exceedingly pleased with the damage caused by the small explosion, and judging by the flame's fierce demeanor, its potential was evidently greater. The only regret was that the 3 Ghastly were not in the same position, preventing a simultaneous elimination. However, in comparison to the level 18 Ghastly, Qilu was far more concerned about the threat posed by hypnosis. This particular move could prove exceptionally troublesome in the real world without adequate countermeasures, especially for both him and Agumon at present. Thus, Qilu had directed Agumon to unleash the energy-draining small explosion shortly after their engagement to minimize Agumon's stamina burden at his peak state. With these 2 threats neutralized, only 1 Ghastly remained, one that did not hold an advantage in type. With a little caution, victory was assured. Agumon, can you continue? Qinglu inquired, glancing at his panting companion. No problem, I can keep going, Agumon asserted, waving his hand, taking a deep breath to steady his heaving chest. His gaze fixed on the remaining Ghastly. Very well, initiate with 2 small fireballs to clear the path, then charge in with your claws, Qilu instructed, and Agumon immediately complied. Chapter 41. Continuous leveling up. Upon witnessing the swift demise of its 2 companions, the remaining level 18 Ghastly shelved all frivolities, focusing intently on the battle. It deftly dodged 2 small fireballs in succession, then withstood Agumon's close-range claws with payback, gathering its energy to retaliate. Agumon, sent flying, unleashed a series of small fireballs mid-air, while the Ghastly countered with corrosive liquid spewing forth from its mouth, each blob emitting white smoke. Qinglu glanced over and identified the move as Acid Bomb, a poison-type technique. Move swiftly, avoid letting that touch you. Without needing to be told twice, Agumon was equally averse to being struck by such an offensive. Just the thought of it was quite revolting. Agumon deftly maneuvered, dodging the acid bombs, while neutralizing those he could not evade with small fireballs before launching a counteroffensive. After evading another acid bomb, he sprang up, unleashing a series of small fireballs. Qilu's gaze shifted to Agumon, and his expression grew serious. Although the battle was currently balanced, and Agumon, thanks to his superior physical prowess, held the upper hand, Qinglu discerned a few troubling issues. Even after the upgrade, Agumon's stamina plummeted significantly following the use of the small explosion. If this stalemate continued, defeat was inevitable. A decisive strike was essential. Yet the only move Agumon could currently execute was the small explosion. The second small explosion. After this, exhaustion would set in, but at this point, there were no other options. Every battle won was a victory in itself. Aoyan instructed Agumon to conserve energy from now on, to refrain from using moves, and to engage in guerrilla tactics to minimize consumption and wear down Jengar's patience. Finally, after 5 long minutes, the enraged Jengar chose to launch a direct attack, extending its tongue in an attempt to use Lick. Seizing the opportunity as the distance closed, Aoyan commanded Agumon to unleash the small explosion. Panting heavily, Agumon collapsed to the ground, its previously steady breathing now completely thrown into disarray. Having utilized the small explosion twice in the same battle, Agumon, were it not for the energy cubes provided by Aoyan, it would have surely collapsed by now. How do you feel? Aoyan asked while applying a healing spray. I'm exhausted. My entire body feels prickly. However, it's still bearable. Besides the energy cubes, something else seems to be restoring my stamina. Agumon replied after swallowing a few energy cubes and taking a deep breath. That's because you've leveled up. Within a panel visible only to Aoyan, Agumon's level had changed, level 16 to level 17. Having defeated 2 level 17 Jengars and 1 level 18 Jengar, the substantial experience gained had once again played a crucial role in Agumon's advancement. This sensation was quite subtle. The sweat of previous exertions and the hardships of battle seemed to return in a different form at that moment. Agumon, take a short rest. Let us explore the 3rd floor and gather information about the Pokémon guarding that level to prepare for our next visit, Aoyan suggested. However, Agumon responded with a question instead. Aoyan, how many energy cubes do you have left? 10. Why? Give them all to me. Aoyan paused, looking at Agumon with curiosity. What do you intend to do? I feel my stamina gradually recovering after leveling up. If I consume more energy cubes, I can restore my condition to a level suitable for normal combat. Agumon insisted with its large green eyes fixed on Aoyan. Aoyan hesitated, scrutinizing Agumon. While it was true that leveling up enhances overall physical capabilities and consuming energy cubes also aids in stamina recovery, both processes require time for digestion. It was not as instantaneous as in games, where leveling up and consuming items would immediately restore full health. If that were the case, one could envision a young trainer arriving at the Lost Tower with a cart full of berries to challenge it. Although Agumon was indeed an extraordinary Pokémon, recovery would not occur so swiftly. Aoyan contemplated refusing, yet Agumon's resolute gaze reminded him of past events. Agumon likely aimed to strengthen itself as much as possible before completely losing the ability to fight, recognizing the potential for rapid growth within the Lost Tower. If Aoyan refused, Agumon would heed its own judgment, but Aoyan opened the panel, scanning Agumon before his gaze settled on the status bar. Status: weakened. Recovering, estimated time to full strength, 12 hours. Estimated time to normal state, 1 hour, with 1 hour needed for a return to normal. The assistance of energy cubes could indeed shorten this time. Moreover, the Lost Tower did not impose strict time limits, so an hour was feasible. Observing the information displayed on the panel and Agumon's eager expression, Aoyan sighed. It's permissible, but from now on, you must follow my directives. No more acting on your own. This is the second and last time. All right. Agumon readily agreed, and Aoyan reluctantly handed over all remaining energy cubes, simultaneously applying healing spray to alleviate Agumon's injuries as much as possible. Half an hour later, Aoyan returned to the third floor with Agumon, who had regained a significant portion of its energy, using a Pokeball. Upon encountering a level 19 Honchkrow, a level 18 Mismagius, and another level 18 Jengar, Aoyan summoned Agumon into battle. Thanks to its recent level increase, Agumon's speed and attack power had intensified, and the potency of its moves had noticeably improved. With these enhancements, combined with Aoyan's search function and strategic commands, even though Agumon had not fully recovered, the situation remained remarkably stable. Subsequently, Aoyan targeted Jengar, who had mastered hypnosis, as the breakthrough point, employing the small explosion to eliminate Jengar from the fray. Following this, he swiftly defeated Mismagius, who had been struck by the small explosion and was hindered in mobility. Finally, at the cost of Agumon sustaining an injury from Honchkrow's wings, it seized Honchkrow's wing and executed a second small explosion, successfully clearing the third floor. At the moment the battle concluded, Agumon experienced a significant breakthrough, ascending from level 17 to level 19 due to the cumulative experience from 3 battles. While this should have been joyous news, Aoyan found himself unable to rejoice. He had discovered something that could potentially disrupt his prior plans. In the recent battle, Agumon should have faced a more challenging fight. In fact, without being at full strength, Agumon likely would not have won, at best achieving a stalemate. Yet Agumon not only triumphed, but did so with slightly greater ease than in the second floor battle. Able to stand and speak post-battle, Aoyan lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, where the fourth floor of the Lost Tower lay, remaining silent for a considerable time. As seconds turned into minutes, Aoyan maintained his upward gaze. After 5 or 6 minutes had passed, a series of violent crashing sounds erupted, reverberating loudly. The cacophony continued, rising and falling in intensity. After a while, these sounds gradually diminished and then vanished entirely. It was these strange noises that rendered the 3 Pokémon on the third floor visibly unsettled, even in a situation demanding heightened focus. They occasionally succumbed to fear or trepidation. The first Jengar to fall had a chance to evade the attack, but it was precisely when the eerie sounds emerged that it momentarily lost focus, resulting in its defeat by the small explosion. The other 2 Pokémon were similarly affected, ultimately succumbing to Agumon's prowess. Based on the previous 2 floors, the Pokémon on the 4th floor were expected to be only 1 or 2 levels higher than those on the 3rd floor, even accounting for differences in strength. Such fearfulness seemed unwarranted. Furthermore, if there were internal conflicts among them, the overseers of the tower would likely prevent such a severe disruption to the Lost Tower. Thus, what was it that instilled such fear? What powerful Pokémon could be responsible? Is it still a particularly troublesome existence? Whether it is the former or the latter, it will undoubtedly impact his plans. Perhaps it may not affect the present, but should he face a challenge again, he must confront the opponent directly. If he could gather information in advance, it would certainly be beneficial for the future. However, it is evident that now is not the appropriate moment to investigate directly. After a fierce battle, Agumon is fatigued, and should he encounter a ferocious Pokémon, there is no guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Aoki decided to wait for Agumon to regain his strength before cautiously assessing the situation. With a remarkable enhancement, Agumon's recovery rate accelerated, aided by the undigested energy cubes within him. However, for prudence's sake, Aoki rested for over 2 hours, and only after observing that Agumon was nearing a normal state did he commence his actions, proceeding with utmost caution through the passage to the 4th level. When his figure emerged in the third-level corridor, the reporters outside the Lost Tower collectively gasped. He had actually surpassed the third level? After 2.5 hours, indeed. He had completed the challenge. The first level took nearly half an hour, the second over an hour, and the third more than 2 hours. The time taken was increasing. Yet he was advancing to the fourth stage. This was astonishing. Previously, countless trainers had failed to pass the first stage. Yet here was one who had transcended 3 levels in succession. The reporters, who had endured several days of fruitless waiting, were now filled with a sense of joy that was the reward for their perseverance. Yet, where there is joy, there is also dismay. Upon receiving the news of Aoki's success in the first level, some reporters rushed over from other locations, only to miss the first-hand information. Observing Aoki's silhouette, murmurs arose among them. He must have brought ample healing sprays and energy cubes. Otherwise, given the time elapsed, it would have been impossible to endure for so long. Your words suggest that no trainer has ever come unprepared. Those items do not yield immediate effects. As a journalist, you ought to refine your critique. It was the very same individual who had vociferously criticized Aoki for taking too long, urging him to exit if he was incapable. What nonsense you speak. Mind your own business. Hey, no fighting. In contrast to the tense atmosphere among the reporters, Mayor Su Yi's vicinity was remarkably tranquil, since Aoki passed the first level. A smile adorned his face. Initially, he believed this investment would yield no returns, but Aoki's unexpected performance had turned the tide. Regardless of whether Aoki could conquer the second level, merely passing the first was a divine blessing for Sui Town. To his astonishment, Aoki not only advanced through the first level but also swiftly overcame the second and then the third. His smile grew ever more radiant. Despite Aoki spending nearly 4 hours traversing the second and third levels, he bore no complaints, standing still in the very spot where Aoki could be seen upon entering the Lost Tower. In this moment, Aoki was the savior sent by the heavens to Sui Town, the sole hope for transforming the town into a city before his retirement. Standing there, experiencing a bit of wind and frost was trivial. He awaited Aoki's emergence to reward him handsomely. Suddenly, the mayor seemed to have an epiphany. Picking up his phone to dial a certain number. Hello? Yes, it's me. Are you on your way? I see. Make another trip back and bring the reward for passing the third level. Yes, indeed. Do be swift. If that gentleman has to wait too long, do not return. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the Lost Tower, an assistant who had already made 4 trips, now tasked with running a 5th and 6th, watched as 3 Dadas beneath him fought for dominance, sighing helplessly. Alas, life is tough, the assistant lamented. Not far from the Lost Tower, Xiaosong sat on a bench with her snowy monster, eating while watching Aoki's figure appear, her face betraying astonishment. She had initially thought the second level would be his limit, yet he not only surpassed that, but also the third. Could it be that he had not exerted his full strength previously? Wow! Exclaimed Snowy Monster, equally astonished as it stared at the monitoring screen. As one of the Pokémon challenging the Lost Tower alongside Xiaosong, it was well aware of the formidable level Aoki had attained. Although the time taken was increasing, there was an undeniable sense of steady progress. If he continued at this pace, perhaps he could even conquer the 4th level. A thought flickered through Xiaosong's mind. Though she recognized the odds were slim, perhaps Aoki could truly realize this potential. Should he succeed in the 4th level, he would then approach the 5th level, which had thus far only been conquered by one individual. Chapter 43. The weakened 4th level had Aoki known of Xiaosong's aspirations for him to conquer the 4th and 5th levels, even rivaling Cynthia. He would have felt elated by her faith. However, at this moment, he was unaware and had no time to ponder such matters. Agumon, have you noticed anything amiss? Aoki inquired, standing in the monitoring blind spot between the 3rd and 4th level corridors, addressing Agumon, who had just emerged from his Pokeball. Agumon closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before responding. Aside from an unsettling aura in the air, I do not sense anything unusual. Is it the same outcome? Aoki regarded the virtual panel before him, his brow furrowing. Both his direct perceptions and the information displayed on the panel matched Agumon's observations. Aside from the peculiar aura in the air, the 4th level bore no distinction from the 3 levels he had already traversed. The same chilling atmosphere of a tomb, the same dim lighting, and the same presence of several Pokémon guarding the area. Yet, the sound he had heard earlier had undeniably emanated from the 4th level at such proximity. He should not have misheard. If Agumon felt no issues, then what was the source of the problem? No one could provide an answer. However, this place harbored Pokémon alongside humans. Aoki's gaze fell upon the 3 Pokémon lurking in the shadows, guarding the 4th level. Their information promptly materialized on the panel. Species: Dream Demon. Classification: Night Cry Pokémon. Type: Ghost. Ability: Levitate. Floats above the ground. thus immune to ground-type moves. Level 19. Exclusive move. None. Known moves. Psychic, Scare. Strange Light, Nightshade, Hold Psychic, Scare, Dark Glare, Hold. Base stats, 435, HP 60, Attack 60, Defense 60, Special Attack 85, Special Defense 85. Speed 85, Affection Neuro, Indifferent towards you. Condition, Fear, Recovering from extreme weakness. Information summary, Species, Zubat, Classification, Bat Pokémon, Type, Poison. Flying, Ability, Infiltrator can bypass the opponent's barriers or substitutes to attack. Level 20, Exclusive move, None. Known moves, Supersonic, Absorb, Scare, Dark Glare, Quick Defense, Poison Fang. Toxic Spikes, Base stats, 455, HP 75, Attack 80, Defense 70, Special Attack 65, Special Defense 75. Speed 90, Affection Row, Indifferent towards you. Condition, Fear, Recovering from extreme weakness. The large mouth with teeth sharp enough to pierce tough skin has evolved specifically for bloodsucking. It actively attacks humans and Pokémon during the night, sometimes abandoning flight to swiftly approach its target using its small, agile legs. In a state of extreme weakness? Qing Lu's gaze swiftly scanned the information displayed on the panel, ultimately lingering on the status bars of the 2 Dream Demons and 1 Zubat, all marked as extremely weak. What could have caused them to be in such a condition? Or who could have beaten them into this state? There had been no reports of any trainers, apart from Sharona and himself, reaching the 4th floor. Moreover, the Lost Tower was continuously guarded by sentinels, making it improbable for anyone to bypass the first 3 floors and assault the Guardian Pokémon. If someone possessed such ability, wouldn't it have been easier to ascend directly from the 1st floor? Yet, it was indeed peculiar that while the Pokémon on the first 3 floors were in normal condition, those on the 4th floor were in a state of utter weakness. Qing Lu felt increasingly convinced that the sounds he had heard on the 3rd floor were the culprits behind these events. However, upon his arrival, he had found no trace of evidence. Had the source already ascended to the upper levels? He raised his head to gaze at the ceiling. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted above him. Bang! Boom! Squeak! This latest sound was louder and clearer than what he had heard on the 3rd floor. And if he wasn't mistaken, it was interspersed with the roars of Pokémon. Qing Lu silently waited for a few seconds as the clamor gradually subsided. However, this was enough to ascertain that the source of the disturbances was indeed on the 5th floor. Although he was uncertain how it had gained entry, there was no 6th floor beyond the 5th, making a silent exit impossible. This implied that by ascending 1 more level, he could confirm the identity of the entity responsible. Yet now, perhaps there was a more prudent approach, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation, apart from witnessing it firsthand. The best method would be to inquire directly with those involved. Agumon, the Pokémon we encountered on the 3 lower floors, they can communicate, right? Indeed. Then, please go and ask them what transpired just now. It would be even better to learn specific details about the other party. Qing Lu pointed towards the 3 weakened Pokémon lurking in the shadows. If they could ascertain the events from the perspective of these 3 victims, it would mitigate the risk of an encounter with the unknown entity, thus enhancing safety. Agumon understood and promptly rushed over, beginning to question each one. Perhaps due to their lack of strength or sensing Agumon's non-threatening demeanor, the Zubat and the 2 Dream Demons refrained from attacking, remaining motionless, even keeping their mouths shut. They did not respond to Agumon's inquiries. Only when Agumon mentioned information about the other party did the 3 Pokémon tremble, as if recalling something frightening, ultimately leading Agumon to receive 3 rejections. Qing Lu, they seem a bit frightened. Well, it was merely an attempt. In that case, we will have to rely on ourselves. Subsequently, Qing Lu and Agumon made their way toward the passage leading to the 5th floor. However, to Qing Lu's surprise, their path was swiftly obstructed. Faced with the Zubat and 2 Dream Demons blocking their way, Qing Lu furrowed his brows and remarked, "While guarding the passage is your duty in your current state, you cannot exert much combat power. Is it truly necessary to fight?" The Zubat and Dream Demons remained silent, resolutely standing in front of Qing Lu and Agumon, showing no intention of yielding. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Qing Lu was left with no choice but to let Agumon engage in battle. Chapter 44. Source of the disturbance. The outcome was undoubtedly clear. Even in peak condition, Agumon had a chance of victory, let alone against the severely weakened Zubat and 2 Dream Demons, who could hardly muster any effective evasion or energy to mount an offensive. Though Agumon was not in perfect form either, it was more than sufficient compared to the trio. Agumon exhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his rapid breathing, and took a seat on the ground to rest. Despite the guaranteed victory, Qing Lu urged Agumon to resolve the battle quickly. aiming to avoid drawing attention from the source of the noise overhead. Consequently, Agumon expended a considerable amount of energy. Yet, there was good news. Since the Zubat and 2 Dream Demons initiated the combat, there had been a genuine exchange, albeit against weakened opponents. Thus, after defeating 1 level 20 and 2 level 19 Pokémon, Agumon gained substantial experience points, allowing him to level up once again. Level 19 to 20 after a round of wild encounters, winning against Xiaosong, and subsequently challenging the Lost Tower, Agumon's level had skyrocketed from 13 to 20, marking a remarkable increase of 7 levels, a significant achievement. With this new level, Agumon, bolstered by the strength derived from multiple evolutions, had developed a certain capacity for self-defense, though perhaps it lacked diversity in moves. However, this issue would soon be resolved through rewards gained from conquering the Lost Tower. While the exact amount remained uncertain, Qinglu surmised it would be considerable. With these funds, he planned to acquire various move tutoring machines, enabling Agumon to transcend his exclusive attacks and learn the diverse moves of the Pokémon world, truly becoming a digital monster in the guise of a Pokémon. Suppressing the thoughts that gradually surged in his mind, Qinglu applied the healing spray to Agumon and observed the meager remnants, along with the 3 Pokémon lying nearby, before administering a brief treatment to them as well. After a moment, Agumon, feeling somewhat revitalized, stood up. "All right," he said, stepping over the 3 unconscious Pokémon to reach the corridor. He took out a Pokeball, intending to recall Agumon as before, to avoid being captured by surveillance and subsequently exposed by reporters. However, just as he retrieved the ball, Agumon, who had initially appeared somewhat fatigued, sniffed the air, and his expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. "Qinglu, that unsettling aura I mentioned has intensified, and it seems to be approaching us." Qinglu's countenance turned grave in response, for since entering the Lost Tower, he had kept the panel activated to guard against ambushes by lurking Pokémon, and now it was buzzing with activity. This indicated that Pokémon were nearby. Yet, all the creatures guarding the 4th floor lay prostrate on the ground, and there appeared to be strict divisions between the layers, preventing them from crossing floors. What Pokémon could possibly approach at this moment? The answer was clear: the creature making noise on the 5th floor. It was astonishing enough that it could traverse from the 4th to the 5th floor. But now it was descending again. Qinglu had not anticipated such erratic movements, which defied all logic. However, one thing was certain: this creature possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of Cynthia's Garchomp, and in a normal state, Agumon would likely not stand a chance against it. As the data on the panel grew clearer and more extensive, Qinglu's conviction only deepened. "Agumon, we must leave." Not only was it an opponent they could not defeat, but it was also a particularly troublesome adversary. With the knowledge of the opponent's capabilities, there was no reason to linger and invite trouble. Better to escape while they still had the chance. Though Agumon was unaware of the gravity of Qinglu's discovery, the increasingly ominous aura in the air and the instinctive response developed from following Qinglu's commands prompted it to act swiftly, sprinting towards the corridor leading to the 3rd floor. However, many things are not as simple as they seem. Upon noticing a faint mist beginning to envelop the surroundings, and the sky outside the Lost Tower appearing to threaten a storm, Qinglu realized that escape was likely futile. In the next moment, a shrill laughter echoed in his ears. A weak light shimmered in the fog. Squinting, Qinglu confirmed that the source of the illumination was a stone, one marked with simple etchings that emitted a red glow. Floating in midair, the stone surged towards Qinglu and Agumon, halting a few meters away. Suddenly, the stone erupted with a vivid crimson light, and a mass of purple gas emerged from within. A glance revealed features resembling a mouth and eyes within this gaseous form. At that moment, Qinglu understood that the creature was observing him. Information about the creature materialized on the panel. Species: Spiritomb. Classification: Sealed Pokémon. Type: Ghost. Dark. Ability: Pressure. Instills pressure in opponents, greatly reducing the number of moves they can use. Level: 20. Exclusive move: None. Known moves: Nightshade, Ominous Wind, Shadow Sneak, Curse. Payback: Trick, Destiny Bond. Base stats: 485, HP 52, Attack 92, Defense 108, Special Attack 92, Special Defense 108. Speed 35, Friendship 0, Unfamiliar. Status: Frenzied, in pain and anger. Summary: Spiritomb is a Pokémon formed 500 years ago from the convergence of 108 spirits, seemingly containing some malevolent souls, a manifestation of wicked thoughts. It is known for its malevolence, until one day, its essence was magically bound to a keystone, preventing further mischief. Gazing at the entity before him, Qinglu could not suppress a sigh. There was no escaping this encounter. He truly did not wish to battle such a being. Although its level matched Agumon's, Spiritome's combination of attributes and moves was exceedingly troublesome. Before the introduction of the fairy type in the 6th generation, it was a formidable presence, as its ghost and dark types rendered it impervious to any attribute weaknesses. Once ensnared, extricating oneself would be a daunting task. Yet, unexpectedly, following Spiritome's appearance, the previously dormant summoning function of the panel suddenly stirred to life. Chapter 45. The Sacred Plan. Ancient traces detected. Commencing exploration. Exploration in progress. In Xingliu's field of vision. A blue light emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward and enveloping the entirety of the 4th floor. This took him by surprise. The panel's auxiliary function was an advanced POC dex, primarily designed to recharge by exploring items with significant historical value, thereby summoning various entities. Xinglu recalled this well, as it was how Agumon had been summoned. However, aside from the previously encountered ruins, he had not encountered anything fitting this criterion during this time, including within the Lost Tower itself. Yet now, it had suddenly triggered. This indicated that something that should not exist in this place had materialized, prompting the change in the panel. Could it be simultaneously? Lines of blue text swiftly appeared on the panel. Target locked. Exploring ancient keystone detected. Exploring 108 ancient souls detected. Exploring. Exploration progress 03821. Indeed. Observing the exploration progress bar steadily increasing, Xingliu's gaze fell upon Spiritome, the only potential variable in the tower. He was uncertain of its origin, why it was in a frenzied state, or its attitude toward him and Agumon, yet in that moment, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He wondered what the panel might summon upon completing the exploration of Spiritome. The first time had yielded the fixed option of Agumon. What might the outcome be this time? Xinglu was unsure, but he knew he had to wait for the panel's exploration to conclude. If he fled now, he might never have the chance to encounter Spiritome again. Agumon, stay alert. If it attacks, focus on stalling. We merely need to buy some time. Understood. Agumon, aware of its role, adopted a focused demeanor. Though its stamina was dwindling and the opponent exuded an extraordinary presence, it was confident it could delay the inevitable. As for what to do when fatigue sets in after procrastination, Agumon is uncertain, yet Ayanakuji firmly believes there must be a solution. This conviction is unshakable. However, unexpectedly, the seemingly agitated golem stands utterly still at this moment, exuding an unusual tranquility, devoid of the fierce energy it exhibited when even when Agumon assumes a battle-ready stance. There is no reaction from Golem. Ayanakuji is somewhat perplexed, but this is, after all, good news. The fleeting seconds pass quickly, and the progress bar surges dramatically in this eerie atmosphere. Exploration progress 979899100. Exploration complete. Summoning possible. Summoning target random. Confirm. Yes. Upon Ayanakuji's selection, the summoning target section begins to whirl as if it were a fruit machine in an arcade. Yet instead of various fruits, words, and images, there are items from the Pokémon world, artifacts from the digital realm, and even digital monsters akin to Agumon. However, these appear in scarce numbers, nearly vanishing in an instant. Ayanakuji watches in silence, holding his breath as he observes the fleeting items, the speed of which gradually slows until it comes to a complete halt. Summoning target. Holy plan. Summoning in progress. 2 lines of blue text scroll by as the panel begins to rotate, accompanied by a shower of tiny blue particles, opening a void that seems to connect to the abyss. In the next moment, an object resembling a small clock, featuring a black antenna at the top left and 3 buttons in the center, emerges from the panel's void, landing in Ayanakuji's hand. Recognizing this item linked to his memories of digital monsters, Ayanakuji immediately identifies it. The Holy Plan, also known as the original Digivice. He had previously pondered whether this device would appear alongside Agumon, and to his astonishment, it indeed materialized. However, what purpose does this device serve? Ayanakuji inspects the Holy Plan, muttering to himself. He is currently in the Pokémon world, and since Agumon is already localized and has achieved a level, evolution should naturally follow the regular Pokémon system. This implies that it may not hold much relevance for him at this moment. As he contemplates the implications of the Holy Plan, a beam of white light radiates from the center of the device's screen. Subsequently, the Holy Plan transforms into a pool of liquid in his palm. Strangely, instead of spilling through the gaps between his fingers, the liquid seems to possess a will of its own, swiftly seeping into Ayanakuji's hand before he can react. He finds himself momentarily bewildered. Is this truly the Holy Plan? Or merely a deceptive version disguised as such? Particularly upon noticing a mark identical to the Holy Plan appearing in his palm, Ayanakuji becomes even more confounded. This is an unprecedented phenomenon. He examines the mark with his other hand, ensuring that aside from the additional insignia, he feels no discomfort, leaving him utterly speechless. What on earth is happening? Amidst Ayanakuji's confusion, the panel of fragmented light returns to normal. It is then that he notices the changes on the panel. Species, Agumon, classification, reptilian Pokémon, type, dragon, ability, sharp claws, enhances attack power due to the sharpness of its claws. Level, 20, exclusive moves, Ember, fire-type power 60, sharp claw, fire-type power 40. Mini explosion, Agumon gathers its strength to unleash a fiery attack with tremendous destructive power. But it consumes a significant amount of energy at this stage. Fire-type power 75. Moves learned, none. Base stats, 360, HP 50, attack 72, defense 55, special attack 72. Special defense 50, speed 61, friendship 70, an important companion. Status, exhausted, recovering. Summary, holy plan. One of the evolution conditions met, level 20, 40, 60, 70. Shall evolution commence? Yes. Note, evolution is irreversible. Evolution? Upon reading this, Ayanakuji's expression grows increasingly grave. Agumon had already reached level 20 after defeating the 3 guardian Pokémon on the 4th floor, satisfying the stated evolution conditions, yet it showed no signs of evolving. There was no blinding light typical of Pokémon evolution, nor any special reaction. Agumon appeared unchanged. However, after the holy plan manifested, it suddenly indicated that the evolution conditions had been met. This suggests that even if the summoned digital monster has reached the required level, the holy plan is necessary for assistance. After contemplating this highly plausible scenario, Ayanakuji decided to set it aside. After all, Agumon's level is sufficient, and it seems the holy plan has integrated with him, making him the embodiment of the digital monster's evolutionary light. Moreover, with the option to evolve now available, even though Agumon is not in optimal condition, Ayanakuji feels no apprehension regarding safety when facing the formidable golem. Suddenly, the previously silent golem erupts with a deep roar, its gaseous countenance revealing evident fury and a hint of concealed brutality, resembling a nearly deranged demon. In the next instant, energy surges from golem, rushing directly towards Ayanakuji and Agumon. Ayanakuji is prepared to initiate Agumon's evolution. Just then, a clear and melodious yet commanding female voice rings in his ears. Golem, stop. Chapter 46, Reunion with Cynthia, Golem's trainer Ayanakuji. Upon hearing this voice, Golem pauses momentarily, its gathering energy wavering for an instant. But soon, the savage aura emanating from Golem reemerges, suppressing reason entirely, and a dense wave of ghostly energy is unleashed once more. Ayanakuji hears the abrupt female voice. Yet he has no time to heed it. He cannot entrust his safety to another. Thus, he continues his action without hesitation, reaching out to select evolution. However, just as he is about to do so, a shadow interrupts him. A Pokémon, resembling a shark yet akin to a dragon, bursts forth from behind him. Its claws at the tips of its wings radiating immense green energy, directly confronting Golem's oncoming attack. With a swift motion akin to scissors effortlessly slicing through fabric, its claws cleave through the ghostly energy, allowing its body to glide through at remarkable speed, approaching Golem. Then, with a leap, it lands forcefully upon the wedge beneath Golem's body, delivering a powerful blow. A heavy thud resonates as the floating golem is struck down from the air, crashing into the ground. As the smoke dispersed, the heavily wounded flower rock monster displayed no signs of injury. Instead, its aura surged with ferocity. With an angry roar, the creature's wedge stone quivered as it attempted to rise once more. In the next moment, a foot enveloped in robust ground-type energy descended upon its wedge stone, effectively suppressing all of its movements. Despite the flower rock monster's desperate struggles, there was no indication of escape. Nevertheless, a chilling aura continuously emanated from it, as if it possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of power, relentlessly battering against its seal. Qing Lu observed this scene with quiet contemplation. Swift and powerful, he quickly recognized the identity of the creature standing atop the flower rock monster, sharp-toothed land shark. The mere presence of this rare dragon-type pseudo-divine Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, nurtured to such formidable prowess, and a female at that, left an impression. My apologies for the disturbance, flower rock monster, said Cynthia, clad in a flowing black garment, her golden hair cascading elegantly. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. If you would permit it, I would like to offer a modest compensation. Her demeanor was sincere and her tone gentle, devoid of any air of superiority. Coupled with her exceptional beauty and graceful figure, she radiated a youthful charm, distinctly different from the mature allure one might expect. It was difficult to form any negative impression of her, especially since the flower rock monster had not harmed her. Rather, it had inadvertently aided her. Compensation is unnecessary. As for the disturbance, it was effectively mitigated by sharp-toothed land shark, Qing Lu remarked, gesturing towards the imposing Pokémon. In fact, I find it rather surprising to encounter you, Miss Cynthia, here. Cynthia appeared taken aback when Qing Lu addressed her by name, but quickly regained her composure. Recognizing that despite not having challenged any gyms or the league, she had garnered a fair number of acquaintances. I have some matters to attend to here on the 5th floor, and I did not anticipate the flower rock monster would sneak out while I was taking a nap. My sincerest apologies, she reiterated. At the mention of taking a nap, Qing Lu's perception of her shifted dramatically. What manner of place was the Lost Tower? A graveyard. Napping in a graveyard was an act one would not typically associate with a rational individual. In that moment, Qing Lu sensed a peculiar resemblance between this future champion and Agumon, both possessing a somewhat carefree disposition. Perhaps it was this very trait that allowed her to elude reporters so effortlessly. Is this flower rock monster also one of your Pokémon, Miss Cynthia? Qing Lu inquired, recalling a particularly unique flower rock monster from her known team. Indeed, she affirmed. May I ask what seems to be the issue? It appears to be in rather poor condition. Cynthia hesitated at Qing Lu's question, but soon considered that the flower rock monster had indeed affected others. Although the other party did not seem to mind, it was only right to provide an explanation. Furthermore, since Qing Lu had reached the 4th floor, it indicated a level of proficiency beyond that of many contemporaries, possibly allowing him to glean useful information. I encountered this flower rock monster in a remote, dilapidated village some time ago. It exhibited peculiar traits, prompting me to capture it. However, I later realized that it seemed to have accumulated an overwhelming amount of energy from being sealed for too long, leading to extreme emotional instability upon its release. To prevent further complications, I intended to guide it in releasing this energy. Thus, I came to the Lost Tower, hoping to utilize the powers of the Ghost-type Pokémon here to facilitate this process while minimizing the impact of the released energy. However, Cynthia trailed off. Qing Lu understood her implication, responding, "It seems that endeavor has proven unsuccessful." "Indeed," she replied, "despite engaging with the Pokémon of the 4th and 5th floors. And even with sharp-toothed land shark intervening, the flower rock monster remains restless." Cynthia then approached sharp-toothed land shark, instructing it to hold steady as she prepared to forcibly recall the flower rock monster into its Pokeball. Qing Lu, observing the creature still struggling beneath the pressure of sharp-toothed land shark, found himself in silent contemplation. If he chose to ignore the situation, Cynthia would eventually resolve it herself, albeit at the expense of considerable time and effort. One represented an unforeseen opportunity to assist Agumon in evolving to maturity, while the other was the future champion, who also happened to be a myth scholar, someone dedicated to exploring and uncovering mythological tales. Though such pursuits may seem at odds with her role as a champion, they resonated with Qing Lu's own aspirations. In that moment, he sensed a captivating allure emanating from Cynthia, one that surpassed her physical attributes and potential. The intersection of their interests compelled him to offer assistance. Thus, Qing Lu accessed his interface, scrutinizing the flower rock monster's detailed information and its current status. Just as Cynthia was about to recall the creature, he spoke up. "Miss Cynthia, have you considered employing the ghost-type Pokémon to use abilities like absorption on the flower rock monster?" Cynthia replied, "I have already attempted that, even with absorption-type moves. It proved ineffective. The flower rock monster is currently in a state of perpetual unrest." Qing Lu shook his head. "I do not mean to absorb its energy." Cynthia furrowed her brow, turning to face him in perplexity. If not its energy, then what could be absorbed? Both Pokémon and humans experience a spectrum of emotions, encompassing both positive and negative feelings, a perfectly natural phenomenon. Generally speaking, ghost-type Pokémon are often associated with negative emotions, which serve as their source of power. Qing Lu left his statement hanging, confident that Cynthia, with her extensive knowledge of Pokémon, would comprehend its implications. Cynthia soon appeared to grasp his meaning, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that the flower rock monster's current state is due to an overabundance of negative emotions?" "Indeed," Qing Lu affirmed. "The overall design of the flower rock monster is remarkably unique, with its Pokédex entries and abilities highlighting its distinctiveness. It ranks 108th in the Sinnoh Pokédex, weighs 108, possesses defensive and special defensive base stats of 108, appears in the game at Route 108, and most importantly, it is composed of 108 souls. Among these souls, some are steeped in malevolence, resulting in its transformation into a malevolent entity forged from wicked thoughts. This malevolence is a confluence of negative emotions, which are precisely the type of negative energy that ghost-type Pokémon are drawn to." Cynthia contemplated this, lowering her gaze to the struggling Crustle under the oppressive force of Garchomp, its gaseous visage occasionally contorting into a terrifying expression. The current state of Crustle indeed resembled a rampage triggered by an outburst of negative energy. It was unexpected that a person who appeared to be a year or two younger than herself could discern what she had overlooked. Clearly, this individual possessed genuine insight, prompting Cynthia to regard Qingling with newfound seriousness. May I inquire what the most efficient method is to resolve this situation? If additional resources are necessary, I will procure them promptly. No need for such complications, Qingling replied. As you previously mentioned, simply guide them to release it. I have already informed you how to do so. Have you? Cynthia meticulously recalled Qingling's earlier words, ultimately fixating on the suggestion to have Ghost-type Pokémon utilize abilities like Absorb on Crustle. Given the subsequent dialogue, it became evident that Absorb here referred not to the absorption of vitality, but rather the extraction of negative energy. In that instant, Cynthia comprehended the implication. Negative energy was a delicacy for Ghost-type Pokémon, yet Crustle had consumed excessively, resulting in a buildup akin to indigestion. By dispersing some of this energy, Crustle's predicament could be perfectly resolved. However, despite the affinity of most ghost types for negative energy, such energy is elusive to the naked eye. While many ghost types might manage mere consumption and digestion, manipulation would likely exceed their capabilities. Thus, who would undertake this task? Cynthia's gaze swiftly traversed her surroundings, ultimately settling on 3 Pokémon that had previously endured Crustle's onslaught, then been upended by Qingling, and were now gradually regaining their composure under the scant healing spray administered by Qingling. 1 Zubat, and 2 Zubat could only siphon life force and was not a ghost type, so it was dismissed. The remaining option was Shuppet. Cynthia's knowledge of Pokémon began to resurface as her gaze lingered on the trembling Shuppets adorned with red beads around their necks. These beads could absorb fear, and by extension, they could likely absorb similar negative emotions. If there were enough of them, it was not impossible to extract the negative energy from Crustle. The concern regarding quantity was trivial within Lost Tower. With this thought, Cynthia suddenly directed her gaze at Qingling. Qingling silently nodded. Following Qingling's affirmation, Cynthia forcibly recalled Crustle and commanded Garchomp to abduct all the Shuppet and Ghost-type Pokémon from Lost Tower. Observing this prompt response and decisive action, Qingling could not help but acknowledge Cynthia as a future champion, her knowledge and intellect far surpassing that of her peers. Her ability to swiftly assess the situation and devise corresponding actions stemmed from the advanced worldview and rigid knowledge she possessed prior to her journey, aided by the sophisticated Pokédex features. In contrast, Cynthia relied purely on her own experiences and the wisdom amassed from the native inhabitants of the Pokémon world. Although there remained an insurmountable gap between the two, Cynthia's achievements were commendable. Moreover, this would facilitate direct communication between two intelligent individuals, avoiding the struggles akin to those she faced with her younger companion. Before long, Garchomp returned, bringing with it 6 Shuppet and 9 Ghastly. Along with the 2 Shuppet from the 4th floor, there were now 17 Ghost-type Pokémon quaking in fear beneath Garchomp's fierce gaze, filled with trepidation. Cynthia produced a Pokeball and released Crustle anew. Upon its release, Crustle emitted a low, sinister chuckle, its malevolent gaze fixed on all the Pokémon and humans present. Had it not been for Garchomp's heavy stomp landing squarely on its face upon emergence, it might have already roared and launched an assault on the Shuppet. Yet even in this state, Crustle's terrifying appearance and the overwhelming aura it exuded instantly froze the 17 Ghost-type Pokémon in place, paralyzing them with fear. An observer unaware of the situation might even assume Crustle's strength surpassed that of Garchomp. This, evidently, was the result of the exceedingly potent negative emotions emanating from Crustle, which exerted a suppressive influence over ghost types. Do not be afraid. I only require your assistance in cleansing a portion of the energy from Crustle, after which you shall be free to depart, and this energy will also confer considerable benefits upon you. Cynthia spoke gently as she utilized healing spray to assist in the recovery of the ghost types. However, upon hearing that they were to extract and absorb energy from Crustle, the Shuppet and Ghastly simultaneously shook their heads in refusal, as if to ensure Cynthia understood their disapproval. This caused Cynthia's expression to stiffen momentarily. Quietly observing this, Qingling could not help but shake his head. Although Cynthia displayed immense potential and was beginning to shine, her youth remained a significant obstacle, and her familiarity with such tasks still required further refinement. Qingling stepped past Cynthia, approaching the gathering of Shuppet and Ghastly with an impassive expression, locking his gaze on them until the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy before he slowly spoke. I sense you may have misunderstood. This is merely a notification of your obligation to comply. It is not a negotiation. Comply, and you shall live. Resist, and you shall perish. Garchomp, at Chingling's command, lifted its claw, fixing its gaze on the Shuppet and Ghastly. Initially taken aback by Chingling's look, Garchomp gradually understood, mimicking Chingling's gesture by raising its claw toward the ghost types. A surge of dragon energy coursing through it, exuding an unmistakable readiness to act should words fail. The Shuppet and Ghastly, now thoroughly frightened, exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to assist. Thus, a peculiar ritual commenced. Crustle lay on the ground, while Garchomp firmly pressed its foot against Crustle's wedge, encircled by 8 Shuppet, with 9 Ghastly forming a larger circle around them, creating an arrangement akin to a Pokémon formation. Once all the Pokémon were prepared, Chingling declared, "Let us begin." As his voice fell, the 8 Shuppet immediately summoned their power, the red beads around their necks erupting in brilliant crimson light, directed toward the subdued Crustle. Waves of dark red, dark purple, gray, and black began to emanate from Crustle, drawn away by the red light, manifesting in midair before ultimately transferring to the 8 Shuppet. Chapter 48. Battle Invitation. As soon as this wave of negative energy made contact with the Dream Demons, their emerald green bodies began to transition into deeper, darker hues. Accompanying this transformation was the sharp and piercing wails of the Dream Demons. "Guys, take action," Qing Lu swiftly instructed upon witnessing the Dream Demon struggle. The guys, their eyes illuminated with an eerie blue light, began to siphon away a portion of the negative energy extracted from the Flower Rock monster, drawing it onto themselves. Gah! Just like the Dream Demons, the guys could hardly maintain the smiles that had graced their faces. They too succumbed to pain, emitting low, mournful roars. Sharona observed the scene with mounting concern. Both the Dream Demons and the guys appeared incapable of enduring this torment. If they were to fail and, worse yet, suffer dire consequences, she would feel a pang of guilt. "Though it looks agonizing, I estimate it's not life-threatening," Qing Lu reassured, his gaze fixed on the panel visible only to him, particularly the status section. The readings for the Dream Demons and guys uniformly indicated weakness and suffering, with a couple displaying extreme distress. Yet, none signaled a risk to their lives. The data from the panel had proven accurate thus far. If it showed no danger, then there was none. Without access to the panel, Sharona could only watch with concern as the Dream Demons and guys, alongside the Flower Rock monster, which lay pinned down by the jaws of a sharp-toothed land shark, continued their struggle. The extraction of negative energy proceeded methodically amidst this tense atmosphere. As time elapsed, Sharona recognized that, indeed, as Qing Lu had suggested, despite their cries of agony, each Dream Demon and guy seemed far from the brink of death. On the contrary, some appeared increasingly spirited, their cries growing louder. Eventually, Sharona found herself struggling to adapt to the rising chorus of their sounds. Once their bodies grew accustomed to they began to involuntarily digest the negative energy. Observing the panel display shift towards a state of normalcy, with a few even evolving, Qing Lu elaborated. "One cannot deny that this sight is rather envious. My Agumon and I have endured rigorous training and countless battles to achieve, while these creatures merely need to vocalize to ascend. Had Agumon possessed the ghostly attribute or the ability to absorb negative energy, Qing Lu would have been tempted to include him in the process." In this evolving atmosphere, half an hour swiftly passed. The strands of negative energy enveloping the Flower Rock monster dissipated, consumed by the Dream Demons and guys, and even its previously hostile gaze seemed to soften. Particularly, upon catching sight of the massive foot of the sharp-toothed land shark resting upon its face, a look of confusion crossed its features. Externally, the remaining negative emotions around the Flower Rock monster appeared to be roughly 1/3, yet the Dream Demons and guys seemed close to their limits. Sharona quickly analyzed the situation from her vantage point. "Indeed, I can see it now. This Flower Rock monster is quite unique. If I recall correctly, it will soon possess the ability to freeze opponents with its psychic powers. Such a Pokémon cannot endure the overwhelming burden that even a regular ghost-type Pokémon would struggle to bear," Qing Lu reasoned, noting that even a ratio as skewed as 17-1 would not suffice. However, Qing Lu's initial goal was not to extract every last ounce of energy. That was unrealistic. A partial absorption to restore the Flower Rock monster to normalcy would suffice. The rest could be released at its discretion. Watching as the Dream Demons and guys reached their limits and withdrew from absorbing the negative energy, Qing Lu remarked, "If we were to extract it all, the Flower Rock monster might not regain full control. However, with just a third remaining, a single battle should suffice for it to completely release and transform it into its own power." Sharona remained silent, instead signaling to the sharp-toothed land shark, which promptly released the Flower Rock monster. The creature floated into the air, gliding back and forth a couple of times before casting an apologetic glance at Sharona. "It's all right. This is not your fault. I am simply delighted to see you return to normal, Sharona reassured, extending a hand to soothe the flower rock monster's emotions. She then turned to Qing Lu, solemnly expressing, I am immensely grateful for your assistance with the flower rock monster. Thank you. The flower rock monster chirped animatedly, following Sharona towards Qing Lu, its gaze fixating on Agumon, who stood beside him. Chirp chirp. The flower rock monster seemed eager, but Sharona promptly interjected, no. That would be quite rude. It just helped you, so you should show gratitude. As its trainer, Sharona understood the flower rock monster's intent. Gratitude was abundant, yet curiosity surged. Especially after the flower rock monster had been so thoroughly chastised by the sharp-toothed land shark. Thus, with a serious demeanor, Sharona put an end to the flower rock monster's enthusiasm. Faced with her stern expression and the advancing sharp-toothed land shark, the flower rock monster's bravado waned, its gaseous face shrinking considerably. In contrast to Sharona's reprimand, Qing Lu, upon hearing Agumon's translation, displayed from the moment the flower rock monster first emerged and the panel summoned the sacred plan, Agumon had met the conditions for evolution. However, that process had been abruptly interrupted by Sharona and the sharp-toothed land shark's unexpected arrival, forcing Agumon to revert. Now, seeing the flower rock monster still keen for a battle, Qing Lu felt intrigued. Even facing the sharp-toothed land shark, which boasted a 10-level advantage, he sensed an overwhelming disparity. However, when it came to the flower rock monster, the outcome remained uncertain. He was genuinely eager to witness the prowess of an evolved Agumon against the flower rock monster, which was part of Sharona's championship team. Both at the same level of 20. I am open to a match, but both your Pokémon and mine require a moment to recuperate and adjust their states. Qing Lu stated as Sharona expressed her gratitude, casting a disapproving glance at the flower rock monster. After all, her current Pokémon either dwarfed the flower rock monster's abilities, like the sharp-toothed land shark, or were entirely mismatched. To effectively deplete the remaining third of the negative energy, she would need Pokémon of equivalent strength for an engaging battle. Having already reached the 4th level of the Lost Tower, Qing Lu's prowess was assured. Let us set the time for tomorrow. Is there a specific location you have in mind? None in particular, though I would suggest a more secluded area, Qing Lu replied, recalling the place he had encountered the small Suicune. How about near that small river just south of Random Town? Sounds good. Chapter 49. The decision lies with my family choosing such a remote location. Is it to avoid exposing its information? Cynthia extended her slender fingers towards Agumon, inquiring with a hint of curiosity. Having just descended from the 5th floor, where she directed her Sharpedo to thwart the efforts of the Rockruff, she had already noticed this remarkably unique Pokémon. Despite combing through all the knowledge she had acquired, she could not find any information regarding this particular creature. Even the Pokémon that had long vanished from the annals of history bore no resemblance to it. This sparked a profound interest in Cynthia. However, she had been preoccupied with the Rockruff situation and had no time to focus on this Pokémon. In response to Cynthia's question, Aoki paused momentarily before nodding in acknowledgement. If possible, even in the presence of Cynthia, Aoki was reluctant to reveal Agumon. Yet, when Cynthia had arrived, his attention had been entirely on the Rockruff, and by the time he realized, it was too late. However, given Cynthia's stature as a champion, he had no reason to fear any potential leaks. Moreover, having a Pokémon with the potential of Sharpedo as a starter Pokémon was not something that required subterfuge. Thus, rather than being evasive, it was better to openly admit the truth. Since it hasn't been registered in the Pokédex yet, I worry that some may harbor ulterior motives due to its rarity, which is why I generally avoid letting it be seen in public. During this challenge in the Lost Tower, I've been careful to avoid the cameras at each level. Cynthia nodded in agreement. Indeed, even I am seeing such a Pokémon for the first time. It is wise to exercise caution. After all, even if everything appears pristine on the surface, there are still remnants of corruption that the League cannot cleanse. May I touch it? Aoki did not respond immediately but turned to Agumon, seeking its approval. Agumon, with its head bowed and hands crossed in front of it, did not meet Aoki's gaze. For you, the disparity in human beauty must not be significant. Yet why are you suddenly shy? Aoki remarked with a smile. Agumon immediately lifted its head and retorted, I am not shy. It's just that it's the first time someone has approached me saying they want to touch me. The sudden outburst left Cynthia momentarily speechless. After regaining her composure, she gazed at Agumon in astonishment. It can talk? Indeed, it has been able to speak since the first day I encountered it. As long as it does not involve panels or Digimon, the ability to speak is rare in the Pokémon world but not unheard of. And there is no need for concealment. Aoki shared some basic information about Agumon. As Cynthia absorbed this information, she gradually adapted to the revelation. No wonder you are being so cautious. A rare species that can speak indeed carries the risk of attracting unwanted attention. She then turned her gaze to Agumon and gently inquired, "Agumon, may I touch you?" Agumon felt a bit bashful, but seeing Aoki's lack of disapproval, upon receiving Agumon's consent, Cynthia delicately placed her hand on its head, gently stroking it while observing with great curiosity. Its appearance and form bore a striking resemblance to the resurrected baby Tyranitar from the Unova region, albeit with differences in color and detail. Its arms were sturdier, and its claws sharper. Most notably, Agumon's two large green eyes were exceptionally lively, and combined with its rare ability to speak, it was evident that its intelligence and reflexes surpassed those of a baby Tyranitar, even outshining most Pokémon. The more she observed, the more astonished Cynthia became. This Pokémon, which she had never seen before, not only possessed taut skin and muscles but also emanated an aura that was distinctly unique, as if it were born for battle. This sensation reminded her of when she selected her own Sharpedo from a group of semi-divine Pokémon. No, it could even be said to exceed that experience. Furthermore, considering its current height and weight, it seemed to still have room for evolution. She wondered what level it would reach upon evolving. Suddenly, Cynthia felt a long-buried curiosity and competitive spirit ignite within her for the battle the following day. She yearned to witness how such an enigmatic Pokémon would perform in combat. Simultaneously, she anticipated whether Aoki, as a trainer, would surprise her. "You helped me resolve the issue with Rockruff. How about I assist you in return?" she suggested, gently patting Agumon's head as she stood up. Aoki looked at her, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I suspect that your cautiousness stems not only from concern that Agumon's uniqueness might attract Pokémon hunters and malevolent organizations, but also from worrying whether the League might have intentions regarding Agumon." Aoki nodded, acknowledging her insight. After a brief silence, he contemplated something further and asked, "So, what kind of assistance do you propose?" "I will publicly affirm Agumon's legitimate origins and have my family contact Professor Oak in the Kanto region to register Agumon's basic information. This way, the League will be unable to cause you any trouble regarding these matters." Upon hearing Cynthia's proposal, Aoki found it to be a viable plan. Furthermore, this arrangement would not only deter the League but also compel those unscrupulous individuals lurking in the shadows to consider Cynthia's presence. No one desired to be monitored by a champion on a daily basis, not even legendary Pokémon. This was more than mere assistance, it was a significant favor. However, it also subtly aligned him with Cynthia's interests. Of course, this was not a disadvantage, after all. Cynthia's expertise in Sinnoh mythology would become a future target for his own pursuits, making the question of binding or not binding rather inconsequential. "I wish to know how you intend to assist me in proving this. My family comprises experts in Sinnoh mythology, and my grandmother is the curator of the Sinnoh Historical Museum. It will not be difficult for me to classify Agumon as a Pokémon resurrected from a fossil of a certain era," Cynthia playfully remarked. Aoki fell silent, realizing the validity of her statement. It was likely that her family authored the textbooks on ancient history, making it easy to integrate a verifiably existing Pokémon into their narrative. "Honestly, I truly need your help with this. But does it not seem that the effort I have put forth does not quite match the favor?" "Indeed, hence I have conditions." Aoki looked at Cynthia and inquired, "What are your conditions?" Cynthia replied earnestly, "I hope that during our battle tomorrow, you will unleash your full strength against me. I assure you, I will do just that." Cynthia nodded in satisfaction and extended her hand. "I still do not know your name." "Aoki." "Then I shall see you tomorrow, Aoki." Aoki reached out and shook Cynthia's hand. Until tomorrow. Chapter 50. Exiting the tower after establishing their agreement, Aoki recalled Agumon and ascended to the 5th floor of the Lost Tower without any hindrance. Although the ghost-type Pokémon guarding the final level had all been captured by a Sharpedo to serve as laborers, and the remaining ones had already been thoroughly defeated by the Rockruff, there were no adversaries left to battle. Nevertheless, Aoki clearly remembered the rewards associated with clearing the challenge, as it was one of the primary reasons he had embarked on this endeavor. Earning money is not a disgrace, especially when it comes effortlessly. During this interlude, which should have been spent battling on the 5th floor, Aoyan and Cynthia engaged in a brief exchange of Pokémon knowledge. Aoyan, with his profound understanding of the advanced version, broadened Cynthia's worldview, while Cynthia, grounded in her solid foundational skills, pointed out Aoyan's shortcomings one by one. This exchange was precisely what Aoyan, as a traveler in this Pokémon realm, desperately needed, the theoretical knowledge accumulated over countless years. Both parties felt immensely enriched by their conversation. As their relationship grew closer, Cynthia recommended several excellent libraries where Aoyan could access relevant literature. After diligently noting them down, Aoyan's gaze fell upon the quietly seated Garchomp beside them, and an impulsive desire to touch it surged within him. Since arriving in the Pokémon world, He had hardly interacted with any Pokémon, with the only true encounter being with a counterfeit Agumon. However, Garchomp seemed to possess a somewhat haughty disposition, unlike Agumon, which was rather approachable. The moment Aoyin's hand made contact, the creature darted away before he could fully appreciate the experience. Cynthia couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, prompting Aoyin to sheepishly abandon his intention. After feeling that the time was right, Aoyin prepared to exit the tower, with Cynthia following closely behind. Are you leaving too? Aren't you worried about being swarmed by reporters? Aoyin recalled the scene before challenging the Lost Tower when several reporters had seemed to find a lifeline upon spotting Xiaosong. Cynthia, more favored by the press than Xiaosong, would undoubtedly be the focal point. Yet, Cynthia appeared unconcerned. When I had Garchomp lead other Pokémon on different floors, I was certainly monitored. Whether I leave or stay makes little difference. If it becomes too overwhelming, I'll simply fly away. Fly away, Aoyin mused, reminded of the similarities between Agumon and Cynthia, and he shook his head with a wry smile. The two then descended to the next level of the Lost Tower. Upon witnessing Aoyin and Cynthia's departure, the previously quiet Mismagius and Ghastly, who had been hiding on the 4th floor, transformed from their earlier timid demeanor and excitedly buzzed around in circles. They descended through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors, heading towards the exit. Just as Aoyin and Cynthia stepped out of the Lost Tower and felt the warmth of the sunlight, they were suddenly enveloped in darkness as dozens of reporters wielding cameras and microphones swiftly surrounded them. Most rushed towards Cynthia, while others formed a tight circle around Aoyin. Seeing this, Garchomp fiercely positioned itself in front of Cynthia, exuding an air that dared anyone to approach, preventing any reporter from foolishly seeking confrontation and compelling them to maintain a respectful distance while posing their questions. Aoyin, however, was not afforded such courtesy. He stumbled a few times amidst the crowd before managing to steady himself. At that moment, multiple microphones were thrust towards him. Mr. Aoyin, as one of only 2 individuals to have successfully navigated the 5 levels of the Lost Tower in the past decade, what are your thoughts? How did you manage to break the duration records for each floor while consistently advancing to the next level? In every surveillance video, we failed to see the Pokémon you used. Is it a rare Pokémon? Or, like most of the Pokémon within the Lost Tower, is it a ghost type? Or did you rely solely on physical combat to achieve victory? One reporter flexed his muscles while staring intently at Aoyin, only to be promptly elbowed aside by another reporter who then thrust the microphone towards him. I've heard you are dating Miss Xiaosong. Is that true? Did you challenge the Lost Tower to prove your strength to her? Why is Miss Cynthia accompanying you? After spending so much time together inside, do you fear straying from her? A cacophony of questions bombarded Aoyin, growing increasingly absurd, and he found himself hastily trying to navigate his way out of the situation. Fortunately, a beaming mayor soon approached, with an assistant acting as a human barrier to create some space between Aoyin and the reporters. I am the mayor of Sui Town, and first, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Aoyin, on being the first male trainer to clear the tower alongside Miss Cynthia in a decade. The mayor extended his hand towards Aoyin, speaking gently. Aoyin glanced at him and then around, sensing the number of reporters had inexplicably increased, perhaps even rivaling those gathered around Cynthia. He quickly grasped the mayor's intentions and shook his hand firmly. I am truly honored to receive this recognition, however. It is not solely my effort. I owe gratitude to the dedicated staff behind the scenes, to Miss Xiaosong and Miss Cynthia for their support, and to all those who have quietly cheered for me. Lastly, I must extend my thanks to you, Mayor, for providing such a valuable and challenging venue for this trial. The mayor was momentarily taken aback by Aoyin's response. What is going on? He hasn't even been prompted, yet he speaks as if he has rehearsed. The mayor briefly questioned whether Aoyin was his own plant. However, being the mayor, he swiftly shifted into a more theatrical demeanor. This is merely my duty. It brings me great satisfaction to contribute to the trainers visiting Sui Town. You and Miss Cynthia are exceptional trainers, invaluable talents for our Sinnoh. The future of the league depends on you. Not at all, Mayor. It is your diligent and humble approach that forms the foundation for discovering outstanding trainers. After exchanging pleasantries and mutual flattery, Aoyin and the mayor maintained a firm handshake, slightly turning their faces to provide the reporters with an ideal angle for photographs. Subsequently, the mayor presented Aoyin with his reward in front of the cameras, once again praising him as a promising trainer. Aoyin politely excused himself, citing a need to use the restroom, and discreetly slipped away. Breathing in the fresh air, Aoyin felt a wave of relief wash over him as he distanced himself from the throng. I didn't realize you were so adept at handling such situations. A clear voice chimed from beneath a nearby tree. I didn't want to. However, if I hadn't tea, those individuals would have kept me occupied until dusk. I hardly have the time to indulge their antics, so I took the money and made a quick exit, Aoyin replied, patting the backpack that held his reward. Xiaosong's gaze fell upon the bag. If I'm not mistaken, the reward for clearing the tower is 150,000 league coins. You've certainly scored big. My father's annual salary from running the gym barely reaches 300,000. I can't believe you actually accomplished it. Suddenly, Xiaosong seemed to recall something and scrutinized Aoyan with a discerning gaze. I remember you mentioned holding your own and striving for second place during our travels. You've cleared all 5 levels. You aren't pretending to be a fool to outshine me, are you? I haven't even managed to get past the first level. This isn't an act. It was merely luck combined with a modicum of skill, Aoyan declared, gesturing with his fingers in a mock cosmic pose. Xiaosong stared for several seconds before her realization dawned, and she delivered a swift punch. Qinglu quickly evaded and said, "All right, it was just a joke. I never expected Agumon to level up so swiftly, and its stamina recovery is barely keeping pace. However, even so, its limit only reaches the 4th tier. As for the 5th tier, after briefly mentioning Sharona, Xiaosong was utterly astonished. Even she couldn't help but marvel at how Qinglu managed to devise a solution in such a short time, successfully resolving a problem that had stumped even the child of her father's neighbor. If it were her, her mind would likely be in disarray, ultimately left speechless. Yet, simply because of this, you agreed to battle her? Yes. Have you lost your mind? Even with Agumon's significant level increase, you have no chance against her. Do not be deceived by the seemingly moderate level of that guard of war. Its strength is formidable. It was the very Pokémon Sharona used to conquer the Lost Tower and set the fastest record. Xiaosong said anxiously. Previously, you mentioned wanting to challenge her. After spending these few days together, I do sense your potential, but that is for the future. Now, acting on impulse to battle her could lead to a blow to your confidence. Rest assured, Qinglu paused, turning to Xiaosong with a smile. The fact that I am willing to accept the challenge indicates that I possess a certain level of confidence, even if my opponent is Sharona. Chapter 51. Media exposure. Xiaosong was uncertain where Qinglu's confidence stemmed from, yet she had first-hand experience battling with Sharona. As for the outcome, it could only be described as devastating, even with Sharona holding back. If she had not, Xiaosong dreaded to imagine the scene. From Sharona, Xiaosong felt the profound chasm of power that was visible yet insurmountable. Qinglu and Agumon were indeed strong, perhaps capable of defeating her in time, potentially becoming a worthy adversary, but certainly not at this moment. Nevertheless, seeing Qinglu's determined demeanor, Xiaosong chose not to press further. A little hardship could be beneficial, allowing him to experience what she had gone through. Enough of pondering whether I will be mercilessly beaten. We need to buy some supplies. Lead the way. Qinglu gently patted Xiaosong's head and headed towards the bustling town. How can you ask me to lead with that attitude? Why don't you just say you hope I get thrashed by Sharona? How did you know? With an exasperated glance, Qinglu replied, If I didn't see that smug expression of yours, I might have been oblivious. As night fell, Qinglu, armed with a substantial sum of money, began procuring all the necessary supplies in the town. Energy blocks, which replenish stamina, and healing sprays were essential preparations. But were these prices a tad exorbitant? Intermediate Dragon-type energy block, daily quantity, 100 Alliance coins. Intermediate healing spray, 150 Alliance coins. In comparison to the previously purchased basic items, the intermediate prices had skyrocketed over twofold. One could only hope that one gets what one pays for. After acquiring a 2-week supply of energy blocks and healing sprays, Qinglu approached the nearby counter. Beyond energy blocks and healing sprays, there were other seldom used items that could prove crucial at pivotal moments. Qinglu's gaze fell upon a series of spray-type remedies, their appearances similar to healing sprays, yet varied in color. Orange Antidote, 100 Alliance coins. Yellow Paralyze Heal, 150 Alliance coins. Green Burn Heal, 150 Alliance coins. Full Restore, 500 Alliance coins. As he surveyed the healing potions before him, memories surged back. In his childhood gaming days, he often forgot to restock these essentials after use, resulting in excruciating encounters with various status ailments during his journey. Previously, when confronted by a Jengar employing hypnosis in the Lost Tower, Qinglu had sacrificed Agumon's stamina to use a small explosion, fully aware that succumbing to hypnosis would complicate matters significantly. Now that he was preparing for a long journey, regardless of the cost, he had to procure these items as a precaution. After organizing the contents of his backpack, Qinglu purchased some personal necessities and followed Xiaosong to a very familiar, grand building. Are we staying here tonight? Qinglu inquired, puzzled. Indeed. Surely you are aware that Pokémon centers offer lodging? I was unaware before, but now I am enlightened. Perhaps it was due to a lack of attention to such details in the past. But Qing Lu searched his memories and realized he had never truly recalled many scenes of lodging in Pokémon centers. Xiaosong looked at him with an expression that seemed to question his origins as a primitive person. Under her guidance, Qing Lu checked in at the Pokémon Center and paid the fees before heading to the resting room. I'll be next door. Just knock if you need anything. Xiaosong indicated the adjacent room. All right. Qing Lu nodded and opened the door to his room. The soft overhead lighting and aesthetically pleasing layout of the room impressed him. Everything he needed was present, even a computer on the desk. The price for the upscale single room was indeed justified. Satisfied, Qing Lu briefly attended to Agumon before stepping into the bedroom to take a shower. This was his first hot shower since his arrival previously. He had to make do with rivers and streams. When Qing Lu emerged, Agumon was happily sipping milk through a straw. Upon seeing Qing Lu, Agumon let out a satisfied burp and said, "This is delicious. I feel all warm inside. That is Moo milk, produced by a Pokémon known as Mildank. It is highly nutritious, so don't waste it." To ensure Agumon's healthy development and to help alleviate fatigue, Qing Lu had spent quite a bit on portable Moo milk. The bottle Agumon was currently enjoying cost nearly 200 Alliance coins. To put it into perspective, even the intermediate Dragon-type energy block, which he had previously scoffed at, only cost 100 Alliance coins for a day's supply. Yet now Agumon was consuming an equivalent amount of energy blocks in mere minutes. Don't worry. Agumon suddenly pulled out the straw and gulped down the entire bottle of Moo milk, seemingly unsatisfied, and opened another to continue drinking. You're quite the glutton. Watching Agumon indulge in the Moo milk, Qing Lu felt a pang of pain. This consumption was less like drinking milk and more akin to pouring money down the drain. It was no wonder he had often heard that raising Pokémon was an expensive endeavor. He had never truly grasped the meaning of that saying until now. With money in hand, today's expenditures on energy blocks, healing sprays, and various other items had already amounted to nearly 10,000. Perhaps this 150,000 Alliance coins wasn't as abundant as he had initially imagined, especially now that I only possess a single ancient beast. The expenses will undoubtedly multiply as I acquire more Pokémon in the future. The pursuit of wealth cannot cease. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted Qing Lu's musings on future financial ventures. Qing Lu, hurry and open the door. There's an urgent matter. Xiaosong's anxious voice echoed from the outside. As soon as Qing Lu opened the door, she swiftly entered. What has got you in such a flurry? Come see this, Xiaosong said, heading straight for the computer on the desk. After powering it on, she hastily opened several web pages. Qing Lu crouched down, his gaze fixed on the screen where a few headlines caught his attention. Breaking news. The Lost Tower of Sui Town welcomes mysterious couple challengers after a decade. Skimming past the headlines, Qing Lu's eyes gradually shifted down to the article. The first half concerning Sharona posed no issues. It merely extolled her beauty and formidable prowess, which could be deemed as objective truths. However, once the article began to introduce Qing Lu, the tone shifted dramatically. Due to the lack of verifiable background information about Qing Lu and the circumstances under which he evaded the interview, the media resorted to concocting their own narrative. Given his attractive appearance and connections with Sharona and Xiaosong, he was speculated to be a member of a prominent family from the Sinnoh region, out training. Coupled with the enigmatic nature of Pokémon, this further substantiated the previous conjectures. After all, mystery typically implies rarity, and rarity often hints at noble lineage. The media's sensationalist approach resonated with the public, igniting widespread interest. It was particularly alarming to see that this gossip was published by one of the top self-media outlets in the Sinnoh region, garnering millions of views within just a few hours. Qing Lu furrowed his brow. This was not a promising sign. Regardless of whether it was the ancient beast or his current wealth, he had no desire to be thrust into the spotlight. It would only bring him trouble. Qing Lu, I know you only just met Sharona, but do you think this noble family rumor is true? Xiaosong inquired, her gaze fixed intently on him. It seemed implausible that someone so astute and extraordinarily powerful could simply emerge from the wilderness. Surely, he wasn't an extraterrestrial being. Qing Lu responded with a playful tap on Xiaosong's head. Why would you believe such sensational talk? Instead of speculating about me, you should focus on improving yourself. Besides, do you have anything else to say? Xiaosong, taken aback by the sudden jab, glared at Qing Lu before quietly pulling back the curtains and pointing to a spot not far away. Chapter 52. The battle begins. Look over there. Following Xiaosong's gesture, Qing Lu spotted 3 individuals, lurking suspiciously near a chair under the lights, cameras in hand, occasionally glancing around. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized one of them as the reporter who had approached him earlier that afternoon regarding personal matters. The other 2 were somewhat familiar. One had bumped into him while purchasing energy cubes, while the last was a stranger. Are they paparazzi or reporters? Indeed. I noticed them watching me when I was taking a stroll outside just now. With Xiao Song's confirmation, Qinglu felt certain these individuals were indeed targeting him. A simple investigation would reveal that he had appeared in Sui Town alongside Xiao Song, and since she was at the Pokémon Center, it was only logical for him to be nearby. Thus, they were surveilling him. Perhaps they merely wished to interview him for an exclusive scoop. But their intentions could very well extend beyond that. They haven't pinpointed our room yet, and since this is a key area under the League's jurisdiction, they won't act too recklessly. However, it could be troublesome if I wish to leave tomorrow, Qiglu remarked. If these paparazzi failed to extract useful information from Sharona, they would inevitably turn their attention toward him. Tomorrow, I can expect even more of them lurking outside. At that moment, he felt a strong urge to express his displeasure to the media responsible for the article. Who were these individuals that had tarnished his reputation? It was one thing to slander him, but to suggest there was a childhood engagement between him and Sharona was absurd. Xiao Song blushed with anger. This is likely related to that chubby town mayor. Even if he didn't directly instigate it, he must have tacitly approved it. The traces from when he presented my reward were rather conspicuous. Xiao Song recalled Qingliu's earlier business flattery and voiced her confusion. But how does this benefit him? All the attention is on you now. Benefit? There are numerous advantages. When two related entities have one of them in the limelight, the other will soon follow, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. Yet, Qinglu chose not to elaborate further to Xiao Song. It seemed overly taxing and ultimately fruitless. Tomorrow, I will need you to help create a diversion so I can sneak out of Sui Town. I thought you would leave tonight. If there weren't a battle tomorrow, I might have considered it. However, both the ancient beast and I require ample rest to ensure our strength and focus. Qi Lu observed the ancient beast finishing another bottle of Moo Moo milk and continued, It appears you genuinely believe you have a chance against Sharona. Xiao Song paused for a moment before responding. I can help, but I intend to watch the battle. I want to see if you'll end up in tears after being thoroughly defeated. At her words, Qinglu chuckled. Whether I cry or not is uncertain. But given your eagerness, I'm sure you've shed tears before. Xiao Song's face flushed crimson at the revelation of her past. Her mouth opened in a flustered attempt to retort, but she ultimately fled back to her room. Qinglu shook his head, locking the door behind her and lying down on his bed. The ancient beast, having had its fill, mimicked Qingliu's posture, lying flat on its back and gazing at the ceiling. In this tranquil atmosphere, Qinglu's gaze slowly shifted to the ancient beast. After a prolonged silence, he asked, Ancient beast, what are your thoughts on evolution? Evolution? The ancient beast scratched its eye corner, its expression revealing some difficulty. It's a rather sudden topic. I haven't given it much thought. But even if I did, I doubt I would arrive at a conclusion. Qinglu chuckled at the ancient beast's response and redirected his attention to the ceiling. Evolution can transform one's very being. It may lead to an increase in size, strength, and speed. Yet, it also carries other potential risks, such as drastic changes in temperament, or even instances where it could harm itself or its trainer. Would you still desire to evolve under such circumstances? Upon hearing Qingliu's words, the ancient beast's gaze drifted, only to gradually refocus. Finally, it replied, I believe I would still be willing. Why is that? I possess a vague intuition that Aoyanaji, you are an extraordinary individual destined to ascend to heights unattainable by ordinary beings. My desire to assist and protect you compels me to continuously grow, for evolution is an inevitable outcome. Agumon, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched its head and remarked, though I have not encountered many humans, I firmly believe that regardless of how I may transform in the future or how peculiar my demeanor might become, I would never harm you, Aoyanaji. For you are my most cherished friend, unless I am no longer alive. At this moment, Agumon's tone shifted to one of solemnity, as if it were making a profound promise rather than merely responding to Aoyanaji's inquiry. I see. Aoyanaji comprehended Agumon's sentiment, gently patting its head before his gaze fell upon the panel displaying the irrevocable note on evolution. He remained silent for a considerable time. Very well. Let us retire for the night. The night passed without further conversation. At dawn the following day, Xiaosong donned a full set of male attire, ensuring to conceal himself thoroughly while also assisting Agumon in adopting a similar disguise. Thus, the duo, a human and a Pokémon, dashed toward the Pokémon Center from different directions. All the reporters and paparazzi, upon noticing the strangely dressed figures, immediately pursued them. Meanwhile, after preemptively notifying Nurse Joy, Aoyanaji stealthily exited the Pokémon Center through the kitchen, evading the remaining paparazzi, and made his way southward. When Aoyanaji and Xiaosong finally convened, they discovered that Cynthia had been waiting for some time, dressed in a light summer outfit, her long hair tied into a single ponytail with a fringe falling gently across her forehead. Cynthia greeted Xiaosong first before her gaze turned to Aoyanaji, a smile gracing her face. It seems you have gone to great lengths to elude those individuals. Aoyanaji approached her, stopping at a respectful distance, and replied, I apologize for the delay. Those fellows proved quite tenacious. Additionally, Xiaosong expressed a desire to observe. Would that be acceptable? Cynthia shook her head, indicating that these matters were trivial. The matter of the referee will be entrusted to Miss Xiaosong. Very well. Xiaosong clarified the rules. It would be a one-on-one battle, unrestricted by venue or regulations, continuing until one party could no longer fight. Is that agreeable? Yes, indeed. Then let the battle commence. Chapter 53, A Small Explosive Mental Assault. Cynthia was the first to unleash her Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a wedge-shaped stone levitated into the air, followed by the emergence of the purple-bodied Crustle from the fissure. Upon its arrival, Crustle exhibited exuberance, darting through the air and emitting a series of peculiar laughter. It was evident that Crussle's vitality had significantly improved since the previous day. Although it lacked the previous aura of ferocity, its overall demeanor had become more composed. Perhaps this was the true essence of Crustle, living up to Cynthia's discerning eye. Aoyanaji opened his Pokeball, summoning Agumon, who assumed a battle-ready stance. If that is the case, we shall strike first. Cynthia's melodious voice rang out. Crustle, unleash Nightshade. Crussle's gaseous form suddenly expanded and compressed, conjuring a massive shadow that surged toward Agumon. Dodge to the side and counterattack. Aoyanaji reacted swiftly. Agumon swiftly moved aside, distancing itself from the encroaching Nightshade, raising its claws to strike. However, unexpectedly, the claws made contact with Crustle but passed through its form without inflicting any damage. Aoyanaji squinted in realization. Indeed, being gaseous rather than solid, it was impervious to standard contact attacks. At that moment, the Nightshade was already upon Agumon. First, eliminate the immediate threat, and unleash a small flame. While the attack may not affect Crussle's essence, the clash of moves is unavoidable in battle. The fireball erupted from Agumon's mouth, colliding with the Nightshade and piercing through the engulfing darkness with unerring flames. Excellent reflexes, but the assault is far from over. Cynthia complimented Agumon before her voice took a sharp turn. Crustle, execute Shadow Sneak. Unbeknownst to Aoyanaji, as the small flame dissipated, a faint shadow emerged from within the Nightshade, racing toward Agumon. Concealing the Shadow Sneak within the Nightshade was an unexpected tactic. Aoyanaji quickly assessed the situation and commanded, Agumon, counter with Sharp Claw. A surge of orange energy enveloped Agumon's claws as it prepared to strike the oncoming shadow. Yet, the controlled shadow displayed remarkable agility, evading the impending blow at the last moment and maneuvering behind Agumon to launch another attack. Behind you. Hearing Aoyanaji's warning, Agumon pivoted, utilizing its momentum to thwart the shadow's advance. As Cynthia witnessed her plan move being entirely neutralized, her respect for Agumon's prowess and Aoyanaji's tactical acumen soared. Agumon's physical capabilities and combat skills closely aligned with Cynthia's prior observations, even surpassing expectations in certain aspects. Aoyanaji's on-the-spot commands were precise, decisive, and devoid of hesitation. This combination proved to be a refreshing challenge for Cynthia, who had long been without a worthy opponent. Allow me to relish the joy of battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Cynthia initiated a new offensive. A dazzling beam of peculiar colors shot forth at an angle unbeknownst to the eye the instant Agumon's sharp claw attack came to a halt. Sensing the chill behind, Agumon sprang into action, narrowly evading the oncoming strike, and charged toward Crustle to engage in close combat. Observing Agumon's claws dance with ferocity, the latter could only retaliate when there was no avenue for escape, temporarily forcing Agumon back before they once again became entwined in combat. Despite maintaining the upper hand, Aoyanaji felt an underlying pressure lurking in the shadows. This battle differed from every previous encounter. From the outset, Cynthia had consistently seized upon every opening during combat, launching attacks during the moments of vulnerability. Even now, this pattern remained unbroken. It was no wonder Xiaosong held little faith in Aoyanaji's chances. Cynthia's ability to identify and exploit opportunities in battle was exceedingly formidable. To break free from this predicament, a strategy must be devised to thoroughly disrupt Cynthia's rhythm. A strong assault is the only option. Utilizing Sharp Claw, engage in close-quarters combat. As Agumon approached Crustle, Aoyanaji commanded it to initiate melee attacks, determined to withstand the onslaught. Cackling, Crustle gathered purple energy from around its body and opted to absorb the blows head-on. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws, 5 claws, 7 claws, 9 claws. The ancient beast unleashed its sharp claws, striking the wedge stone of the flower rock monster in a relentless barrage. However, it seemed to as a peculiar smile spread across the creature's face. In the next moment, a vibrant purple glow erupted nearby, radiating an oppressive aura that even Qinglu outside the arena could keenly sense. It was imperative to prevent it from unleashing its full power. Ancient beast, unleash a barrage of small flames. Qinglu commanded with no intentions of taking chances against Sharona. Directly employing the most formidable technique they had mastered at this stage, the Scion Prince technique. 12 small flames were launched like shooting stars, descending upon the flower rock monster. Yet, it did not end there. The ancient beast inhaled deeply, and another 12 fireballs followed, enveloping the space around the flower rock monster in a fiery embrace. Finally, the ancient beast opened its mouth wide, a surge of fiery energy swirling within, birthing a massive fireball, much larger than the others, hurtling towards the flower rock monster at a speed surpassing that of the small flames. Small explosion. As Sharona beheld the multitude of fireballs, she could not help but marvel at the ancient beast's extraordinary prowess, capable of executing such a continuous assault. Its stamina was undoubtedly far beyond that of an ordinary Pokémon. Remarkably, the ancient beast appeared to be conserving energy, which truly astonished her. This multitude of attacks posed a significant challenge for the flower rock monster. Even though its form was ethereal, it would surely sustain considerable damage from a few hits. Not to mention the formidable attack barreling toward it head-on. If it were the previous flower rock monster, Sharona would be at a loss for how to respond. But now things were different. After extracting 2/3 of its negative energy in the Lost Tower, the flower rock monster had learned a new technique, a remarkably Flower rock monster, utilize your psychic force. A hum resonated in the air as a wave of potent psychic energy descended, making the atmosphere feel remarkably heavier. A beam of violet light shot forth, slicing through the barrage of fireballs as if wielding a sharp sword, cleaving them in two before colliding directly with the small explosion. Boom! Upon the collision of the two energies, a shockwave swept through the surroundings, scattering trees and vegetation, forcing both Qi-Lu and Sharona to stagger back a few steps. Battling against the fierce wind, Qi-Lu strained to keep his eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield. He observed the oppressive aura emanating from the flower rock monster's psychic force, which was forcefully countering the small explosion that should have surged triumphantly forward, halting it midair. This was the first time Qing-Lu had encountered a technique that could directly confront the psychic force since its mastery. Though the psychic force had only been learned the day prior, it seemed to have gained remarkable insight overnight, a testament to its impressive talent. As the momentum of the psychic force intensified, Qing-Lu realized he could no longer rely on the small explosion. Quietly observing the stark contrast between the energies of the psychic force and the small explosion as they clashed, he noted the dangerous and unstable aura emanating from the confrontation, suggesting an impending explosion. Ancient beast, lower your center of gravity and charge, he quickly instructed. No sooner had he spoken than an explosive sound erupted overhead, unleashing a terrifying energy that whipped up a more ferocious whirlwind. Hold your ground and charge with all your might. Amidst the storm, Qingliu's voice was barely audible. Yet the ancient beast heard him, lowering its body and inching close to the ground, raising its claws in preparation to launch an assault on the flower rock monster. Just then, the chaotic wind shifted direction, sweeping from behind the ancient beast like an invisible hand propelling it forward, dramatically increasing its speed until it stood beneath the flower rock monster. The flower rock monster suddenly lowered its head, revealing a gaze filled with vengeful energy. Simultaneously, a peculiar wave surged from the flower rock monster's line of sight, linking it with the ancient beast as if forging a strange pact. Qi-Lu recognized this as a vengeful technique, but there was no time to dwell on that now. Utilize sharp claws. The ancient beast stomped heavily on the ground, preparing to leap into action. Qingliu's gaze shifted from the flower rock monster, which showed no signs of evasion, toward the explosion still emitting smoke and debris nearby. The small explosion had already clashed with the psychic force and vanished, yet the flower rock monster had not severed its energy supply, unless something else remained. A thought sparked in Qingliu's mind, and instinctively he called out, "Ancient beast, jump back." The ancient beast, poised to leap forward, heard Qingliu's voice alongside a sudden prickling sensation above. Its body, which had been leaning forward, instantly arched backward, propelling it into the air with power. Almost as soon as the ancient beast leaped, a surge of psychic energy descended like lightning from the still smoldering air. Bang! A large hole was blasted into the ground just a step ahead of where the ancient beast had stood, precisely where it would have landed had Qi-Lu not warned it in time. Had Qingliu's warning come a moment later, or if the ancient beast's reflexes had been slower, the attack would have struck home. Regrettably, as Sharona watched the ancient beast deftly alter its trajectory to evade the attack, her expression grew more focused. Concealing attacks within techniques was an incredibly subtle and effective combat method, yet it had failed against Qi Lu twice in quick succession. But the more this occurred, the more exhilarated she felt. Flower Rock Monster, employ a trick. Ancient Beast, unleash small flames while charging. As Qi Lu observed the Flower Rock Monster activating its mind to enhance its special attack, and the Ancient Beast entangled in battle, his expression grew increasingly grave. The previous attack had also been a psychic force, albeit much weaker, and using such a powerful technique in quick succession should be challenging. Perhaps it was residual energy from the explosion. Despite the Ancient Beast's rising level and physical prowess, its small explosion technique had only managed 3 uses, still falling short of overcoming the limitations imposed by the vengeful technique. Deprived of its most potent means of attack, and with the Flower Rock Monster bolstered by its trick, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. It seemed the tide of battle was shifting inexorably toward defeat. As the referee, who had been observing the battle from a distance, Xiaosong recognized the predicament Qi Lu and the Ancient Beast faced. Although the Ancient Beast was formidable, its current repertoire of techniques was insufficient, especially now that Sharona had discerned its strategy and seized the opportunity to neutralize its most threatening attack. It was fair to say that a loss was merely a matter of time. Xiaosong gazed at Qi Lu, whose demeanor remained calm, his expression unchanged, and furrowed his brow. Was there still a chance for a miraculous comeback? In her heart, Xiaosong silently dismissed this possibility. The likelihood was exceedingly slim, and one could even assert it as outright impossible. Facing Sharona, the strongest of the new generation in the Sinnoh region, there was no chance of any flaw that could turn the tide of battle. What Xiaosong could perceive, Sharona was undoubtedly aware of as well. After landing a hit with the move Curse, the scales of victory had tipped entirely in her favor. What remained was merely to seek an opportunity for a decisive blow to conclude the skirmish. Although this battle against Aoyan had rekindled a long-lost thrill, it was now time to bring it to an end. Upon witnessing the rock monster retaliate with revenge, pushing back the Agumon, Sharona seized the moment and commanded, "Rock Monster, use Psychic." The rock monster let out a cackling laugh, channeling a terrifying surge of psychic energy that coalesced into a beam, darting swiftly towards the still reeling Agumon, who had yet to stabilize itself. Agumon widened its eyes, attempting to evade, but its stamina had been drained too much, and the speed of the psychic attack left it no time to react. Seeing this, Aoyan understood there were no other options. Initially, he had contemplated whether Agumon could win in its current form, but it had become evident that Sharona and the rock monster's strength had far surpassed that of their peers, a level beyond Agumon's capability to contend with. Thus, the only recourse was to change its form. He quickly accessed the panel, navigating to the newly added section labeled Holy Plan, selecting the option for evolution. In the next moment, the emblem of the Holy Plan illuminated on his palm. Almost simultaneously, a blinding white light erupted from Agumon's body. Chapter 55, Tyrannomon. With the surge of light, the rock monster's psychic attack dissipated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Xiaosong, who had believed Agumon's defeat was inevitable, found herself wide-eyed at the unexpected turn of events. Was this the light of evolution? As the daughter of a gym leader, she was well aware of what was transpiring, but she had not anticipated Agumon evolving at this moment. It was well known that with each evolution, a Pokémon experienced a significant leap in power. Agumon may not have been a match for Sharona and the rock monster, but evolution was not without its possibilities. With this thought, Xiaosong's gaze shifted to Aoyan, who had maintained a rather stoic expression throughout. "So, you had known all along that Agumon had met the conditions for evolution, which is why you express such confidence." Sharona, too, was taken aback. She had assumed this would be the final attack, only to witness a sudden twist at this moment. Based on her previous observations of Agumon's physical prowess, it should be somewhat stronger than the previous form of the Sharpedo. Thus, if it evolved now, could it rival the Sharpedo? Unlike Xiaosong's apprehensions about a possible shift in the battle's dynamics, Sharona felt a surge of anticipation, eager to witness the transformation in Agumon's strength. The exhilaration of this battle had already been immensely satisfying, and now the prospect of prolonging it made her feel as if she had returned to the day she first embarked on her Pokémon journey. Filled with fervor and passion, "Rock Monster, use Trick," commanded Sharona. The rock monster complied, activating its brain. Sharona's gaze remained fixed on Agumon, waiting in silence. Yet, why did its form appear so much larger? At the center of the arena, Agumon emanated a dazzling light of evolution. As this brilliance intensified, reaching its peak, it erupted forth. Agumon's height, initially close to 1 meter, began to visibly increase at an astonishing rate, surpassing the rock monster's height within moments, causing the ground beneath to yield 2 deep impressions from its burgeoning form. This growth showed no signs of abating, continuing at a terrifying pace. After a full 10 seconds, the light of evolution gradually began to subside. However, by this time, Agumon's stature had matched the towering trees nearby, its form resembling a small mountain standing firmly in place. No, perhaps it could no longer be called Agumon. Where Agumon once stood, a colossal dinosaur, towering 5 meters and weighing an unquantifiable amount, now loomed. Unlike its previous yellow exterior, it was now adorned with fierce blue markings. The 3 fingers that had once stood side by side became more agile, their white claws glinting with a subtle chill. Furthermore, what was once a bare head now bore a brown, beetle-like carapace protecting the crown, with 2 curved brown horns sprouting on either side, and a massive single horn rising between them. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a terrifying gust comparable to the prior small explosion and psychic impact, sending the rock monster tumbling several meters before it barely regained its footing. The once mischievous grin on the rock monster's face froze in shock. Not just it, but both Xiaosong and Sharona were equally astonished. The transformation Agumon underwent was so profound that it felt as if 2 entirely different creatures stood before them. The original Agumon, though possessing commendable potential and decent physical attributes, had still been in the stage of accumulating energy, limited in its combat prowess. Now, however, it had completely transformed into a massive beast, a creature seemingly brimming with weaponry. Merely standing there, it exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient predator. Those of faint heart might even find themselves frightened to tears by its sheer presence. Such a dramatic change was utterly unexpected. Sharona had not anticipated that a single evolution could yield such a monumental transformation. She had thought Agumon would evolve into a rare and powerful Pokémon akin to Sharpedo, and even if it did evolve, she assumed it would enhance its combat capabilities rather than its size. It seemed she had misjudged everything. As Sharona's gaze ascended, it locked onto Agumon's fierce red eyes. Just the sheer force emanating from this colossal beast confirmed that it was no mere paper tiger, but a true monster. Not only they, but even Aoyan, the trainer, was also taken aback by the changes wrought by Agumon's evolution. Species, Tyrannosaurus rex. Category, dinosaur. Pokémon type, dragon. Fire, ability, sharp claws, due to the extreme hardness and sharpness of its head and claws. Its attack power is increased by 50, level 20, exclusive moves, mini flame, super flame, fire type power 80, sharp claw, fire type power 40, mini explosion, super explosion, fire type power 90. Dragon charge, dragon type power 60, learned moves, none, base stats, 510, HP 88, attack 101, defense 90, special attack 95, special defense 70. Speed 66, friendship 75, status, normal, summary, highly aggressive, possessing sharp claws and enormous horns. Its body resembles a weapon. Contrary to its terrifying appearance, it possesses an unexpectedly calm and astute personality, with formidable strength and exceptional intelligence, capable of coordinating effectively with its companions in battle. Evolution plan, evolved into Tyrannosaurus rex, mature form, in combat mode. This size, this presence, this configuration, is truly overwhelming for an ordinary Pokémon. While battles do not solely depend on size, larger individuals inherently possess an absolute advantage in both speed and strength under equal conditions. A low hum resonated in Qingliu's ears. Although termed a hum, it felt as if 2 trumpets were sounding nearby. This familiar sound drew Qingliu's gaze to Agumon. No, it should now be referred to as Tyrannosaurus rex. Sensing the meaning conveyed through Tyrannosaurus rex's gaze, Qingliu understood that it was prepared for battle, ready to unleash its full power. In that case, allow me to witness the strength you have acquired through evolution. Tyrannosaurus rex, unleash super flame. Chapter 56, The Might of the Tyrannosaurus. The moment Qingliu's command echoed, the towering Tyrannosaurus rex, standing 5 meters tall, opened its massive jaws, and terrifying fire energy surged forth, coalescing into an enormous fireball. As the most direct observer standing opposite, Sharona could clearly witness every movement of Tyrannosaurus rex. When she saw Tyrannosaurus rex preparing to attack, her breath quickened. The fireball was simply colossal. If the previous mini-flame could be considered small, then this super flame was indeed a true superlative. Its size dwarfing even that of a flora monster, leaving Sharona to ponder its devastating power. Evading was no longer an option. She could only attempt to withstand the onslaught. Sharona swiftly commanded, Flora monster, use psychic force with all your might. Quickly gathering and compressing psychic energy, Flora monster opened its gas-like mouth and unleashed its psychic attack. Super flame fire. With a roar, Tyrannosaurus rex launched a fireball nearly 2 meters in diameter. Sizzle. As the super flames swept through the air, the ground beneath it, once lush with green grass, was instantly scorched, The moisture evaporated and dry twigs incinerated. When the super flame collided with the incoming psychic force, an entirely different scene unfolded compared to the previous stalemate where the mini flame was consumed. The pink psychic energy had little effect on either offense or defense, quickly melting away upon contact with the super flame. In less than 2 seconds, it dissipated entirely. Unhindered, the super flame continued toward Flora Monster. Flora Monster, evade, Sharona urged. With the attack proving ineffective, the prospect of being struck by such a formidable move would likely incapacitate Flora Monster in an instant. Fortunately, Flora Monster had sensed the impending danger and had begun evading even before Sharona's command, successfully dodging the oncoming attack. Then, a thunderous roar erupted in the distance. Sharona sighed in relief and turned her gaze to the spot where the super flame had landed. A massive crater now marred the river. The flow of water disrupted by the fiery explosion, white steam rising amidst the hissing sounds, enveloping the river's surface. Witnessing such devastation, Sharona's gaze returned to the colossal creature nearby. Could a single evolution yield such terrifying power? Sharona couldn't help but compare Tyrannosaurus Rex to the sharp-toothed land shark, which had also evolved at this stage, seeking to understand this almost qualitative transformation. Yet, she found it utterly incomparable. Even with her meticulous selection, nurturing, and an array of resources, her sharp-toothed land shark could never experience such a dramatic surge in power immediately after its first evolution. Moreover, the sharp-toothed land shark was renowned in the Pokémon world for being a late bloomer, its potential only exploding later in its development. If it could not achieve this, could any Pokémon in existence? If an evolution could not accomplish this now, would it be possible for the sharp-toothed land shark to evolve into the fierce bite land shark in the future? Sharona did not know. All she understood was that she had been pushed to the brink. A single misstep could lead to her defeat. Indeed, defeat. Sharona's expression became dazed. She had forgotten the last time she lost. Perhaps she had never lost at all, having triumphed over countless peers along her journey, her sights set on those far ahead. Even more distant goals. Yet now, she was on the verge of losing to someone a year or two her junior. How intriguing. A fierce smile bloomed on Sharona's face, her resolve hardening. It is precisely the boundless possibilities that make Pokémon battles so exhilarating. Flora Monster, do not give up. Unleash all your power with Dark Knight Shadow. Seemingly inspired by Sharona's sudden surge of energy, the ghostly energy surrounding Flora Monster was swiftly mobilized, transforming into a terrifyingly large shadow that shot directly toward Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, momentum does not equate to strength. This colossal Dark Knight shadow was merely large in comparison to Flora Monster. As it approached Tyrannosaurus Rex, the stark difference in size rendered it a mere puff of black gas, effortlessly swatted aside by Tyrannosaurus Rex's paw. Nonetheless, Sharona's assault did not cease. Amidst the dissipating ghostly energy, several barely discernible shadows scattered, weaving a vast net that enveloped Tyrannosaurus Rex's head. A variation of the shadow sneak tactic? Qinglu observed the change and exclaimed, Tyrannosaurus Rex, melt them with super flame. The intense heat returned, the searing sensation palpable even from a distance. Yet Sharona exhibited no reaction, her golden eyes shimmering in the firelight. Now, Flora Monster, use Vengeful Spirit. From the edge of the massive net formed by the shadow sneak technique, Flora Monster emerged, ready to confront Tyrannosaurus Rex. A gaze filled with resentment fixated intently on the Tyrannosaurus, a peculiar connection binding the two together, seemingly influencing the creature, causing the flames in its maw to diminish. Excellent. Sharona understood that Alien's Pokémon excelled in stamina and endurance. She did not expect the resentment to completely subdue it. But even a fleeting effect could provide the possibility to continue the battle. The Flower Rock Monster maintained its forward momentum, continuously employing trickery. After successfully landing a shadowy ambush, it unleashed a powerful psychic attack. Cackling with a strange joy, the Flower Rock Monster felt the potential for success, using trickery to enhance its special attack. After 2 consecutive uses, it was now perilously close to the Tyrannosaurus, a surge of pink psychic energy brewing forth. At such close proximity, a direct hit would inflict significant damage, even against the evolved defenses of its formidable physique. Sharona rapidly organized her thoughts, uttering, Psychic Attack, Fire. With that, the Flower Rock Monster's mouth gaped wide, releasing all its psychic energy toward the Tyrannosaurus, now within arm's reach. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Alien merely glanced at the crimson eyes of the Tyrannosaurus, which conveyed a silent understanding, and refrained from issuing a command. Instead, the Tyrannosaurus initiated its own action. It neither evaded nor defended itself, nor did it counterattack. It simply lowered its head, its brown carapace and 3 sharp horns aimed directly at the encroaching psychic force, and charged headlong into the attack. Chapter 57. Rampage, Transformation, Tyrant Charge. When considering the parts of the Tyrannosaurus that exhibited both formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, it was not its claws, which were the bane of Dragon-type Pokémon, but rather its head. The Tyrannosaurus's preferred method of close combat was akin to a bullfight, charging headfirst, horns clashing directly with its opponent. Truly, it embodied the saying, "One head stands against 1,000 foes." In this moment, the Tyrannosaurus allowed Aoyan to relax his command and opted to confront the incoming psychic attack head-on. Boom. An explosion of energy. The already swift psychic force collided directly with the Tyrannosaurus's head, sending a cloud of dust billowing outward. Even Sharona, having witnessed countless extraordinary battles, paused in astonishment at this spectacle. Unless one faced a complete level mismatch or possessed an extraordinary defensive talent with absolute confidence, such a combat style was implausible. Although their interaction had been brief, one could glean aspects of a person's character from mere snippets of conversation. The young man named Aoyan, who had driven her to the brink, would not permit his Pokémon to engage in unnecessary and perilous maneuvers. Yet, the unexpected unfolded. A sense of foreboding surged within Sharona, particularly as the dust began to settle and reveal the towering figure of the Tyrannosaurus, unscathed and standing tall at the epicenter of the explosion. "Flower rock monster, be cautious." Before her warning could fully escape her lips, a whirlwind erupted from the lingering dust, and a massive tail, adorned with sinister blue patterns, swung horizontally. The flower rock monster, having relaxed its guard under the assumption that the psychic attack had dealt significant damage, was caught off guard and struck squarely by the tail. In an instant, it was sent crashing to the ground, embedding itself deeply within. As the dust continued to thin, the silhouette of the Tyrannosaurus became clearer, and Sharona was astonished to see that the point of collision with the psychic force bore no signs of injury whatsoever. To withstand such a powerful move from an opponent of equal caliber without employing any techniques, relying solely on its physical defenses, what kind of terrifying resilience was required to achieve such a feat? Sharona could not fathom it. But she knew the flower rock monster was incapable of such endurance. Not even her ace, the Sharpedo, could manage it. Yet, this Tyrannosaurus had accomplished it with apparent ease. Sharona gazed at the Tyrannosaurus's head and the brown carapace that enveloped it, then turned her attention to the flower rock monster, now embedded in the ground. Originally emerging from the fissures of the rock, the purple gas, comprised of 108 souls fused together to form its visage, had been scattered by the Tyrannosaurus's strike, leaving only a singular, faintly glowing blue shard still trembling. Clearly, the force of that tail whip, amplified by its massive size and strength, equaled that of some formidable fighting-type attacks. After its evolution, a mere brush against the Tyrannosaurus had nearly rendered the flower rock monster incapable of fighting. Had it been struck by that fierce flame attack, it likely would not have even had the chance to tremble as it did now. The power was overwhelming. This enigmatic Pokémon, known as Agumon, which later evolved into a monstrous form, alongside the equally mysterious Aoyan, comprised a duo whose strength was unfathomably terrifying. With assaults from afar proving futile and close-range attacks failing to breach defenses, the outcome of this battle seemed all but predetermined. Sharona involuntarily exhaled slowly. Had she lost? A weight settled in her heart. No one desires defeat, especially not someone who had been winning all along. Yet, she soon felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a feeling, the sensation of failure. As she pondered, a smile unexpectedly crept across her face. Her decision to visit the town had proven serendipitous, allowing her to encounter such an intriguing and youthful trainer. Perhaps this year's Lily of the Valley conference would be the finest in recent memory. She envisioned a rematch between her Sharpedo and Aoyan's Tyrannosaurus. With that thought, Sharona took a deep breath and raised her hand to declare her surrender. At that moment, a brutal and chilling aura suddenly surged forth, causing her heart to leap. She turned sharply to the location of the flower rock monster. To her astonishment, the Pokémon that had seemed on the brink of collapse was now surrounded by deep-hued energy. This negative energy revitalized the flower rock monster, transforming its demeanor and granting it a terrifying reserve of strength to support its movements once more. Sharona's expression turned grave. She had believed that the negative energy siphoned away by the Duskull and Ghastly had left it with little to draw upon, compounded by the psychic attack it had mastered overnight. She thought the flower rock monster had digested the remaining negative energy. Yet, it appeared it had merely been concealed. But now, since she had resolved to concede, she would allow herself to address this issue. Sharona produced the Pokeball containing her Sharpedo, preparing to unleash it. Observing the unfolding situation, Aoyan raised his hand. Tyrannosaurus, use Tyrant Charge. The Tyrannosaurus, sensing Aoyan's command, spread its massive legs into a battle-ready stance, prepared for the imminent confrontation. At nearly the same instant that the sound of Qingliu's voice faded, the Tyrannosaurus began its charge, its massive form, larger than that of an adult elephant, propelling itself forward with powerful strides. Thud, 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 thud. With each pounding step, the ground trembled as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Amidst the gusts of wind, dragon-type energy began to coalesce upon the Tyrannosaurus's sharp horns, swiftly enveloping its entire body and creating rippling waves as it surged toward the flower rock monster. Sharona was momentarily distracted by the shaking earth, instinctively turning her gaze toward the source of the tremors. There, she beheld a deep blue mass of dragon-type energy hurtling through the air, leaping from the ground like a missile, descending upon the flower rock monster, which was slowly rising while emitting negative energy. Chapter 58. Dominant suppression. The surge of negative emotions had amplified the flower rock monster's abilities, enhancing its perception as well. It quickly sensed the approach of the Tyrannosaurus and the imminent attack that was descending upon it. In an instant, the negative energy surged, transforming into psychic energy, fueling a powerful psychic move. Compared to before, the aura of this tainted psychic energy was darker, more profound, and its potency had increased significantly. Even Sharona, witnessing this energy, felt a weight of solemnity settle upon her. Clearly, the power of this psychic move far surpassed any previous iterations, achieving a dramatic escalation. With a shrill cackle, the flower rock monster unleashed its psychic attack, targeting the diving Tyrannosaurus. A faint hum resonated through the air, only to vanish in an instant as the psychic energy collided with the Tyrannosaurus. Boom! An explosion of dust erupted as energy clashed, the sound echoing around them. Cackling with glee, the flower rock monster reveled in its successful hit. While the previous attack had little effect, this time, bolstered by negative energy, it was certain to inflict harm on the creature that had previously assaulted it. Another surge of psychic energy began to gather, aimed at the spot from which it had just attacked. Sharona, fearing the situation was spiraling out of control, promptly released her sharp-toothed land shark from its pokeball, intending to aid the Tyrannosaurus in decisively resolving the threat posed by the flower rock monster. However, before the sharp-toothed land shark could act, the colossal form of the Tyrannosaurus burst forth from the billowing smoke. Not only was it unscathed, but the dragon-type energy enveloping its body showed no signs of waning, as if the earlier psychic assault, amplified by negative energy, had had no impact whatsoever. Cackling in disbelief, the flower rock monster's gas-like visage, a mix of purple and faint red, betrayed its incredulity. Sharona's intended command lingered on the tip of her tongue, unspoken, as she gazed at the swirling dragon-type energy surrounding the Tyrannosaurus, momentarily entranced. Unfamiliar with this dragon-type move, Sharona could only discern that it represented yet another formidable technique possessed by the Tyrannosaurus. Even as the flower rock monster, invigorated by a steady stream of energy, unleashed psychic attacks in an attempt to thwart the Tyrannosaurus, none were effective. All were effortlessly deflected by the dragon-type move. As the two Pokémon drew perilously close, the flower rock monster could no longer conceal its rage and fear, pouring all of its energy into one final assault. Futile, Qinglu stated emotionlessly. Tyrannosaurus, conclude this battle. In the midst of the dimly lit psychic energy, the Tyrannosaurus raised its horned head, crashing through the energy barrier and colliding with the flower rock monster's wedge-shaped stone. Bang! A deafening sound resonated, akin to the earth itself groaning. The ground at the flower rock monster's position could not withstand the overwhelming force, shattering and collapsing like a spider's web, sending dust and debris soaring in all directions. As the dust settled, the area that had collapsed, measuring over 10 meters, revealed the Tyrannosaurus standing proudly in the midst of the destruction. The dual-colored gas-like face of the flower rock monster had entirely vanished, leaving only a dim wedge-shaped stone lying quietly beneath the massive foot of the Tyrannosaurus. The negative energy that had incited the flower rock monster's frenzied state gradually dissipated into wisps, consumed by the tremendous physical force of the Tyrannosaurus. Witnessing the complete vanishing of the negative energy, Qinglu slowly shifted his gaze back to the Tyrannosaurus and the crater formed by its charge. The power and scope of destruction exceeded my expectations by a considerable margin. Dragon Charge, a newly acquired move of the Tyrannosaurus following its evolution from the ancient beast, harnesses its massive physique to propel dragon-type energy, launching an attack with its horns as a spear. Although the inherent power of the move may not be high, it benefits from a significant surge due to its current characteristics. The sharp claws ability, owing to the hardness and sharpness of its head and claws, enhances its attack power by 50, making it even more formidable than its signature move, Super Flame, and nearly rivaling Super Explosion. Interestingly, this marks the Tyrannosaurus's first exclusive Dragon-type move. It is rather amusing that, despite being a Dragon-type Pokémon, all its signature moves are Fire-type. In this regard, I find a peculiar alignment with Edu, the Dragon-type champion, who possesses only Flying-type Pokémon. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Qinglu began to anticipate what performance the even more potent Super Explosion, evolved from the Mini Explosion, might display. However, that would require an opportunity to test, which could be troublesome given environmental constraints. During the Mini Explosion, he had feared igniting the mountain. Now, with Super Explosion, even greater caution was warranted. Finally, Qingliu's gaze fell upon Sharona, who approached after retrieving the flower rock monster into its Pokeball, accompanied by her sharp Toothland shark. His eyes narrowed, recalling how close he had come to losing the chance to claim victory. Having fought hard for this battle, having even resorted to the irreversible evolution of the ancient beast into the Tyrannosaurus, the thought of losing the experience to the sharp-toothed landshark was infuriating, especially in a contest against the future Sinnoh champion, Sharona. At that moment, Sharona approached, offering her thanks. Thank you for your assistance. It was a truly exhilarating battle, and I accept my defeat graciously. She extended her hand, having secured her Pokeball. It was merely luck, Qinglu replied, shaking her hand. Hirona, upon hearing Aoyan's words, chuckled and shook her head, remarking that commanding such a fearsome Pokémon was no mere stroke of luck. She lifted her gaze towards Tyranitar, while Sharpedo followed suit. And at that moment, Tyranitar lowered its head, its crimson eyes fixating on Sharpedo. Unbeknownst to them, both sensed a hint of rivalry in each other's gaze. Chapter 59. The Lily of the Valley Conference and the Lone Wolf. With a low growl, Sharpedo expressed a subtle desire to battle. Tyranitar remained silent, merely staring with an imposing presence due to its massive stature. As their eye contact lingered, the tension between them became increasingly palpable. Sharpedo, do not act this way. Hirona interjected with a sidelong glance, prompting Sharpedo to turn away and temper its aura. Aoyan waved his hand as well. Tyranitar, without uttering a word, sat down quietly behind him. Although Aoyan had a strong desire to grind for experience like they had done in the Lost Tower, facing Hirona's ace, Sharpedo, warranted careful consideration. Aoyan felt absolute confidence at the same level, yet Sharpedo currently stood at level 30, a Pokémon that grew increasingly formidable with each level. Despite Tyranitar's inherent advantages, Aoyan was uncertain whether it could bridge the level gap and had no assurance of victory. The only certainty was that Tyranitar would likely struggle to win. Conversely, defeating Tyranitar would also not come easily for Sharpedo. It would likely result in a prolonged stalemate. Moreover, it seemed somewhat disrespectful to engage in a second battle right after defeating Hirona's Pokémon. Let us save the opportunity for another time. I apologize. Tyranitar's temperament may have become a bit unruly after its evolution, Aoyan said with a smile, causing Tyranitar to widen its crimson eyes in surprise. Not to worry. Sharpedo's nature has always been rather impatient, Hirona replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Hirona transitioned to the main topic, regarding Agumon. I will provide a brief explanation to my family about Tyranitar's identity, and as soon as the opportunity arises, I will assist you in finalizing its registration. Aoyan felt a surge of happiness at this. Even though Tyranitar's power had surged post-evolution, he did not let a single victory over Hirona's Pokémon inflate his ego. Establishing Tyranitar's official identity was imperative, both now and in the future. Furthermore, he was likely to encounter new Digimon or other updated Pokémon, and if he could navigate this situation without risk, it would greatly ease future endeavors. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Hirona earnestly. Hirona waved her hand dismissively and then asked, "What are your plans for the future? Where do you intend to go next?" "Where to?" Aoyan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have not settled on anything yet. Tyranitar and I came to Casual Town simply to change our surroundings after spending too long in the wild, and a series of events have led us to this point." Hirona, unfazed, continued, "Since you have no immediate goals, have you considered participating in this year's Lily of the Valley Conference?" "The Lily of the Valley Conference?" Aoyan's mind processed her words, realizing she referred to the Sinnoh region's Pokémon League competition held on Lily of the Valley Island. "So, have you decided to participate?" "Yes. I plan to embark on my journey at the age of 10, but Dr. Yamanashi had a crucial experiment, and as his assistant, I couldn't leave. Now, after many years, it's time for me to challenge the pinnacle of Pokémon trainers." "The pinnacle of Pokémon trainers?" For Hirona, winning the conference was not particularly challenging, implying she was referring to the championship beyond that. Each winner of the Lily of the Valley Conference not only received substantial rewards, fame, and honor, but also gained the opportunity to challenge the Elite Four and the Sinnoh champion. Speaking of the champion, Aoyan realized he was unaware of the current title holder. However, it mattered little, as it was likely the championship would change hands after this year. Then, will you attempt to try? Aoyan contemplated for a moment, ultimately nodding after connecting the challenge of gym battles with the exploration of ancient architecture, realizing that competing in the conference would also help him gain experience. I think I can give it a try. Then we shall meet at the Lily of the Valley conference. All right, Aoyan nodded and shouldered his backpack, approaching Xiaosong, who had been acting as a referee but seemed almost transparent in her demeanor. At that moment, Xiaosong looked up at Aoyan. Her expression one of disbelief as he drew near. You really aren't cut out to be a referee if you didn't even announce the results or countdown. Aoyan teased. Slowly returning to reality, Xiaosong admitted, I was a bit surprised and didn't react in time. Surprised that I won? A little, but after seeing Agumon evolve, I was less surprised. What astonished me more was how much Agumon had grown. Xiaosong raised her gaze to the massive creature standing beside Aoyan. Tyranitar, familiar with Xiaosong, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. It's merely a change in size. You will be even more astonished in the future. Xiaosong furrowed her brows at this comment, preparing to inquire further, but Aoyan had already retrieved Tyranitar into its Pokeball. Thank you for your assistance during this time. I hope that when we meet again, you will have become a competent heir to the gym. Are you leaving already? I have been here quite a while. It is time to go. As Aoyan passed by Xiaosong, he patted her shoulder and waved goodbye without looking back, heading towards the nearby forest. Xiaosong returned to her previous expression, gazing blankly at Aoyan's receding figure. Until he vanished from her sight, she remained lost in thought. Their initial encounter had been sparked by her misstep, leading to Snowmelt Pokémon running away from home. Aoyan had welcomed them and then given them a thorough beating, ultimately helping them reconcile. Later, in Casual Town, he spoke of the spirit of challenging the strong, followed soon by another bout, culminating in a dreamlike victory over Hyrona. After spending time together intermittently, his sudden farewell stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Meeting and parting were essential lessons for trainers. One must cherish the emotions of this moment and look forward to the next reunion. Hyrona, having appeared beside Xiaosong unbeknownst to her, gazed at the spot where Aoyan had vanished, soothingly assuring her, moreover, such a mysterious individual, possessing such formidable strength and Pokémon, will undoubtedly become a renowned trainer in the future. If you wish to keep up with him, you must strive diligently. Hearing this, Xiaosong could not help but recall Aoyan's earlier mention of becoming the world's top gym trainer. If that were to come to fruition, perhaps there would be more opportunities for reunion, and she might even have the chance to give him a good thrashing to vent her feelings. Thus, she resolved to muster her spirit. Xiaosong gently murmured in acknowledgement, bidding farewell to Sharona before heading back to the Pokémon Center in Shiazan to collect her belongings and depart. Meanwhile, Sharona remained behind, quietly gazing at the site of the recent battle. Chapter 60. Design, Candid Shots, News, Transformation. This tranquility endured for quite some time, with Sharpedo silently accompanying her, accustomed to the stillness. After standing there for approximately 10 minutes, the soft rustling sounds from afar seemed to awaken Sharona, prompting her to softly inquire, Sharpedo, if you had fought against Tyranitar instead of Golem, do you believe you could have secured victory? Kaba? Upon hearing the question, Sharpedo contemplated for a few seconds before nodding. What if your level matched that of Tyranitar? This time, Sharpedo took longer to ponder, initially nodding before shaking his head. I wish to hear the truth. After a brief silence, Sharpedo ultimately shook his head. Your potential already places you among the strongest in the Sinnoh region and indeed the world at large. You surely would fall far short of Tyranitar. However, it achieved what we could not, and I believe there is still much we need to learn. As Sharona spoke, Sharpedo nodded slowly in agreement. Having followed Sharona since childhood, Sharpedo understood that while she occasionally appeared absent-minded, she possessed a remarkably nuanced perspective. Often, she was not merely daydreaming, but rather contemplating deeper matters. Now, after experiencing defeat, she began to organize her thoughts and review the recent battle, identifying and resolving her shortcomings. This meticulous self-reflection was one of the reasons for her rapid advancement in strength, aside from her innate talent. Moreover, as Sharpedo recalled the immense pressure exerted by Tyranitar's massive form and the inevitable rivalry that lay ahead, it recognized the necessity of learning about and ultimately overcoming the opponent. Thus, the duo commenced a thorough recollection and analysis of the battle they had just witnessed. Suddenly, as a sound rustled through the bushes, Sharpedo's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on a position diagonally behind them. Kaba. In response to Sharpedo's alert, Sharona did not turn to look but continued her analysis, calmly stating, I am aware. Do not concern yourself with them. Kaba. I summoned them here, Sharona added, and with that, Sharpedo ceased further inquiry, maintaining a vigilant watch. Meanwhile, in a nearby thicket, a tall figure with a camera alongside an older, lean journalist, also equipped with a camera, busily captured images of Sharona's position and its surroundings. Click, click, click. With each process sound, photographs rapidly appeared in the camera, and the two exchanged excited glances, unable to conceal their smiles. However, upon noticing each other, their expressions soured, revealing disdain as if wishing the other would vanish. "What are you doing here?" the older, lean journalist asked impatiently. "I'm curious about why you're here." The tall journalist retorted defiantly. "Didn't you claim that the Lost Tower was of no interest, and that you were off to the city of Waymu to cover a meteorite story? Why are you here now? Where's your integrity?" "Integrity? Huh. I lost that long before I entered this field," the older journalist replied, puffing out his chest. "You have the audacity to say that?" The tall journalist, noticing the older journalist's insufferably proud demeanor, felt the urge to confront him. But soon he realized that Sharona, who had been standing nearby, had vanished. "This is your fault. We've missed a golden opportunity. Youngsters shouldn't be so impulsive," the older journalist waved dismissively, weighing his camera. "I've captured what I needed. All that's left is to organize it and send it out. It will undoubtedly be more sensational than the news about clearing the Lost Tower." Upon hearing this, the tall journalist fell silent for a moment, disregarding the older journalist, grabbing his camera and other belongings before sprinting away. The bewildered older journalist, after a couple of seconds, realized that the tall journalist aimed to scoop the story before him and hurriedly attempted to catch up. However, the disparity in stamina between the older man and the youthful journalist proved insurmountable, leaving him trailing far behind. Meanwhile, in the sky, a large bird with a strikingly flamboyant hairstyle, adorned with black, brown, and white feathers, flapped its wings vigorously, hovering in midair, clutching its talons. Sharona observed the two journalists receding into the distance, finally instructing the majestic bird, "Use Hurricane to obliterate the battleground below. There must be no trace of the battle remaining." The bird nodded and let out a long cry. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, a tempest descended upon the site where Tyranitar and Golem had clashed, scattering everything in disarray. Subsequently, the duo vanished into the sky. Half a day later, news swiftly spread around Shiazin following the two journalists' clearance of the Lost. "Have you heard? Miss Sharona, who previously cleared the Lost Tower, battled someone by the small river south of the town. I just found out. I've seen the photos from the scene, but I still don't know who her opponent was. Shiazin had never been home to particularly strong trainers, let alone peers of her age. Could it be that Miss Sharona challenged a well-known trainer? I doubt it. If she were to challenge someone, she wouldn't come to Shiazin. Besides, there's a trainer of similar caliber who just cleared the Lost Tower. Isn't there? Wait, are you referring to Aoki, who also cleared the Lost Tower? Impossible. Even if he cleared it, he was the slowest, while she was the fastest. There's no way he could have defeated her. Time doesn't determine strength. Besides, my own relative clears things faster. What does that matter?" Amidst the fervent discussions ignited in the vicinity of Shiazin, Aoki remained oblivious. Now distanced from the town, he was traversing through the dense forest. "Aoki, how much longer must we walk?" Tyranitar, adorned with 3 horns and blue stripes, inquired as it followed closely. Aoki glanced at the Tyranitar, standing only a meter tall, consulted the map, and replied, "Not much longer. We just need to cross through this thicket, and we'll nearly reach the rocky terrain marked on the map. After traversing these mountains, we will arrive at Waymu City." A day has passed since Qingliu's confrontation with champion Cynthia and her Garchomp before departing from the town of Random. During this time, Qingliu meticulously planned his route and set off on his journey. Random Town is located in the heart of the Sinnoh region, nestled to the right of Mount Coronet, surrounded by 2 sizable cities. One is the city of Hometown in the southwest, where a prior challenge against a Glacian ended in a rather humiliating defeat. The other is Curtain City to the northeast. Having resolved to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference, provided no significant obstacles arise, Qingliu deemed it essential to consider the presence of gyms in the cities he would visit. Hometown boasts the home gym, while Curtain City features the Curtain Gym. Given that both gyms have similar prerequisites, Qingliu opted for Curtain City, particularly because Melissa, the gym leader of Hometown, is known for her frequent absences due to her travels, which could lead to wasted time. Beyond the gym consideration, what truly captivated Qingliu was Curtain City's renowned specialty, stones. In addition to the local stones, Curtain City is home to several legendary meteorites believed to have been created indirectly by Arceus during the dawn of time when he forged the world. Such stones are likely to meet the criteria for historical significance. The allure of these artifacts far surpasses that of Hometown, which prides itself on the connection between trainers and Pokémon. He and his Tyranitar have developed a solid rapport. There was no need for further bonding. With these thoughts in mind, Qingliu accessed the information panel, Species, Tyranitar. Classification, Armor Pokémon. Type, Dragon. Fire. Ability, Sharp Claws. Due to the exceptional hardness and sharpness of its head and claws, its attack power increases by 50 when using them. Level 21. Exclusive moves, Super Flame. Fire-type power 80. Sharp Claws. Fire-type power 40. Super Explosion. Fire-type power 90. Dragon Charge. Dragon-type power 60. Moves learned, none. Base stats, 510. HP, 88. Attack 101. Defense 90. Special Attack 95. Special Defense 70. Speed 66. Friendship, 75. Status, normal. Information summary. Divine Program, data compression has been applied to maintain daily status. Should it decompress into battle mode? Yes, no. Initially, after defeating Cynthia's Garchomp, Tyranitar unexpectedly reached level 21, and Chi-Lu sensed that level 22 was within reach. Furthermore, he noticed changes in the Divine Program section. Chi-Lu glanced at Tyranitar, which had returned to a height comparable to Agumon after the battle. Following the conclusion of their previous fight, the panel displayed indications of data compression, and Tyranitar's form began to glow faintly, shrinking from nearly 5 meters to its current stature. Tyranitar, how do you feel now? Feel? Tyranitar, somewhat puzzled, looked around and replied, I don't feel anything unusual. It's just much more convenient to move like this. Otherwise, I'd be shaking the ground with every step, and the branches would be quite bothersome. Seeing that Tyranitar expressed no discomfort, Chi-Lu nodded and offered it an energy cube to replenish its strength. Since Tyranitar felt perfectly fine, and considering the responses from the panel and the Divine Program, coupled with Chi-Lu's own tests of switching between battle and daily modes, he decided not to dwell on this issue any longer. After all, the essence of a Digimon lies in its data. Although it had been transformed into a Pokémon through the panel, it undoubtedly still retained its data-based characteristics. This phenomenon is reminiscent of computer files. When something is too large, it is compressed, and when needed, it is decompressed, the only difference being the speed of operation. In a different light, this ability proves to be quite beneficial. In circumstances where stealth is paramount, it allows for more discreet combat, and in times of hunger, it can shrink to reduce food consumption. Otherwise, if Tyranitar's massive form were to indulge in meals, Chi-Lu reckoned that his remaining prize money of over 100,000 would be entirely consumed in mere days. Reflecting on this, Chi-Lu's thoughts wandered to the legendary Pokémon of the various regions within the Pokémon world. According to the Pokédex and records, the tallest of these creatures barely exceeds 10 meters, with the shorter ones around 3 meters, and even the source of the Gigantamax phenomenon, Eternatus, is only about 20 meters tall. Yet, each time they appear, the earth trembles, and the skies darken, their colossal forms towering like skyscrapers or mountains. Could it be that they possess a similar ability to compress their data to manage energy consumption, entering a state akin to hibernation until they are required to unleash their full power and revert to their normal forms? Chi-Lu was uncertain, yet this hypothesis seemed plausible. As for the veracity of this notion, perhaps he would have the opportunity to investigate further in the future. Lost in thought, Chi-Lu suddenly noticed Tyranitar halting abruptly ahead. What is the matter? There are numerous Pokémon ahead, seemingly engaged in battle, Tyranitar replied, its gaze fixed on the distance. Following Tyranitar's gaze, Chi-Lu observed an area starkly different from the surrounding forest. The ground was strewn with yellow sand and stones, leading to towering peaks ahead. This was the rocky terrain they needed to traverse to reach Curtain City. The spot Tyranitar was focusing on was beneath one of the mountains, where clouds of dust were rising, and several figures flickered in and out of sight amidst the wind and sand. However, from such a distance, Chi-Lu could not discern their identities, and the panel failed to provide any data. The only certainty was that such a number of Pokémon could not be small in stature, and they were precisely obstructing the path. Approaching them might provoke an attack, resulting in unnecessary trouble. Chi-Lu lowered his gaze to the map, and Tyranitar leaned closer, scrutinizing it intently. After a minute of silence, they stepped aside. Chi-Lu chuckled. They say Tyranitar has a high intelligence. I expected some improvement after your evolution, yet it seems your intellect has been entirely allocated to your physical prowess, hasn't he it? Tyranitar scratched its head awkwardly and asked, Chi-Lu, what should we do now? After a moment's contemplation, Chi-Lu replied, our only shortcut is to go straight through. While the alternative route around the mountains would take at least an extra week, we certainly don't need to squander that time by circumventing it. Chapter 62, The Classic. Stoic trainer emerging from the forest into the arid desert and rocky mountains, the climate abruptly turned harsh. The uneven ground of sand and stones, the noticeably rising temperatures, along with the occasional gust of sand, incessantly assaulted Chi-Lu's stamina and endurance. However, In stark contrast to Qingliu's discomfort, Tyranitar appeared unaffected, effortlessly forging ahead, only occasionally shielding itself from the blowing debris. Qinglu, would you like me to carry your backpack? The Tyrannosaurus beast noticed Qinglu's condition and inquired proactively. All right. Let's bring this along. Qinglu retrieved 2 pairs of goggles from his backpack, donned one himself, and handed the other to the Tyrannosaurus beast. These were purchased as spare travel gear during a visit to the casual town, and he did not expect them to be useful so soon. The Tyrannosaurus beast gazed curiously at this novel item but showed no inclination to wear it. Qinglu stared at it, and it stared back at him. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward in the eerie silence. It was not until Qinglu observed the Tyrannosaurus beast's 2 clawed limbs, each adorned with 3 sharp claws, that he suddenly realized, I apologize. I forgot that you only have claws and no hands. Once the goggles were secured on the Tyrannosaurus beast, it no longer had any concerns about its eyes, and soon led Qinglu to the vicinity of the rocky mountain. Be careful. After signaling to the Tyrannosaurus beast, Qinglu approached from the side, peering through the rocky outcrops to observe the nearby Pokémon. As long as he confirmed that there were no issues and the opponent's level was not excessively high, he would have the Tyrannosaurus beast charge in. However, the situation appeared to deviate from his expectations. Boom. Bang. A series of booming sounds erupted, accompanied by a flurry of flying dust and stones. A Pokémon, composed of dozens of gray rocks, its body tapering to a smaller size, resembled a colossal stone serpent, its head adorned with rocky horns, thrashing about above and below the ground. Surrounding it were more than 10 similar Pokémon, motionless as they observed. Qinglu activated his panel and focused on the central, constantly moving Pokémon, revealing its information. Species, Onyx, category rock snake Pokémon, type ground, rock, ability, rock head. When damaged by physical moves, defense is lowered, and speed is greatly increased. Level 17, exclusive move, none. Learn moves, rock slide, bind, harden, tackle, knock down, rock polish, dragon breath. Base stats, 385 HP 35, attack 45. Defense 160, special attack 30, special defense 45, speed 70, friendship, 0, status, normal, summary, typically resides underground, writhing to excavate tunnels while absorbing hard minerals to fortify its body. Over time, its body darkens, ultimately becoming as resilient as diamond. It moves swiftly underground and emits a far-reaching, tremendous sound. More than a dozen onyxes? Was this a colony? After scanning through the information of each onyx, Qinglu's gaze returned to the visibly larger, darker specimen at the center, which was attacking a Pokémon with prominent double incisors and a fluffy tail. Species, Sp.Def, category, beaver Pokémon, type, normal, water, ability, moody. In each battle, one stat will significantly increase while another decreases. Level 16, exclusive move, none. Learned moves, tackle, rollout, quick attack, headbutt. Base stats, 410, HP 79, attack 85, defense 60. Special attack 55, special defense 60, speed 71. Friendship, 0, status, injured. Summary, renowned for its industriousness. It uses its sharp teeth to gnaw through trees and branches to block rivers and build nests, preventing floods in its vicinity. It swims swiftly in water but is comparatively sluggish on land. Upon reviewing this information, Qinglu understood why Sp.Def, despite having a similar base stat, was at a disadvantage. However, how could a river-dwelling Pokémon be found here? Uncertain, Qinglu and the Tyrannosaurus beast continued to observe quietly. As time passed, Sp.Def's disadvantage gradually intensified, especially as the surrounding ground was excavated by the onyxes, leading to Sp.Def's greatest predicament. One onyx leaped into the nearest cave, disappearing followed by a thunderous roar reverberating from underground. The sound resembled a monstrous creature rapidly approaching, sending shivers down the spine of Sp.Def, who anxiously scanned its surroundings. Soon, with a roar from the onyx, the ground began to tremble violently. Sp.Def recognized this as a precursor to an attack, but found itself helpless, ultimately being struck midair by the onyx, followed by a tail swipe that sent it crashing down. Bang! With a dull thud, Sp.Def landed on the ground, appearing severely injured, struggling to rise multiple times without success. The onyx slithered closer, poised to reach it. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Sp.Def, the enemy is almost upon you. Why are you still on the ground? Did that attack render you incapable of fighting? Upon hearing this voice, Sp.Def trembled uncontrollably for a moment, then struggled to rise slowly. Use water gun. The voice commanded again, and Sp.Def, face contorted in pain, began to gather water-type energy in its mouth, preparing to unleash the water gun move. The onyx would not grant it such an opportunity, swiftly closing in and wrapping its tail around Sp.Def, its rocky body twisting and constricting. This immense pressure caused Bidooff's newly gathered water gun to dissipate, and intense pain prompted it to cry out in anguish. The Onyx remained unfazed by the sounds. Qing Lu was not surprised by this. Battles were never conducted with leniency. Yet he was taken aback by the apparent lack of concern from the human who seemed to be Bidooff's trainer. After a moment of silence, the voice returned. Cold and low. I instructed you to use water gun, not to produce meaningless cries. Even with your lack of strength, there should be limits. Do not waste my time. You worthless creature. Chapter 63. The blame shifts upon hearing the reprimand. Bidooff forced itself to stifle its cries, struggling against the ongoing pressure to once again gather water-type energy. The Onyx, naturally, would not allow Bidooff to attack, tightening its grip once more. Pain surged through Bidooff, and once again, its water gun move was thwarted, eliciting a cry of agony. Yet, fearing further reprimand from its trainer, Bidooff quickly silenced itself, gritting its teeth. The voice's owner, however, was evidently displeased with the unfolding events. You cannot interrupt your training even when under attack. I believe I have given you ample opportunities. I will give you one last chance if you cannot succeed. You may leave. Upon hearing this, Bidooff's face displayed a look of desperation, and it disregarded its injuries, beginning to struggle violently. In this sudden surge of energy, as if awakening hidden potential, Bidooff managed to push against the Onyx's constriction slightly. Taking advantage of the momentary lull, the aqueous energy and a jet of water shot out, striking the Onyx squarely in the face. The creature let out a thunderous roar, reverberating through the surroundings, before its massive body slowly collapsed to the ground. With the Onyx no longer restraining it, the Bidooff managed to escape, however. The injuries it had sustained and the reckless offensive it had just launched left it utterly exhausted, causing it to crumple helplessly to the ground. Yet, with unwavering it lifted its head to gaze at the trainer who approached with deliberate steps. However, the anticipated words of praise and acknowledgement did not come. Instead, a cold, indifferent tone prevailed. Surely you don't believe that in a situation where you wielded an absolute advantage, being reduced to this is something to take pride in? The joy on Bidooff's face instantly froze, and it gradually lowered its head. If you perform like this again, you may as well disappear from my sight. Accompanied by a flash of red light, Bidooff was recalled into its Pokeball, and a boy with long hair tied at the nape of his neck and an expression of indifference emerged from the swirling sands. In the face of the now leaderless Onyx horde, which began to stir restlessly, he released a Murkrow, initiating an attack on the group of Onyx. Observing this, Aoyan furrowed his brow slightly. Using a Pokémon of similar level, which was at a type disadvantage against the Onyx, to engage in a battle of numbers seemed futile. Even for a creature capable of flight. It was only when he saw the Murkrow darting about, not launching any substantial attacks, but instead merely harassing the skies and attempting to divert the Onyx's attention away from the boy's position, that Aoyan discerned the true intent of its deployment. Was he trying to lead them away to facilitate his escape? Yet, somehow, this figure seemed strikingly familiar. Aoyan muttered to himself. The tone of voice, the indifferent attitude towards his Pokémon's state, even the boy's appearance felt remarkably reminiscent. Just as Aoyan was lost in recollection, he heard Tyranidar's voice inquiring beside him. Aoyan, is it truly right to treat one's companion in such a manner? Aoyan turned his head to regard Tyranitar, who wore a serious expression, its crimson eyes fixed ahead, revealing an unmistakable anger. Unlike Aoyan, Tyranitar was less contemplative, more direct in its emotions, and its sense of justice was palpable. Witnessing a trainer who treated their Pokémon as mere tools rather than partners was infuriating. A semi-militarized training regimen is necessary, but true breakthroughs rely on the unbreakable bond between trainer and Pokémon. His current actions have led him astray, Aoyan stated slowly. While Aoyan did not entirely endorse Ash's relentless fighting spirit, he acknowledged that the broader principles he adhered to were sound. The attitudes of renowned gym leaders, Elite Four members, and the strongest champions across various regions served as testament to this. Tyranitar withdrew its gaze and looked at Aoyan, asking, should we intervene to stop such behavior? Aoyan shook his head in response to Tyranidar's puzzled expression. No one changes their mindset due to a couple of dismissive words. That is unrealistic. And this matter does not concern us. However, Tyranitar hesitated, yet it chose to heed Aoyan's words, its focus still fixated on the chaotic battlefield. Aoyan observed Tyranitar and then glanced back at the boy reprimanding his Murkrow for failing to divert the Onyx. After a moment of contemplation, he helplessly shook his head. Finally, he pointed to a rock serving as cover and said, Tyranitar, go stand atop that. Huh. Tyranitar was momentarily taken aback, but it complied, leaping onto the stone and standing proudly. The sudden appearance of this figure soon caught the attention of the Murkrow soaring above, which, though obscured by the swirling sea, perceived a possible wild Pokémon within the combat zone. It promptly relayed this to its trainer. The cold-faced boy narrowed his eyes upon witnessing this and commanded, Murkrow, fly over there and use Whirlwind to kick up all the sand on the ground. Murkrow flapped its wings, swiftly changing direction and darting towards Tyranider's position. The enraged Onix twisted their bodies and began to give chase. This scene caught Tyranider's attention, prompting it to turn and look at Aoyan. Why are they suddenly coming towards us, Aoyan? What should we do now? They likely intend to draw us away, forcing you to flee and distract the Onix. Aoyan remarked slowly. What a cunning plan. So, Aoyan, what do we do now? Should we run? Tyranider exclaimed as it leaped down from the rock, eager for direction. Before Aoyan could respond, the Murkrow flew overhead, closely followed by the throng of Onix, their massive forms causing the ground to tremble as they advanced. In the next moment, Murkrow halted midair, quickly pivoting to unleash a powerful flurry of wing beats, stirring up a miniature sandstorm that enveloped all the Onix. Murkrow seized the opportunity to escape amidst the obscuring dust, leaving behind a dozen bewildered Onix searching for its elusive form. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they discovered Aoyan and Tyranider's location. Aoyan, we are about to be surrounded by these creatures. We must flee, Tyranider urged, its voice tinged with urgency. Aoyan's lips slowly curled into a smile at Tyranider's alarm. Flee? Why would we run? Aoyan. Tyranider looked at him, confused. When it didn't concern me, I chose to remain uninvolved. But now that trouble has come knocking, how can I turn a blind eye? Tyranider. Stop dawdling and prepare for battle. Chapter 64. Wolf among sheep. Tyranider's mind momentarily stalled at Aoyan's words, but seeing the smile on Aoyan's face and hearing his declaration, it exclaimed, Thank you, Aoyan. Aoyan waved his hand, scanning the approaching Onix and then glancing past them towards the retreating Murkrow and the indifferent boy. He then addressed Tyranider. If the ones before us behave sensibly, we can disregard them. However, should they show any signs of aggression, we shall eliminate them all. Once he had clarified his instructions, Aoyan activated Tyranider's battle mode, a radiant glow emanating from the divine plan in his hands, harmonizing with the light radiating from Tyranider. In the next instant, Tyranider's form began to swell, rapidly transforming from a height of 1 meter to an imposing 5 meters in stature. The surrounding Onix, perceiving the sudden emergence of a formidable Pokémon, mistook it for an enemy and quickly twisted their bodies, advancing toward it. Faced with this overwhelming tide, Tyranider exhibited no fear, slightly turning its body to adopt a combat stance, unleashing a deafening roar that shook the very earth. Roar. The tremendous volume reverberated, causing the ground's sand and stones to tremble. The approaching Onixes were startled, casting bewildered glances at the Tyrannosaurus. However, without a leader to direct them, they instinctively regarded the Tyrannosaurus as the instigator of their leader's attack, unleashing deep growls and charging forward. The collective force of the dozen Onixes was indeed formidable, their movements stirring up clouds of dust in the sandy terrain. The Tyrannosaurus swiftly seized Qing Lu, leaping to a secure position before returning to the fray. It aimed to conclude the battle quickly. Otherwise, it would become increasingly inconvenient once that creature entered the city. Target the Onix on the left using Draco Charge, Qing Lu advised. The Tyrannosaurus nodded, then faced the Onixes charging from all directions. It locked onto the designated Onix and initiated a countercharge. The Onixes were evidently unprepared for such a sudden retaliation, yet their astonishment faded almost instantaneously as they maintained their forward momentum, continuing their assault. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly until they collided. Boom. A violent explosion of energy erupted, and the targeted Onix lacked the means to withstand the Tyrannosaurus's might, being sent tumbling 20 meters away and rendered unconscious. To Qing Lu's surprise, this collision scarcely depleted the energy of the Tyrannosaurus's Draco Charge, which immediately pivoted to launch another charge. Boom. Another muffled thud echoed as yet another Onix was sent flying. Within mere seconds, 2 companions were incapacitated, inciting fury among the remaining Onixes. 5 continued their assault with charges, while half of the remaining 6 abandoned their charge, transforming into massive spheres rolling forward, while the other half seized stones and debris from the ground, hurling them at the Tyrannosaurus. Rolling stones. Observing the myriad of incoming attacks, the Tyrannosaurus took large strides toward a nearby rock formation, then leaped powerfully with a forceful push. In the next moment, countless stones rained down upon the spot where the Tyrannosaurus had just stood. Meanwhile, 3 rolling Onixes closed in. The Tyrannosaurus unleashed its sharp claws, enveloped in a radiant orange glow that transformed its once-evolved massive talons, striking at the 3 Onixes directly. although the power of the sharp claws had not escalated like the smaller flame and explosive attacks. The Tyrannosaurus's physical prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation since its time as an Agumon. The razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, producing piercing sounds, and in a swift motion. It struck each rolling onyx. The sound of rapid friction resonated sharply, then vanished in an instant. Two of the onyxes were almost effortlessly pinned into the ground by the Tyrannosaurus's claws. At that moment, the last rolling onyx spotted the Tyrannosaurus's momentary vulnerability as it swung its arms, accelerating its spin and leaping into the air, preparing to crash into the Tyrannosaurus's head. Seeing this, a wry smile crept onto Qing Lu's face. The opportunity was well-timed. Taking advantage of the Tyrannosaurus's momentary lapse in strength, it aimed to strike. Had it been any other Pokémon, it might have inflicted some damage. Yet, unfortunately, the adversary was the Tyrannosaurus, and the targeted area was its head, its most formidable feature. Adorned with 3 massive sharp horns and a tough brown shell. Had it chosen another spot, perhaps it could have succeeded. Regrettably, chances like this are rare. And it made the wrong choice. Without the need for Qing Lu's command, the Tyrannosaurus faced the incoming attack with unwavering confidence, raising its head to collide head-on. A sharp, elongated sound erupted, reminiscent of a sword cleaving through stone. The sharp horns pierced effortlessly through the onyx's proud, hardened exterior, forcibly halting its roll and ensnaring it between the Tyrannosaurus's 3 prominent horns before discarding it aside. Having dealt with these 3 proximity attackers, the Tyrannosaurus surged forward once more. At level 21, endowed with exceptional physical attributes, the Tyrannosaurus dominated against the onyxes, none exceeding level 16. Upon realizing the onyx's nearly 10-meter length, it seized one in its claws and began to whip it against the remaining 8 onyxes. The earth trembled, and the sound of colossal rocks colliding echoed, gradually subsiding amidst a chorus of deep roars as the Tyrannosaurus relinquished its makeshift weapon, confirming that all 13 onyxes had lost their combat capabilities. Qing Lu prepared to instruct the Tyrannosaurus to pursue. Yet before he could utter a word, he sensed a surge of chaotic dragon energy brewing. A swift glance at the Tyrannosaurus revealed its own perplexity. Not the Tyrannosaurus? Then who? Qing Lu swiftly scanned the surroundings, but before he could pinpoint the source, the ferocious dragon energy surged toward him at an alarming speed. Chapter 65, Pursuit and Confrontation Roar. Unfazed by the sudden assault, the Tyrannosaurus stepped forward, gathering fire energy in its mouth to unleash a super flame in retaliation. Sizzle! The immense flames, accompanied by searing heat, swiftly shattered the chaotic dragon energy, continuing unabated towards the origin of the attack. Boom! An explosion erupted as the super flame struck, engulfing the vicinity in flames. However, to Qing Lu's astonishment, despite appearing gravely wounded and teetering, the opponent raised its head defiantly, refusing to succumb. It had mitigated some damage from the dragon move, and, being of rock type, had not been defeated in a single blow. Observing the onyx slowly revealing itself, its body charred yet still standing, Qing Lu murmured to himself. This was the leader of the onyx tribe, previously knocked unconscious by a water gun from the big-tail raccoon. Realizing it possessed dragon breath in its moveset, Qing Lu confirmed that the earlier attack had originated from it. The onyx leader huffed, letting out a furious roar. It had merely been dazed momentarily by the water attack, and as it awoke, preparing to exact vengeance on the one who had knocked it out, it found its target replaced by a colossal dinosaur, while its subordinates lay incapacitated, leaving it as the sole survivor. Enough is enough. Dragging its injured body, the onyx charged forward. Calm it down, Qing Lu commanded, and before the Tyrannosaurus had already dashed to its side, raising its claws to slam the onyx into the ground, firmly pinning its midsection down. Roar! Roar! The great onyx leader struggled incessantly, but its already diminished combat strength, coupled with its injuries, rendered any possibility of escape utterly futile. It could only feebly resist. It was not until Tyrannosaurus Rex grew weary of its incessant annoyance and sat squarely upon its neck, applying its full weight, that the onyx finally ceased all attempts at struggle, glaring at Aoyan with fury. Aoyan completely disregarded its gaze and stated, "I have no desire to engage in unnecessary conflict with you. It is your subordinates who have foolishly sought trouble. However, considering that your experienced pack has provided the means for Tyrannosaurus Rex to level up, I shall spare you this time, but no further leniency will be granted." As these words fell, the onyx attempted to protest, only to suddenly feel itself being compressed heavily. Tyrannosaurus Rex clasped its hands together, seizing the gaps in the rocky body of the onyx, sharp claws scratching against its surface. If it dared to disagree, the onyx sensed that it might be torn asunder at any moment. In this life-or-death moment, the onyx expressed its submission, nodding rapidly and settling its body down in compliance. Observing this, Tyrannosaurus Rex lifted the onyx and tossed it into a nearby area where over 10 other onyx were already lying down. What shall we do next, Stallion? Tyrannosaurus Rex inquired, gazing into the depths of the Rocky Mountains where no trace of the onyx remained. Of course, we pursue them. Maintain our current state and proceed at full speed. Understood. Tyrannosaurus Rex bent down, cradling Alien in its hands, and then began to sprint. Although Tyrannosaurus Rex was not particularly swift, its massive size meant that each of its strides equated to 20 steps of smaller Pokémon, so its pace was not inferior to that of the others. However, each footfall shook the very ground beneath them. Sitting in the palm of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Alien raised a hand to shield himself from the wind and sand blowing through the gaps in Tyrannosaurus Rex's protective embrace, his gaze inadvertently falling upon its claws. After a moment of contemplation, his brow furrowed slightly. Why do those claws seem larger than they appeared yesterday? Is it merely an illusion? Meanwhile, in the skies above, Muckbird circled, emitting a series of calls. Lacey, recognizing this as the signal indicating safety, felt a slight relaxation in his expression, realizing that the unknown Pokémon had successfully diverted the Onyx's attention away from him. Yet, he soon remembered something and pulled a Pokeball from his pocket, his expression rapidly turning cold. To think that I nearly failed to defeat an Onyx of similar level, what a useless creature. Lacey scolded. If it weren't for the precedent of being able to control its mood swings, training a Pokémon of this caliber would only waste my time before embarking on my journey. He had intended to capture this large-tailed raccoon Pokémon precisely because, by chance, he had discovered that it could, at times, freely control its mood swings to enhance or diminish its abilities. The ability to flexibly choose enhancements and reductions during battle could undoubtedly elevate its combat prowess significantly. However, ever since capturing it, it seemed as if that potential had vanished. And even training had yielded no progress, leaving its mood control ability stagnant. This endeavor to challenge the Onyx pack on land was also an attempt to see if pressure could provoke a change. But it appeared to be a futile waste of time, nearly leading him to peril. With his journey to the Kanto region to challenge the gym set for next month, he thought, if there were no advancements by then, the Pokémon would have to fend for itself. After coldly muttering this to the Pokeball, he disregarded any reaction from within and stowed it away in his pocket, preparing to depart. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The ground began to tremble incessantly, and the fine sand and gravel beneath his feet quivered, as if something were impacting the earth or a colossal beast were running. Thud, thud, thud. The tremors intensified, accompanied by the resounding thuds of a massive entity trampling the ground. Realizing the distance was rapidly closing, Lacey's expression turned grave. Muckbird, go investigate the situation, he commanded, and Muckbird flapped its wings and ascended. Yet, it had not flown far when it spotted a gargantuan creature with menacing horns striding toward it from the rock. Seeing this, Muckbird hastily ceased its forward momentum, preparing to issue a warning. But in the next instant, a massive fireball surged through the distance, striking it directly and interrupting its movement. Chapter 66. Disparity in Strength. Muckbird, use Aerial Ace, Lacey shouted. Just as the superheated fireball surged toward Muckbird, it flapped its, utilizing the wind to ascend and evade the attack. As Muckbird successfully distanced itself, Lacey closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. The previous attack had come too. Lacey lacked Muckbird's expansive vision, but with his focus sharpened, he had indeed spotted the rapidly approaching fireball. Thankfully, it had managed to use Aerial Ace. Otherwise, had it resorted to any other move, evasion would have been impossible. Moreover, Lacey noticed that the pale gray feathers of Muckbird's tail had already been singed away in patches. Just being brushed by the heat had resulted in such damage. A direct hit would have likely incapacitated it. Speed was one thing, but the sheer size of that fireball was another concern entirely. What type of Pokémon was it, and why had it initiated an attack? Or was it targeting him specifically? Lacey was uncertain, but one thing was clear. If he recklessly sent Muckbird to investigate again, a momentary delay could cost him a Pokémon, while weaker Pokémon could be replaced. The current situation required him to meticulously manage the combat capabilities of every Pokémon at his disposal, ensuring no resources were squandered. Consequently, Lacey summoned Muckbird back to his side, quietly observing the path between the Rocky Mountains. The tremors that had shaken the ground continued to approach. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the colossal footsteps seemed to vanish, the ground ceased its trembling, and an eerie calm returned. Had it departed? Or was there another development? Lacey, caught in a mix of confusion and deliberation over whether to send Muckbird to check the situation, was abruptly interrupted by a collision sound, even more intense and colossal than before. Boom. The ground began to shake violently, and even Lacey struggled to maintain his footing. What on earth was it? No one answered him. Only the relentless, thunderous tremors responded. After several repetitions, Lacey finally beheld the source of the commotion, a gigantic dinosaur adorned with enormous, sharp horns and covered in blue markings. At that moment, this colossal Pokémon was running at an angle, then leaped, its right foot crashing against the mountainside and using the rebound to propel itself across dozens of meters to another peak, its left foot once again striking the mountain, launching itself forward yet again. Was it treating the mountains as a mere springboard? Rayquaza was taken aback, and beside him, the mook bird also appeared astonished, flapping its wings at a noticeably slower pace. In a few leaps, it traversed a distance of over 100 meters, landing on the open ground before Rayquaza. A dull thud reverberated, mingled with clouds of dust and sand, forcing both Rayquaza and the mook bird to stagger backward. However, Rayquaza quickly regained his composure, shielding himself from the swirling debris and raising his gaze towards the colossal shadow looming before him, cast by an intimidating Pokémon whose immense form enveloped him. To his dismay, he realized he had neither encountered nor studied a Pokémon resembling this one before. He pulled out his Pokédex, and after a prolonged silence lasting several seconds, it remained unresponsive until it finally emitted a cold, emotionless electronic voice. No data available. This is a mysterious Pokémon. A Pokémon not documented. It seemed to possess the potential for capture. Rayquaza retrieved several empty Pokeballs and, with a tentative throw, aimed one at the Tyranitar. Yet, as it soared through the air, before it could even open, the Tyranitar's menacingly patterned tail swung towards the Pokeball. With a resounding crash, the ball shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Rayquaza was hardly surprised. He reached into his pocket for all the Pokeballs containing Pokémon, preparing for action when a voice abruptly interrupted him. Apologies, but it is already my companion, so it is unlikely to accept your invitation. The human voice startled Rayquaza momentarily, and he turned to locate its source. Finding a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 14 or 15 years old, dressed in casual black attire, cradled within the enormous hands of the giant dinosaur. If the Pokémon is already yours, why pursue me? Rayquaza inquired slowly. Upon hearing this, Qinglu raised an eyebrow. You know I'm chasing you. Yet you still choose not to flee? Do you think I could escape? Qinglu shook his head slowly. Rayquaza, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, if escape is impossible, there is no need to squander time and energy. Though he spoke with a detached demeanor, it was clear that facing such a predicament was not typical for anyone. While the individual before him displayed a rather unappealing attitude towards Pokémon, his intelligence and composure were commendable. However, this did not mean he would be spared. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Apologize first, and then I shall strike you. Apologize? For what? Have you already forgotten who drew the attention of that horde of onyxes just moments ago? Rayquaza suddenly recalled the Pokémon that had appeared earlier. Prompted by the mook bird's warning, it bore some resemblance, but the dust storm had obscured his view. The creature's size was certainly not comparable to what he now faced. Otherwise, he would have certainly recognized it. Yet, the fact that his pursuer had caught up to him indicated a connection. Weak Pokémon will inevitably be eliminated by nature. My actions merely allow them to shine. If you wish for an apology, defeat me first. Upon concluding his statement, Rayquaza commanded the mook bird to attack. Use quick attack and follow up with wing attack. With a powerful flap, the mook bird propelled itself forward, trailing a brilliant white light behind it. Wings spread wide as it charged towards the Tyranitar. Observing this scene, Qinglu chuckled. It takes great courage to attack despite knowing the disparity in strength. A difference in power does not equate to a lack of chance, and until one has fought, who can truly ascertain the extent of that disparity? Rayquaza retorted, his expression unwavering. Is that so? Qinglu glanced at the approaching mook bird and instructed the Tyranitar, deal with it. The Tyranitar remained silent and did not acknowledge the oncoming mook bird. Instead, it bent down to place Qinglu on the ground. Then, with a swipe of its massive tail, it swatted at the mook bird as if brushing away an annoying fly. With a dull thud, the mook bird's quick attack and wing attack proved utterly ineffective, its energy dissipating in an instant as it plummeted from the sky, landing on the ground with its eyes rolled back, rendered unable to battle. Now do you believe in the disparity of power I spoke of? Rayquaza's expression darkened at the sight. Taking a deep breath to mask his rising fury, he produced his second Pokeball. Daiwali, prepare for battle. The ball opened, releasing a flash of red light as the injured Daiwali materialized, its sharp gaze fixed on the opponent. Simultaneously, two distinct auras emanated from its limbs and body, and it looked eagerly at Rayquaza. Ability, Moody, upon entering battle. One stat increases dramatically while another decreases. Rayquaza cast a fleeting glance at Daiwali, saying, what is there to be joyous about when relying on chance? Daiwali's spirits dipped instantly. Quick attack. Daiwali gritted its teeth against the intense pain from its injuries. A white light igniting behind it as it shot forward like a cannonball towards the Tyranitar. Observing the unprecedented speed of Daiwali, Qinglu recognized the boost granted by its ability and muttered to himself, with Moody and Quick Attack combined, that speed is quite impressive, as Daiwali rapidly closed the distance. Neither Qinglu nor the Tyranitar made any move, standing still. Witnessing their blatant disregard for him, Raisai's anger surged, and he grit his teeth, commanding, keep charging forward. Use headbutt with full force. Daiwali straightened its body, propelled by the combined speed of Quick Attack and Moody, and in an instant, it crashed into the Tyranitar's chest. A sharp crack resounded. The Tyranitar paused, lowering its head in confusion to observe the lump on its head formed by Daiwali. Hesitating for a moment before raising its claw and swatting the creature away, Daiwali crashed down onto the already incapacitated mook bird, losing consciousness. Shall we continue with the second Pokémon? Qinglu asked Raisai, his tone calm. Raisai's chest heaved visibly as he retrieved his third Pokeball. A scorpion-like Pokémon. Adorned in shades of blue and purple, with hooked forelimbs and a white claw at the tip of its tail, emerged before him. Species, Scyther classification, scorpion Pokémon, type, poison, bug, ability, battle armor, protected by a hard shell. It cannot be hit in vital areas. Level 17, exclusive move, none. Moves learned, poison sting, toxic bite, toxic spikes, rock tomb, endure, base stats, 330, HP 40. Attack 50, defense 90, special attack 30, special defense 55, speed 65, friendship, 0, status, normal, summary. Thriving in arid environments, this Pokémon possesses remarkable endurance. Able to lay an ambush for prey without food or water for an entire year. Both its tail and claws harbor potent toxins. Once it strikes, it will not release its grip until the opponent succumbs to poison. Understanding the immense power of the fire-type moves possessed by Tyrannomon, as well as its insect-type capabilities, Alyan swiftly scanned the data panel and spoke. Raisher, however, appeared oblivious, issuing commands with self-assurance. Scorpion, rock lockdown. The heavy, yellow energy of the rock type began to coalesce before Scorpion's pincers. You're too slow, Alyan remarked, glancing over. Tyrannomon, super flame. In the next moment, a colossal fireball soared through the arena, striking Scorpion precisely before the rock lockdown could fully solidify. The searing flames, combined with an unbearable heat, inflicted excruciating pain upon the insect-type Scorpion, which wavered on the brink of collapse, yet stubbornly persisted, as if an inexplicable force sustained it. Observing this, Alyan's gaze fell upon the endure move in Scorpion's repertoire, his eyes narrowing with realization. In the next instant, over a dozen boulders infused with rock energy hurtled forth, encircling Tyrannomon, transforming the once spacious area into a cramped battleground. This expended all of Scorpion's stamina. Even endure could no longer be maintained, and it ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Fainting. Witnessing this, Raisher wasted no time in recalling the three fallen Pokémon while swiftly tossing out a fourth Pokeball, revealing a nearly 2-meter-tall, purple, gelatinous Pokémon. Species Devourer, classification, toxic bag Pokémon, type, poison, ability, mud sludge. Pokémon absorbing energy from the Devourer suffer damage due to its noxious presence. Level 20, exclusive move, none. Learn moves mud attack. Poison gas, acid bomb, murky mist, ultimate absorption, charge, spit, base stats, 467, health 100, attack 73, defense 83, special attack 73, special defense 83, speed 55, friendship, 0, status, normal, summary, possesses an exceptionally large mouth, capable of swallowing anything that fits within, with gastric juices that exhibit corrosive properties. Adept at attacking with toxic gastric fluid. In stark contrast to the previous three, Raisher promptly commanded, use murky mist, the moment the Pokeball opened. As the Devourer descended, it inhaled deeply, inflating itself into a rotund figure, then exhaled a cloud of black, murky mist toward Tyrannomon. The dense purple hue wafting within the mist unmistakably signified its toxicity. Tyrannomon, blow it back. Though Tyrannomon lacked the ability to inflate, its massive size and powerful lung capacity allowed it to open its cavernous mouth and unleash a tremendous gust of wind, forcefully pushing the murky mist back. At that moment, amidst the obscured haze, a green energy tendril shot forth at a cunning angle, aiming directly for Tyrannomon. Instinctively, Tyrannomon attempted to evade, but the boulders from the earlier rock lockdown severely hindered its speed, and the tendril split into three, ensnaring Tyrannomon tightly. Simultaneously, a green light flickered above, siphoning a significant amount of energy from Tyrannomon, continuously transmitting it back into the murky mist. This was ultimate absorption. Aoyan observed the tendril draining Tyrannoman's strength, his gaze shifting toward the devourer, which was gradually becoming visible within the black mist. Having absorbed sufficient energy, and aided by the charge move in conjunction with its bodily structure, its size surged to 3 meters and continued to expand. An overwhelming aura began to brew invisibly. Meanwhile, Reishi's expression returned to an impassive demeanor, devoid of the furious countenance he had exhibited moments before, as if the earlier display of frustration and reckless tactics had never occurred. Chapter 68. Turning the tables. Noticing Aoyan's gaze, Raishur slightly turned his head, a faint smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Pokémon battles are not merely a contest between Pokémon. The trainers play an indispensable role in the equation. His expression and words made it abundantly clear that his previous performance had been a ruse. So your earlier actions were all a ploy to mislead me, to create the illusion that you were commanding amidst an overwhelming display of power, were they? Indeed, Aoyan commended, clapping his hands in admiration, disregarding the still draining Tyrannoman. Utilizing 2 Pokémon as expendable pawns alongside your own acting skills to mislead me. Then, leveraging Scorpion's robust armor and inherent tenacity, combined with the Endure move, it managed to withstand a Super Flame while using Rock Lockdown to obstruct Tyrannoman's escape. Finally, you plan to launch a counterattack with this prematurely evolved Devourer, exploiting the Devourer's unique attributes with ultimate absorption to siphon Tyrannoman's vitality, while its size expands, enhancing its combat prowess. If I'm not mistaken, you intend to unleash a final full-powered strike, correct? Reishi's expression grew noticeably tense upon hearing Aoyan articulate his strategy so clearly. The rapid comprehension was one thing, but the calm demeanor implied something altogether different. An unsettling premonition began to rise within Raishur. So, you're feeling uneasy because I've quickly deduced your plan? Have you considered that I have been aware of your intentions from the very beginning? At this, Reishi's composure faltered. If the adversary was aware, why then did he continue to cooperate? Was there another powerful Pokémon held in reserve? Or was it merely a ruse? Reishi's gaze fell upon the Devourer, which continued to grow larger under the effects of ultimate absorption. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as the Devourer remained functional, he still possessed a fighting chance. Wait, a sudden thought struck Raishur. Given how long ultimate absorption has been in effect, why has the opponent shown no signs of breaking free? Moreover, his gaze shifted back to Tyrannoman. The 3 tendrils of ultimate absorption were still siphoning energy. Yet Tyrannoman exhibited no signs of weakness, merely a slight grimace of discomfort, as if it were an insatiable abyss of vitality. Impossible. Even the mightiest of Pokémon have limits to their stamina. It is merely a matter of degree. As long as they are Pokémon and not classified as legendary beings, they cannot escape this fundamental law. Yet, the scene before him defied all logic. Despite the continuous energy drain, Tyrannoman remained steadfast. Meanwhile, the Devourer, with no source of energy depletion, continued to swell, now surpassing Tyrannoman in size, heading towards an even greater form. This cannot continue. If it does, it will spiral out of control. Devourer, cease ultimate absorption and execute Sp.ATK. Upon hearing Lacey's command, the Devourer promptly loosened its grip on the tightly bound Tyrannoman, preparing to retract its tendril. However, to Lacey's astonishment, the Tyrannoman, having its strength diminished, actively seized the tendril, insistently refusing to let go. You can't just come and go as you please. If you can't consume it, then take it with you. Aoyan chuckled. I apologize, but as a Digimon, Tyrannoman possesses nearly limitless stamina and abilities as long as it is not hungry. Before arriving at this rocky mountain, it had just indulged in a hearty meal. Tyrannoman continued to release an unending stream of energy, willingly supplying the Devourer's ultimate absorption tendril. This caused the already bulging form of the Devourer to expand even further, birthing an ominous aura of impending danger within. At that moment, Lacey's expression shifted dramatically. Devourer, cease the energy supply for the ultimate absorption and unleash your attack. With such a colossal form and energy, if the attack could be successfully executed, he still held a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Devourer, having absorbed such an immense amount of energy for the first time, had become severely bloated, losing absolute control over its body. During the time it took to prepare its assault, Tyrannoman had already charged before him. Its tail, adorned with fearsome blue patterns, struck the Devourer's abdomen with tremendous force, causing its swollen form to quiver violently. The sudden pain prompted the Devourer to stagger backward, inadvertently releasing some energy, and it raised its mouth, rapidly preparing to unleash its attack. However, Tyrannoman was even quicker. A torrent of ferocious dragon energy collided with its belly once more. The Devourer was violently hurled away, its body beginning to shrink rapidly in midair, resembling a deflating balloon, until it was reduced to a size smaller than when it first appeared, barely measuring less than a meter. Lacey, too, stood stunned by this unforeseen turn of events. It was undeniable that the opponent was formidable. He had recognized this from the very beginning. Yet, when his strategies were completely seen through by Aoyan, and he was ultimately outmatched, it was a bitter pill to swallow. You have no other Pokémon left, do you? Aoyan's voice echoed in his ears as Lacey raised his gaze, vacant. He did not respond. But the implication was unmistakable. The Devourer was his last ace. Since you have lost, as a supposed weakling destined for elimination, will you apologize to my Tyrannoman and then go shine elsewhere? Aoyan stated from his lofty position within Tyrannoman's palm. Hearing Aoyan's words, Lacey's gaze gradually sharpened, focusing intently on Aoyan. After staring for several seconds, his eyes shifted to Tyrannoman. For someone who had always been cold-hearted towards Pokémon, apologizing to one was an undeniable humiliation. Yet, having uttered the words himself, and with his opponent's power vastly surpassing his own, to renege would be to slap his own face. After a prolonged silence, Lacey's body trembled slightly, and he gradually bent at the waist. I sincerely apologize for my previous actions. Chapter 69, Extortion? There was no response, nor any acknowledgement. Time passed in silence, each second ticking by. Lacey maintained his apologetic posture, his body and legs beginning to quiver from the prolonged stillness. Tyrannoman slightly tilted its head, glancing at Aoyan, seeking his counsel. It was your desire to act heroically. I merely facilitated this opportunity for you. How to handle him is a matter for your consideration. Upon hearing this, Tyrannoman turned back to Lacey, activating its long-dormant intellect. The inciting factor was Lacey's exceedingly harsh treatment of the Dunsparce, which had genuinely repulsed it, igniting its sense of justice to intervene. However, now that it was tasked with addressing the situation, it found itself at a loss. Should it simply allow him to go after the apology? That would be an utter waste of both its and Aoyan's time and energy. It recalled Aoyan mentioning that time is life, and wasting it is akin to committing murder. Should it eliminate him outright? Yet, he had committed no truly heinous crime, as he sought to exploit it rather than Aoyan, who had been hiding behind a stone at the time, even if it were entangled in this issue. As long as Aoyan remained unharmed, Tyrannoman felt there was still room for maneuvering. But what should it do now? How would Aoyan handle this matter? For the first time, Tyrannoman found itself in deep contemplation. Aoyan, observing this scene, felt a twinge of surprise but realized he had to intervene. If Tyrannoman continued pondering, the situation would stagnate. Cough, cough. Aoyan cleared his throat. Hearing the sound, Tyrannoman's gaze locked onto Aoyan's face. Through their time spent together, it had begun to decipher the subtle meanings conveyed by Aoyan's expressions. Tyrannoman extended its claws, gripping Lacey firmly, pinning him securely in the center of its palm. In the next moment, flames began to coalesce in its mouth, forming a massive fireball. The crackling of flames filled the air, and Lacey's previously apologetic expression froze in shock. He had assumed that an apology would suffice, but judging by the intentions of this Pokémon, it seemed poised to extinguish him entirely. He tensed, breath quickening as he gazed at the looming Tyrannoman. Upon witnessing the unmistakable killing intent in its eyes, Lacey could no longer bear the weight of despair. Having previously witnessed a technique that nearly dispatched his Murkrow in one blow, he was fully aware that in close proximity, escape was utterly futile, especially now that he was ensnared. With all his Pokémon having lost their combat capability, he found himself bereft of any means of defense. Rapidly contemplating various escape routes, despair seeped in as he realized none held any promise of success. Trembling, he closed his eyes, resigning to the inevitability of death. However, the certainties of his mind did not align with his body's response. Lacey felt sweat cascading uncontrollably from every pore, soon soaking his clothes, which were rapidly evaporated by the searing flames nearby. In this relentless cycle, the anticipated attack never descended. Opening his eyes, he was met with Aoyan's mocking gaze. Suppressing his trembling body, he inquired, "Are you attempting to humiliate me?" "Humiliate? You may not be worthy of such." Aoyan calmly shook his head. "I am merely contemplating whether eliminating you could compensate for the time I have lost." Lacey fell silent, hesitant to respond. Although Aoyan had yet to strike, the sensation that he could be effortlessly dispatched lingered ominously. A misstep in his response could lead to his demise. After half a minute of deliberation, Lacey raised his head and spoke hastily. "What do you desire?" Engaging with an intelligent individual is reassuring. Moreover, rest assured, my demands are modest. Qing Lu expressed his satisfaction with Lacey's response, nodding with a smile as he remarked on the various energy cubes composed of berries, the high-quality Moo Moo milk, an assortment of Pokeballs with different functionalities, books detailing the ancient civilizations of the Pokémon world, and the skill learning machines for teaching Pokémon techniques. Lacey's eyes involuntarily twitched at the mention of the Pokeballs, Moo Moo Milk, and books, which, despite their quality, were not excessively priced. While the energy cubes made from berries were somewhat acceptable in cost, barring a few exceptions. However, the skill learning machines were beyond mere expensive, they were exorbitant. After all, with no limitations on quantity, who could predict how many he would require? Your demands bear no distinction from extortion. I have not. You initiated the conversation about compensating me for my lost time, and besides, you stand to gain from this, do you not? Qing Lu replied nonchalantly. Lacey fell silent, taking several deep breaths to calm his trembling body before nodding in agreement. I need time to prepare. Very well, I shall grant you one day. I expect to see the items here within 24 hours. Upon hearing this, Lacey could not help but ask, aren't you afraid I might flee? Rest assured. Since I am bold enough to say this, escape is not an option for you, Qing Lu replied. Lacey said nothing and prepared to leave after the Tyrannosaurus released him. Wait, are you having second thoughts? Lacey turned back to inquire. Qing Lu maintained his serene smile and stated, leave all your Pokémon behind and return alone. You should know that attempting to use these creatures as leverage or collateral is futile. Without further ado, Qing Lu continued, a minute has already passed. You now have 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 57 seconds left. Please do not squander this precious preparation time. Subsequently, Lacey placed down 4 Pokeballs and departed. As he watched Lacey's figure recede into the distance, Qing Lu's smile became increasingly radiant. The Tyrannosaurus, witnessing this scene, could not help but ask, Qing Lu, are you sure it's wise to let him go? What if he returns with reinforcements? If the reinforcements are weak, they will merely be offering themselves as fodder. If he were to bring formidable allies, he would not be in such a predicament. Besides, Lacey is an exceptionally intelligent individual. He will comprehend what constitutes a sensible course of action. Lacey, Qing Lu, you know his name? How could I not? From the moment I heard his voice and beheld his face, I began to recall whether he was someone familiar, perhaps akin to Xiao Song. Initially, my intention was merely to assist the Tyrannosaurus in a moment of valor. Had the opponent shown any signs of remorse, I would not have hesitated to cast him aside. However, during the defeat of the Onyx Horde, as I pursued, I suddenly recognized this somewhat familiar figure. Curtain City, the big-tailed raccoon, brown-haired. A cold-hearted trainer. Several key pieces of information converged, pointing to the most successful rival of the Pokémon anime series, Shinji. Of course, at this time, Shinji was likely still a mere child, and the individual present here was probably his elder brother, Lacey. Chapter 70, The Reason and the Plan at First. Due to the stark contrast between the Lacey of his memories and the current Lacey, Qing Lu only harbored a vague sense of familiarity. However, upon recalling that Lacey had once remarked on how Shinji, Ash's rival, resembled him in his youth, his feelings shifted from mere instinct to speculation. Yet, even then, Qing Lu had not fully connected the two until witnessing the devouring beast execute its ultimate absorption. The reason was that Lacey's combat style bore a striking resemblance to Shinji's. More accurately, Shinji was likely imitating the younger Lacey. In his recollections, when the Sinnoh champion Cynthia first appeared, Shinji challenged her before all. The disparity in levels and strength compelled Shinji to adopt a particular strategy. He sacrificed several Pokémon to lure Cynthia's Garchomp into using its powerful, yet immobilizing move. Then deployed his initial Pokémon, the robust Torterra, to execute ultimate absorption, aiming to drain energy and retaliate against Garchomp. However, Cynthia's main team, robust and enduring, was not something an ordinary trainer could overcome, resulting in Shinji's dismal defeat. Both he and Lacey employed the same tactic, and both faced similar failures, one defeated by his own folly, the other by Cynthia. It was from that moment that Qing Lu conceived of a plan to reform the youth, while simultaneously reaping some benefits for himself. After all, he was no longer the impetuous adolescent obsessed with violence and vigilantism. A competent adult, when faced with similar circumstances, ought to consider how to garner greater advantage. Even if one could control a Tyrannosaurus, it was still an enormous consumer. Without ample preparation, the cost would inevitably become unsustainable. Moreover, fostering a trainer with sound principles in the Pokémon world was a worthy endeavor. If memory serves, Lacey's family operated a breeding facility. In such an environment, while items like Pokeballs may be overlooked, energy cubes would undoubtedly be in plentiful supply, and crucially, skill learning machines would certainly be available. From the moment he began his challenge in the Lost Tower, Qing Lu noticed a problem as the levels increased. While the Agumon possessed superior physicality and stamina over similarly leveled Pokémon, its battle prowess remained absolute only when well fed. However, its moveset was notably limited. Even mastering moves like Mini Explosion only marginally enhanced its power. This limitation became increasingly apparent during battles against Cynthia. Faced with her Spiritome's combination of Dark Void and Shadow Sneak, alongside moves like Trick, Curse, and Psychic, the Tyrannosaurus could only rely on raw firepower to cover its attacks. Had he not possessed the confidence that Agumon could evolve into Tyrannosaurus, the outcome could have been uncertain. Moreover, with evolution as a trump card, what of the next encounter? Would he be so fortunate again? The answer was a resounding no. Should he face an opponent of equal combat power in Pokémon? The adversary could leverage multiple moves and sufficient coverage to exploit the Tyrannosaurus's weaknesses, leaving it with no means to retaliate. Thus, given the closely matched combat powers and elemental disadvantages, if the Tyrannosaurus's signature move fell short, defeat. This illustrates the duality of advantages and disadvantages brought forth by elemental types in the Pokémon world. To resolve this issue, it was imperative to expand the moveset's coverage. Envisioning a scenario where he simultaneously unleashed a battle whirlwind while stacking Swords Dance and Dragon Dance was undeniably exhilarating. The ultimate augmentation from Swords Dance and Dragon Dance, combined with the power of Battle Whirlwind and the Tyrannosaurus's prowess, would surely reach a terrifying zenith. Many such moves existed, prompting Qing-Lu to seek to acquire some skill discs for teaching Pokémon techniques. However, during my time in Random Town, I had no opportunity to be selective. In my haste, I departed for the rocky outskirts of the city without any time to purchase or sample anything. Furthermore, the remaining 140,000 Alliance coins I possessed were scarcely sufficient to acquire a few practical or powerful skill discs. Just as Qi-Lu found himself at a loss, the savior, Raisai, made his appearance. All that remained was to await his delivery. Stretching leisurely, Qing-Lu leaned against a massive boulder that shielded him from the wind and sand. Yet, Qing-Lu, despite my uncertainty regarding the conditions you proposed, I find your attitude toward Pokémon profoundly untrustworthy, remarked Tyranitar while collecting 4 Pokeballs from the ground. Rest assured, although his current demeanor toward Pokémon is lacking, it does not reflect an inherently malevolent nature. The mere potential for him to transform from this indifferent state into a passionate and respectful caretaker of Pokémon is, in itself, a testament to Raisai's true character. Moreover, this is not an isolated incident. A similar transformation occurred with his brother, Shinji. Initially, Shinji exhibited an extraordinary indifference towards Pokémon, displaying no concern for their well-being and adhering to a militaristic training regimen. However, after encountering Ash, he gradually began to change under that influence. During the climactic battle of the Lily of the Valley Conference, facing a defeated Electivire, Shinji offered comforting words to his Pokémon for the first time and acknowledged the remarkable growth of the Chimchar that had come under Ash's tutelage. On their journey, as Ash prepared for the final battle against the Elite Four, Shinji even provided targeted training assistance using 3 of his own Pokémon. At their parting, the once indifferent Shinji traveled great distances to study at Professor Oak's lab, expressing his newfound ambition to become a gym leader dedicated to educating others. Such individuals may indeed possess flaws in various aspects, yet it must be acknowledged that their inherent nature is redeemable. As inscribed in the ruins of Random, all lives will intersect, giving rise to something greater. Shinji met Ash, and Ash met Shinji, forging an unbreakable bond. Even now, the unrefined brothers, Raisai and Shinji, inherently respect strength. The memories of their encounters with divine challenges and subsequent ideological corrections remain vivid. Should a genuine battle result in defeat, Raisai would undoubtedly strive to fulfill his obligations, especially with his very life as collateral. The following day, at dawn, Qing-Lu commenced early training with Tyranitar and 4 other Pokémon. After several warm-up laps around 5 rocky hills, Tyranitar suddenly rose, its gaze sharpening. The other 4 Pokémon seemed to sense a shift, their expressions becoming focused as they gazed into the distance. Qing-Lu, that individual from yesterday has returned, Tyranitar stated. Qing-Lu nodded, but before he could respond, Tyranitar added, not only him, but there are also humans and Pokémon accompanying him. Upon hearing this, Qing-Lu furrowed his brow, instructing Tyranitar to retract the 4 Pokémon. As he prepared to utilize the sacred plan to control Tyranitar's size for unforeseen circumstances, a Mach-Amp appeared, carrying an enormous sack. Following closely behind were Raisai and a robust middle-aged man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Before Qi-Lu could react, the man approached swiftly and prostrated himself, exclaiming, I sincerely apologize for the trouble my son has caused you. Such a scene, even for Raisai's character, seemed to evoke a sense of embarrassment as he turned his gaze elsewhere. Qing-Lu observed the middle-aged man before shifting his attention to Raisai, seeking some insight. The man's expression quickly registered the inquiry, and he stood up, seizing Raisai by the collar and forcefully pressing him down. What are you standing there for? If you've made a mistake, hurry and apologize. With that, the middle-aged man forced Raisai into a similar prostration. I have heard from Raisai about the situation and deeply apologized for the inconvenience caused. The man reiterated, his tone earnest. Though traditional in form, Qinglu found this attitude commendable. Of course, it was essential to address the matter of time lost. Qinglu regarded him quietly, then turned to Raisai, stating, he has already apologized to the appropriate parties. All that remains is for you to provide the promised items. Certainly. The middle-aged man rose and beckoned. Macamp, bring it over. The muscular Macamp approached, carrying a massive sack that reached its head. It placed the sack on the ground. In accordance with your request, we have prepared all of the commonly available energy cubes made from various berries, along with 3 types of moo milk processed from the mill egg, and an assortment of Pokeballs. Additionally, we have 3 of the best-selling books ready. The middle-aged man opened the sack, retrieving items for Qinglu to inspect. Moreover, the TMs you requested are all included within. Following the man's guidance, Qinglu noticed a considerable number of TMs at the bottom of the sack. So many? Qinglu expressed surprise. Initially, he had expected only 40 or 50, but it appeared that the actual number far exceeded his expectations. To demonstrate our sincere apology, we have brought everything we could collect from our home. If you find it insufficient, please allow us more time to prepare. We can certainly gather more. Qinglu examined the numerous TMs and inquired, how many do you have in total? 86, was the response. That will suffice. We do not need the remaining ones. Qinglu waved his hand dismissively. In the Pokémon world, there exist a total of 919 moves across all generations, excluding certain exclusive moves. The number of commonly learned moves via TMs is significantly lower, totaling only 171. The collection before him was already nearing half of the total available TMs. The value of this single sack could thus be expected to soar at an unimaginable pace. Furthermore, aside from the TMs, Qinglu discovered a Pokémon egg nestled within a glass case atop a nest. The egg exhibited a strikingly clear and vibrant blue hue, adorned with clusters of white patterns, evoking the image of fluffy clouds scattered across a clear blue sky in summer. What does this signify? Qinglu inquired of the middle-aged man. The man glanced at Raisai before sighing and responding. Due to my preoccupation with managing the family breeding business, I have regrettably neglected the upbringing of my 2 sons, especially after their mother passed away prematurely due to illness. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this has caused you previously. I assure you that I will discipline and correct his attitude rigorously. Furthermore, I would like to offer you this exquisite egg, which is a remarkable specimen from a breeding perspective, as a token of compensation. As he concluded, the middle-aged man bowed once more and urged, please, do accept it. Noticing the other party's determination to remain seated until he complied, Aoyan paused for a few seconds in silence. Since the moment the man arrived, Aoyan had observed his gaze occasionally wandering towards the Tyrannosaurus, albeit with restraint and without rudeness, primarily focusing on himself. Even he had to concede that, unlike Reiji, their father possessed not only business acumen but also a profound understanding of human relations, showcasing a long-term perspective that included investment and goodwill. Most importantly, he exuded a commendable resolve. In the realm of Pokémon, a learning machine for half of the techniques, along with a seemingly promising Pokémon egg, would amount to a substantial fortune even at a discounted rate. Yet, all of it was offered as an apology to him. With so many offerings, what would you desire? Aoyan inquired slowly. This is merely an apology. There are no ulterior motives, the middle-aged man promptly replied. It was only after Aoyan remained silent that he softly added, I do have a modest request, which I hope you will consider. Speak, Aoyan encouraged. I heard from Reiji that when he encountered your Pokémon, it was of a considerable size, suggesting it has matured beyond its juvenile stage. I wonder if, hypothetically, when it reaches an age of normal demand, could you consider prioritizing my breeding house? Rest assured, I will provide it with a suitable and exceptional partner, ensuring its future life is devoid of regrets. Upon hearing the discussion about itself, the Tyrannosaurus glanced at Aoyan with a puzzled expression, evidently unable to grasp the meaning. It seemed that even having entered maturity did not equate to complete development in all aspects, including intellect. Mature, yet not fully developed. Perhaps true transformation would occur only upon reaching its ultimate form. It is still premature for such considerations. Should there ever be a need in the future, I will contemplate it. However, you must keep its identity confidential in the meantime. Upon receiving Aoyan's assurance, the middle-aged man nodded enthusiastically and produced a business card from his pocket, presenting it. Head of the breeding house, UC, contact number. By the way, amidst our conversation, I neglected to ask for your esteemed name. Aoyan, he replied. Then, Mr. Aoyan, we shall not impose further. I will leave these items with you, and you may contact me any time should you require assistance. As Reiji led the quiet and observant Tyrannosaurus away, it approached Aoyan, querying, Aoyan, what did that human mean by demand, partner, and life? Chapter 72. About the egg. About you. Aoyan turned his head to face the Tyrannosaurus, which looked up at him in confusion. Their gazes locked, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Do you truly wish to know? Sensing the seriousness in Aoyan's tone, the Tyrannosaurus's expression grew earnest. Is this matter of grave significance? From a human perspective, indeed, it is a matter that requires careful consideration. Upon hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus hastily inquired, what about from a Pokémon or digital beast's viewpoint? I have not delved deeply into the subject, but from my understanding, it should be rather straightforward and casual. When the time comes, it simply begins. If that is the case, then please enlighten me. Observing the Tyrannosaurus's readiness to comprehend, Aoyan felt a mischievous spark within him and said, lean in closer, and I shall explain in detail. The youthful and naive Tyrannosaurus complied. 1 minute later, Aoyan, how could you consent to such matters on my behalf? I have only been alive for a few months. I am not yet an adult. It bellowed, its voice echoing loudly. You have already evolved into maturity. It is about time. Do you intend to evolve further into your ultimate form? The Tyrannosaurus retorted, of course. Maturity pertains solely to physical growth, while the term ultimate signifies a complete development of both body and mind. I have not yet reached that stage. Engaging in such activities is out of the question. Yet, one must consider practicality. When you evolve into your ultimate form, towering at several meters tall, what Pokémon of suitable size will be available to match you? Aoyan stated earnestly. In fact, it would be prudent to explore such matters now while you are still manageable. Otherwise, you may find no suitable partner in the future. Aoyan. The Tyrannosaurus protested loudly, eliciting laughter from Aoyan. All right. I was merely jesting. Matters of reproduction can be discussed later. If you were to proliferate your lineage now, others might discover your distinct bloodline, and we could very well be captured for dissection and research. Although the Tyrannosaurus had developed a certain level of combat prowess, it remained insufficient in higher tiers. Until Sharona conferred upon the Tyrannosaurus its identity, caution was still warranted. As for whether Yusi and Reiji would divulge information, Aoyan was not overly concerned. After all, if too many became aware, the prospect of lineage and breeding new Pokémon would no longer be his to pursue. He understood the importance of discretion. Watching the Tyrannosaurus's face gradually return to normal after a brief blush, Aoyan turned his attention to the enormous sack nearby. He had already inspected the Pokeballs and energy cubes, but now his focus shifted to the Pokémon egg. During his time since traversing into this world, Aoyan and the Tyrannosaurus had encountered numerous Pokémon across various locales, ancient ruins, the mysterious tower, and the wilds. Yet the unknown totem bore little value for him at present. The Pokémon within the mysterious tower, such as Ghastly and Drowsy, had already been captured, and the wild Pokémon exhibited diverse levels of quality. The only one with breeding potential was a Eldon. However, at that time, both he and the Tyrannosaurus were merely in a state of survival, lacking the resources or energy to nurture a wild Pokémon. Now that he had accumulated a certain amount of wealth, it seemed time had slipped away. Yet now, everything appeared to have changed. Aoyan retrieved the incubator containing the Pokémon egg from the bag and gently set it down upon the ground. Like before, the blue shell adorned with cloud-like patterns radiated a sense of tranquility and comfort. Aoyan, is this item akin to a digital egg? The now calm Tyrannosaurus inquired, peering at the egg. Indeed, unlike the digital monsters that revert to eggs upon demise, the death of a Pokémon signifies a genuine end, while its rebirth is a true new beginning, a fresh life entirely. Akiyama elucidated slowly. The Tyrannomon gazed intently at the egg, its eyes shimmering with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Suddenly, Akiyama pondered a question and inquired, by the way, Tyrannomon, would you mind if I captured it once it hatches? Tyrannomon was momentarily taken aback. Why would it mind? Whether human or another sentient being. The sudden appearance of a third party among close companions often breeds jealousy, leading to irreconcilable conflicts. Upon hearing Akiyama's words, Tyrannomon fell into deep, so much so that Akiyama wondered if Tyrannomon might genuinely feel that way. Eventually, Tyrannomon broke the silence, saying, Akiyama, I understand your concern. Understand what? The introduction of a third party into our duo. This is what you previously referred to as betrayal, Tyrannomon asserted confidently. Akiyama playfully tapped Tyrannomon on the head, but the armored shell dulled the impact. When did you start making jokes? Tyrannomon sheepishly scratched its head, then continued, Akiyama, would you shift your focus entirely to this new companion and neglect me? No. Then, will our relationship change? No. Will this new companion protect you in my absence when facing unknown dangers? Yes. In that case, I am genuinely pleased about the arrival of a new companion, as it will enhance the strength of protection over you, Tyrannomon stated earnestly, while Akiyama listened quietly. Observing the intimacy level on the panel reach 80, Akiyama's mood grew somber. Perhaps it was not merely Ash and Shinji encountering one another. He too had met Tyrannomon, just as Tyrannomon had met him. The intangible bond weighed heavily on Akiyama's heart, echoing the anguish he could indirectly sense within Taichi after the disappearance of Agumon and the irrevocable petrification of the Holy Plan. Unbeknownst to Tyrannomon, it focused its gaze back on the Pokémon egg before them. Akiyama, do you know what kind of Pokémon lies within this egg? Tyrannomon inquired with curiosity. Gathering his thoughts, Akiyama redirected his attention to the egg. While it is often possible to deduce the species of a Pokémon through the patterns on the egg, many eggs share similar designs, making precise identification a challenge. Nonetheless, such exploration was trivial for the panel. Akiyama promptly activated the panel directed at the Pokémon egg. Detecting Pokémon egg, identity verification in progress. Confirmed. Information as follows. A series of blue text swiftly scrolled across it, unveiling a detailed Pokédex-like panel regarding the egg. Species, blue cotton bird. Classification, cotton bird Pokémon. Type, normal. Flying, ability, unaffected by weather. Any weather effects are negated. Level, 0. Exclusive moves, none. Moves learned, none. Base stats, 310. HP 45, attack 40, defense 60, special attack 40. Special defense 75, speed 50. Friendship, 0. Status, not hatched. Hatching time, 3 days. Information summary, entirely sky blue, with feathers resembling white clouds. It is difficult to spot in the air, thus it exhibits an extreme aversion to dirt, vigorously cleaning until satisfied. For unknown reasons, it enjoys perching atop humans' heads, masquerading as a hat. I initially thought it would be a Lurillali, but it turns out to be a blue cotton bird, Akiyama remarked, slightly astonished by the information displayed. Upon observing the blue and white striped shell, he immediately envisioned Lurillali, the muscular warrior renowned for confronting dragon-type Pokémon. Instead, it appeared that a traitorous dragon-type. This twist was somewhat dramatic. Compared to the dragon-slaying warrior, the evolved form of blue cotton bird, the 7 stars bird, upon evolution, would theoretically transform into a Pokémon with both dragon and fairy types, boasting a 4-fold advantage over other dragon types, truly a dragon slayer. Wait, upon this realization, Akiyama suddenly noted a crucial point. Tyrannomon, following the current path, would ultimately evolve into Battle Tyrannomon, a renowned dragon-slaying machine. Now, with the addition of a 7 stars bird, Akiyama silently mourned for all dragon trainers, dragon gym leaders, dragon elite 4 members, and a certain dragon champion for a few moments. It would be best if they avoided crossing paths with him in the future. Otherwise, they might find themselves questioning their existence. However, such matters belong to the future. With the egg's identity and hatching time confirmed, Akiyama explained to Tyrannomon while feeling an increased fondness for Reiji's father. You see, this egg held considerable value. Yet it was sent to him alongside a heap of other items. Should breeding and egg-laying become a consideration in the future, it might warrant priority. Akiyama. What are you talking about? Oh, it's nothing. Let's focus on examining these moves and begin our new training. Akiyama sifted through all the Pokémon move learning machines, selecting suitable ones. Currently, Tyrannomon's attributes were Dragon and Fire, so Akiyama prioritized Dragon-type moves. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dance, and Dual Chop were among the chosen techniques. Dragon Claw was essential, being one of the core combat weapons for Tyrannomon, Mechanical Tyrannomon, and Battle Tyrannomon. Dragon Tail was applicable at this stage alongside Mechanical Tyrannomon. Dragon Dance, a highly intimidating and practical stacking move, needed no further elaboration. As long as it remained a dragon, learning it was crucial. Some dragon Pokémon do not possess this move, and some have even been excluded from being classified as dragons. However, in comparison to the first 3, Akiyama was most concerned about Dual Chop, which inflicts damage in 2 segments using the harder parts of the body. Having witnessed Sakaki using Dual Chop with his Nidoqueen against Akihiro, Akiyama's thoughts expanded further. Tyrannomon's claws, horns, tail, and even its entire body could be utilized as weapons for attack. Regarding fire-type moves, as it already possessed Super Flame and Super Explosion, 2 powerful offensive techniques, only Fire Fang and Fire Punch were selected. As for exploring additional types and potential move combinations, Akiyama was not particularly rushed. The first phase of move training would primarily involve summarizing experiences based on Tyrannomon's training and mastery. At the outskirts of Hatakumi City, beneath a certain rocky mountain, Tyrannomon stood with intense focus, its demeanor exuding a feral air, as still as a true stone sculpture. Maintain your current state of mind while reminiscing about the sensations experienced when wielding the Super Flame and Super Blast. Transfer this energy to your claws. Akin to employing the Sharp Claw technique, it is now the second day of training, and apart from familiarizing yourself with the fundamental principles of the techniques, it is essential for the Tyrannosaurus to find its own rhythm. In terms of technique application, the Tyrannosaurus possesses considerable experience. After all, as long as it is well fed, it can execute firepower coverage attacks in abundance. Perhaps this is the reason, or perhaps it is due to the shared essence of the Sharp Claw technique. But the Tyrannosaurus is progressing swiftly in mastering fire-type moves. At some point, a gentle breeze stirred, sending fragments of stone and fine sand swirling about. The Tyrannosaurus moved forward. It took a bold step, raising its arm, as red fire energy coiled around its claws, igniting vibrant orange flame. Following the flame fist, the same fire energy appeared behind the Tyrannosaurus's massive jaws as it delivered a powerful bite into the air. Boom! The tremendous force of the bite, combined with the fire energy, produced a deep, resonant sound. Well done. Now, onto the dragon claw. As Qing Lu's voice fell, the Tyrannosaurus dispersed the red fire energy and switched to a deep blue dragon energy, striking it heavily against its body. However, before it could complete the attack, the dragon energy suddenly dissipated, seeping through the gaps between its claws. Continue. Use Dragon Tail. The Tyrannosaurus once again began to gather energy, raising its learning, but like before, it only succeeded halfway. Before it could launch an attack, it ended. The subsequent Dragon Tail and Dragon Dance faced the same fate. Yet what surprised Qing Lu was that the final double slash was mastered quite well by the Tyrannosaurus, even catching up to the progress of fire-type moves. Indeed, compared to other techniques, Dragon-type moves are considerably more challenging. However, aside from the inherent Dragon Rush, there is finally another Dragon-type move that can be utilized. Although Double Slash has a power of only 40, due to the Tyrannosaurus's characteristics, its power can reach 60, and the two-hit attack is quite suitable for the Tyrannosaurus. Despite its massive stature, the Tyrannosaurus remains surprisingly agile. Chapter 74, Training, Improvement, Exploration. On the third day, as Qing Lu observed the Tyrannosaurus training vigorously, he took notes on the techniques. On the fourth day, after an intense training regimen that involved almost continuous practice, combined with the aid of energy cubes with compatible attributes, the Tyrannosaurus had nearly mastered Flame Tooth and Flame Fist. The fluidity of Double Slash had also significantly improved, but the other three Dragon-type moves remained stagnant. On the evening of the fourth day, with continuous usage of Double Slash, Flame Fist, Flame Tooth, and Sharp Claw, the Tyrannosaurus began its intensive training under Qi Lu's guidance, alternating between dragon and fire energies, as sounds of piercing air echoed in their ears. With the slow progress of the other three moves, Qi Lu decided to shift the Tyrannosaurus's focus to the three techniques that had reached a certain proficiency level. Simultaneously, he aimed to see if, after relaxing the training of the related techniques, the Tyrannosaurus could discover some new insights. However, from the current situation, the results seemed less than promising. Logically speaking, the Tyrannosaurus possesses a pure dinosaur lineage. Given its unique attributes, it should not encounter the issues faced by pseudo-dragons when learning certain dragon-type moves. So, what has led to this current predicament? Is it possible that mere training yields limited improvement, necessitating some external force to facilitate a breakthrough? Qing Lu was uncertain, but he felt it was worth a try. With this thought, Qi Lu quietly observed the Tyrannosaurus for a moment before turning his gaze towards the distance. He then addressed the Tyrannosaurus. All right, that concludes our training for now. Let us change locations. Huh. The Tyrannosaurus halted, somewhat perplexed, but quickly approached Qing Lu and sat beside him. Qing Lu tossed 3 energy cubes to the Tyrannosaurus and stated, "Next, we will head to the mountain over there to see if we can find suitable Pokémon as combat targets." "Can we?" Qing Lu shook his head, saying, "I am unsure if it will work, but I know that continuing like this may lead to prolonged delays. Basic small-scale explosive techniques can be inferred from rudimentary usage. But with the plethora of Pokémon techniques, even with skill discs demonstrating them, evolving from a digital beast that knows nothing to mastering Pokémon techniques is still a daunting task. Let us set off as soon as we feel our stamina has recovered." After organizing their belongings, Qi Lu sat in the palm of the Tyrannosaurus's left hand, while its other hand carried a bag containing all their supplies. This thing was exceedingly heavy. Qing Lu could hardly lift it, which explained why that day Yusi had assigned Makhoke to handle the transportation. A week later, as the sun gradually sank in the west, the fiery sunset cast its glow upon the ground, painting the yellow rocky mountains and earth in a vivid hue, creating a unique beauty in their fusion. Thud, thud, thud. The Tyrannosaurus's enormous form thundered across the rocky terrain. running through the mountains. Qinglu, where to next? The Tyrannosaurus's booming voice echoed in his ears. Qinglu opened the panel to survey the surroundings, and as the Pokémon Pokédex information displayed, he pointed towards the left front, saying, about 100 meters in that direction, there are 2 onyxes. As soon as Qinglu finished speaking, the Tyrannosaurus instantly adjusted its course and charged towards the location indicated by Qinglu. Its colossal form made no attempt to conceal its movement, causing the ground to tremble with a resonant sound. Before long, Qinglu and the Tyrannosaurus arrived at the designated spot. It was a cave with clear signs of Pokémon activity. However, at that moment, not a single Pokémon was in sight. Qinglu? It had already run far away. As Qinglu watched the information on the panel indicating the Pokédex moving further away, he shook his head in resignation. Why does this seem to have happened before? It seemed familiar, but he felt it was due to the Pokémon's unwillingness to engage, even though they eagerly nodded in agreement whenever a battle was proposed. After the battles, he always left behind berries and energy cubes, yet they still avoided them. Surely, the Pokémon in these mountains wouldn't be so stingy? After a brief silence, the duo set off towards the next location. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Qinglu detected their position on the panel, the distance began to widen. What was more, the Tyrannosaurus and Qinglu merely caught a glimpse before the Pokémon vanished, leaving behind empty caves. Why do they all flee upon seeing us? The Tyrannosaurus lamented. I believe it's because your strikes have been too forceful lately, causing them to shy away from battling you, Qinglu thoughtfully remarked. Huh. Didn't you tell me to fight with full strength to hone my techniques? That doesn't mean you should be excessively forceful, Qinglu countered. True. But I feel I'm so close, I can hardly control myself. As the Tyrannosaurus spoke, deep blue draconic energy swiftly enveloped its tail, expressing discontent by striking the ground. Qinglu, observing the scene, attempted to soothe it. Over the past week, they had traversed most of the nearby rocky mountainous regions, simultaneously engaging in battles along the way. With the aid of the panel, Qinglu selectively challenged Pokémon that were of comparable levels to the Tyrannosaurus. Ideally ones that held a disadvantage against it in terms of attributes. This strategy aimed to prolong the combat duration, allowing the Tyrannosaurus to refine its already learned moves while also honing its still developing techniques. Thanks to the numerous battles and an ample supply of energy cubes, the Tyrannosaurus successfully learned Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, and Dragon Dance on the 4th, 5th, and 7th days of the week, respectively. However, it remained in a rudimentary stage of usage, necessitating additional time and training to achieve proficiency in combat. Initially, Qinglu intended to engage in a few more battles, but it seemed increasingly impractical. All right, let us seek out that Machoke, he sighed softly. The Tyrannosaurus paused momentarily, questioning, are you certain? The Machoke, the strongest Pokémon of the Rocky Mountains, was already at level 25 and, due to its natural physical prowess, could match the Tyrannosaurus in strength. Generally, Qinglu would avoid a prolonged confrontation with it. After all, it had only 2 forms, one too diminutive to possess any combat strength, and the other excessively large, often leaving it vulnerable to attacks. Yet, with no other challengers available and a desire to improve, they had no choice but to proceed. Indeed, aside from it, I suspect other Pokémon would flee upon seeing us. Very well, they advanced swiftly toward the highest peak of the Rocky Mountains. However, upon arrival, Qinglu was taken aback to witness the formidable Machoke being thoroughly overwhelmed by another Pokémon. It was an upright canine-like creature. Chapter 75. Lucario with a slender upper body and a robust lower frame, its ears were complemented by 2 additional appendages resembling ear flaps. Its fur was an intricate blend of blue and black, while its torso was a creamy white, adorned with a conical spike on its chest and the backs of its hands. Although it bore a canine shape, it exuded an imposing presence. To encounter such a Pokémon here was quite unexpected for Qinglu, who gazed down at the familiar figure. Qinglu, do you recognize it? Inquired the Tyrannosaurus, eyeing the 2 diminutive beings below with curiosity. Of course I do. It's quite a renowned creature. And I believe we have found a training partner even superior to Machoke, Qinglu replied as he activated the panel, displaying the pertinent information. Species, Lucario. Category, Aura Pokémon. Type, Fighting, Steel. Ability, Inner Focus. Possesses a resilient spirit honed through relentless training, impervious to flinching from attacks, even resisting Intimidate. Level, 23. Exclusive move, None. Moves learned, Aura Sphere, Copycat, Rock Smash, Metal Claw, Vacuum Wave, Force Palm. Base stats, 525, HP 70, Attack 110, Defense 70. Special Attack 115, Special Defense 70, Speed 90, Friendship 0, Status, Normal. Summary, Lucario possesses the ability to listen to and sense aura, capable of reading emotions, actions, and language within a kilometer radius by interpreting the aura emitted by living beings. When the appendages behind its ears levitate, it signifies its active use of this powerful force, which can effortlessly penetrate boulders. The fact that Lucario was not previously observed in the vicinity indicates its recent arrival, and it appears to be a skilled combatant. Qinglu quietly observed Lucario engaged in battle with Machoke, murmuring to himself. Despite the assistance of its aura, Lucario theoretically held no advantage against the overwhelmingly strong Machoke, compounded by a slight level deficiency, amplifying its disadvantage. Yet, against expectations, Lucario adeptly subdued Machoke, relying not on brute strength or aura, but on technique. Each of its strikes exhibited a clear avoidance of direct confrontation with Mashoki's attacks, instead utilizing its agile form and perceptive aura to predict and evade. Remarkably, out of 10 of Mashoki's strikes, Lucario evaded 9.5, with the remaining half being a conscious choice to counter. This high level of reflex and combat skill stood in stark contrast to the brutish nature of Machoke. It was evident that this Lucario had undergone professional combat training, likely under the guidance of a trainer. Qinglu swiftly identified the trainer, a petite young woman clad in training attire, with short pink hair. She was directing Lucario in battle. Suddenly, she made a swift motion with her hands, bringing them together at her right waist, mimicking a technique reminiscent of the Kamehameha. In synchrony, Lucario executed the identical move. Aura sphere, Qinglu murmured. A pure blue energy sphere rapidly coalesced between Lucario's paws, aimed at the approaching Machoke. With a resounding thud, the aura sphere struck, erupting in a cloud of dust and causing Machoke to stagger backward. Observing Machoke in distress, the petite girl promptly tossed a Pokeball, which struck Mashoki's head and drew it inside. After several shakes, she joyously retrieved the Pokeball, prepared to celebrate with Lucario. Only to notice Lucario gazing intently into the distance, its expression grave. "Lucario, what is it?" she inquired, following Lucario's gaze. The girl squinted toward the summit of the opposing rocky mountain. Had she discovered something? Noticing their attention directed towards him, Qinglu was somewhat surprised. The power of aura truly was remarkable. As Lucario approached swiftly, Qinglu contemplated for a moment, choosing not to retract the Tyrannosaurus. Instead, he compressed its size using the sacred plan, reverting it to its everyday form, and patiently awaited the encounter. Soon, Lucario leaped from the adjacent rocky peak to the relatively flat area where Qinglu stood. "Owl!" Lucario emitted a low growl, its gaze sweeping over Qinglu and the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus stepped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Qinglu, fearlessly locking its crimson gaze onto Lucario. "Lucario, wait!" Before the atmosphere could escalate, the breathless voice of the pink-haired girl reached them. The girl quickly ascended the peak, taking a deep breath to steady her hurried breaths, and looked at Qinglu. "I apologize." Lucario sensed someone nearby and came over without permission. "I hope we didn't startle you." "Not at all," Qinglu replied with a smile. "My name is Ali. And this is Lucario." The pink-haired girl introduced herself. Qinglu's eyes narrowed slightly. It is no wonder that she possesses a relatively rare Pokémon like Lucario. Along with evident combat skills honed through systematic training, she is, after all, a future gym leader, both being fighting enthusiasts. Qinglu had eagerly anticipated a climactic showdown between Ollie and Kearney, with Pokémon clashing and trainers vying for supremacy. "I am Qinglu, and this is my Tyranitar." After a brief introduction, Ollie's gaze fell upon Tyranitar, or rather, she had been observing it since her arrival. "I have never seen this Pokémon before. Did it come from another region?" Ollie asked, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, it hails from the distant Furui Island." "Furui Island? I must admit, I have never heard of it." Ollie replied, casting an awkward glance at Lucario, who also shook its head in ignorance. Sensing the awkwardness of the conversation, Ollie swiftly changed the subject, asking today. "Lucario and I happened to pass through here and encountered a promising Machoke, which we captured. Are you here to catch that Machoke as well?" Given that this area is Mashoki's territory, and with no other Pokémon present, Ollie habitually categorized Qinglu as someone eager to capture Machoke. After a moment's contemplation, Qinglu slowly responded, "We are not here to capture Machoke." Upon hearing this half-statement, Ollie breathed a sigh of relief. Had they both been there for the same purpose? Her earlier eagerness to bring it up would have undoubtedly made the atmosphere more uncomfortable. However, Qinglu's subsequent words caused the stone in her heart to rise once again. "But indeed, we are here for it. What does that mean?" Ollie inquired, puzzled. "It is because Tyranitar's training has reached a bottleneck that I wish to see if I can find an opportunity for breakthrough through this capable Machoke." Hearing this, Ollie perked up, her spirits lifted. "What kind of training?" "I can have Machoke assist." With that, Ollie produced Machoke's Pokeball, ready to unleash it. "No." I believe I have found a more suitable training partner. Qinglu glanced at Lucario as she spoke. You mean Lucario? Ollie asked, her surprise evident. Indeed. Initially, choosing Machoke as a training partner was a matter of necessity. The core of training techniques lies in grappling, rather than defeating an opponent in the shortest time possible. Given Tyranidar's massive size, engaging in close combat with Machoke would likely result in unnecessary injuries. Furthermore, Machoke's combat style relies heavily on brute strength, which pales in comparison to the agility and adaptability of Lucario. Naturally, under equal conditions, I would choose the superior option. Seeing Qi-Lu nod, Ollie grew hesitant. Is it inconvenient? Qi-Lu asked curiously. Not at all, Ollie replied, turning her gaze to Lucario, who, sensing her scrutiny, disdainfully looked away. Ollie sighed, saying, having Lucario assist is certainly not a problem, but both Lucario and I tend to be rather impulsive, easily becoming overly excited during battles. If we lose sight of the fact that this is training, it could inadvertently lead to injuries for your Pokémon. As she spoke, Ollie realized her words might create an awkward atmosphere and quickly waved her hand, saying, Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I thought you were referring to something significant. Your concerns are quite trivial. Qinglu reassured her with a smile, shaking her. Just treat it as a genuine battle. No need to worry about anything else. Though she said that, Ollie felt a twinge of apprehension. Rest assured, if I sense anything amiss, I will call for a halt, Qinglu promised. After a moment's hesitation, Ollie nodded in agreement, realizing further refusal would be unwise. Thus, she resolved to ensure Lucario exercised some restraint. Shall we begin here? Yes, let's commence right away. Tyranitar and Lucario distanced themselves, while Qinglu and Ollie positioned themselves at opposite corners, maximizing the space atop the hill. Qinglu opted not to have Tyranitar enter combat mode. Its enormous size would be counterproductive to honing techniques, potentially becoming a liability. Although Tyranitar in its regular state was not as formidable as in battle mode, its smaller, more agile form could offer a more tangible training experience, which would greatly assist in training alongside a Pokémon of Lucario's stature. Lucario, don't get too absorbed, remember. You are assisting Qinglu and Tyranitar in their training, Ollie instructed. Lucario cast a disinterested glance at Tyranitar, whose height was nearly equal to its own. Due to the lack of strong peers in daily training, Lucario instinctively perceived its opponent as weak, yet it did not share that sentiment. From the aura emanating from Tyranitar, Lucario sensed an undeniable strength. This mysterious impression and aura led Lucario, as the embodiment of aura, to trust in its power. That opponent is formidable. I must give it my all. Then you may initiate, Qi-Lu directed Ollie. In the next instant, before Ollie could issue a command, Lucario propelled itself forward with a powerful push of its hind legs. Ollie was taken aback and exclaimed, Lucario, this is a technique training session. What are you doing? Disregarding her instructions, Lucario charged towards Tyranitar, raising its right paw, which shimmered with brown energy, directly aiming for Tyranitar's chest. Is that the fighting type move Rock Smash? Qinglu swiftly remarked, no need to dodge. Meet it head-on with Flame Punch. Fiery energy enveloped Tyranitar's claws, radiating a searing aura as it met Lucario's incoming Rock Smash attack with a fierce counter aimed directly at Lucario's chest, clearly adopting a strategy of trading blows. Ollie was evidently unprepared for Qingliu's direct combat style. The damage inflicted by the Fire-type move on Lucario, with its Steel typing, would undoubtedly exceed the harm Lucario could inflict in return, prompting her to urge Lucario to evade. No need for Ollie to voice her concern. Lucario had already begun to evade instinctively, sensing from the aura that the incoming strike was substantial. With that in mind, Lucario's body, previously lunging forward, suddenly fell towards the ground. However, having cancelled its Rock Smash attack, Lucario's arm braced itself against the ground as it descended. With a pivot point established, Lucario curved its body close to the ground, evading the Flame Punch attack, while simultaneously launching itself off Tyranitar's defending arm. The distance between the two Pokémon was once again widened. In the midst of battle, the remarkable agility displayed during such a complex maneuver was truly impressive. Had it not been for the fact that Tyranitar was currently in its smaller, everyday form, it would have undoubtedly been struck by Lucario's sudden change in attack. However, this thought brought a subtle smile to Qingliu's lips as he softly remarked, Indeed, I made the right choice. This is the hallmark of a future gym trainer of the fighting type. Meanwhile, Lucario gracefully landed firmly on the ground. At that moment, Ollie realized that the situation was diverging from his expectations. Lucario had evidently been sprinting with full force, and the sudden shift in attack had been successfully defended against. Such reflexes were far beyond what an ordinary trainer and Pokémon could achieve. Lucario glanced back at Ollie, an invisible aura emanating from him, Ali understood the message conveyed through the aura. The opponent was formidable, and he should hold nothing back in their battle. Coupled with Qingliu's earlier instruction to unleash his attacks without hesitation, Ali felt a tinge of embarrassment. Realizing that his concern for causing harm was unfounded, his opponent was indeed quite powerful. Yet, the embarrassment was fleeting as Ali quickly regained his focus. His gaze sharpening. In that case, let's fight with all our might. Lucario. Use Aura Sphere. Ali assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, and Lucario mirrored the action. A blue Aura Sphere coalescing and launching towards Tyranitar. With a swift motion of its tail, Tyranitar countered the attack. Qinglu opted for a direct confrontation, recognizing it as the most effective means of honing their techniques. The azure energy enveloped Tyranitar's tail, covered in intricate patterns, as it struck the Aura Sphere head-on. The collision erupted with a resounding boom, halting the advancing Aura Sphere. However, contrary to expectations, Tyranitar did not retaliate. Instead, it appeared to lose its energy abruptly, forcing it to crouch low to evade the Aura Sphere's strike. At that moment, Lucario had already crossed the distance, now standing before Tyranitar. Lucario, unleash your Force Palm. Force Palm, a fighting-type move, channels power into the palm and delivers a shockwave upon contact, potentially leaving the opponent paralyzed. In layman's terms, it resembles a Wing Chun strike imbued with special effects. At close range, the damage inflicted is substantial. As Tyranitar crouched, it found itself with no room to evade. Witnessing Lucario's claws poised for an attack, Tyranitar opted to lower its head and meet the assault head-on. The reasoning behind this? Simply put, it was stubbornness. Ali was momentarily taken aback by this decision. While the head is known for its hard bone structure, it is generally considered a weak point. A hit to the body might leave only bruises, but a force palm strike to the head could potentially end the battle. Nevertheless, since this was the opponent's choice, Ali would not squander such a golden opportunity and commanded Lucario to attack with full force. In the next instant, Lucario's black claws struck against Tyranitar's head with tremendous impact. A dull thud reverberated as the force palm unleashed its shockwave, sending Tyranitar staggering back over 10 meters before it tumbled and regained its footing. This was already beyond what Ali had anticipated. The full-force strike from Lucario had not ended the battle. In fact, Tyranitar appeared relatively unscathed. It seemed a change in strategy was necessary. Lucario, use Vacuum Wave. Lucario let out a deep roar, but instead of launching an attack, it withdrew slightly, shaking its arm gently. The resonance of the aura caught Ali's attention. Lucario's arm, which had just executed Force Palm, trembled slightly, a hint of pain evident on its face. What is happening? Ali pondered. I apologize. Tyranitar's head is quite tough, and ordinary attacks may not suffice, Qilu explained, addressing Tyranitar. Be mindful of its movements. As you have seen, this Lucario excels in technique rather than sheer strength. When it engages in close combat, ensure that your tail and claws are employed in rhythm. Tyranitar wholeheartedly trusted Qingliu's directive, yet a lingering concern about the previous failure with its tail remained. What if it failed again? Isn't that precisely why we are here? Qilu smiled, encouragingly saying, Tyranitar, no one succeeds all the time. Everyone faces failure. But you must possess the courage to confront it. Just remember one thing. What is it? I am the strongest. Tyranitar paused, its mouth curling into a grin before charging forward. Deep blue dragon energy enveloped Tyranitar's claws, extending them into a massive dragon claw. However, before Tyranitar could close the distance to Lucario, the energy dissipated, yet Tyranitar pressed on without hesitation, concentrating dragon energy into its tail, but similarly to the dragon claw, the energy faltered before it could strike. Tyranitar was unfazed, swiftly revealing its claws to execute a double slash against Lucario. The sound of clashing metal resonated throughout the arena as Tyranitar and Lucario engaged in a frenzied exchange, their claws and forms becoming increasingly blurred in the silent chaos. Yet, this was Tyranitar's first battle in its everyday form, and in pursuit of optimal results, Qinglu had deliberately refrained from employing moves like Super Fire or Super Explosion, which would have exploited Lucario's type disadvantage. Even moves like Fire Fang and Fire Punch were withheld unless absolutely necessary. In contrast, Ali's Lucario bore no such reservations. Naturally inclined toward physical attacks, it gradually gained the upper hand through combat finesse and nimble movements, a fact evidenced by the noticeable increase in the frequency of Tyranitar's hits. Nevertheless, Qinglu chose not to intervene or resort to previously abandoned advantages to reclaim the situation. This was a training session, and winning was not the paramount concern. Most importantly, Qinglu observed that amidst the relentless barrage, Tyranitar's dragon-type moves seemed to be undergoing subtle transformation. Although Dragon Dance had yet to show any progress, the duration of its tail and claw strikes, which had previously lasted less than a second, had now extended to nearly a second. marking a shift toward greater sustainability in battle. Lucario, use Force Palm. Ali's voice rang out as Lucario deftly evaded Tyranidar's claw swipe, plunging downward and striking Tyranidar's shoulder directly. The explosive shockwave erupted, causing Tyranidar's body to tilt uncontrollably to the left. The intense pain ignited a dormant fury within Tyranitar, its crimson eyes suddenly transforming into a fierce glare. Although Tyranitar in the document continent lacked a berserk nature, it did not mean that there was no latent ferocity within. Ignoring its unsteady stance, Tyranitar extended a claw to brace itself against the ground, pivoting and rotating as deep blue dragon energy seamlessly enveloped. Ali clearly did not anticipate that Tyranitar would employ the very technique Lucario had initially used to evade Fire Punch, leaving him no choice but to have Lucario shield itself with its arms. With a resounding explosion, Lucario was struck into the ground by the tail of Tyrannomon, sending up a cloud of dust. Yet, almost immediately, a figure burst forth from the haze, retreating swiftly to put distance between itself and Alia. You've learned well. Though it's a pity, Aoyanaji remarked with a resigned smile. Mastering Lucario's combat techniques and simultaneously countering with moves is indeed commendable progress. However, it is unfortunate that the final tail attack did not connect. Had it succeeded, it would have inflicted significant damage on Lucario, preventing the current ease with which they maintained distance. Nevertheless, Aoyanaji felt satisfied, having observed the duration of Tyrannomon's dragon-type moves, which he silently timed. Noting that the recent tail strike had exceeded 1 second, nearing 15 seconds. At this rate, improvement would not be far off. Aoyanaji prepared to have Tyrannomon close in for continued combat, and Lucario stood resolute, as the two engaged once more in a fervent exchange of blows. Despite Tyrannomon's evident advancement, its lack of finesse in executing moves, coupled with its unsuitable battle form, and Lucario's well-honed fighting skills, rendered the battle almost a one-sided affair, with Tyrannomon taking the brunt of the blows. Yet, Tyrannomon's resilience and ample stamina gave Aoyanaji little cause for concern. His true worry lay in the fact that, despite having made some progress with dragon-type moves half an hour prior, Tyrannomon seemed to have become ensnared in a quagmire, showing no signs of advancement for over an hour. It felt as though it had hit a dead end, reminiscent of its initial struggles with dragon-type techniques, which struck him as peculiar. After another half hour of mutual offense, Lucario was panting heavily, and Tyrannomon bore numerous injuries. With a sudden strike, Lucario seized the opportunity to send Tyrannomon flying, prompting it to charge forward once more under Aoyanaji's direction. However, Lucario, who had been the aggressor, remained still, and Alia showed no signs of reaction. She slowly raised her hand, signaling for a pause. Let's take a break. Lucario is quite fatigued, she said. Moreover, I believe I might have discovered a reason for Tyrannomon's high failure rate with its moves. Chapter 78. The unknown cause. Upon hearing this, Aoyanaji halted. Alia approached Tyrannomon, standing before it in contemplation. After a moment, she instructed, please use your tail again. Tyrannomon tilted its head at Alia, and upon her nod, it retreated a short distance, gathering deep blue energy before striking the ground with great force. However, just as the tail made contact, the dragon energy dissipated, leaving only the raw force of Tyrannomon's tail to impact the earth. Now, use your claws, Alia commanded. Tyrannomon raised its arm and swiped at the air. But as with the tail, the attempt was fleeting and ultimately unsuccessful. After observing both demonstrations, Alia turned to Lucario and asked, do you feel it? Arf. Lucario nodded affirmatively. Aoyanaji then noticed that the appendage behind Lucario's ear had begun to levitate, enveloped in a faint blue energy. The aura power, he exclaimed. I hadn't noticed it during battle until just now, when Tyrannomon's attack clearly exhibited emotional fluctuations, allowing me to sense it through Lucario's aura. Alia continued, typically, the execution of moves involves harnessing the corresponding energy within one's body, which is the most common and fundamental method recognized by the masses. However, exceptions exist. For instance, Lucario's aura sphere is propelled by its aura power. The stronger the aura, the more potent the sphere, and this phenomenon seems applicable to Tyrannomon as well. Are you suggesting that Tyrannomon's difficulties with dragon-type moves stem from its inability to access conventional dragon energy, instead relying on something else? And because that energy is too weak, it cannot function properly? Aoyanaji inquired. Alia nodded. The Pokémon world is rife with unique abilities. I cannot discern the specifics, but I am certain it is connected to this issue, and unless we resolve it, genuine progress will be exceedingly difficult. Aoyanaji fell into deep thought. He surmised that the unconventional dragon energy, distinct from aura, was something that both Alia and Lucario were unable to detect. Over their time together, Aoyanaji had not recognized any latent powers within himself, such as the ability to harness energy, nor did Agumon exhibit any extraordinary traits. Everything appeared rather ordinary. However, one noteworthy distinction remained. Agumon was not a true Pokémon, but a digital monster. While digital monsters, like Pokémon, engage in battle by gathering and channeling energy, a fundamental difference exists between the two, akin to the distinction between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Yet, why had moves like Flame Punch and Flame Fong, as well as Dual Chop, progressed so rapidly, while others like Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw did not show comparable advancement despite similar learning periods? Was it the frequency of use that allowed them to gradually merge with the energy of this world? Or was there some other factor triggering an unknown reaction in Tyrannomon? However, if that were the case, why had Dual Chop seen progress while moves like Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw remained stagnant? After refining his thoughts, Aoyanaji shared his conjectures with Alia. She frowned in contemplation for a moment, then shook her head, while Lucario mirrored her gesture. My personal training is still too rudimentary. I've never encountered such a scenario. The discovery of this issue was only possible through Lucario's aura, Alia confessed, somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, Lucario shot her a disdainful glance, transmitting a subtle aura of annoyance. Receiving the message, Alia smacked her right hand against her left, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I have overlooked that?" Lucario huffed dismissively, turning its head away. Feeling slightly awkward due to Lucario's demeanor, Alia turned to Aoyanaji and said, "While neither Lucario nor I can ascertain the specifics, one person is certain to know, and perhaps he has a solution." Who? My father, the gym leader of the Curtain City Gym. Aoyanaji had no recollection of the person Alia mentioned. During Ash's challenge to the Curtain Gym in the anime, Alia had taken over the gym for 6 months, and her father, the previous gym leader, had not made an appearance, leaving Aoyanaji unaware of his character. Yet, with no other avenues to address their dilemma, it seemed they would have to visit him. If it's not too much trouble, I hope Miss Alia can introduce me. If we can resolve Tyrannomon's issues, I will surely express my gratitude, Aoyanaji said, inclining his body respectfully. Upon observing Qing Lu's unexpectedly formal demeanor, Ali waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's merely a matter of seeing my father and asking a few questions. It's not that serious." As he spoke, Ali awkwardly scratched his face and continued, "My father is rarely at the dojo, and I often can't find him. The last time I saw him was a week ago." Qing Lu, intrigued, inquired, "Then who manages the dojo now?" "When I am present, I handle it. When I am absent, some of my senior brothers take charge," Ali replied. Qing Lu could not help but feel speechless at this revelation. Melissa from the Home Garden Dojo was fond of traveling, while Ali's father from the Veiled Dojo had seemingly vanished. If memory serves, the two dojo masters from Steel City and Waterpole City, akin to the champion from, were similarly obsessed with stone excavation. The formidable trainer from the Binhai Dojo, resembling the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, Electric, had abandoned battling to delve into scientific advancements, even discarding badges at the dojo entrance to claim for himself. Most of the 8 mainstream dojos appeared to be idly engaged, leaving Qing Lu with a tinge of concern for the future of the Sinnoh League. Yet, with no alternative, he could only gamble on luck. Just as Qing Lu was about to ask Ali to guide him in an attempt, the nearby Lucario glanced at Ali once more, transmitting a surge of information. Ali's expression shifted, and he queried, "You know?" Lucario nodded, then cast a sharp, battle-ready gaze toward the Tyranitar. "What is it?" Qing Lu asked, puzzled. Ali promptly explained. "Lucario says it knows where my father has been staying and can take us to find him. But there is a condition." "What condition?" "It wishes to battle Tyranitar again, and it wants to use its full strength." Chapter 79. Lucario, very well, that is acceptable. Such a request was not a true demand, and Qing Lu naturally acquiesced, promptly instructing Tyranitar to prepare for combat. However, Lucario positioned itself between Qing Lu and Tyranitar. "Who?" Qing Lu instinctively glanced at Tyranitar, then turned to Ali with a questioning look. Ali quickly translated. It reiterated that it wants to fight at full strength. It also sensed that Tyranitar's combat abilities are temporarily restricted by something, and it hopes to face an unrestricted Tyranitar. Qing Lu's expression grew serious. Indeed, the ability to warrant a special movie is attributed to troublesome entities. It could even perceive that Tyranitar's data had been compressed by the sacred plan. "Do you truly wish to battle an unrestricted Tyranitar?" Qing Lu asked Lucario. Lucario nodded. "Even if the disparity in strength is vast, and the battle concludes swiftly, will you still hold to your current intention?" Without hesitation, Lucario nodded once more. Seeing this, Qing Lu refrained from further discussion. To address Tyranitar's stagnation in Dragon-type moves, they would likely have to rely on Ali's father, thus exposing Tyranitar's size issue was only a matter of time. With that in mind, it was better to display their capabilities openly rather than hesitantly. Let us rest for a moment and commence once we are rejuvenated. Both Ollie and Lucario had no objections to Qing Lu's suggestion. After applying healing spray and consuming energy cubes, they began meditating to adjust their states. As Qing Lu administered similar treatment and recovery to Tyranitar, he remarked, "In the upcoming battle, do not hold back. Fight as you see fit." Tyranitar glanced at Lucario and Ollie, having acquired some melee techniques during training, and knowing that they would need assistance, asked, "Are we not holding back?" Qing Lu shook his head, stating, "Both Ollie and Lucario are quite straightforward. If they were to hold back, it would only aggravate them further." Understanding this, Tyranitar concluded that giving one's all in battle was the utmost respect. Qing Lu couldn't help but glance at Tyranitar, saying, "You seem to have developed quite the repertoire of phrases lately." "Hee, I too need to progress," Tyranitar chuckled, scratching its head. "It appears you are nearly restored. And the opponent is ready. Let us begin." Tyranitar then rose and moved to the center of the open area atop the mountain. Stepping back a few paces from where it had originally trained, Lucario took its previous position. Observing this, Qing Lu called out to Lucario, "Move back a bit. You are too close. Too close." Ollie and Lucario were puzzled, unsure of Qing Lu's intent. However, it soon became apparent. A burst of white light illuminated the area, and Tyranitar's frame began to expand at an alarming rate. Moments later, a towering figure exceeding 5 meters stood before them, its crimson eyes fixated on them. "What is this?" Ollie gasped. Though she had encountered large Pokémon before, she had never witnessed such a sudden and dramatic transformation. No wonder Qing Lu had suggested moving back. Standing too close could lead to being crushed. In contrast to Ollie's astonishment, Lucario's expression turned grave and serious. The wave of energy it had sensed from Tyranitar had undergone a profound transformation, creating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped Lucario. It found itself at the center of this oppressive force. "Who?" Lucario emitted a deep growl to dispel the internal pressure while signaling its readiness for battle. Ollie issued her command. "Lucario, use Aura Sphere." The blue Aura Sphere launched, and Lucario surged forward. "Dragon Tail, counter." Qing Lu's voice rang out as Tyranitar pivoted, enveloping its tail in deep blue energy and striking at the Aura Sphere. In a scene reminiscent of earlier, the dragon-type energy dissipated, leaving only Tyranitar's raw physical strength. However, unlike before, Tyranitar had reverted to its battle form, its true essence now unleashed, and the immense power within it redirected the Aura Sphere back. What terrifying power! As a fighting trainer, Ollie understood the magnitude of force required to deflect an Aura Sphere, yet Tyranitar accomplished this with ease. Nevertheless, she would not remain passive. Vacuum Wave. While dashing, Lucario raised its arm and struck the air, unleashing an invisible shockwave toward Tyranitar. Seizing the moment Tyranitar's vision was obscured by the gust, Lucario lifted its metallic-clawed paw, poised to launch an offensive. "Tyranitar, use Flamethrower." Just as Qing Lu's command fell, Tyranitar opened its jaws wide, unleashing a massive fireball. Before it could even approach, Lucario felt an intense heat wash over it, and with its current advance, there was no room to evade. Do not presume this is the end. Through the previous encounter when Tyrantrum utilized its Flame Punch, Ollie had surmised that Tyrantrum most likely possessed a formidable Fire-type move capable of countering the Steel-type Lucario. As such, she had been holding back a card. "Lucario, use Mimic." This normal-type move allows the user to imitate an opponent's attack, returning it with the same strike. If Lucario could mirror a Fire-type move, even without negating the attack, the sheer explosion would suffice. Given Tyrantrum's considerable size, engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly subject it to the blast's energy. Employing the opponent's weapon against them is certainly the most unexpected of strategies. After the explosion, Ollie planned to capitalize on Lucario's agility and speed to gradually deplete Tyrantrum's stamina. Despite the significant disparity in size and strength, Ollie still felt a semblance of hope for victory. She had orchestrated this plan from the moment she observed Tyrantrum's imposing figure. But plans are often outpaced by reality. To her astonishment, Lucario executed Mimic, yet there were no signs of flames manifesting, as if the attempt had failed. Suddenly, a massive fireball descended, and the unprepared Lucario was instantly engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground, incapacitated. How could this happen? It had clearly been a delay. Ollie's heart brimmed with confusion. Qing Lu could only express his regret. If a Pokémon could so easily replicate Tyrantrum's signature move, it would be quite absurd. Chapter 80, Ollie's Father. However, to be defeated in a single move seemed rather unfriendly. Although Ollie had indeed pushed Tyrantrum to fight at full capacity, Qing Lu never anticipated that the battle would conclude so swiftly. Yet, he could neither blame himself nor Tyrantrum upon seeing Ollie direct Lucario so closely. He instinctively believed she had some strategy or preparation in mind, only to find it was Mimic. Moreover, the move she attempted to replicate was precisely Super Flame. Had it been any other Pokémon move, the success rate would have been significantly higher. It can only be said that luck was decidedly against them, and he hoped not to be completely deflated by this outcome. After all, the disparity between dominating during training and being swiftly overwhelmed in battle was quite jarring. Qinglu glanced over at Ollie, who was tending to Lucario's injuries, and approached slowly. Before he could get close, Ollie turned at the sound. Her gaze upon the towering Tyrantrum calm, not disheartened, but rather filled with admiration and resignation. When Lucario had previously expressed its desire to battle Tyrantrum with full effort, Ollie had pondered the extent of its strength, never expecting it to be so formidable, ending the confrontation in an instant. At this moment, Lucario awakened, its eyes reflecting respect for the powerful foe. Observing their unshaken demeanor, Qinglu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he crouched down to assist in treating Lucario's wounds with a healing spray. Thanks to its commendable physical condition, Lucario quickly regained basic mobility, and Qinglu learned from it the whereabouts of Ollie's father. Game City. Before Qinglu could contemplate the specifics, Ollie, who had also received the information, erupted with suppressed fury, loudly reiterating, "A man in his 30s or 40s, a gym trainer no less, who vanishes from the gym only to play games in Game City. He promised me he wouldn't go again." Ollie seethed, her teeth clenched, fists tight, the sound of cracking knuckles resonating. Lucario, who had previously been indifferent to Ollie, chose to remain silent, turning its gaze elsewhere. "Regardless, let's go check." Lucario's timeline suggests he might have returned to the gym by now, Qinglu reassured her. "No doubt he's still there." Ollie inhaled deeply, knowing her father all too well. "Let us go catch him in the act." With that, she leaped from the mountaintop, descending onto the sloped rocks, racing toward the base of the mountain. Qinglu watched in astonishment as Ollie's demeanor transformed entirely, and, with Tyrantrum's battle-ready grasp on him and Lucario, he followed suit, leaping off the rocky summit. Game City. A bustling city carved from steep mountain terrain. Surrounded by towering cliffs and treacherous landscapes, its economy thrived, housing one of the largest shopping centers in the Sinnoh region. The Game City Mall, located near the Game City itself. Gazing at the flickering lights and familiar gaming sounds emanating from the entrance, Qinglu was transported back to his childhood, when he would secretly play games on his learning machine. Back then, whenever he had free time, he would dive into gaming, undeterred by challenges, save for the occasional parental intervention when they caught him gaming. Now, the roles seemed to have reversed. Ollie stood before the entrance to Game City, pausing for a moment before addressing Lucario. "Lucario, verify if he is still inside." Lucario promptly closed its eyes, its appendages beginning to levitate, as a gentle blue aura emanated from it, spanning toward the Game City. Soon, Lucario opened its eyes, nodding at Ollie. Taking a deep breath, Ollie clenched her fists and stepped inside. To avoid any potential chaos, Qinglu stored the bag in a nearby storage area and quickly followed her with Lucario. As for Tyrantrum, its distinctive appearance made it too conspicuous, prompting Qinglu to return it to its Pock Ball upon entering the city. Inside Game City, Qinglu walked while scanning his surroundings. Much like the arcades of his youth, it was filled with fishing machines, adventure games, fighting challenges, and slot machines. The only difference was that all the images, characters, and targets featured Pokémon. The fishing machines showcased Magikarp and various aquatic Pokémon, while the fighting games featured a slew of combat-type Pokémon, and the slot machines displayed an array of Pokémon imagery. Overall, it offered a fresh twist, albeit not significantly so. Ollie soon located her father, a middle-aged man clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, light shorts, and flip-flops. His unkempt hair a testament to his engrossment as he skillfully maneuvered the joystick, fixated on the screen before him. Upon spotting him, Ollie accelerated her pace, fist clenched, and aimed a punch directly at the man. Just as her fist drew near, Qinglu felt a surge of emotion at this poignant father-daughter moment, only for the middle-aged man to seemingly anticipate her move, extending his palm to intercept her blow. "Ollie, how could you strike your father with such force?" he remarked without turning, his hand remaining poised to block, continuing to manipulate the controls with the other. "I do not have a father who is so irresponsible." Ollie retracted his fist and threw another punch. The middle-aged man had no choice but to put down his game, dodging while exclaiming, "Stop, stop. Your strength rivals that of your mother. Hitting is too painful." He added, "I was born just to hit you." After this exchange, the two began to chase each other around the several gaming machines in front of them. Qinglu stood quietly to the side, observing the scene. Witnessing the demeanor and actions of Ollie's father, Qinglu began to doubt Ollie's earlier claims about resolving the issues with the Tyranidar's moveset. However, it was evident that he could easily handle Ollie's punches and kicks, suggesting that the situation was far from simple. Perhaps he truly had a solution. With this thought in mind, Qinglu stepped forward, blocking the middle-aged man's retreat, forcing him to take a solid punch from Ollie, causing him to gasp in pain. His face contorting as his gaze fell upon Qinglu, expressing extreme dissatisfaction. Kid, what are you doing? Chapter 81. Another Lucario. My name is Qinglu. Huh. The middle-aged man grimaced with a tone of annoyance, retorting, Who asked for your introduction? I meant to say you blocked my path, leaving me nowhere to dodge, understand? Understood. Good. Since you caused me injury, it's not unreasonable to ask for some medical expenses, is it? Qinglu replied calmly, Not unreasonable. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man raised an eyebrow at Qinglu, seemingly surprised by his straightforwardness, and a smile appeared on his face. As long as you're sincere, I want to extort you. Just give me 10,000 alliance coins, and forget about any other mental anguish compensation. As he spoke, the middle-aged man suddenly halted, glancing over his shoulder. Unbeknownst to him, Ollie had already assumed a stance, charging his fist at his waist, and unleashed a powerful strike directly at the man's midsection. The speed and force were such that a sound echoed through the air as his fist sliced through. The middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily throwing himself aside, yet Ollie's punch was already upon him. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared, and a figure emerged in the spot where the middle-aged man had just stood, extending an arm to gently intercept Ollie's blow. Upon witnessing another canine Pokémon standing before him, Qinglu murmured, Another Lucario? However, unlike Ollie's Lucario, this new one stood over 12 meters tall, its physique significantly larger, resembling a formidable version of Ollie's Lucario. Most strikingly, this Lucario emanated a unique aura. Ollie, clearly recognizing this Lucario, ceased his assault and remarked, Lucario, you see this? He doesn't even manage the gym properly. And when I bring someone to ask for his help, he still tries to extort others. But you can't just act as if you're going to beat him to death. A voice, ethereal yet gentle, resonated in the minds of everyone present. Qinglu hesitated for a moment before realizing the power of aura. This Lucario could transmit sound directly to his consciousness using aura. Such a phenomenon was something Qinglu had only witnessed in the theatrical version featuring a Lucario. With this thought, Qinglu opened his panel. Species, Lucario, classification, aura Pokémon, type, fighting, steel, ability, inner focus, possesses a resilient spirit honed through relentless training, remaining undaunted by opponent attacks. Even resisting intimidating traits. Level 48. Exclusive moves. None. Known moves. Aura Sphere, Rock Smash, Metal Claw, Revival, Double Hit, Bone Rush, Swords Dance, Comet Punch, Vacuum Wave, Force Palm. Dragon Pulse, base stats, 525, HP 70, Attack 110, Defense 70, Special Attack 115, Special Defense 70, Speed 90. Friendship, 10, Naturally Gentle. Status, Normal, Summary, Level 48. This was the first Pokémon of such high level Qinglu had encountered since arriving in this world. Notably, even Cynthia's Garchomp was only at level 30, while Ollie's father possessed a Lucario with both a high level and formidable aura abilities. He was indeed more extraordinary than Qinglu had initially surmised. Faced with this Lucario, Ollie lost his earlier temper, and even Ollie's Lucario instinctively straightened its posture. The Lucario then slowly turned, addressing the middle-aged man who had been seated on the ground to evade Ollie's punch. Jiao Wu, you should know when to stop. It is inappropriate for Ollie, at such a young age, to handle matters that do not belong to her. You, as her father, are at fault. Ollie's father, named Jiao Wu, wore a face of indifference as he retorted, She will take over the gym sooner or later. What's wrong with her adapting early? Besides, there are people to assist her. Right? I've worked hard for half my life. Is it wrong to enjoy myself? Lucario shook its head in resignation. Ollie, apart from seeking Jiao Wu, do you have other matters to discuss? Yes. Ollie then recounted Qingliu's situation, downplaying the significance of the Tyranitar and focusing primarily on the peculiar powers they had discovered. It has a Dragon-type attribute but can hardly use any Dragon-type moves. Its training has stagnated, and every time it uses a move, it employs an energy reminiscent of aura. Indeed, this is the first time I've heard of such a scenario. The imposing Lucario seemed intrigued, turning to Qinglu and, without moving its mouth, transmitting its voice directly into Qingliu's mind. Young man, may I see the specifics of the situation? Given that this was the primary purpose of his visit, Qinglu had no objections. However, they were currently in the bustling game city of Weimu City, filled with people and surveillance cameras. Releasing the Tyranitar here would surely attract unwanted attention. Seemingly aware of Qingliu's concerns, Lucario raised its arm and waved gently in front of itself. In the next moment, a blue aura surged from its body, forming a spherical shield that enveloped the area where they stood. The aura will block any prying eyes. It is safe here, Lucario stated calmly. Qi Lu carefully surveyed his surroundings and, upon noticing that passers-by could no longer see them, took out the Pokeball containing the Tyranitar and released it. As the Tyranitar with 3 sharp horns materialized, Lucario visibly expressed surprise, and even Jiao Wu, who had been disinterested, turned his attention. Indeed, it is a remarkable Pokémon. After speaking, Lucario extended its hand, touching the air in front of the Tyranitar, enveloping it in waves of blue aura. Qinglu signaled the Tyranitar to remain calm as he waited quietly. To Qingliu's astonishment, as time passed, the aura showed no signs of dissipating, and Lucario's brow began to furrow. After a considerable time, Lucario retracted the aura, its expression filled with confusion. As Ali mentioned, there exists a form of energy that diverges from the conventional. Yet this energy is gradually merging with the ordinary, resulting in an exceedingly peculiar state. Qinglu couldn't help but inquire, is there a way to resolve this issue? Lucario pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. I cannot ascertain the cause of its formation, and I have never encountered this energy before. What I can firmly state is that it is likely not limited to Dragon-type moves, aside from Fire-type moves. Any attempt to learn moves of different attributes bears a significant risk of encountering a similar predicament. Upon hearing this, Tyrannosaurus lowered its head in disappointment, and Qinglu let out a soft sigh. This aligned closely with his suspicions, further justifying his reluctance to experiment with moves of other attributes. If his own Dragon-type moves were unlearnable, how could he expect to master those of different types? Regrettably, he had initially hoped that this extraordinary Lucario might possess a solution, only to find that hope dashed. At that moment, Jiao Wu, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly emitted a disdainful scoff. Chapter 82. A bargain for battle and unprecedented energy, in opposition to conventional energy, has adversely affected the Pokemon's ability to communicate. And you trouble me over such a trivial matter? Jiao Wu supported himself on the ground and slowly stood up, brushing the dust off his trousers. Enough, just leave. Don't delay me from my game. With that, he turned towards the gaming console. Qinglu remained motionless, digesting the implications of Jiao Wu's earlier statement. The energy conflict regarding communication energy. Previously, Ali had informed him that Tyrannosaurus was channeling abnormal energy, while the larger Lucario spoke of 2 energies in a strange state. Jiao Wu swiftly distilled the essence of both viewpoints into a simple statement that encapsulated the originally complex issue. Qinglu was unsure of its accuracy, but it was evident that Jiao Wu possessed considerable insight. What are you still standing around for? Lucario, see them off, Jiao Wu urged. This prompted Ali, already in a state of dissatisfaction, to clench her fist again. As she lifted her head to retort, Lucario gently shook its head at her and stepped forward. Jiao Wu, Ali rarely. Before she could finish, a crisp voice interrupted her. You wouldn't happen to be at a loss as well, would you? Upon hearing this, both Ali and the 2 Lucarios turned their heads towards Qinglu. Jiao Wu also paused, slightly tilting his head and regarding Qinglu with an impassive expression. Kid, such a feeble provocation has no effect on me. Save your breath. Faced with the gazes of the onlookers, Qinglu maintained a faint smile. I'm not attempting to provoke, merely expressing my viewpoint. Jiao Wu dismissed him with a scoff and sat down in front of the gaming console, resuming his game. Qinglu remained silent, observing as he progressed through levels, engaged in battles, only for the screen to turn black and white, indicating a coin-operated revival, and then another battle, followed by another monochrome screen. Casting a glance at Jiao Wu's attire and the dwindling number of game tokens on the table, Qinglu spoke slowly. It seems you have few opportunities left, and you do not appear to be wealthy. Jiao Wu showed no reaction, continuing to insert coins and control the character until the last token was spent. Only then did he lift his head. Kid, are you suggesting you want to give me money to assist you? Jiao Wu sneered. Sorry, I have no interest in the few coins a kid like you possesses. If over 100,000 is considered small change, then indeed, I have very little. Qinglu responded. He recalled that last time he heard Xiaosong mention that the annual base salary of the Chiefeng Gym was only 300,000 league coins. And that was with the economic boost from ancient sites like the Chiefeng Temple. The situation in the Curtain City likely couldn't compare, probably falling short of 200,000. Offering over 100,000 all at once would likely equate to more than half a year's salary for the Curtain Gym. As expected, the once disdainful Jiao Wu halted, turning his head slowly. Over 100,000. But he soon doubted its plausibility, his expression gradually shifting from surprise to calm. Just you? Don't joke around. Whether you've seen 100,000 is another matter. Get lost. Don't interfere with my game. Qinglu remained silent, directly withdrawing 12,000 from his winnings after clearing the Lost Tower and waving it before him. If you're so affluent, why not say so earlier? Why wait until now? Upon seeing Qinglu actually produce the money, Jiao Wu's previously impatient demeanor transformed into one of delight as he eagerly reached out for it. Qing Lu blocked his outstretched arm, pulling back slightly. I can give you the money, but you must first resolve the Tyrannosaurus issue. All right, payment before service. Jiao Wu insisted. No. Qing Lu retreated further, gazing at Jiao Wu. Your demeanor makes it hard for me to trust that you can solve this problem. Jiao Wu's smile gradually faded. So what exactly do you mean? First resolve the Tyrannosaurus issue, and I will pay you. Upon hearing this, Jiao Wu grinned. Kid, you certainly are calculating. You want me to try first. If successful, I get paid. If not, you pay nothing. Quite the deal for you, isn't it? I didn't realize you were so clever. Jiao Wu scoffed, then fell silent. Just as Qing Lu thought he would refuse and began to contemplate other options. Jiao Wu suddenly chuckled. Kid, judging by your age, you must be planning to challenge a gym, right? Not yet, but I do have that intention. Then how about we make a deal? Qing Lu looked at him, inquiring, what kind of deal? I don't want to waste my effort, and you don't want to waste your money. Since we cannot reach a consensus, let's settle this with a gym match. If I win, you pay me first. Regardless of success, the money is mine. If you win, I will attempt to resolve your issue first. If I succeed, you pay me. If not, you owe nothing. And I will even gift you a badge. No matter what, I will assist you. Does that sound fair? You're just bullying me. Ali exclaimed upon hearing Jiao Wu's intention to charge Qing Lu such a substantial sum, ready to confront him. Qing Lu gently shook his head at her, then turned to Jiao Wu with a calm demeanor. That sounds appealing. Indeed, it merely sounded appealing. It was just the usual money for service arrangement. Qing Lu was not in a rush for the money. Aside from the 12,000, he still had 20,000, sufficient for his immediate expenses. However, the reality might be that this carefree individual would take the money and vanish, and Qing Lu was skeptical of how diligently he would work without leverage. Nevertheless, he was currently in need of assistance, placing him at a disadvantage. Thus, the proposed deal did present a certain feasibility. The only condition for that feasibility was victory. Do you agree then? Not so fast. Qing Lu turned to the side, addressing Lucario. You haven't clarified the rules, and if you send it into battle, how can I fight? Regarding the Pokémon I utilize, rest assured, I am currently a gym trainer and would never stoop to using top-tier Pokémon to bully newcomers like you. I assure you that I will only employ Pokémon that are suitable for handling novice trainers in the gym. Is that acceptable? Seemingly sensing Qing Lu's skepticism, Jiao Wu summoned Ali to provide evidence. Seeing Ali's nod of approval, Qing Lu acquiesced. That is fine. As for the rules, they are quite straightforward. A standard Sinnoh-style 3-on-3 battle, continuing until one side's Pokémon are entirely incapacitated. This ensures fairness and allows for a prompt display of a trainer's skill, does it not? Not at all. Qing Lu replied after a moment of silence. However, today is not feasible. I require some time. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Jiao Wu scoffed. Not at all. I currently possess only one Pokémon. To engage in a 3-on-3 match, I will need to capture 2 more. Qing Lu's statement immediately raised Jiao Wu's eyebrows. The calm tone, coupled with his expression, conveyed a sense of casualness in capturing 2 additional Pokémon to reach 3, which irked him immensely. Kid, do you truly believe that capturing a few Pokémon casually will enable you to defeat me? Are you a tad too arrogant? Qing Lu smiled in response. It is not arrogance, merely a statement of fact. Very well, Jiao Wu retorted, his irritation turning into a smirk. I am eager to see where your audacity stems from. 3 days should suffice, and I shall await you at the gym. I hope your abilities can match your bravado. With that, he let out a cold snort and strode towards the exit of the Aura Shield. However, as he passed by Tyranitar, he suddenly halted and slowly remarked. Rare and even unique in species, with formidable physical prowess yet unable to learn versatile and adaptive moves, ultimately, it remains nothing more than a brute relying on sheer strength. Its potential irrevocably capped. It could have had the opportunity to explore a myriad of choices with over 100,000. Yet squandered for such a creature. Is that truly worth it? Upon hearing this, Qing Lu narrowed his eyes. Before anyone could react, Jiao Wu turned his gaze to Tyranitar. And you? Are you willing to let your trainer expend such a fortune on a mere endeavor that may yield no results? Chapter 83. The repeatedly bouncing Swablu Egg Qing Lu. Qing Lu. Exiting the Curtain Game City, Ali and Lucario caught up to him, panting heavily. Why did you stop me just now? Ali questioned, taking a couple of deep breaths. Also, there's no need for you to participate in any gym challenge in 3 days. I'll handle it. That old man will have to assist, whether he likes it or not. With that, Ali clenched her fist, seething. Observing her demeanor, Qing Lu chuckled. I appreciate your goodwill. I am already immensely grateful that you can help me find a solution to the Tyranitar issue. However, it is I who brought you here. And now I am asking you to risk so much money. These are trivial matters, Qing Lu gently reassured her. However, I do have a question I need to confirm with you. What is it? Your father. Does he truly possess the capability to resolve the issue of Tyranider's inability to learn moves? Qi Lu inquired earnestly. This was the crux of his concern. Money was inconsequential. Even if he were to squander all his funds, it would be worthwhile as long as he ultimately solved the problem. Ali's expression grew serious upon hearing this. Although he often abandoned the gym to engage in games, appearing lackadaisical, if he did not know how to tackle this issue, it was likely that very few could know. At that moment, Ali sighed, reflecting. He once traveled to a distant region to study under a renowned professor regarding Pokémon moves. Upon returning, he observed and learned from numerous Pokémon's physical states, aiding them in mastering compatible moves. Moreover, he was the first in Sinnoh to challenge the Elite Four, a distant region, a formidable professor, research on Pokémon moves, and a challenge against the Elite Four? Although it seemed he had not succeeded, compiling this information indicated that Ali's father, Jiao Wu, at the very least, possessed ample theoretical knowledge and belonged to a relatively strong category of gym trainers. With this revelation, Qing Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The next step was to assemble 3 Pokémon and secure victory against him. As for how to find and arrange these 3, Qing Lu had a rough plan in mind. However, Ali was unaware, thinking Qing Lu was genuinely going to capture Pokémon in the wild. Moreover, despite having just mentioned that her father had once challenged the Elite Four, Qi Lu appeared entirely unconcerned, which heightened Ali's anxiety. Qi Lu, the Pokémon in the wild possess varying levels of strength, and in such a short time, you cannot tame their wildness. Even if Tyranider is strong, it is still but one. Ordinary Pokémon will certainly not be a match for my father, Ali insisted. I understand, Qi Lu replied, remaining unfazed. Seeing his indifference, Ali decided to take a more direct approach, producing a Pokeball and offering it to him. If you truly wish to battle, I can lend you Lucario. With it, your chances of victory will significantly increase. Qi Lu was taken aback by Ali's willingness to help but still shook his head in refusal. I genuinely appreciate your kindness, but I suspect that given your father's temperament, even if I were to win with Lucario, he would likely act unreasonably. Upon hearing Qing Liu's response, Ali fell silent, for this was indeed something his father would do. What about Machoke? You haven't seen it yet, nor do you know that I have captured it. That could work, Qi Lu considered for a moment, nodding. Regardless of whether it was to assuage Ali's guilt or to enhance his chances of winning, Qing Lu found no reason to decline. Besides, Machoke itself had commendable combat abilities, making it a suitable choice for rotation or backup. Even if Tyranider was formidable, it was prudent to be cautious, considering he did not know what level of Pokémon Jiao Wu would employ. Accepting the Pokeball containing Machoke, Qing Lu expressed his gratitude and guided Ali to the storage area. Inside were various important items, but it was too large, and Tyranider was not convenient to move around outside. I hope you can help me carry this, Qing Lu indicated towards the large sack. Leave it to me, but where are we moving it to? To a breeding house. The Curtain Breeding House. Gazing at the establishment before him, which was only half the size of the game city, Qing Lu confirmed with the business card in his hand. This is indeed the place. Do you have Pokémon stored here? Ali inquired, setting the large sack down as he looked at the breeding house. If Qing Lu possesses other Pokémon of decent strength like Tyranider, his odds of victory would increase significantly. No, I do not. Then are you here to purchase Pokémon? Not exactly. What is it then? I am here for after-sales service. Qi Lu opened the sack, revealing an incubator wrapped in cardboard. Within the incubator lay a Pokémon egg. Entirely blue, its shell adorned with cloud-like patterns, resting securely in its capsule. Qing Lu picked up the incubator and glanced at it, the panel swiftly displaying information about the egg. His gaze fixed on the status section. Status: unhatched, hatching time 0 days 0 hours 00 minutes 2 seconds. Qing Lu quietly awaited in place. 2 seconds later, the numbers in the status section changed once more. Status: unhatched, hatching time 0 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. As expected, it remained the same. Ever since he received the Pokémon egg of the Qingyan bird, he had been monitoring the egg's condition while simultaneously taking notes on the moves of the Tyrannosaurus. The closer the time on the panel approached the 3-day mark, the more vigilant Qing Lu became. However, to his surprise, even after the 3 days had passed, the egg showed no signs of hatching, and the panel's hatching time reverted from 3 days to 1 day. Qing Lu initially thought he might have misread or misremembered the time. Yet, when the 4th day arrived, he watched as the countdown to hatching reached 0 only to reset to 1 day again, which led him to doubt the functionality of the panel for the first time. This strange occurrence continued for 2 more days, as if trapped in an infinite loop. Ultimately, Qing Lu concluded that it was not his mistake, nor was there an issue with the panel. Rather, The egg itself was problematic. It oscillated between hatching and remaining unhatched for 3 or 4 days, and even now, it still showed no signs of reaction. However, due to his ongoing training with the Tyrannosaurus, he had not found the opportunity to address this matter. Now that he had arrived in Curtain City and needed to gather the requisite number of Pokémon, he decided to consult UC to clarify the situation regarding this egg. With that, Qing Lu headed towards the breeding house, egg in hand. Chapter 84. The Tyrannosaurus's confusion. UC, busy at the counter, noticed movement at the door and assumed a guest had arrived, promptly coming out to greet them. Upon seeing the familiar faces of Qing Lu and Miss Ali from the Curtain Gym, he expressed surprise. Mr. Qing Lu and Miss Ali from the Curtain Gym. His gaze then fell on the incubator in Qing Lu's hands, filled with curiosity. Why hasn't this egg hatched yet? Qing Lu cast him a brief glance and replied. You gave me the egg, so why are you asking me? That seems reasonable, haha. UC chuckled awkwardly and quickly had the slumbering Mac Hope take over the sack, ushering the two inside. Regardless, let us discuss this inside. In contrast to the shop's facade, the backyard of the breeding house appeared remarkably spacious. Grass, ponds, small groves, and habitats for various types of Pokémon were present, with occasional sights of Pokémon frolicking about. Observing this, Qing Lu released the Tyrannosaurus. The environment here is quite pleasant. Let's take a moment to relax. Upon hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus looked around and nodded silently, settling down a short distance away from Qing Lu. As Qing Lu watched, UC's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Mr. Qing Lu, has there been any reaction from the egg in the past few days? For instance, any shaking or faint glimmers? Since the day you gave it to me, the egg has remained unchanged. That's peculiar. I had estimated the hatching time to be around 3 to 4 days. How can there be no activity? Hearing UC's words dispelled Qing Lu's suspicions that he had been given a seemingly viable egg that was, in reality, a dud. After all, the panel had originally indicated a hatching time of 3 days, and UC's precise estimation confirmed he had examined it thoroughly. I already mentioned, the egg is yours. Do not shift the problem onto me, Qing Lu replied slowly. Do you believe I would know the answer? UC's expression grew somewhat awkward. Then where did this egg come from? I found it 2 weeks ago while returning from Coastal City in a cave. It was the only egg there, and I saw no signs of its parents nearby, so I brought it back. UC recounted. Upon reaching home, I conducted a meticulous inspection. The egg was intact, and the life force within it was remarkably vigorous, far exceeding that of most Pokémon I have hatched over the years. I had intended to keep it for Lacey or Junzi after it hatched, but then I heard Lacey got into trouble, and I thought to use this as compensation. Qing Lu found little reason to doubt UC's words. From the myriad of information displayed on the panel, it was clear that this Qingyan bird egg was indeed impressive. And given that the panel could not definitively identify its issue, Qing Lu was skeptical of UC's capability to discern. His intention in coming here was to glean insights from the egg's origins, yet it seemed that was not a feasible path. Mr. Qing Lu, do you have any urgent need for Pokémon lately? UC asked cautiously. Yes, Qing Lu replied, gesturing towards Ali. You should understand what I intend to do upon seeing her. UC turned to look at Ali. As the daughter of the gym's trainer, it was highly probable that she was there for a gym challenge. After a moment of contemplation, UC spoke earnestly, Mr. Qing Lu. Even if the Qingyan bird successfully hatches, it likely won't possess much combat power, as newborns tend to be relatively weak. If you need, I can provide you with a Pokémon that already has some battle experience. Qing Lu shook his head. No, the level of combat power is merely for gathering purposes. I do not require it to be exceptionally strong upon hatching. I merely wish to understand the situation. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I will get you a different egg right away. With that, UC began to rise. Qing Lu raised a hand to stop him, saying, There's no need for that. Let it be as it is. Then you may continue with your tasks. We shall rest here for a while. After UC repeatedly apologized and departed, Qing Lu lay back on the grass, gazing up at the sky. Noticing this, Ali's gaze fell on the incubator, and after a moment of hesitation, she asked, Qing Lu, from your conversation, I gather that if it truly is a dud, why not exchange it for another? After spending several days with it, suddenly replacing it would surely be difficult. Qing Lu smiled and replied, Moreover, this egg is not a dud. If it were, the panel would certainly be able to detect that. However, since it does not display such information, it implies that the egg likely cannot hatch for some undisclosed reason. While exchanging for another egg would yield a normal Pokémon, Qing Lu was far more intrigued by the circumstances surrounding an egg that even the panel could not determine a specific hatching time for. What kind of Qingyan bird would emerge from such an egg? This was only the second time since he first obtained the panel to explore ruins and ultimately summon Agumon that he felt such a profound curiosity about something. Seeing that Qing Lu was resolute in his opinion, Ali refrained from further discussion. Well, I shall return now and keep an eye on my father to prevent him from disappearing again in 3 days. All right, thank you for your help, Qinglu said, rising slightly in acknowledgement. No problem at all. As he watched Ali's figure gradually fade into the distance, Qinglu reclined once more, his gaze fixed upon the Tyrannosaurus. Ever since it emerged from its pockball, the Tyrannosaurus had been unusually quiet, a stark contrast to its typical demeanor. This change began after it was asked those 2 questions by Jiao Wu before departing. How could such simple words from that fellow have such an impact? Qinglu inquired. Tyrannosaurus, as that guy said, if I truly cannot master those techniques in the future, will I merely be a brute relying on sheer strength? The Tyrannosaurus asked, a hint of confusion in its expression. Of course not. You learned Fire Fang and Fire Punch in just a few days, and you picked up Double Slash quickly as well. The rest is merely a matter of time. Even if you were to forego those techniques, your potential is extraordinarily high, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Is that really true? The Tyrannosaurus replied. I mean, I feel like no matter how hard I try, I'm not making any progress. You tell me I'm strong, and I know I should be confident, but it just doesn't feel that way. Stop overthinking it. Just focus on defeating that guy, and all your concerns will resolve themselves. The Tyrannosaurus nodded slowly at this, then turned its attention to the Pock egg resting beside them. In the air, a Pidgeot and a Murkrow were engaged in a fierce conflict, each refusing to yield as they began to attack one another. The 2 large avian Pokémon flapped their wings rapidly, creating whirlwinds that surged towards each other. Yet, they deftly evaded each other's strikes, shifting. As the miniature tornadoes dwindled, one eventually descended, reaching Qinglu's vicinity. The incubator was overturned by the wind, causing the cotton bird's egg to roll out. Be careful. The Tyrannosaurus reacted swiftly, leaping forward in an attempt to stop the egg's roll. But at the moment of contact, a brilliant white light erupted. Chapter 85. The cotton bird hatches. Qinglu's mind raced as he processed the sudden turn of events, confirming that the Tyrannosaurus was unharmed. His gaze fell upon the blue and white Pock egg, now graced with a white glow reminiscent of evolution. Had it hatched? Though he had never witnessed an egg hatching firsthand, fleeting memories and a strong intuition told him that this egg was on the brink of hatching. But why? Just moments before entering, he had checked the panel, which indicated a hatching time of 1 day. How could it hatch now, barely 10 minutes later? Was it due to environmental factors? Qinglu scanned his surroundings, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Besides, if external elements were influential, the egg should have hatched during the time rain. C carried it back. Were there other reasons? His gaze returned to the Tyrannosaurus. It was it who had touched the egg to protect it from the wind. Could that be the cause? Qinglu had no time to ponder this further. As the white glow began to fade, the blue egg, adorned with cloud patterns, vanished, replaced by a plump Pokémon with eyes sparkling with intelligence and trailing blue-tail feathers, its wings resembling fluffy cotton. The cotton bird had hatched. Cheap? The cotton bird glanced at the Tyrannosaurus before tilting its head to look at itself, emitting a series of urgent chirps. It then began to flap its wings. Perhaps due to its recent birth and unfamiliarity with its own body, it took nearly a minute before it managed to fly, albeit clumsily. After a wobbly circuit in the air, it suddenly halted and plummeted to the ground. Qinglu swiftly caught it. Upon realizing it was Qinglu who had caught it, the cotton bird flapped its wings joyfully, first gazing at him with curiosity before hopping onto his shoulder, affectionately rubbing its face against him. Cheep cheep. Feeling the cotton bird's warmth, Qinglu smiled and gently stroked its head. The cotton bird seemed to revel in the affection, tilting its head back and producing a clear, melodious sound. Just as Qinglu prepared to touch its cottony wings, the cotton bird suddenly took flight, circling around him repeatedly. Was it reluctant to let him touch its wings? Qinglu, recalling that he had no memories of the cotton bird disliking wing touches, extended his hand, hoping it would land there. Unexpectedly, the cotton bird ignored his gesture, darting past his arm toward the Tyrannosaurus, finally perching on one of its curved horns behind its head. Cheep cheep cheep. Seemingly pleased with its precise landing, the cotton bird puffed out its chest and chirped excitedly. Qinglu could not help but chuckle at its adorable demeanor. Even the Tyrannosaurus, whose crimson eyes had been downcast, now sparkled with joy. The Tyrannosaurus adjusted its head, tilting it to accommodate the cotton bird's fledgling claws, ensuring it could grasp more securely and comfortably. Qinglu, observing this tender scene, remarked, "It seems it likes you quite a bit." Qinglu, "Does this mean it will be our new partner?" "Indeed," Qinglu affirmed with a nod. "You are the leader now. You must take care of and protect it." "I will," the Tyrannosaurus replied earnestly. Noticing the Tyrannosaurus's expression returning to normal, Qinglu focused on the cotton bird perched atop its horn and opened the Pokédex function. Species, cotton bird. Classification, Cotton Pokémon. Type, normal, flying. Ability, weather immunity. Effects of any weather do not affect it. Level, 5. Exclusive moves, none. Learned moves, Sin, Feather Dance, Rest, Mist, Charm. Base stats, 310. HP 45, Attack 40, Defense 60, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 75, Speed 50. Friendship, 50. Status, normal, extremely vigorous. Summary, theoretically. Pokémon that have just hatched from eggs should be at level 1. Yet not only is this 1S level incorrect, but it also possesses a considerable number of moves, 2 inherited moves and 4 others it could learn through leveling up, all while exhibiting remarkable vitality. This was the first time Qing Lu had encountered such an annotation on a Pokémon. Even the Tyrannosaurus, Cynthia's Garchomp, and Xiao Wu's Lucario had not displayed such peculiarities. Yet here it appeared on this cotton bird. Furthermore, the Pokédex indicated that newly hatched cotton birds typically measured around 0.1502 meters in height, whereas his was conservatively estimated to be nearly half a year old at 0.3 meters. It was evidently a sizable specimen, appearing quite substantial atop the Tyrannosaurus's head. The birth was long awaited, and upon arrival, the being was remarkably strong. Qing Lu couldn't help but recall Neza, who was born after 3 years and 6 months of gestation, and who immediately exhibited vitality. The only distinction lay in Neza's somewhat rebellious nature, while the Qingyan bird was considerably more docile. Nevertheless, this was a positive omen, as it ensured that the creature would not suffer from frailty or poor appetite. After frolicking for a while with Tyrannosaurus and the Qingyan bird, Yusi returned, bearing a new backpack. This was a special capsule product made from recently developed materials by the League, boasting several times the capacity of a standard backpack, allowing for the storage of numerous items. This is a small compensation for you, especially since we have no idea when that egg will hatch, Yusi remarked. As he spoke, Yusi's gaze fell upon the empty incubator and the Qingyan bird perched atop Tyrannosaurus's head. His expression gradually stiffened, and a glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes. Qing Lu timely interjected, "What do you intend to do?" The newfound energy of the Qingyan bird, coupled with its impressive size at such a young age, suggested that it would grow even larger upon maturation or evolution. Such exceptional talent could potentially lead to the hatching of more remarkable Qingyan birds if it were capable of breeding. After a monologue, Yusi eagerly exclaimed, "Mr. Qing Lu, when the Qingyan bird reaches adulthood, you must come to find me. I will ensure the finest mate and hatching environment for it." Stopping this breeding fanatic's wild theories, Qing Lu organized the contents of the sack using the newly acquired backpack and departed amidst Yusi's insistence that he must return. With Tyrannosaurus and Qingyan bird now united, they would only need to scout ahead with the duo while leaving the remainder of the battles to Tyrannosaurus, whose combat prowess was indisputable. However, before proceeding, he needed to visit one final location, the very spot where he initially set his sights on, the remnants of meteors left behind from the creation of our. Qi Lu intended to utilize these to activate the summoning function on his panel for a third time. Chapter 86. Shinji and Grass Turtle. On a high ground to the east of the city of Drapery, a meteorite crater lay nestled. As this location served as the cradle of the city's development, it was preserved and developed, becoming a popular tourist attraction, even as Qing Lu arrived near dusk. Throngs of visitors filled the area. Perched atop Qing Liu's head, the Qingyan bird observed the crowd for the first time, appearing somewhat shy. "It's all right, no need to be nervous. Everyone is here enjoying time with their family, friends, and Pokémon," Qi Lu reassured gently. Then he felt the Qingyan bird, which had been quietly resting on his head, sway from side to side, its tiny claws playfully brushing through his hair as if trying to grasp something. "Are you looking for Tyrannosaurus?" The bird nodded in affirmation. "It's resting inside its Pokeball. We will see it again shortly." The Qingyan bird emitted a couple of resigned chirps, which puzzled Qing Lu. Was it because they had emerged from their shells together, resulting in a shared bond, or perhaps the bird regarded Tyrannosaurus's horn as a branch to perch upon, fostering a sense of closeness? Qing Lu found himself pondering this without resolution. Yet, this was fortuitous. Since becoming acquainted with Tyrannosaurus, he had been preoccupied with its physical condition and battle readiness, overlooking its mental state. Although he had recently been encouraging it, many experiences were new, akin to the situation with Horned God, where the psychological defenses were insufficiently developed, easily leading to negative emotions. Now, with the presence of the adorable Qingyan bird to provide balance, it might offer a soothing effect. As he contemplated these thoughts, Qi Lu ascended stone steps to approach the meteorite crater. A gentle breeze swept through the grass, while 4 brown meteorites remained silently in place. A mere glance revealed the ancient aura emanating from their surfaces. Satisfied with his findings, Qi Lu observed, detecting ancient traces, searching for targets, searching. Target locked. Meteorite residual with a trace of Arceus's power. Exploration progress. 010-2025. Exploration complete. These 4 meteorites were not isolated entities, they were part of a whole. Upon noticing the progress bar stalled at 25, Qilu turned his attention to another meteorite nearby. Exploration progress. 253450. Following the same procedure. When he directed his gaze to the 4th meteorite, the progress bar finally reached 100. Exploration complete. Summoning can proceed. Summoning target random. Proceed? Qinglu glanced past the panel's prompt and surveyed his surroundings, ultimately deciding to set it aside for the moment. There were far too many people nearby. Summoning here would undoubtedly attract attention, and the emergence of a large creature would complicate matters further. As he prepared to leave, a somewhat youthful voice suddenly called out, "Stop!" Qinglu halted in his tracks. A boy dressed in gray trousers and a blue-black jacket, with violet hair, was sprinting toward him. Accompanying him was a turtle with a vibrant yellow-green body, adorned with a brown shell and a sprouting sapling atop its head. Recognizing the combination, Qilu immediately identified the boy as Shinji. Shinji soon reached him, panting heavily yet fixating his gaze intently. "You're the one who made my brother suddenly change his mind about challenging the Sinnoh League with me, aren't you?" he demanded. The grass turtle chimed in, supporting its trainer's accusation. Initially, Shinji had planned to embark on a journey with his esteemed brother, Reiji, after receiving his starter Pokémon. However, when he sought out Reiji with his newly acquired grass turtle, he was informed that his brother intended to first train in the Kanto region to enhance his skills before returning to challenge the Sinnoh League. This unexpected change left Shinji momentarily bewildered. They had previously agreed to travel together, challenge gyms, and participate in tournaments. Yet now Reiji was heading off alone to a distant region. In his frustration, Shinji began to ponder the reasons behind his brother's transformation. After some investigation, he learned that someone had defeated his brother and had appeared at their home that very day, prompting him to disregard his father's pleas and chase after Reiji. "Don't just stand there silent. I'm asking you a question. Answer me." Observing the stark contrast in Shinji's demeanor from his previous impression, Qilu found it amusing. Before their encounter with the deity, these brothers had indeed swapped personalities. He then remarked, "Did your father not teach you that failing to introduce oneself before questioning others is quite rude?" Shinji appeared taken aback, exchanging glances with the grass turtle, which also seemed perplexed. Quickly, he responded, "My name is Shinji, and my goal is to become a powerful trainer." The delightful reactions from the duo prompted Qilu to reply, "I am Qilu, a drifter, and this is the Qingyan bird." After completing his self-introduction, Shinji eagerly remarked, "You still haven't answered my previous question. I don't know, but I sense your brother may have suffered a setback. After all, losing to me with 4 Pokémon is quite an achievement. It is reasonable for him to travel to another region to avoid me." "You're talking nonsense," Shinji retorted immediately upon hearing Aoki's words. "My brother is so formidable that even if he were to lose, he wouldn't be defeated by just, believe it or not." Aoki shrugged and replied, "I don't have time to play with a little brat. Don't go. If you're truly that skilled, would you dare to battle me?" Shinji clenched his fists, excitement evident in his voice. Upon hearing this, his Turtwig charged forward, facing Aoki, ready for battle. "I already said I don't have time. Goodbye." Ignoring Shinji's invitation, Aoki turned and walked away. Seeing that Aoki had no intention of accepting or even looking back, Shinji grew anxious. "Why are you afraid to accept the battle? Are you scared? Coward. I bet the story of defeating my brother is also a lie." Ugh. Turtwig echoed Shinji's sentiments towards Aoki's retreating figure. Aoki, now nearly 10 meters away, helplessly shook his head. Such primitive taunts were something he had grown weary of in his childhood. How could they possibly affect him? The real task at hand was to participate in the gym battle and defeat Kaguya, obtaining the means for Tyranitar to learn moves it couldn't otherwise acquire, rather than engaging in childish antics. However, what Aoki did not anticipate was that, though he was not swayed by Shinji and Turtwig's provocations, he was not alone. Chapter 87, the first battle of the Swablu. Initially, Swablu felt somewhat awkward about being out for a stroll. So it remained quiet except for the brief moment Aoki introduced it, glancing only briefly. However, upon hearing verbal attacks directed at Aoki, a surge of anger welled up within it, especially upon seeing that green-shelled turtle, which had been incessantly chattering since its appearance. It found the situation infuriating. From birth, both Tyranitar and Aoki had treated it with kindness, patience, and gentleness, only to be provoked and insulted. This was intolerable. Swablu could not contain itself. Thus, it flapped its wings, soared away from Aoki's head, and hovered in the air, glaring fiercely at Shinji and Turtwig from above. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Turtwig was taken aback for a moment before responding, "Ugh." Ugh ugh. Witnessing Swablu so easily drawn into a verbal battle, Aoki felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed that not only Tyranitar required mental fortitude and psychological defenses, but Swablu also needed such training, as it would not do to underestimate it simply because of its youth. Seeing Swablu and Turtwig engaged in a verbal spat, a smile spread across Shinji's face. Now you have no choice but to battle, Turtwig. Use Leaf Tornado. Ugh. Turtwig lifted its front legs and stomped the ground with force, scattering leaves and grass into the air, then twisted its head, striking the leaves with its branches. In the next moment, all the leaves and grass spiraled upwards like flying blades, aimed at the airborne Swablu. Fly up and create some distance, Aoki instructed. Swablu flapped its wings, ascending to a higher altitude. With the lack of sufficient power and energy to support the leaves, they began to fall from the sky as they drifted further away. Seizing this opportunity, Aoki focused on Turtwig and opened the panel. Species, Turtwig classification. Tiny leaf Pokémon. Type, grass. Ability, shell armor, protected by a hard shell. Opponent's attacks do not land critical hits. Level, 5. Exclusive move, none. Moves learned, tackle, withdraw, leaf, base stats, 318. HP 55, attack 68, defense 64, special attack 45. Special defense 55, speed 31. Friendship, 1 status, normal, summary. Enjoys basking in the sun by the water. Utilizes its entire body for photosynthesis to generate oxygen. The stronger the sunlight, the more energetic it becomes. The shell on its back is made of soil. If kept moist, it becomes damp and increases in hardness. The only remotely effective long-range attack is a leaf move with a significant wind-up, akin to a miniature version of Leaf Blade. Having assessed the level and moves learned, Aoki devised a battle strategy. Since Swablu had chosen to fight and showed no signs of retreat, he would do his utmost to help it secure victory. Winning its first battle would significantly boost Swablu's confidence. Swablu, use Mist, then Feather Dance. Chirp. Swablu opened its beak and exhaled a foggy cloud, enveloping Turtwig in a haze, while fluffy feathers fell from its wings and merged into the mist. Faced with this sudden development, Turtwig found itself disoriented, darting around in confusion but unable to escape the mist's confines. However, Shinji was no novice. Although he was still a newcomer, he was far from the clueless Ash who lacked an understanding of type advantages. Turtwig, charge out in a straight line using tackle. Surrounded by mist, Turtwig promptly began to charge forward, completely oblivious to the feathers sticking to it as it moved through the fog. After what felt like countless steps, Turtwig finally caught sight of the mist's edge, a glimmer of hope igniting within it as it prepared to burst forth. In the next moment, a playful yet adorable voice suddenly rang in its ears. Turtwig, watch out above. Use tackle, Shinji shouted. Startled, Turtwig immediately focused its attention upwards. Unbeknownst to it, Swablu had already flown directly above, and without giving any time for reaction, its beak glowed with a sharp white light as it dove in for the attack. With a resounding thud, Swablu's attack struck Turtwig squarely on the head, burying it into the ground, rendering it motionless. Turtwig, Shinji rushed over, scooping up Turtwig to assess its condition. Relieved to find it merely injured and unconscious, he raised his head in frustration to glare at Aoki and the now struggling Swablu in the air. This newly hatched Pokémon was astonishingly powerful. Even with the type disadvantage, a single strike had clearly highlighted the disparity between them. Particularly, Aoki had commanded Swablu with such precision, almost pushing it to its limits. Had Turtwig withstood another attack, victory might have been within reach for Shinji. Yet, there were no what-ifs in this scenario, and the opponent had not even taken it seriously, relying solely on a Pokémon that had been born less than a day ago to decisively defeat him. Shinji acutely felt the gap, not only in Pokémon strength, but also in the trainers themselves. A disparity he had never experienced so vividly even in comparison to his brother. This suffices to prove that his elder brother has indeed suffered defeat. And the likelihood that the order of regional challenges has been altered is predominantly due to this individual before him. How vexing. Even before embarking on his journey, he has encountered a disastrous setback, and in this moment, Shinji feels an unprecedented sense of frustration and helplessness. Simultaneously, the seeds of a yearning for strength and power are subtly sown within him, in stark contrast to the fainted grass turtle and the indignant Shinji. The face of the cotton bird is adorned with the expression of triumph following victory, had it not been for its depleted stamina. It might have reveled in its pride throughout the day. Subsequently, the cotton bird takes flight, but before it can find its trajectory to land, it stumbles and plummets from the air. Seeing this, Ian swiftly catches it and places it atop his head. Regardless of its vigorous vitality, it remains merely a fledgling. Upon contemplating the cotton bird's peculiar size, Alien amended his statement, saying it is merely a newly hatched giant, as the exertion of battle is still too burdensome for it. The cotton bird immediately shakes its head, adopting a stance of reasoned rebuttal, insisting that it was provoked first. Aoyan, with a resigned shake of his head, replies, "Let this time be an exception, there shall be no next." The cotton bird promptly closes its beak, struggling to nuzzle Aoyan's head gently, emitting an adorable chirp. However, indulging in cuteness will not suffice. If it continues to act recklessly, it will inevitably face consequences. The cotton bird nods in agreement, appearing to absorb the admonition, though whether it truly comprehends remains uncertain. Aoyan sighed and offered the cotton bird a suitable energy cube before proceeding toward the woods near the meteorite crater. Given that the cotton bird had just engaged in battle, its stamina would likely take time to recover. Thus, he resolved to utilize the summoning opportunity obtained from exploring the meteorite, uncertain of what he might summon this time. As for Shinji, had it not been for the cotton bird's provocation, he would have preferred to disregard him altogether. As he walked, Shinji's voice echoed from behind, "Just wait. One day I will defeat you." Ignoring the childish proclamation of "I will return," Aoyan continued towards the woods, his indifferent demeanor only tightening Shinji's fists in frustration. Having crossed the meteorite crater, Aoyan found himself deep within the woods, where only a few scattered lights from street lamps illuminated the surroundings, rendering it starkly quiet in contrast to the area near the crater. Aoyan retrieved a Pokeball and, with a flash of red light, summoned the Tyrannosaurus, which maintained its usual form. "Help me scan the area. I must ensure there are no onlookers while I proceed with my next task. Do you understand?" The Tyrannosaurus nodded and began its patrol, while Aoyan utilized the panel's functions to search for any Pokémon presence. One sought humans, the other sought Pokémon. In Chapter 88, the legendary White Stone, no Pokémon could evade the panel's detection at close range. Moreover, without any Pokémon to assist, no one could escape the comprehensive search conducted by Aoyan, the Tyrannosaurus, and the cotton bird. As the last two audacious Muckaroo, undeterred by the Tyrannosaurus's intimidation, were nearly dispatched by two fireballs, the small grove fell into a profound silence. Aoyan then turned his gaze to the panel. Exploration complete. Summoning can now proceed. Summoning object, random. Confirm. As the options gently descended, the panel shattered into specks of blue light, displaying various symbols representing items, digital monsters, and more before finally coming to a halt. Summoning object, legendary White Stone. Summoning in progress. Aoyan, momentarily taken aback, watched as two lines of blue text swiftly flashed before him, and blue orbs began to whirl rapidly, forming a passageway that seemed to connect to another dimension. The next moment, a series of muffled yet continuous sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus in a full-speed charge. Coupled with the earlier indication of the summoning object, Aoyan felt an unsettling premonition and instinctively stepped back. In the next instant, an oval object, nearly 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width, tumbled forth from the passage, crashing down near his previous standing position. Thud. Observing the enormous stone that had indented the ground significantly, Aoyan exhaled in relief. His instincts had proven correct. That sound was not one a mere creature could produce. However, the name Legendary White Stone sounded oddly familiar. This massive stone was unlike any he had encountered before. Aoyan could even faintly sense a subtle aura of oppression emanating from it. Moreover, despite its name, Legendary White Stone, it would perhaps be more aptly named Legendary Yellow Stone or Legendary Brown Stone, for its surface was entirely brownish yellow, devoid of any trace of white. Aoyan approached and tapped its surface. Both the texture and the sound confirmed it was indeed a stone. He fell into deep contemplation. The panel had summoned 3 objects thus far. The first 2 were digital monsters he recognized, but this third one evoked a vague sense of familiarity he could not quite place. Consequently, Aoyan focused on the gigantic stone and activated the panel, prompting the information from the Pokédex to appear before him. Species, Legendary White Stone. Classification, Descending Pokémon. Type, Dragon. Ability, Stand Tall After Breaking. Only reveals its true form after its outer defense is breached. Level 0. Exclusive moves, none. Known moves, none. Base stats, 180. HP 60. Attack 0. Defense 60. Special Attack 0. Special Defense 60. Speed 0. Friendship 0. Status, Normal. Information summary. The embryonic form of the legendary dragon, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Although it lacks consciousness and combat capability, it possesses commendable defensive strength. Holy plan. Evolution conditions unmet. So it is this entity. Only upon reading the final line did Aoyan grasp the origins of the being he had summoned. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, one of the main characters, Seto Kaiba's wife, is revered for possessing the highest attack power among typical monsters, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Though the specifics remain uncertain, theoretically, it should not be too weak. Drawing upon his memories, Aoyan endeavored to align the levels of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Universe and the Pokémon universe. The Blue Eyes White Dragon. A legendary dragon characterized by its pure white form, is renowned for its formidable attack and destructive power. Given its legendary status, if it were to be transferred, it would likely approach a semi-divine level at the very least. This line of thought led Aoyan to some intriguing comparisons. The three-headed evil dragons of the Unova region, regarded as embodiments of malevolence, are notorious for their ferocity and destruction, which aligns closely with the destructive capabilities of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Even more fascinating, the three-headed dragons, upon complete evolution, manifest 3 heads, while the ultimate form of Blue Eyes similarly boasts 3 heads. Perhaps the title of the strongest three-headed dragon could indeed be a point of competition. Moreover, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, with its snow-white exterior, is also referred to as the White Dragon. In the Pokémon world, there exists a white dragon among the legendary beasts of the Unova region, Reshiram. Thus, it appears that the compatibility between the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Unova region is indeed significant. The only question that now remains is the extent of force required to breach the defenses that allow the Blue Eyes White Dragon to emerge. Qinglu promptly addressed the Tyrannosaurus beast, suggesting, "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can shatter it?" Upon hearing this request, the Tyrannosaurus beast hesitated, casting a questioning glance in response. Having traversed this passage before, it instinctively sensed that this object was likely extraordinary, and thus, directly attempting to destroy it felt somewhat imprudent. Exercising caution, it decided to first test its claws with a gentle strike. Since Qinglu had already spoken, the Tyrannosaurus beast resolved to act, channeling orange energy into its claws and swung them towards the white stone. With a sharp sound, the claw struck down, yet surprisingly, there was no sign of damage whatsoever. Not even a scratch marred the surface. It was evident that this was no trivial matter. Even when not in battle mode, the Tyrannosaurus beast could effortlessly cleave through ordinary rock, but this stone proved impervious. Switching to battle mode and summoning all its might, the Tyrannosaurus beast recognized the stone's unusual nature, instantly compressing its data and increasing its size to a towering height of over 5 meters. It crouched low and swung its claws down once more. Again, the stone remained unscathed. Opting for a more powerful approach, it unleashed its rampaging charge followed by a super flame. If the lower-powered strikes were ineffective, then it was time for a more formidable assault. The violent dragon energy surged and flames erupted from the Tyrannosaurus beast, illuminating the forest with brilliant flashes. After half a minute, the white stone stood resolutely in place, showing no signs of damage. Observing this, the Tyrannosaurus beast began to gather flames in its mouth, rapidly coalescing into a fireball far exceeding the power of the super flame. This was excessive. While the stone might not fracture, the forest would undoubtedly suffer, preventing the Tyrannosaurus beast from executing the super explosion. Qinglu turned his attention back to the white stone. Since it could not be destroyed, he decided to study it further at a more opportune time. The pressing concern now was how to transport this object, and once moved, how to carry it, as even the most capacious capsule backpack would struggle with such a massive item. Moreover, its value is second only to that of the Tyrannosaurus beast, leaving Qinglu uneasy about its placement. He gazed at the panel, lost in thought. After a moment, his eyes fell upon the status bar of the Pokédex, which displayed normal. If he recalled correctly, when the Qingmian bird was still an egg, the panel indicated not hatched. Typically, Pokémon detected would show statuses like normal or others, yet there was no indication of not hatched here. This suggested that the object was not what he initially believed it to be. With this revelation, Qinglu retrieved a Pokeball and gently tapped it against the white stone. In the next instant, a red beam of light erupted from the Pokeball, pulling the white stone inside. As he watched the ball shake in his hand, finally settling into stillness, a smile crept across Qinglu's face. Next, it's time for the gym.